Chapter 1. Anthony's Magical Cottage. You wish to seize my family's establishment today? You shall first tread over my giant sword. Haha. Dear little Debbie, why must you go to such lengths? Your father has passed away under grave circumstances, and you borrowed a substantial sum from me to manage his affairs. According to our agreement, should you fail to repay this debt, you are to relinquish Anthony's magical cottage to me. This is a matter of black and white. Are you contemplating a reversal? Bauska, you know very well that I could have repaid this sum, but your illicit expulsion of my patrons has severely impacted our business, making it impossible for me to gather the funds. Who is unaware of your long-standing covetousness for Anthony's magical cottage? Ha ha ha. It matters not what you claim. The contract stands, and whether you wish to part with this magical cottage or not. It is of no consequence. Dear little Debbie, I advise you against any foolish actions. Just as consciousness returned, Yichue was abruptly thrust into this conversation. What on earth was happening? Was someone watching a film beside him? Or was it a scene of a shameless bully tormenting a poor little girl, devoid of any sense of public morality? He instinctively attempted to sit up, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of pain that forced him back down, his body aching in ways he could not articulate. However, what astonished Yichue even more was, where was he? He realized he was lying in a quaint little chamber adorned with an assortment of peculiar trinkets. Exuding an air of enchantment, in the center of this almost thrift shop-like room stood two factions in a standoff. Among them were three individuals, the foremost being a stout, rotund man with a prominent nose and a shock of red curls. Adorned in a golden robe, this was undoubtedly Bauska, the one from the earlier conversation. Accompanying him were two burly men, their expressions menacing as they approached with drawn swords, grinning wickedly. Opposing them was Debbie, who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16, with short, lively black hair and a slender frame. What left Yichue astounded was that she wielded an enormous sword, far exceeding her size, weighing at least 100 pounds. Yet, her petite arms effortlessly lifted it, brandishing it before her. The scene was jarringly incongruous, and any observer could discern that. What the hell? What is going on? Where am I? Who are these people? They appear to be Westerners. Their attire hardly resembles that of modern times. Yichue was left flabbergasted. I distinctly remember being in my rented room. How did I end up here? Could it be that I have already perished and traversed into another realm? As a hacker who had spent the majority of his life immersed in the online world, Yichue was well acquainted with web novels. At that moment, a sudden, intense headache surged through his mind, a torrent of memories belonging to the original occupant of this body. Why Yichue felt dizzy, yet in an instant, he comprehended much. He was in a fantastical world utterly distinct from his own. A realm governed by magic, known as the continent of Agendas. This name instinctively evoked a sense of summer's coolness within him. The original owner of this body was called Hammerhead, an orphan adopted by George Anthony, the proprietor of Anthony's magical cottage. Being an orphan, he had not been bestowed with a formal name. Hammerhead had exhibited a natural affinity for magic from a young age, leading Old George to view him as his successor. Old George also had a daughter, the very Debbie who brandished the great sword, and he envisioned a future where Hammerhead would marry her. However, Old George's health had deteriorated, and he had recently succumbed to illness. To afford treatment for Old George, Hammerhead and Debbie had depleted their savings, but ultimately, Old George had not survived to cover the funeral expenses and repay the medical debts. Hammerhead and Debbie had no choice but to borrow money from the wealthy Bauska on this street. Using the magical shop as collateral, Bauska owned numerous enterprises, including a large magical store on the same street. Although it was sizable, its business paled in comparison to Anthony's magical cottage. He had long harbored a desire for Anthony's establishment and had previously harassed Old George. Now, seizing this opportunity, he employed underhanded tactics to drive away customers from the magical cottage, leaving Hammerhead and Debbie unable to gather the funds to repay their debts to him. Today, Bauska had come to confront them, intending to evict Hammerhead and Debbie and lay claim to the magical cottage. When Hammerhead attempted to intervene, he was pushed to the ground, striking his head, and thus his life came to an end. Hammerhead, who had followed the path of magic, had a frail physique, and his life was extinguished, leaving Yichue to occupy his body for reasons unknown. So, I am now a magician? Yichue mused, astonished as he absorbed the memories flooding his mind. In his previous life, he had been a hacker, often referred to as a magician in the digital realm, and now he had truly become a magician. Just then, the sound of metallic clashes echoed through the room. As Bauska's two henchmen had already engaged in combat with Debbie, though her frame was slight, Debbie wielded the 100-pound sword with remarkable ease, leaving Yi Chue in awe. Yet, inheriting Hammerhead's memories made him realize this was not uncommon on the continent of Agendas. Beyond magicians, there were various other professions to pursue, such as swordsmen. The category of swordsman was further divided, and although Debbie lacked talent in magic, she possessed exceptional skills as a flowing swordsman. Her dream was to become the most powerful great swordsman among the branches of swordsmen. However, presently, Debbie was merely a second-tier novice swordsman, while the two henchmen brought by Bauska were also second-tier novices. Though they were not the most formidable great swordsmen, they were still a match for Debbie, and she could hardly hold her ground against their assault. Observing the young girl struggling with her massive sword, Yi Chue could no longer remain silent. Chapter 2. Magic is code with that. Yi Chue seized the wand that had fallen to the ground and leaped to his feet. The wand traced an elegant arc through the air, aiming at one of the burly men. He bellowed, "Lightning." The basic attack spell, Lightning. Hammerhead, the original owner of this body, was merely a second-tier novice magician, capable of casting only simple spells. Due to his gentle nature, he preferred practical spells like gentle breeze, dust removal, and fire starting, and was unaccustomed to attack spells. Thus, as Yi Chue shouted lightning and swung the wand, he felt confident he could invoke the spell based on the memories inherited from Hammerhead. Yet the result was, a few sparks sputtered from the wand, and nothing more occurred. "What the hell?" Yi Chue exclaimed, stunned. Everyone in the room stared at him, wide-eyed. Debbie's face flickered with joy, clearly relieved that Yi Chue had awakened. But she quickly waved her hand emphatically. "Hammerhead, you need to get to safety. Why display bravado when you can't even fight? Leave this to me. Don't let that kid escape. Quinn, go capture him." Bauska shouted immediately. "We are here in accordance with the contract to expel them. Their insolence warrants no legal repercussions, even if it leads to bloodshed." Quinn, one of the burly men, approached Yi Chue with a sinister grin. Seeing this, Debbie gasped in alarm and swung her great sword at Quinn. But the other henchman intercepted her. In a panic, she yelled at Yi Chue, "Hammerhead, hurry and hide." Yi Chue, however, remained rooted in place, staring blankly at the wand in his hand. Just moments ago, he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Magic, in essence, was the utilization of one's mental and magical energies to construct a magical template in the mind, which would then crystallize into a magical matrix when invoked through a wand or other magical implements. The effects of these magical matrices varied based on their composition, drawing upon the natural magical elements to manifest diverse magical effects. For instance, to cast the spell, lightning, a magician must first develop a template for it within their mind. Then activate the template with magic power, forming the magical matrix for lightning and channeling it into the wand. The wand would then absorb lightning elements from the air to produce a lightning attack. It bore a striking resemblance to programming and executing in application software, didn't it? The reason Yi Chue was unable to unleash the lightning spell was due to Chue Tu's unfamiliarity with it. Although he had constructed a magical template for the spell in his mind, there were issues with this template. Out of 10 attempts to release it, at least 9 failed to absorb the elemental energy of lightning. What perplexed Yi Chue was that this magical template served as the foundation for casting spells, fundamentally composed of 32 magical symbols, that a mage must thoroughly comprehend these 32 symbols to construct an effective magical template for spellcasting. Previously, as a second-tier mage, Chue Tu had mastered the first 5 of these symbols, allowing him to combine them into various simple spell templates. Yi Chue inherited Chue Tu's memories and, consequently, his understanding of these 5 magical symbols. From Yi Chue's perspective, what we refer to as magic can be entirely viewed as programming created using these 32 magical symbols. The magical template is akin to a program, and casting a spell is merely activating this program. Most importantly, the capabilities afforded by these magical symbols far exceed those of programming languages. While programming languages can achieve various functions, all are fundamentally reliant on computers and networks. In contrast, the functions of magic are grounded in the entirety of the earth, affecting all things within it. Magic is infinitely more enthralling than mere programming. At this moment, Yi Chue felt a sudden surge of excitement. In his past life, he had dealt with programming and ultimately reached the pinnacle of the hacking domain. And now, in this world, magic could be utilized as if it were a program. This world is simply tailored for me. Here, I shall be omnipotent, I. Just as Yi was lost in his exhilaration, he abruptly found himself lifted off the ground. Quinn had seized him by the collar, effortlessly raising him a foot off the ground with his immense strength. Quinn's rugged and brutish face bore a cruel smirk as he taunted. "Ha! Magician, it seems your magic is rather ineffective. Damn it." Yi felt an icy chill emanating from Quinn. Meanwhile, Debbie was shouting and attempting to rush over to save him, but another swordsman had firmly entangled her. Yi was left to rely on himself. He weakly waved his wand, trying to activate the lightning spell once more, but after 3 consecutive attempts, his wand produced only a few sparks. With no hint of lightning in sight, Quinn, clearly losing patience, raised the long sword held in his other hand. Where did it go wrong? The magical template. There must be an error within the magical template. With death looming, Yi could only place his hopes entirely on magic. The failure to effectively cast an attack spell indicated a flaw in the magical template. A magical template is a collection of magical symbols inscribed in a mage's memory, and imprinting this template requires mental strength. Only with mental fortitude can one engrave magical symbols into their memory. Therefore, mental strength is the most fundamental criterion for assessing a mage. Yi was capable of retrieving his magical template. The template for the basic attack spell, Lightning, was quite simple, requiring only 5 foundational magical symbols and comprising merely a few lines. Yi quickly reviewed the template he had inscribed. Having inherited Chue-Tu's memories, he was already well versed in these 5 fundamental magical symbols, and he comprehended the meaning of each line within the template. As a peak hacker, identifying errors in lines of code was a trivial task. Although magic was not directly comparable to the programming languages he had learned, Chue-Tu's understanding of those 5 fundamental symbols, combined with Yi Chue's extensive programming experience, granted him an almost innate intuition for the structure of the magical template. Here, this magical symbol is incorrect. It causes the absorbed lightning elements to accumulate redundantly, disrupting the release node of the lightning, which is why the spell cannot be cast successfully. Simply correcting this magical symbol will rectify the entire spell. If we were to liken a mage to a programmer, then a basic spell is akin to a simple program that a programmer practices in their early days. Yet, from Yi Chue's perspective as a peak hacker, understanding the errors within this basic spell was swift and straightforward. Chue-Tu. Debbie's heart-wrenching scream jolted Yi Chue back to reality. Quinn's longsword was already aimed at his chest, and the cruel grin on his face signified his intentions. In this moment of crisis, Yi Chue wore a faint smile as he once again struggled to point his wand at Quinn's chest. Lightning. A flash of white lightning burst forth from the tip of his wand. Striking Quinn squarely in the chest, a pained scream erupted from Quinn as his massive form was propelled backward, crashing into a nearby shelf with a resounding crash. The young man clad in a black robe landed gracefully on the ground, nonchalantly flicking his wand, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sensation. Wow, that was simply incredibly cool. Chapter 3. The little girl wielding a great sword. Quinn was struck by Yi Chue's lightning spell and crashed into a nearby shelf, which collapsed under the impact, sending various trinkets tumbling to the ground with a cacophony. His longsword was knocked away, embedding itself into the adjacent wall, while Quinn lay among the debris, groaning. The soft fabric of his armor was charred, emitting wisps of smoke, and although he seemed to have escaped fatal injury, he was unable to rise for the time being. In Anthony's magical shop, the others were left astonished once more. Lightning is the most basic of spells, possessing limited destructive power, yet Yi Chue had managed to send the second-tier novice swordsman Quinn flying. This could only indicate that Yi Chue had achieved a complete mastery of the lightning spell. Only by ensuring that the magical template was flawless could the full power of a spell be unleashed. This is common knowledge. Yet, Yi Chue had just been unable to cast lightning. An accident. It must be an accident. Boss Buska, after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly reacted, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Chue and shouting, "He merely cast that spell by chance. I've conducted my investigations. This kid might be a mage, but he's utterly inept at offensive spells. Lock, hurry and attack him. He won't be able to cast spells again." Lightning. Yi Chue aimed his wand at Buska and waved it gently. A flash of silver-white lightning surged towards Buska, and Yi Chue held nothing back, feeling an indescribable loathing for this greedy little man and wishing to teach him a lesson. However, as the lightning approached Buska, a wall of light, resembling glass, suddenly appeared before him. And with a crack, that light wall shattered into fragments, Simultaneously, Buska's crystal pendant, worn around his neck, also splintered. Clearly, some form of defensive item on Buska had been triggered, deflecting Yichue's attack. Nevertheless, some of the electric energy still coursed through Buska, causing his red curls to frizz wildly, and leaving several charred patches on his face as he cried out in pain that he wore a look of fear, exclaiming, Your attack can actually shatter the Crystal Guardian Talisman I purchased for 30 silver coins. And you can release this spell with such proficiency. Yichue's body swayed imperceptibly as he frowned, then shifted his gaze from Buska to the imposing man, now identified as Locke, who stood facing Debbie with his long sword drawn. Upon meeting Yichue's gaze, Locke's body trembled, and he instinctively raised his sword to shield himself, his face a mask of terror. As a swordsman, I shall never fear your magic. Before you speak, please refrain from trembling, Yichue retorted coldly, gesturing toward the groaning Quinn on the ground. I'll give you a choice. Take your companion and scram, or hey. Seeing that Yichue did not wish to engage in battle, Locke felt a surge of relief. Yichue was a second-tier mage. Locke was also a second-tier swordsman. Although their professional levels were the same, the mage's offensive capabilities were incredibly diverse, particularly with the ability to cast spells from a distance. Mastery of just a few offensive spells often rendered mages nearly invincible in the early stages of their professions. Locke, merely a rookie second-tier swordsman, had previously felt unafraid of Yichue, knowing he had not yet mastered any offensive spells and only understood harmless, everyday magic. However, now that he realized Yichue had fully mastered the lightning spell, he found himself defenseless against such attacks. Locke cautiously observed Yichue and Debbie while helping the half-paralyzed Quinn to his feet. He then glanced over at Buska, who appeared rather comical at that moment, with disheveled hair and a face smeared with soot. Buska glared at Yichue, his voice cold as he declared, I will not let this go. My son is returning from the Lord's mansion in 3 days. He is a 4th-tier intermediate swordsman. When the time comes, I will have him come and flatten your magical shop. Do you believe I won't zap you right now? Yichue scoffed, waving his wand dismissively at Buska. Startled, Buska hastily fled the shop, followed closely by Locke, who was assisting Quinn. Debbie, filled with indignation, brandished her colossal sword, ready to pursue. Hammerhead, don't let them escape. I still have a secret move to unleash, watch my great. Wait a moment, Yichue urgently grasped Debbie's shoulder. Let's let this slide for now. No way, I cannot swallow this humiliation. Debbie declared fiercely, lifting the sword that towered above her frame. A faint, weary smile appeared on Yichue's face as he leaned and fell. Casting spells really drains a lot of magical energy. Given Yichue's current state, he could only fully cast 2 lightning spells. After that, he would deplete all his magical energy. The reason he had not pressed the advantage against Buska earlier was that he realized he was nearing his limit and could faint at any moment. Normally, Yichue could cast 3 lightning spells without succumbing to unconsciousness. However, as he was still acclimating to this body, and after previously failing to cast spells 4 times, he had already exhausted his mental energy. Leading to his current state of faintness in his moment of unconsciousness, he used the last vestiges of his consciousness to unreservedly lean towards the sword-wielding girl, Debbie. Even in fainting, he wished to collapse onto her. That was his final thought. Alas, what a pity it's a washboard. When he regained consciousness, Yichue found himself lying on a bed, his head still slightly throbbing, but the dizziness caused by his depleted mental energy had vanished. He stared blankly at the wooden ceiling, reminiscing about the bizarre events that had transpired as a hacker. He had unexpectedly perished and been reborn in this world as Hammerhead, becoming a renowned magician, and gaining a young apprentice wielding a giant sword. How he wished this were merely a dream. However, upon turning his head and seeing Debbie, who was dozing beside his sickbed, he realized this was no dream. It was all quite real. It seemed that after he had fainted from exhausting his mental energy, Debbie had carried him to bed. Given her prowess with that enormous sword, he had no doubt about the truth of this event. Cautiously, he sat up in bed, inadvertently awakening the sleeping Debbie. Hammerhead, you're awake? Debbie exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she rubbed her eyes to be fair. If this little girl weren't holding a sword larger than herself, she would appear quite lovely and charming, indeed quite adorable. Yes, my mental energy has fully recovered, Yichue replied with a smile. Are you feeling all right? Debbie continued to inquire with concern. Why Yichue smiled back, saying, Indeed, I am completely recovered. Do you need to rest a bit more? Debbie asked, still concerned. No, I am fully restored, Yichui assured her, thinking how sweet it was for his little apprentice to care for him. Just as he was basking in this warm feeling, he noticed Debbie taking a deep breath, her face radiant as she declared, "Since you're completely fine, why are you still lying there? Hurry up and make lunch. I'm about to starve." Yichui, Chapter 4. Your task is to live well. This slab is engraved with several simple magical symbols, forming a basic magical matrix that can absorb fire elements from the air to create flames. How marvelous! Yichui marveled as he observed the red flames dancing in the stove within the kitchen. While it was called a stove, it was essentially a stone slab placed on a platform, etched with rows of magical symbols. These symbols formed a rudimentary magical matrix akin to a program, continuously drawing in fire elements from the air. Of course, the magical matrix could not be utilized just by engraving it. It required activation through magical energy. Magical energy is a crucial element for becoming a magician. It's a wondrous energy that, according to Yichui's understanding, if the slab with the magical matrix were a machine, then the magical matrix would be the program or circuit board, and magical energy would be the electricity. Only when powered would the machine operate. On the side of the stove slab was a small blue crystal, whose contained magical energy could sustain the flames for several months. By controlling the output of magical energy, one could regulate the size of the flame, making it as convenient as an induction cooker. Magical energy is a peculiar force that can be generated within each individual, varying in quantity based on one's physique. Depending on the chosen profession, it is referred to by different names. Magicians call it magical energy, swordsmen refer to it as sword chi, devotees call it the power of faith, while knights term it as their oath. The people of this world have also discovered various crystals from which they can draw the magical energy contained within. The application of magic in this world has become quite commonplace. Nearly all daily utensils are magically powered. No wonder this is a magic-dominated realm. Yichui's gaze shifted from the stove to other kitchen utensils. The ceiling lamp was constructed using a flame matrix combined with glass elements, while a nearby apparatus utilized a wind matrix to generate a gentle breeze, functioning like an electric fan. There was even a simple food storage box that relied on a refrigeration matrix to keep its contents cold. Entirely akin to a refrigerator, Anthony's magical shop primarily sold these magical household items. Yichui was filled with awe and found it fascinating, as he discovered that by examining the magical matrices of these items, he could apply his programming knowledge to comprehend the 32 magical symbols, albeit limited to simple magical matrices. This was thanks to Yichui's unparalleled hacking experience, which endowed him with a powerful, almost instinctive ability to decipher various strings. I never expected my hacking skills could be applied to magic. Gazing at the array of wondrous devices in the kitchen, Yichui couldn't help but express his amazement, his face lighting up with anticipation. According to Hammerhead's memories, more profound spells in this world are programmed by combining those 32 magical symbols. The difference is that simple spells have shorter magical templates, while advanced spells have more complex matrices. A crucial measure of a magician's level is the depth of their mental energy. The higher the mental energy, the more complex magical templates one can retain in memory and unleash powerful spells. The lightning spell Yichui had previously used required only 12 lines of magical symbols. However, the highest level magical templates were said to demand thousands, if not millions, of lines of symbols. Such spells wield immense destructive power, not to mention the quantity of magical energy required. Memorizing such an extensive array of symbols is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Only a magician's innate powerful mental energy can bear such a burden. Moreover, these magical symbols are even more profound and inscrutable than the programming languages I learned in my past life. Programming these magical symbols can yield countless wondrous effects. Yichui pondered deeply, his eyes growing brighter with excitement. He had developed a strong interest in this magical world. Of course, the immediate priority for Yichui was to enhance his own abilities. He was merely a second-tier magician. The ranks of magicians can be roughly categorized as junior, intermediate, and senior magicians, with the first tier spanning levels 1 to 3, the second tier encompassing levels 4 to 6, and levels 7 to 9 being considered senior. However, reaching the senior magician level does not signify the pinnacle of a magician's journey. In fact, it could be said that this stage is merely the beginning. At this point, magicians must delve into their specialized fields, researching even more profound magical elements. It is said that above specialized fields lie even higher sacred realms. Yet, these matters are not what Yichui needs to concern himself with for now. In the town of Stan, where Yichui resided, the highest level magician was merely at the 7th tier. Even in the Matting Empire, to which Stan belonged, there were only 8 specialized magicians above the 9th tier. While Yichui experienced the marvels of the magical world, He cooked a pot of noodles using the magical stove. Once the noodles were ready, he stepped outside to call Debbie for lunch, only to find her in the yard, vigorously practicing her swordplay with that enormous sword, which was even larger and heavier than her own body. As the giant sword swung, it created an illusion that she might be flung away at any moment. Yet this petite figure stood firm as a mountain, leaving onlookers in the continent of agendas. Individuals could choose from 4 professions: magician, swordsman, devotee, and knight. Among them, becoming a magician requires immense mental energy and magical power. Due to these stringent conditions, even in a magic-dominated world, those who can become magicians are exceedingly rare. The requirements for the other 3 professions are relatively lenient. For instance, the sole requirement to become a swordsman is the ability to unleash the sword chi within one's body, previously mentioned. Almost everyone possesses this energy, akin to magical energy, though its manifestation varies based on individual physique. Debbie's sword chi is particularly inclined towards strength, making her best suited for the path of the giant swordsman. Her ability to wield that sword, which outweighed her, stems from her sword chi. "Debbie, take a break. It's time for lunch," Yichue called out. The little girl ended her sword-swinging motion, casually leaning the enormous blade against the magical water pump beside the well in the yard. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she entered the kitchen and served herself a large bowl of noodles, devouring them ravenously. Observing the giant sword propped against the well, Yichue felt a surge of curiosity and approached it, eager to test whether he could lift it. However, it soon became evident that this formidable man was utterly incapable of moving the weapon. Ultimately, he had to concede defeat, reassuring himself that a true man relies on wisdom in battle, not mere strength. Glancing at Debbie, who was hunched over the dining table, immersed in her meal, Yichue turned his gaze toward the side gate of the yard. Having been reborn into this world, he was still oblivious to what lay beyond. Perhaps this was a chance to venture outside and explore. With this thought in mind, Yichue resolved to step out into the yard. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of him, and Debbie's slender form blocked his path, a noodle dangling from her lips. Fixing her gaze on Yichue, she exclaimed, "Hammerhead, where do you think you're going?" After speaking, she slurped the noodle into her mouth. "I'm just going for a walk." "Absolutely not." Debbie placed her hands on her hips. "Buska is ruthless and utterly shameless. You just used magic to scare him off this morning. If he spots you outside, he might sneak attack you. From now on, you are not allowed to leave. Come on, I can already cast offensive spells. Why should I fear him?" Yichue replied, somewhat exasperated. "You know your offensive spells are hit or miss, don't you?" Debbie shot him a disparaging look. "This morning was purely luck. If you encounter him again, you might not be so fortunate. So, stay here. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry. If he dares to come back in 3 days, I will teach him a lesson. Today, I held back because I was afraid of knocking over the shop's items. But if they return, I won't hold back. Can I do something to help?" Yichue felt he should be able to assist. "You can." Debbie nodded affirmatively. "What is it?" Yichue asked, intrigued. "Just stay alive," Debbie replied earnestly. Then, in a gesture of reassurance, she patted Yichue on the shoulder, clearly unconvinced that he was capable of wielding the lightning spell at will. Although Yichue was 2 years older than Debbie, his frail constitution as a wizard meant that she naturally assumed the role of protector in their daily lives. In truth, Yichue seemed to genuinely require her care. Wizards may be powerful, but their weakness in physique and limited spellcasting frequency were significant drawbacks. "All right, I will stay alive these next few days," Yichue conceded, but inwardly mused. Buska has threatened to return in 3 days. While Debbie is confident, relying solely on her will not suffice. Should I prepare for something in the meantime? Chapter 5. No nonsense. Let us fight first. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Buska had his coachman ready his carriage early. After traversing 2 blocks, they arrived at Stardust Avenue, the most important thoroughfare in Stan City. The Lord's Manor was situated along this avenue, which prohibited ordinary carriages. Only those belonging to the nobility could traverse it freely. Stardust Avenue was the most vibrant area in all of Stan City, and Buska instructed the coachman to halt at the street's end. Standing on tiptoe, he surveyed the imposing buildings and diverse shops lining the street, feeling a profound sense of envy. "When will I, Buska, have a house of my own here? My son, Carrie, is now a guard at the Lord's Manor and a 4th-tier swordsman. With his talent, his future is boundless. He could even become a 7th-tier swordsman. At that point, according to Stan City's laws, He would be entitled to a noble title, and establishing a household here would no longer be an impossibility. As the gentle morning breeze wafted by, Buska indulged in his daydreams. His thoughts soon turned to Anthony's magic shop, and he scoffed disdainfully. What does that little shop matter? My son works at the Lord's Manor. And today he's off duty. I have the transfer contract written by that little girl, Debbie. Even if I were to demolish his magic shop, I wouldn't face any legal repercussions. Let us see how they handle this today. Just then, Buska spotted a tall figure approaching along Stardust Avenue, clad in black iron armor embossed with magical runes. That it was none other than his son, Carrie. This black iron armor was standard attire for guards at the Lord's Manor. Adorned with defensive spells inscribed by a wizard, such armor would fetch no less than several dozen silver coins on the market, assuming one could even find it for sale. Carrie, Buska called out with a beaming smile. Father, Carrie. A robust 20-year-old man with a somewhat fierce demeanor approached Buska with a puzzled expression. What brings you here? Is something wrong? Hop in. We can talk in the carriage. Buska ushered his son into the carriage and instructed the coachman to head back, directing them straight towards Anthony's magic shop. Inside the carriage, Buska recounted the events of the past few days, concluding with, Locke and Quinn, those two fools, couldn't even handle those two kids and ended up injured by that useless wizard. So now, it's up to you, Carrie. Teach them a good lesson. We have the contract, so even if we destroy his shop, it won't matter. Dealing with those two brats will be a piece of cake, Carrie sneered. Then added with curiosity, but I thought that wizard kid was only a second-tier mage. I heard he wasn't very interested in offensive spells, just some practical ones. How could he have injured Quinn? Humph. I only realized afterwards that it was pure luck that allowed that kid to cast an offensive spell. Why 30 silver coins spent on that crystal protection talisman were wasted. Buska fumed. I see. Then this should be easy. Carrie's expression turned sinister. For me, a fourth-tier swordsman, this is a trivial matter. Just watch how I deal with them. Meanwhile, outside Anthony's magic shop, Debbie sat solemnly on the steps. Her adorable face bore an expression of unwavering determination. Clad in simple armor, a birthday gift from old George on her 14th birthday, though its defensive capabilities were minimal and, in Yuchue's eyes, resembled a mere cosplay prop, Debbie had now turned 15. And her physique had matured. The armor, no longer quite fitting, accentuated her slender figure, while the oversized sword beside her only served to emphasize her petite stature. The entire scene struck Yuchue as exceedingly incongruous. Debbie's vigilant stance drew the surprised gazes of passers-by, who paused to observe that while Yuchue approached, a bag in hand, brow furrowed with apprehension regarding the impending confrontation, that he leaned closer to Debbie, whispering, Can't we think of another way to resolve this? Perhaps we could discuss things with the Lord's Manor? We're just a small shop. The Lord's Manor wouldn't concern themselves with our fate. Moreover, Debbie bit her lip. According to the law, the magic shop now belongs to Buska. Even if the Lord's Manor were to intervene, they would side with him unless we can nullify that contract. As she spoke, Debbie turned to Yuchue, her eyes filled with deep concern. Hammerhead, the wind is strong outside. You should go back inside. Yuchue replied. Surely he wasn't so frail that he couldn't withstand the wind. Shaking his head, he stepped outside the shop, only to be met with a gust that made him sneeze involuntarily, leaving him speechless. His condition truly seemed to be at its weakest. It appeared he needed to start exercising seriously. Rubbing his nose, he sat beside the sword-wielding girl and smiled. This magic shop belongs to both of us. When faced with danger, we should confront it together. A flicker of warmth crossed Debbie's previously stern face, followed by a hint of confusion. Hammerhead, why do I feel like you've changed a bit recently? You used to cower and hide behind me at the slightest issue, but now you seem to have developed a sense of masculinity. Hearing Debbie's words, Yuchue broke into a sweat. He thought that standing beside this formidable swordswoman, it would be quite a challenge to reclaim his masculinity. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, The owner has passed away, and he entrusted you to me before he left. As a man, I can't let you take care of everything. There are some responsibilities I must shoulder. After all, you're my fiancée, so don't forget old George's wishes. Pa, who wants to be your fiancée? Debbie's face flushed as she hurriedly exclaimed. Suddenly, she caught sight of a carriage hurtling towards them. Her brows furrowing, with one hand gripping the hilt of her colossal sword, she hefted the 100-pound blade with determination. They're coming. Hammerhead, stay behind me and be cautious. Rest assured, the greatsword warrior is the mightiest among all swordsmen. Even against a fourth-tier swordsman, I can still fight. Observing the resolute expression on the young girl's face, Yuchue shook his head. The old Hammerhead might have hidden behind Debbie, but Yuchue was a man. and men ought to take action in such moments. The carriage of Buska had come to a halt before the small shop. The door swung open, and Carrie, clad in black armor, leaped down, upon seeing Yi Chue and Debbie standing ready. An expression of utter disdain crossed Carrie's face as he looked down upon them. "You overestimate yourselves. Debbie, my little sister, let me ask you one last time," Buska declared, clambering out of the carriage. However, his considerable bulk caused him to stumble slightly. Nearly losing his balance, bracing himself against the carriage, he continued, "Yield the magic shop to me, and I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, my son's sword will show no mercy." With a swift motion, Debbie raised her slender arm, swinging the great sword and pointing its tip at Carrie. "Enough with the chatter. Let's fight first." Chapter 6. The Great Sword Girl's Ultimate Move, the Spinning Top. Humph, such arrogance. Carrie sneered upon witnessing the diminutive figure of Debbie brandishing the massive sword at him. Insisting on a fight first, Buska merely chuckled coldly. "My son is not like those fools Quinn and Locke. He is a mid-tier swordsman. Little Debbie, you won't even last a single exchange against him. Whether I can endure or not is something you should ask about my great sword," Debbie proclaimed fiercely. The onlookers finally grasped the situation. Buska harbored sinister intentions towards Anthony's magic shop, a fact that had long been known among the local residents. It appeared that following old George's demise, Buska was finally taking action, and now he had even brought his son along. Buska is truly despicable, bullying a young girl. But doesn't Anthony have a magic apprentice? That hammerhead, clumsy as a fool. I hear he only knows a few spells like dust removal and gentle breeze. What good will he do now? Buska is going too far. Doesn't the lord of the city care? How could they? I heard that in order to pay for old George's medical treatment and funeral, Debbie borrowed 5 silver coins from Buska and used the magic shop as collateral if she fails to repay by the due date. The magic shop will belong to Buska. Humph. Buska stationed people outside the magic shop to drive away customers, intending for Debbie to default on her debt and thus claim the shop for himself. How utterly shameless. With a contract binding her, Buska's seizure of the magic shop is legally sound. Even the Lord's office likely lacks the authority to intervene. How infuriating if Buska takes over the magic shop. I swear I'll walk 2 extra blocks to avoid his store. The crowd murmured among themselves, but as mere ordinary citizens, they had no means to intervene. With Buska having summoned his 4th-tier swordsman's son, they felt powerless to assist. Moreover, conflicts between swordsmen and mages were quite common, and casualties were inevitable. As long as the reason for the clash was sufficient, even the Lord had no right to interfere. Amidst the discussions, Buska coldly instructed Carrie, who then swiftly drew his sword from his waist. Swordsmen wield various types of swords, including short swords, long swords, thin swords, medium swords, great swords, and colossal swords. Upon reaching advanced swordsman status, they would specialize into different classes. For instance, Debbie, who used a great sword, would become a greatsword warrior. Carrie's long sword was no ordinary weapon, its blade glimmering silver and honed to a razor's edge. Exuding a chilling aura, both the sword and Carrie's armor were standard equipment for the Lord's guards. With a cruel smile, Carrie aimed his long sword at Debbie. "Come on, little girl, let's have some fun. This is my first time battling a greatsword wielder." Humph. Debbie scoffed, her small frame charging towards Carrie with the greatsword raised. Clang. The greatsword clashed with the long sword, sparks flying as the sound echoed. Debbie stumbled back a few steps, while Carrie remained unperturbed, pressing the attack. Debbie hurriedly attempted to block with her greatsword, but was forced to retreat once more. Carrie's long sword struck with astonishing speed, leaving Debbie scrambling to defend herself, unable to find an opening for a counterattack. The advantage of the greatsword lies in its tremendous inertia during swings, granting greatsword warriors unparalleled destructive power. However, its limitation was mobility, making defense challenging. In contrast, the long sword was agile and swift, rendering it difficult to defend against. Yi Chue, witnessing Debbie being forced back by Carrie after just a brief exchange, couldn't help but feel anxious. He reached into the bag he was holding, preparing to toss a few scrolls at Debbie should she find herself in peril. "Carrie, don't hold back. Take her down quickly," Buska bellowed, his face flushed with excitement. Yi Chue quickly added, "Debbie, if it's too much, just step aside. Let me take over. The movements of a 4th-tier swordsman are too swift. Your spells won't reach him." In this moment, the greatsword girl still had the presence of mind to criticize Yi Chue. She suddenly retreated sharply, landing on the steps of the magic shop, eyeing Carrie as he advanced while she said to Yi Chue, don't worry. I have a secret move. A secret move? Yichue was taken aback. What secret move? When Buska came last time, I was afraid of damaging anything in the shop, so I held back. But now, in the street, I have no need for caution. Debbie declared confidently, breathing heavily as she gripped the hilt of her great sword, inhaling deeply. Behold my ultimate move, the spinning top. Yichue exclaimed, the what? In the midst of his confusion, Debbie began to spin rapidly while gripping the great sword with both hands, creating a whirlwind of blade around her, transforming herself into a spinning top adorned with razor-sharp edges. Yichue's eyes widened, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. So this is what the spinning top move is, but it seems to be somewhat effective. Carrie's previously dominant assault faltered. His attempts to strike at the spinning greatsword warrior met with failure as his long sword was deflected with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. The onlookers recoiled in shock, fearing they might be caught in the chaos. Carrie began to retreat, the casual demeanor on his face replaced by a hint of apprehension as he realized he was at a loss against Debbie's spinning top technique. Watching this unfold, Yichue recalled the days he spent observing Debbie practicing her swordplay in the backyard while engraving scrolls. Most of the time, she had been seen spinning around with the greatsword. At the time, he found it peculiar, but now he understood. Debbie had been intentionally honing her technique, leveraging the centrifugal force to maximize the effectiveness of her greatsword while compensating for its inherent sluggishness. The spinning maneuver created an impenetrable defense and offense, and most importantly, it required minimal energy due to the use of centrifugal force, truly a perfect move. It seems I won't even need to use the scrolls I prepared. Yichue sighed in relief as he recognized that the greatsword girl's spinning top move rendered her nearly invincible. Carrie, hurry up and attack. Don't just stand there. Buska shouted anxiously from beside the carriage. Carrie, however, appeared helpless. How am I supposed to attack like this? Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, charging in recklessly, intent on defeating her with speed that in a mere instant. He thrust 3 times towards Debbie. Yet, with 3 resounding clangs, each strike was deflected by the greatsword. More critically, the spinning greatsword girl moved with surprising swiftness. The moment she deflected Carrie's long sword, she surged forward, closing the distance between them. Zzz. The blade of the greatsword sliced effortlessly against Carrie's armor. The magical runes inscribed upon the armor flared to life, activating its defensive capabilities and mitigating the damage. Still, a brilliant flash erupted from the armor as it struggled to withstand the force of the blow. The tremendous impact sent Carrie hurtling backward, crashing heavily into Buska's carriage, which collapsed with a resounding crash. The coachman, who had been watching the spectacle from atop the carriage, leaped aside with a cry. While the startled horses bolted away in terror, in an astonishing turn of events, the second-tier swordsman Debbie had managed to defeat the fourth-tier swordsman Carrie. Having come to a halt, the once whirling Debbie now steadied herself with the greatsword planted on the ground. Her face slightly flushed, panting heavily as she fixed her gaze intently on Carrie, who lay amidst the wreckage of the carriage. Debbie, he was merely knocked down, not injured. Yichue exclaimed as he rushed to Debbie's side. Having discovered something urgent. I know. Just look at my big top. Wow. As Debbie spoke, she suddenly leaned against her massive sword and began to vomit uncontrollably. To put it mildly, the noodles Yichue had cooked just yesterday at noon were now being expelled. After spinning around for a few minutes, anyone would react this way. The onlookers, all around. After a bout of retching, Debbie wiped the corner of her mouth and continued to grip her enormous sword. Watch as my big top takes him down. Perhaps you should take a break, Yichue said, patting her shoulder, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Let me handle this next. Chapter 7. Even if I have to smash him with a magic scroll, he'll be defeated. You handle it. Your attack spells are all over the place. How can you fight? Let me take over. Wow. Debbie responded, still feeling queasy. Let me handle it. How can you possibly fight in this state? Yichue replied, a hint of concern evident. It's fine. I've grown accustomed to throwing up, Debbie insisted resolutely. She noticed Carrie, who had been knocked down among the wreckage of the carriage, rising angrily to his feet, and she firmly grasped the hilt of her great sword. Preparing to unleash her special move, Yichue quickly grabbed her shoulders and pulled her behind him. You rest for now. I'll take the lead. If the situation becomes dire, you can join in. All right. Do you really think you can manage? Debbie looked at Yichue with skepticism. Have no fear. I am entirely confident. Yichue assured her that as he spoke. Carrie, filled with rage, approached them, the deep gash on his black iron armor. A result of Debbie's earlier strike was evident as he reached to touch it, his eyes almost bursting with fury. Buska, watching from the side, asked anxiously, "Carrie, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but they will not leave here alive today." Carrie's grip on his sword trembled with anger. This armor was genuine, a rarity that could only be obtained as a reward for being a city lord's guard, with no way to repair it, and now the crystalline sword had exposed itself. Yichue sensed the lethal threat and gently pushed Debbie aside. His hand slipped into the bag he carried, his eyes unwavering as he faced Carrie. "Your next opponent is me." Oh, how dashing Yichue was. "No one else matters. I haven't felt this furious in ages." Carrie growled, advancing step by step. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone could sense Carrie's suffocating rage. Instinctively, they began to sweat for Yichue. Uncertain how this young mage would deal with the enraged level 4 swordsman, they looked to Yichue, who calmly opened the bag in his hands, retrieving an object the size of a ballpoint pen. With a swift motion, he tossed it toward Carrie. Carrie instinctively reacted, reaching out to catch the object as a shadow flew towards him. He smirked. "You think you can ambush me? Not so, Fa." Boom. Yichue had thrown a fire scroll. At that instant, the scroll erupted into a burst of flames, and Carrie's words transformed into anguished cries. Although his armor offered substantial protection, it had merely left a scratch when struck by Debbie's top. However, it did not cover his arms. The flames engulfed his hand, causing him to jump and flail, his screams piercing the air until he finally extinguished the fire. "Magic scroll," Buska shouted in astonishment. The others around gasped as well. Such items were beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Some might keep one at home for safety, but this scroll was worth 50 copper coins, and one anticipated that Yichue would use a magic scroll to attack Carrie, finally dousing the flames. Carrie's hand was now swollen and charred, covered in blisters, a gruesome sight. His face contorted in indescribable rage as he shouted at Yichue, "You dare use a magic scroll?" "No one said I couldn't," Yichue replied, relieved that his scroll could harm Carrie. A triumphant smile spreading across his face. 3 days earlier. "So this is a magic scroll. The process seems quite simple." In front of Anthony's magic workshop table, Yichue meticulously followed the scroll-making template, carefully inscribing magical symbols with a quill on the parchment. The ink, treated with special properties, contained magic, allowing the symbols to unleash spells with just a simple activation. This parchment was known as a magic scroll. Yichue had no intention of relying solely on Debbie when Buska stormed in with fury. He needed to take action. After some contemplation, he placed his hopes on the magic scrolls. The essence of a magic scroll lies in inscribing a magical matrix with enchanted ink, requiring far more symbols than a corresponding spell. For instance, casting lightning requires 30 lines of magical characters, while a comparable lightning magic scroll demands over 100 lines. This process is intricate and prone to errors, as a single mistake could render the entire parchment useless. Once completed, a magic scroll is no larger than a ballpoint pen. This is merely the simplest level of scroll. With modest power. In the past, it would take at least 2 hours to create one. The parchment used for crafting the scrolls isn't inexpensive. Even at wholesale prices, it costs 5 copper coins per sheet. Thus, Old George had emphasized the necessity of utmost caution and concentration when inscribing magic scrolls. However, Yichue quickly realized that such concerns were trivial for him. In his previous life, he had often typed thousands of lines of code for viruses, honing his focus to perfection. Not to mention, his current mental and magical prowess, coupled with his precision in handling magical symbols, likely surpassed even the most esteemed magicians in this world. Thanks to this talent, he completed the scroll in under 20 minutes. I wonder how powerful this scroll is. Yichue wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced toward the workshop's backyard, where the great, sword-wielding girl, Debbie, continued her practice. Blissfully unaware of his activities, he then closed the scroll in his hand before tearing it open with a flourish. Its magical runes designed like fuses activated upon opening. Yichue tossed the scroll onto the floor in the center of the workshop. It was a fire magic scroll. Boom. A burst of milky white flames erupted from the scroll, sparks flying everywhere, showcasing considerable power. At this moment, the magic workshop was closed for business, the door tightly shut, so there was no fear of prying eyes. Yichue nodded in satisfaction. It seems quite powerful. This fire scroll could indeed fetch 50 copper coins, proving its worth. In this world, currency is measured in copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. where 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. The cost to create a magic scroll is only 7 or 8 copper coins, yet it can be sold for 50. The profit is substantial. Unfortunately, ordinary families rarely need magic scrolls. Only mercenaries and adventurers find them useful. Thus, Anthony's magic workshop doesn't keep a large stock of these scrolls. Magic scrolls serve as portable spells. I can craft a magic scroll in 20 minutes. And the mental strain isn't too taxing. With ample materials at the workshop, I should be able to produce quite a few in 3 days. Yi Chue nodded in satisfaction and picked up another piece of parchment. Dipping his quill into the magical ink, and resumed his inscription that Anthony's magic workshop offers 5 types of magic scrolls: fire scrolls, dust scrolls, lightning scrolls, wind scrolls, and water scrolls that Yi Chue planned to produce a few dozen of each type. Preparing for a real showdown against Buska, aiming not for a lethal strike, but to crush his opponent with these scrolls. Chapter 8. Is he really going to use the scrolls as bricks? Scrolls are precious items, especially for commoners. While Buska is a wealthy figure on this street, when it comes to status, he remains a commoner, merely a bit better off than the average citizen. This status hardly affords him or his son the luxury of casually employing 50 copper coin magic scrolls in battle. Such items are reserved for emergencies. In formal combat, like this scenario, the efficacy of magic scrolls is limited. It is illogical for commoners to utilize them in such conflicts. Thus, witnessing Yi Chue throw a fire scroll at Carrie, which evidently harmed him, Buska felt no concern. Carrie, too, was unfazed. Let us see how many scrolls you can produce. Carrie taunted, wielding his sword in his other hand. Feel free to unleash as many scrolls as you like. All right, Yi Chue appeared to be rather affable. And upon your insistence, I shall acquiesce to your request. He promptly retrieved a scroll from his bag, the sound of tearing echoing as he casually tossed it towards Carrie. Without pause, he produced another scroll. And then yet another. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chue had hurled 5 scrolls. Among them were 2 flame scrolls, 2 lightning scrolls, and 1 dust scroll. The lightning scrolls, akin to the flame scrolls, unleashed arcs of electricity to assault nearby foes upon activation, their potency comparable to the basic attack spell, lightning. The dust scroll, on the other hand, served to confound adversaries, releasing a cloud of dust that obscured vision upon activation. The magical scrolls available at Anthony's magic shop included 5 varieties, with only the flame and lightning scrolls possessing formidable offensive capabilities. The others were primarily supportive in nature. Consequently, most of the magical scrolls Yi Chue crafted were predominantly flame and lightning scrolls. As these scrolls were hurled towards Carrie, flames and lightning erupted, accompanied by a swirling cloud of dust that obscured the surroundings, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The act of discarding 6 scrolls amounted to a value of 3 silver coins. 3 silver coins indeed. Carrie, now wary, managed to evade the scrolls, though his movements were decidedly clumsy. Buska, observing his son emerge from the dust enshrouded in grime, shouted, "Carrie, those scrolls are of considerable worth. He cannot possess many. Attack him swiftly." Upon hearing his father's words, Carrie brandished his sword, gritting his teeth as he charged at Yi Chue. Yi Chue remained composed, reaching into his bag to extract yet another scroll, employing both hands to tear it open with a swift motion. Casting it forward without a glance, he continued to retrieve more, tossing them with abandon. He could easily grasp 5 or 6 at a time, each thrown representing 3 silver coins. For an ordinary family, monthly expenses hardly exceeded 2 silver coins, making Yi Chue's casual discarding of scrolls akin to tossing money into the wind. Such reckless extravagance was unprecedented. Most notably, among the scrolls Yi Chue carelessly discarded, several had not even been activated, falling to the ground upon contact with Carrie. Was he truly using the scrolls as makeshift bricks? Was he intent on bludgeoning his opponent with wealth? The crowd fell silent, utterly astounded by Yi Chue's unabashed display of opulence. Due to Yi Chue's approach, which disregarded the value of currency, Carrie found himself unable to close the distance to Yi Chue. During this interval, he endured several burns from flames, shocks from lightning, a splash from a water scroll, and was subsequently enveloped in dust from a dust scroll, only to be further disoriented by a gust from a wind scroll. Carrie had faced numerous battles, yet he swore he had never encountered an opponent who so casually flung dozens of scrolls. Yi Chue had indeed tossed out 39 scrolls. Buska counted them diligently from the sidelines. 39 magical scrolls, each valued at 50 copper coins, amounted to nearly 20 silver coins. Finally, after discarding dozens of scrolls, Yi Chue paused, breathing heavily as he regarded the disheveled Carrie. Carrie let out a furious roar, charging at Yi Chue once more. "You must be out of scrolls now, boy. I shall end you." With that, he raised his sword high, exuding an aura of menace as though preparing for a massacre. Yet Yi Chue simply placed his bag on the ground and began to scoop out scrolls with both hands, gathering a dozen or more. This time, he did not even bother to activate them. Tossing them directly at Carrie, he continued to gather and hurl more. Around them, countless spectators were frozen in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Could scrolls be so wantonly squandered? To discard them without activation, treating them as mere bricks. Was Yi Chue's bag filled exclusively with scrolls? Although the scrolls were unactivated, Carrie dared not recklessly intercept them. Instead, he began to leap and dodge, as at least 50 more scrolls were flung his way before Yi Chue finally ceased. The scrolls littering the ground were, to many onlookers, stark representations of wealth. "Huh. I believe you are out of options now. What a fool, to hurl scrolls directly at me," Carrie gasped, fatigued from evading the scrolls, raising his sword once more in preparation to strike Yi Chue. Meanwhile, Yi Chue smirked, drawing his wand from his waist and gesturing forward as he declared, "Breeze. The domestic spell Breeze, which brings a refreshing air. When mastered, allows one to levitate light objects, and even skilled practitioners can make paper figures dance in midair." Originally wielded by the hammerhead, this spell was a curious specialty, yet it proved immensely advantageous to Yi Chue, who had fully inherited the precise control of this spell. Under Yi Chue's command, a scroll at Carrie's feet suddenly tore open, erupting in a fiery explosion. Carrie yelped as he leaped backward. Before long, the scrolls strewn across the ground began to stir and leap towards Carrie, activating as they neared him. Chapter 9. What the hell? He is going all out. The hammerhead, initially indifferent to offensive magic, had an unusual affinity for this domestic spell, which was typically used for mundane tasks or to summon a cool breeze. This was his forte. Yi Chue had previously discarded the scrolls in anticipation of utilizing the breeze spell to control them, thus attacking Carrie. This notion had struck him as a moment of inspiration. Though he had limited uses of offensive spells, he wielded breeze and dust removal with ease, allowing him to sustain attacks for an extended period. Hence, he utilized the scrolls to compensate for his limited offensive spell usage, transforming domestic spells into offensive ones. Under his control, the scrolls surged towards Carrie, activating as they approached: flames, lightning, dust, water, and wind. Thanks to Yi Chue's manipulation, he could command 4 to 5 scrolls to simultaneously assault Carrie from unconventional angles, leaving him unable to defend that a scroll unexpectedly darted towards Carrie's nether regions. How could he possibly guard against that? In Yi Chue's eyes, it was akin to playing a video game, one with a physical component. In his past life, as a peak hacker, Yi Chue was also a top-tier gamer. Previously, Carrie had been able to evade Yi Chue's thrown scrolls thanks to his impressive reflexes. But now he found himself entirely on the defensive, swinging his sword wildly yet still being struck by scrolls. His hair had been completely singed away, his face bore scorch marks, and he was utterly caked in mud, rendering his once pristine armor unrecognizable. Observing Carrie, who was now being bombarded by scrolls, the crowd was at a loss for words. They could hardly fathom that Yi Chue would employ such a method to subdue Carrie. It was sheer financial domination. During that brief period, Yi Chue had undoubtedly discarded over 100 scrolls. Over 100 scrolls represented a staggering 50 silver coins. They were not astonished that a second-tier mage like Yi Chue could suppress a fourth-tier swordsman like Carrie, but rather by Yi Chue's extravagant and wasteful assault style. The scrolls continued to activate. Soon, Carrie was enveloped in silence, obscured by the dust scrolls, only a dark silhouette visible amidst the haze. Yi Chue hurled scrolls at the shadow, flames erupting and lightning flashing intermittently. The figure remained motionless, as if lifeless. "Carrie," Buska cried out, worry etched across his face, yet he received no response. The crowd began to wonder, had Carrie truly been bested by Yi Chue? With a final explosive fire scroll igniting amidst the dust, the shadow remained unresponsive. Yi Chue, now winded and panting, kept his wand pointed towards the figure, unwilling to divert his gaze. The surroundings fell silent, save for Buska's desperate calls for Carrie. Debbie approached Yi Chue, her massive sword in hand, her astonishment palpable as she exclaimed, "Hammerhead, You defeated him using this method? This. Yiche beamed with pride, ready to dismiss her praise. When Debbie interjected, but how much did this cost? Where did you procure so many scrolls? I inscribed them over the past few days, Yiche explained. Impossible. Our shop only stocks 7 scrolls. You crafted over 100 in mere days. Debbie replied, her face a mask of incredulity. Indeed, Yiche explained somewhat dejectedly. Perhaps it's due to the looming disaster, prompting an extraordinary performance, which is why the speed has increased remarkably. Debbie fell silent, unsure if it was out of excitement, and then continued to lament. Just think of how much money could be made if so many scrolls were sold. Yiche was at a loss for words. Could the girl not focus on other aspects? Debbie's gaze turned towards the swirling dust where Carrie was, and with a hint of concern in her voice, she said, he can't possibly be dead already, can he? It's hard to say. He must have suffered considerably from that frenzied bombardment. Yiche replied hesitantly, uncertain of Carrie's condition. After a moment's thought, he aimed his wand ahead and cast Dust Off. The practical spell Dust Off served to cleanse the air of dust, revitalizing the atmosphere. As Yiche released the incantation, a gentle breeze swept through, so soft it was scarcely felt, yet the swirling dust appeared to be affected by some force, cascading down to the ground and accumulating in a layer of dirt. The view suddenly cleared, revealing Carrie, who was crouched in the middle of the path, gripping his long sword with both hands, the blade planted firmly in the ground, his stance surprisingly impressive. Could this fellow be posing dramatically before dying? Yiche couldn't help but scoff. However, Debbie's expression shifted suddenly. Oh no, I recognize that stance. It's a defensive technique that only intermediate swordsmen can learn, the guardian of the war god. Wait, he activated it. Yiche was taken aback, almost simultaneously as Yiche spoke. The previously motionless Carrie erupted into action, his dark face contorted with intense fury. He threw his head back and let out a roar, rising to his feet as faint lights flickered around him. Debbie had already lifted her massive sword. The guardian of the war god is an incredibly powerful, desperate technique, but it consumes one sword energy to activate and will also deplete the user's realm. Yet, employing this technique allows the user to enter a state akin to a war god in a very short time, drastically enhancing both strength and speed. Carrie's speed indeed surged, and in an instant, he was before Yiche and Debbie. Behold my spinning top. Debbie had already prepared while speaking with Yiche, her massive sword whirling as she charged towards Carrie. However, Carrie's longsword met hers with a resounding clang, causing Debbie, still in the process of gaining momentum, to be hurled aside, landing unceremoniously on her rear. In his war god state, Carrie's strength had multiplied. Yiche exclaimed and rushed towards Debbie, but Carrie was already upon him in an instant. Seizing Yiche by the throat and lifting him off the ground, his voice hoarse with rage, I will kill you. I will kill you. Yiche dangled helplessly, gasping for breath, his life hanging by a thread. Yet, at that moment, a faint smile broke out on Yiche's flushed face. In fact, he still had one last trick up his sleeve. He directed his wand at Carrie's armor. Carrie's armor was already battered and tattered, marred by various burns and scars from fire and lightning. Yet upon closer inspection, some peculiar black patterns adorned it. These patterns were crafted from the magical ink Yiche had discreetly concealed within his magical scrolls. Inscribed upon Carrie during the chaotic assault using the gentle breeze spell, the black ink served as the medium, and those patterns constituted a simple magical matrix, the most basic and practical, a furnace fire matrix used in magical forges. As Yiche's wand made contact with Carrie's armor, he infused it with his magical energy. The switch for the furnace fire matrix was activated. In the next moment, Carrie ignited in flames. Chapter 10. Exploiting the chaos utilizing magical ink to inscribe the furnace fire matrix upon Carrie was a clever idea that dawned on Yiche. Magical ink is a material capable of materializing magical matrices. Inscribing it onto parchment allows for the creation of scrolls. However, not just any surface can host a magical matrix, as there are strict requirements for the materials used in rune inscriptions. Fortunately, Carrie's armor was enchanted, meeting these criteria. Among the magical scrolls Yiche had released, some contained excess magical ink, encapsulated within cotton balls and wrapped in oiled paper. The practical spell Gentle Breeze that Yiche commanded allowed him to manipulate the cotton balls imbued with magical ink. And during the frenzied bombardment of Carrie with scrolls, he had already inscribed the complete furnace fire matrix onto Carrie's armor using Gentle Breeze. This matrix was simple in composition, and the completion was not particularly difficult. Of course, it would not be easy for an ordinary low-level mage to execute such a complex operation. Here Yichue felt a genuine gratitude towards the dull-witted hammerhead, as the matrix activated upon receiving Yichue's magical input. It ignited instantly. Even after Yichue withdrew his wand from Carrie's body, the flames continued to blaze, for this enchanted armor contained magical crystals capable of providing an unending source of magical energy. Moreover, Debbie's earlier strike had already breached the armor, allowing the magical energy to leak out, continuously fueling the burning of this furnace fire matrix. This situation could not have been more fortuitous. What kind of spell is this? Ah! Carrie shrieked, frantically slapping at the flames engulfing him, his panic escalating as he transformed into a living torch. If this were a fire spell, it wouldn't burn for long, yet the flames on him showed no signs of extinguishing. All onlookers were astounded. They had initially believed that Yichue and Debbie stood no chance against the war god state Carrie, only to discover that Yichue had such a scheme in mind. Was this flame perhaps the advanced spell Hellfire, an undying flame that would not cease until its target was utterly incinerated? Carrie, observing his son now a blazing figure, Buska was frantic, rushing towards Yichue. Hammerhead, what have you done? Quickly extinguish the fire on my son. Sure thing. Yichue replied amiably, still catching his breath from the earlier events. Yet, seeing his plan unfold so smoothly lifted his spirits, and he smiled at Buska, extending his hand. Buska, my good man, please bring forth that contract. Contract? What contract? Buska feigned ignorance as he watched his son dance in flames. Though your son is a fourth-tier swordsman, it seems he can hold on for only another 2 or 3 minutes at most. Yichue sneered. Buska, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and hastily produced a yellowed parchment from his pocket, tossing it into Yichue's hands. Upon opening it, Yichue found it to be a debt contract, complete with Debbie's scrawled signature, which he promptly tore apart with a satisfying rip. I've disposed of the contract. Now extinguish the flames on my son. Buska implored urgently. Not so fast. I still have accounts to settle with you. Yichue replied nonchalantly. Due to your actions, the business of Anthony's magic shop has suffered greatly, and 3 days ago, when you came looking for trouble, you broke quite a few things. Shouldn't you compensate us for our losses? You were taking advantage of the situation. Buska shouted in outrage. Yichue gestured at Carrie, still howling in agony. It seems your son can endure for perhaps another minute. Buska glared fiercely at Yichue, his eyes nearly bulging with rage, yet Carrie's cries pierced his ears, forcing him to consider compromise. How much do you want me to pay? 100 gold pieces, Yichue stated after a moment's thought. 100 gold pieces. Buska's body trembled with fury. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? What do you think I'm doing right now? Yichue chuckled, clearing his throat lightly. Time is of the essence. Buska trembled with rage. 100 gold pieces represented nearly a third of his entire worth. Yichue was indeed demanding a steep price. But observing Carrie still ablaze beside him and hearing his increasingly feeble cries, he clenched his teeth and, after a moment, produced a brass card from his pocket, tossing it into Yichue's hands. Heartache evident in his voice. This is a gold card from the Goblin Bank. This brass card represents 100 gold pieces, as you surely know. The Goblin Bank is a large, reputable bank throughout the Igenda's continent. Founded by goblins known for their integrity or, some might say, their rigidity, the card Buska handed to Yichue was a convenient card issued by the Goblin Bank, akin to a promissory note, with the brass card signifying 100 gold pieces. It bore magical traces, allowing anyone with magical or sword energy to sense the balance contained within. Yichue nodded in satisfaction, pocketing the gold card. Debbie was utterly astonished as she witnessed Car enter the pocket of Yichue, her mind reeling at the sight of such a substantial sum of money in the hands of a girl her age. Now you can lift the curse off my son. Can't you? Buska stated coldly, his voice trembling. Of course, Yichue replied with a smile, nodding as he directed his wand towards Carrie. Water flow. The fundamental spell, water flow, manifested as delicate streams of water, akin to a gentle spring rain, continuously coalescing from the air and pouring over Carrie. A hissing sound accompanied the white vapor as the flames surrounding Carrie were extinguished, and under the impact of the water, the magical matrix on him was completely washed away. Carrie lay on the ground, enveloped in steam, gasping for breath, appearing utterly disheveled. With his once pristine armor now tattered and resembling that of a vagabond, Buska was left dumbfounded. Just like that. Yi Chue nodded. Yes. It is that simple. But, Buska stammered, astonished. He had anticipated that Yi Chue would employ some profound spell, considering that ordinary fire spells were merely temporary. They would extinguish after burning. Yet, he hadn't expected that a mere downpour would extinguish the flames that had been relentlessly consuming Carrie. Had he known, he could have doused the flames himself without requiring Yi Chue's intervention. Realizing he had been outsmarted by Yi Chue, Buska was consumed with rage, wishing to leap forward and bite him. I am merely a second-tier mage. I cannot wield any profound spells, Yi Chue retorted mockingly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, I forgot to mention, your son is perfectly fine. After all, he is a level 4 swordsman. He endured the attacks of the fire scroll dozens of times without a scratch. This meager flame used for cooking could not harm him in the slightest. Even if the sky fell upon him, it would hardly threaten his life. His screams were purely a result of fright. Buska. Grind, grind, grind. This was the sound of his teeth grinding in frustration. Chapter 11. Isn't she your dream lover? Buska hurriedly left with his son, who was in a pitiful state, yet the onlookers did not disperse. Instead, they gathered around Yi Chue, their voices filled with awe. The profession of a mage was inherently respected and remarkably scarce. Although previous encounters had rendered mages seemingly inept, Yi Chue's astonishing display had garnered admiration. Hammerhead, when did your magic become so formidable? I was genuinely worried for you just now. I must say, Hammerhead's greatest strength lies in his strategy. This showcases both bravery and cunning. A second-tier mage managed to outwit a fourth-tier swordsman and conveniently swindled 100 gold coins. Remarkable. I always knew I had not misjudged Hammerhead. What do you mean by swindled? Buska deserved to lose that money. Buska has always flaunted his authority in our street, relying on his son. That I wonder how he will continue to act now. To serve in the Lord's manor, one must be at least a level 4 swordsman. Carrie just utilized the warrior's secret technique, Divine Guardian, which has likely caused his rank to plummet. His level 4 swordsman status was built on various supplements provided by Buska, making it quite unstable. This time, he's finished. The crowd buzzed with chatter, reveling in Buska's misfortune, as his reputation in the area was far from stellar. That moment, the crowd parted, and Debbie squeezed her way through. Her petite frame straining as she approached Yi Chue, her face radiating a brilliant and excited smile, akin to the enchanting magic sunflowers in the courtyard. Upon seeing the girl, Yi Chue felt a swell of pride. Eagerly awaiting her compliments, oh, what if he appeared delicate? Winning a fight relied on wisdom. Where's that gold card? I said that money should be entrusted to me for safekeeping. Debbie exclaimed, extending her small hand towards Yi Chue, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Why Yi Chue? Could she not focus her attention on something else, perhaps on his exceptional wisdom and valor? Naturally, he could not begrudge this little sister, so he handed over the gold card. Upon receiving it, the young girl cherished the card as if it were a treasure, ultimately tucking it safely beneath her armor, patting her flat chest with glee, her face lit with a silly grin. As the crowd began to disperse, Debbie led Yi Chue back to Anthony's magic cottage. She stretched her limbs comfortably, her expression reflecting a sense of relief after the ordeal. Escaping calamity and unexpectedly acquiring a fortune was indeed a splendid turn of events. Of course, there were always opportunities for things to become even better. Suddenly, Debbie's stomach growled, prompting her to touch her belly and address Yi Chue. Hammerhead, I'm really hungry. I just threw up everything I ate in the last 2 days. Let's go eat. What do you want to eat? Yi Chue inquired with a smile. Let's dine at a grand restaurant. Debbie clapped her hands. We are now wealthy. In this world, 100 gold coins represented a significant sum, though Yi Chue did not possess a clear understanding of its value. When he had casually demanded 100 gold coins from Buska, he had not considered it an exorbitant amount. However, observing Buska's pained expression suggested otherwise. Reflecting on it, he recalled having borrowed 10 gold coins from Buska to settle old George's funeral expenses and medical debts, even mortgaging Anthony's magic cottage for repayment. Thus, 100 gold coins was indeed not a trivial sum. 3 days had passed since Yi Chue's rebirth as Hammerhead, and he had long desired to venture outside and experience the wonders of this magical world. So, he smiled and agreed. Of course, that sounds great. Half an hour later, Yi Chue and Debbie found themselves seated at the largest restaurant in Stan City, the Moran Flower Restaurant. They chose a table by the window, laden with an array of delectable dishes, all of which Debbie had longed to taste but could never afford. The enticing aromas wafted through the air. Debbie donned a white gown, her hair styled into 2 playful pigtails. Her rosy cheeks made her look like an innocent little girl. However, upon closer inspection, one would note that she wielded an enormous sword proportionate to her size, effortlessly hoisting it onto her shoulder. A sight that could astonish anyone. Even though Yi Chue had grown accustomed to the unusual, he still found it hard to reconcile this strikingly incongruous image. A swordsman must never forget their sword, and it should always be carried at all times, just as a mage must always have their wand with them. When Yi Chue inquired about the reason for her carrying the gigantic sword, Debbie gravely explained, scrutinizing Yi Chue in turn, "Where is your wand?" "I forgot it at home," Yi Chue admitted sheepishly. As Debbie strode through the streets with her massive sword, it appeared that no one cast astonished glances her way. This must have been a common sight in this world. On their way to the Moran Flower Restaurant, Yi Chue took in the enchanting scenery of the magical realm, reminiscent of a medieval film but far more opulent, imbued with fantastical colors. Magical phenomena were commonplace, such as signs flickering with fire magic or horse-drawn carriages powered by wind magic. In some shops, lifelike magical puppets served as attendants. While most of the people on the street were human, other races were also present, including the fierce and warlike orcs, the elegant and aloof elves, and the stout and sturdy dwarves. From Hammerhead's memories, Yi Chue knew that during the famed Ancestor War 5,000 years ago, humans had forged alliances with orcs, elves, dwarves, and giants. Although it was said that certain northern orc tribes were now at odds with humanity, and dwarves and elves frequently clashed with humans, giants had vanished from the continent of Igendas long ago. This did not hinder the harmonious coexistence of different races within the small town of Stan. All these wonders filled Yi Chue with a sense of novelty. Fortunately, although Debbie was diminutive, her nerves were sufficiently robust. She paid no mind to Yi Chue's continuous exclamations of wonder. She likely considered Hammerhead to be eternally the same. Despite his recent cunning defeat of a 4th-tier swordsman, he remained a Hammerhead she had grown up with, the one she would undoubtedly marry in the future. The dishes prepared by the restaurant chef were exquisite. The Moran Flower Restaurant, situated on Stardust Avenue in Stan City, was indeed the finest establishment in town. The array of dishes was unfamiliar to Yi Chue, and in truth, it was also new to Debbie. Yet this did not dampen their appetites, and they dined with great delight. However, moments later, Yi Chue's gaze suddenly drifted to the window, as if he had spotted something intriguing that momentarily captivated his attention. "Hammerhead, what are you looking at?" "This meal is worth several silver coins, and wasting it would be a shame," Debbie murmured, her eyes following his gaze out the window. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, it's Miss Aphia. It seems she is setting out of the city for some training today. You know her?" Yi Chue was taken aback, casting a puzzled look at Debbie. Outside, on the Stardust Avenue, a magnificent white horse trotted gracefully, with passers-by stepping aside to allow passage, clearly indicating the rider's noble status. The Stardust Avenue forbade vehicles, as well as the riding of horses or other magical beasts, yet this white horse moved unhindered, with pedestrians yielding the path, a testament to the rider's extraordinary standing. The rider was a girl, strikingly beautiful, with wavy chestnut hair cascading down her back, clad in silver armor that accentuated her slender and well-proportioned figure. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, her complexion pale and radiating an alluring charm, her demeanor cool and dignified, exuding an unmistakable air of confidence. Yi Chue admitted he was somewhat enchanted by this stunning maiden, or rather, the original Hammerhead was utterly captivated by her, and Yi Chue found himself influenced by that fascination, perceiving the human girl as exceedingly charming. Behind her trailed 4 armored swordsmen, 3 of whom were human, along with a robust orc warrior with green skin. "Of course I know her. She is Aphia, the daughter of the Lord of Stan City, a genius swordswoman. Do not be deceived by her age. She is already a 5th-tier swordsman, and her ascension to a high-ranking swordsman is practically a foregone conclusion," Debbie remarked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Yi Chue. "Hammerhead, I've noticed something odd about you. That isn't Miss Aphia your dream girl? I once found her portrait hidden beneath your bed." Yi Chue, fine, he understood now why he found this girl so captivating. Chapter 12. The magic shop. In the 3 days since his rebirth, Yi Chue not only comprehended the magical knowledge left behind by Hammerhead, but also reviewed the information about this world stored in Hammerhead's mind. However, he paid little attention to the trivial matters, such as the fact that the former useless hammerhead had secretly idolized the city lord's daughter, Aphia, and even concealed her portrait under his bed. He was even less interested in the more sordid details. Debbie evidently did not mind that Yi Chue suddenly claimed not to recognize his dream girl that A.S. previously mentioned. Although this girl was petite, her nerves were remarkably robust, harmonizing perfectly with her colossal, sword-wielding style. Similarly, regarding Hammerhead's secret admiration for Aphia, Debbie merely laughed it off. Almost every man in Stan City, and even some women, regarded Aphia as an idol. Her popularity was so immense that other girls felt no jealousy. Especially considering Aphia's status as a fifth-tier swordsman genius, Debbie harbored a slight admiration for her. It was understandable that her future husband would secretly admire someone so extraordinary. In fact, Debbie had several portraits of Aphia hidden beneath her own bed. As they gazed at Aphia's striking figure gliding past outside the restaurant, Yi Chue reined in his unusual thoughts. Aphia was now beyond his reach, and more importantly, after his past experiences, his immunity to beautiful girls had significantly increased. Discounting Hammerhead's influence, his feelings for Miss Aphia were merely akin to those of most men who idolize a beautiful maiden. He wondered if he could still find the portraits that Hammerhead had hidden away. After indulging in a hearty meal at the Moran Flower restaurant for 8 silver coins, Yi Chue and Debbie left, satisfied, and made their way toward the magic shop. Along the way, Debbie, wielding her massive sword, chattered excitedly to Yi Chue about their bright future. Were those magical scrolls really inscribed by you, Hammerhead? They surpass even my father's work. At this rate, we could become wealthy. Each scroll nets us 40 copper coins. 10 scrolls would be 4 silver coins, 100 scrolls would yield 40 silver coins, and 1,000 scrolls would bring in 4 gold coins. Life could be exceedingly blissful. The sales of magical scrolls have always been lackluster. Even if I can inscribe them, whether they will sell is another matter, Yi Chue replied, a hint of sweat on his brow. Success depends on our efforts. After all, we have 100 gold coins in hand. Debbie responded nonchalantly, her spirits high. By the way, Hammerhead, is there anything you desire? Since you've accomplished something significant today, I will make an exception and buy it for you. Yi Chue was left speechless. Girl, that 100 gold coins you speak of are from your own endeavors. No, from your own earnings. Don't you think that sounds rather arrogant? Yet, Yi Chue had no extravagant desires. Perhaps it was the bond forged through their shared trials over the past 3 days, or the influence of Hammerhead's memories that made him instinctively regard this little girl as a beloved sister. A feeling both comforting and warm, he surveyed the various shops lining Stardust Avenue, and upon spotting one, his eyes lit up. Debbie, buy me a few magic books. Magic is simply fascinating. However, Yi Chue had only grasped 5 of the 32 magical characters thus far. He was eager to learn the remaining ones. It felt akin to his first encounter with programming languages, when he couldn't wait to master them all. Utilizing his hacking abilities, he believed that once he mastered all the magical characters, he could unleash any spell imaginable, and even create his own. Yi Chue was already brimming with anticipation. You want magic books? Very well, let's go buy them. I'll get you as many as you desire. Debbie declared grandly to Yi Chue was momentarily taken aback. Usually, Debbie, who could be described as frugal, was being so magnanimous today. Was this the same girl who wouldn't even spare a few extra drops of oil for her plain noodles? Debbie suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Hammerhead, it seems you have a knack for inscribing magic scrolls. Let's buy a few more books to study the methods for inscribing other scrolls. Our magic shop's business will surely flourish. Yi Chue. Fine, this was indeed his little sister, who would go to great lengths to consume every morsel rather than waste any. The bookstore Yi Chue spotted was called Kara's Magic Bookstore, from Hammerhead's memories. He knew it was the largest bookstore in Stan City and the only one where magic books could be purchased. Upon entering the shop with Debbie, Yi Chue was immediately drawn to the rows of bookshelves. It was midday, and the restaurant was devoid of customers, with no staff in sight. Evidently, the bookstore's owner had no worries about theft. Located on Stardust Avenue, being the sole seller of magic books in Stan City, the owner's confidence was evident. It was unlikely that any thief would dare to steal from here. Yi Chue scanned the shelves, which were densely packed with a myriad of books. Several large shelves were categorized under titles such as travelogues of bards, biographies of swordsmen, and ancient histories. As he browsed through them, his gaze suddenly fixated on a hefty tome on the ancient histories shelf entitled Encyclopedia of the Aegindas Continent. Without hesitation, he pulled the book down. It weighed at least 2 pounds, with a gilded leather cover, filled with over 1,000 pages detailing the history, culture, races, geography, and diverse species of the Aegindas continent. With this book, Yi Chue could gain a direct understanding of the land he had been reborn into. An encyclopedia? Debbie, following closely behind Yi Chue, was astounded to see him take such a hefty tome. Hammerhead, weren't you the least bit interested in these kinds of things? If Hammerhead had been interested, I wouldn't have needed to buy my own books. Yi Chue silently berated, smiling as he explained, I'm a bit curious about them now. I'll take it home to read. Oh, all right. Debbie glanced at the price tag of the hefty tome. Had it been before, she would have been reluctant to agree readily. But now they were wealthy, weren't they? She even looked at Yi Chue and asked, Hammerhead, do you want any other books? I'll check the shelf at the back. Yi Chue pointed towards the innermost shelf of the bookstore, which housed the most precious items, the magic books. Okay, you go ahead. I'll take a look at the biographies of swordsmen over there, Debbie said, taking the hefty tome from Yi Chue's hands, demonstrating her thoughtfulness. She was concerned that the book might be too heavy for him to carry. Watching the little girl effortlessly carry her massive sword, while also clutching a 2-pound book under her arm, Yi Chue couldn't help but reflect on how the strong women of his past life paled in comparison. Only then did he turn towards the innermost shelf. This shelf was nestled against the back wall of the bookstore, adjacent to a staircase leading to the upper floor, where he wondered if it was also filled with books or something else entirely. An analysis of magical principles, a discussion on the wind element, the mysterious connections among basic magical elements, the origins of magic, a compilation of fundamental attack spells. The shelves were replete with an array of books concerning magic. Yi Chue meticulously examined them until his gaze finally settled on 2 tomes positioned at the very bottom. Intermediate magical languages, advanced magical languages, these are precisely what I seek. Yi Chue exclaimed with delight as he extracted the 2 volumes from their dusty resting place. Oblivious to how long they had been untouched, just as he brushed the dust off the pages, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps descending the staircase nearby. Turning to look, he beheld a pair of elegantly long legs making their way down. The legs were strikingly beautiful, exuding a sense of elasticity and strength, evoking the image of a tall and alluring woman gracefully descending the stairs, so enchanting and captivating. Except, those legs were green. She was a female orc. Chapter 13. Sister, does the 10% discount still apply? Earlier on the bustling street outside, Yi Chue had encountered numerous orcs, though upon reflection, they had all been male. Without exception, robust warriors towering over 2 meters, with bared fangs and fearsome visages. Yet, this did not quell Yi Chue's modest anticipation for a female orc's appearance, at least the alluring legs emerging from the staircase, devoid of their green hue, were quite captivating. As the orc descended, her figure gradually came into view, long legs, a slender waist, and then, an astonishingly ample-bosomed this sight. Yi Chue couldn't restrain an exclamation of surprise. Orcs were a naturally warrior-like race, characterized by a rugged style, which could be interpreted as simplicity. For instance, this female orc wore a rather straightforward outfit, but call it clothing might be misleading. It was more akin to a battle skirt, with a hem that rode high and a neckline that dipped low. If one were to disregard her head, she would undoubtedly be an alluring figure. In truth, the original incarnation of the Hammerhead undoubtedly recognized this female orc, who appeared to be either a shop attendant or the proprietor of the bookstore. Yi Chue needed only to ponder for a moment to envision her appearance. Yet he refrained, wishing to savor the joy of discovering beauty. Then, Yi Chue found himself lamenting the sudden emergence of his artistic sensibilities. The orc's fang visage soon loomed before him, her mouth engaged with a chicken leg, the crunching sound prompting an instinctive doubt about whether she was gnawing on the bones. Her long, crimson hair cascaded haphazardly over her shoulders, evoking a semblance of chaotic beauty by contemporary standards, though at that moment, Yi Chue perceived it merely as disarray. He guessed that this orc had forgotten to comb her hair that morning. Or perhaps orcs simply did not comb their hair. We have a customer. The female orc quickly spotted Yi Chue, who was clutching 2 books. She reached out and, in a manner reminiscent of pinching a cigarette, pulled the chicken leg from her mouth. Indeed, the bone was not only stripped of meat, but also bore signs of having been gnawed down. The orc approached Yi Chue with a cheerful demeanor. Little mage, Are you here to purchase magical tomes? Welcome, welcome. Hello. Yi replied, as if awakening from a dream, memories of the hammerhead gradually resurfacing. This female orc was none other than Kara, the owner of the Kara Magic Bookstore. Hailing from the Fong tribe, a tribe noted for its exceptionally robust fangs, it was said that this renowned beauty among the Fong tribe was none other than Kara herself. Clearly, Kara recognized the former hammerhead. After all, the number of mages in Stan City was scant, and as she ran a magic bookstore, it was nearly impossible for her not to know him. What brings you here today? I heard you used a magical scroll to severely injure a 4th-tier swordsman this morning. Quite amusing. Today, if you purchase any books, I'll give you a 10% discount, Kara said with a flirtatious smile. Of course, her so-called charm was likely a figment of her own perception. To Yi, it resembled more of a toothy grin. Her address of sister sent shivers down his spine that he resolved to treat her mention of a discount as mere banter. A man of his stature would certainly not take advantage of such an offer. Simultaneously, Yi was taken aback to learn that only 2 hours had passed since his duel with Carrie, yet the shopkeeper was already aware of it. He could not discern whether this was a fortunate or unfortunate circumstance. And feigning a bashful demeanor, he presented the 2 tomes to Kara. I would like to purchase these 2 books. Kara glanced at the volumes in Yichue's hands, her brow furrowing slightly, her gaze turning somewhat peculiar as she scrutinized him. Are you certain? Before Yichue could respond, Kara continued, well, whether you are certain or not, you must be now. Once you take a book from that shelf, it is considered purchased, and all sales are final. The total for both is 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Yichue was momentarily taken aback. Dining at the finest establishment in Stan City, the Moran Flower Hotel, would cost no more than 8 silver coins, and even a loan from Anthony's magical cottage would yield only 10 gold coins. How could these 2 magical tomes be worth 10 gold coins? Moreover, what had Kara just said? Once taken from the shelf, there would be no returns. Yichue suddenly realized he might have made a grave mistake. Indeed, this was a significant error. Hammerhead, what do you need those magical language books for? Debbie's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with exasperation. Don't you know the rules here? Magical books are only for viewing, not touching. If you touch them, you must buy them, and magical language books are exorbitantly overpriced. Most importantly, these books are utterly useless without a master to teach you. Debbie's words ignited a flash of insight within Yichue, as he suddenly recalled something he had neglected. Due to their unique nature, magical books commanded high prices, and among them, those pertaining to magical languages and spells were particularly costly. Furthermore, although the bookstore offered tomes on understanding magical symbols, simply possessing these books was insufficient. Magical characters were profoundly intricate and could be viewed as individual symbols without concrete meanings, as each symbol carried deep emotional and intellectual imprints. Learning magical languages necessitated the guidance and instruction of a master. It was akin to the relationship between men and women. One could watch films, but without practice, one could never become a true master. Of course, this was not an absolute statement. There were prodigious individuals who could grasp the subtleties and nuances merely through observation, though such individuals were exceedingly rare. At least Debbie did not believe that her clumsy hammerhead possessed such talent. She cautiously licked her lips, casting a pleading glance at Kara. Boss, can we not purchase these books? Kara smiled warmly, though warmly was likely her subjective interpretation, to Yichue and Debbie. It appeared more akin to a sinister grin. She continued, of course, you cannot. Do you wish to buy this encyclopedia as well? Since you are purchasing 2 magical language books, I shall throw this one in for free. Yichue. Debbie, Kara shoved the half-eaten chicken leg into her mouth, crunching away, hands on her hips, a playful grin spreading across her green face, fangs bared. Now, dear children, do you have anything else you wish to say? There is. Yichue murmured weakly, Sister, does that 10% discount still apply? Kara's magic bookstore was renowned for its unwavering integrity. Once a magical book was touched, it was an obligation to purchase it. Whether one wished to or not, the force behind Kara ensured that this integrity was upheld, leaving even someone as tenacious as Debbie with no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, they spent 9 gold coins to buy the encyclopedia and the 2 magical language books. As they exited the Kara Magic Bookstore, Debbie's face was as pale as a sheet. The earlier joy of acquiring 100 gold coins seemingly vanished, replaced by her simmering anger, which made the immense sword perched on her shoulder appear all the more menacing. Yichue held the stack of books, a bitter smile on his face, feeling as though he had been duped. However, he did not regret acquiring the two exorbitantly priced magical tomes. In fact, he wished to purchase additional magical books to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the magical theories of this world. Yet, upon witnessing Debbie's furious expression, he ultimately refrained, recalling the memories of the hammerhead. Yi Chue realized that learning magic required a master's guidance. Magical language was indeed a profound linguistic character that necessitated a master-apprentice connection to accurately grasp the meanings embedded within each symbol. Finding a teacher capable of instructing in intermediate and advanced magical languages was a daunting task, and even if one were to find a mentor, the requisite fees for apprenticeship would far exceed 10 gold coins. In reality, Old George, as a peak third-tier mage, was entirely qualified to study intermediate magical languages, yet he remained a mere third-tier novice due to his inability to find a master. Mastering magical languages from books was not impossible, but it was exceedingly challenging, with only a few achieving success. However, the mere presence of a few does not signify absence. Initially, Yi Chue became a hacker through a gradual process of self-learning and exploration. To him, it presented merely an intriguing challenge, one that he welcomed with the enthusiasm of an academically inclined individual. Yet, as he observed Debbie, who was stomping ahead in a huff, he could not help but ponder whether he should devise a way to cheer up this little girl, who was his only companion. Soon after departing from Stardust Avenue, he caught sight of a group of ragged little beggars, aged around 7 or 8, idly loitering by the roadside, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Debbie, I have a plan that could enhance our shop's business. Chapter 14. The Magical Scroll at an unbelievably low price of 48. The Mercenary Guild Hall in Stand City is among the most splendid structures in the entire town. Second only to the Lord's Manor. It is said that the builders originally modeled it after the grand domed hall of the Mercenary Union located in the Snowy Empire for countless years. The Mercenary Guild Hall, situated in the western district of Stand City, was heralded as a landmark, promoting itself to passing merchants and wandering bards. However, just a few years ago, a well-traveled monk disclosed to everyone that the Mercenary Hall of Stand City lacked the grandeur of the Central Union, resembling more closely the brothel adjacent to it, possibly due to a misjudgment by the original architect. Consequently, the Mercenary Guild Hall ceased to be a source of pride for Stand City. Nevertheless, its status remains exceedingly high, for it serves as a hub for mercenary guilds scattered across the continent of Igendas. Every swordsman, cleric, and mage affiliated with the guild regularly reports here to receive or hand over tasks. The operational taxes of mercenaries also constitute a significant portion of Stand City's revenue. In the early morning, the fourth-tier swordsman Damon emerged from the Mercenary Guild Hall, scrutinizing the task scroll in his hands. Due to his limited literacy, deciphering the scroll proved laborious. Nevertheless, the words "Dark Forest" were clear to him, and after 2 decades of mercenary life, he understood their implications well. Hunt a 2-tier bloodshadow cat in the Dark Forest, and the entire beast's pelt and flesh must be intact for the task to be completed. Damon furrowed his thick, dark brows. The Dark Forest is a vast expanse of wilderness stretching across the continent of Igendas, serving as a primary habitat for magical beasts. Although the exquisite Dark Forest of Stand City is but a small branch of this immense woodland, the perils within are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. This task appeared daunting and perilous, not to mention that the 2-tier bloodshadow cat is notoriously cunning. I truly wonder what sort of potion that wizard is concocting that necessitates the use of a bloodshadow cat. Damon grumbled, absent-mindedly stroking the hilt of his sword that he silently contemplated. It seems I should find a way to bolster my equipment. I also need to purchase a few magical scrolls for self-defense, and my armor requires proper maintenance. While he was lost in these thoughts, a grimy little beggar cautiously approached him. Annoyed by the dangerous task at hand, Damon was about to chastise the child when he noticed the beggar, trembling with fear, extending a piece of paper towards him. Curiosity piqued, Damon accepted the paper. It was a flyer unlike any he had seen in this world before. Dear esteemed mercenary, in the wilderness and ruins, danger lurks at every turn. What is the most economical solution? Magical scrolls. Indeed, magical scrolls. I bring you good news. Anthony's Magic Shop is currently offering discounts. Authentic and practical low-tier magical scrolls are available for the astonishing price of only 48 copper coins. You did not misread. It's truly just 48 copper coins. Fire magic scrolls, lightning magic scrolls, water flow magic scrolls, Dust Storm Magic Scrolls, Gale Magic Scrolls. Take your pick at 48 copper coins each. Furthermore, our shop is also offering a buy 10 get 1 free deal. Indeed. You heard it right. A complimentary magical scroll worth 48 copper coins. Absolutely free. Don't say you aren't tempted. Opportunities like this should not be missed. The exuberant words were scrawled in a flamboyant script, and Damon could almost envision the eager smile of the flyer's author, which stirred his interest. Although he was accustomed to purchasing magical scrolls from the largest Morgan Magic store in Stan City, the enthusiastic claims on the paper prompted him to consider a change of pace. Other places charge 50 copper coins for scrolls, yet here they are only 48, and with a buy 10 get 1 free offer, such a splendid opportunity cannot be overlooked. As a mercenary, he generally would not concern himself with a mere 2 copper coin difference, but at that moment, he instinctively felt as if he had struck a tremendous bargain. The other side of the flyer conveniently provided the address of Anthony's magic shop. And so, on a morning that had started off poorly, Damon's spirits lifted. The little beggar who handed him the flyer suddenly appeared much more endearing, prompting him to generously toss a copper coin in the child's direction before striding towards Anthony's shop. The beggar, initially trembling with fear, was instantly illuminated by the copper coin, which he carefully rubbed for a long while before pocketing. Just then, another mercenary exited the guild hall, and the little beggar hurriedly approached him. Clutching a stack of flyers, similar scenes unfolded across Stan City, at the Hunter-S Guild, the Swordsman-S Guild, and even at the bustling marketplaces, countless aimless little beggars held piles of flyers, seeking their targets to distribute them. As each recipient read the enthusiastic words, they were inspired to head towards Anthony's magic shop. A few days prior, while returning home from Carla's magic bookstore, Yichue noticed Debbie, who was feeling glum after splurging on 2 seemingly useless magic language books. Wishing to uplift her spirits, he observed the idle little beggars by the roadside and suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. He conceived the idea of utilizing flyers to promote the magic shop's business, employing advanced marketing concepts borrowed from a previous life. Well, while discounts and promotions may not be particularly sophisticated, they certainly had not been employed in this world before. Magical scrolls are currently the most valuable items in the magic shop and the only products whose production Yichue could increase to boost business. Focusing on magical scrolls was undoubtedly the quickest route. Flyers were easy to create. The enthusiastic phrases were all penned by Yichue himself. He arranged for a specialized magic printing shop to produce hundreds of copies, distributing them to the little beggars for merely 1 copper coin per flyer. They would eagerly ensure the task was accomplished meticulously. The effects of Yichue's flyer marketing were indeed remarkable. Hey, just now, someone came to buy magical scrolls and requested 10 of them. Life couldn't be better. Debbie's excited voice accompanied her footsteps as she burst into the room at noon. Yichue, sitting on the bed and perusing intermediate magic language, looked up with a smile. Didn't I tell you? As long as we follow my advice, business will soon flourish. Hiki. A silly grin spread across Debbie's face. But upon noticing the book Yichue held, intermediate magic language, her expression shifted slightly. Yichue, Dad said that without a teacher, one cannot possibly learn intermediate or advanced magic languages. Besides, you're merely a second-tier mage. Why the rush? Once we make a fortune, we can seek out a great magic instructor. There's no harm in looking. I'm quite interested. Yichue replied nonchalantly. Debbie shook her head, and just then, the bell above the shop door jingled, announcing a customer's arrival. Her face brightened with joy as she rushed out, calling back. Yichue, you've been so engrossed in reading. Make sure to carve out some time to inscribe a few more magical scrolls. Our stock is running low. Yichue chuckled, his gaze returning to intermediate magic language. After flipping through a few pages, the weariness on his face became increasingly evident. This is indeed rather difficult. Chapter 15. The 8 major races of the Igenda's continent. Intermediate magic language encompasses 10 of the 32 magical characters, while advanced magic language contains the remaining 17. Each character possesses a unique significance, yet such meanings cannot be clearly articulated in words. They can only be grasped intuitively. Of course, the existence of magic language books implies the possibility that if the reader possesses sufficient intelligence and comprehension, they may glean the meanings of these magical characters from the texts. However, this is undeniably a formidable challenge. Having perused both magical language books repeatedly over the past half-month, Yichue still failed to understand any of the characters' meanings. The characters are tangible, yet their forms are merely superficial. Without grasping their essence, one cannot engrave magical templates into the depths of memory, rendering them utterly useless. Must I truly seek out a teacher to instruct me in magic language? I cannot fathom how many gold coins that would cost, or how long I would have to wait. The 80-odd gold coins that Debbie and I possess are hardly sufficient. Feeling somewhat despondent, Yi Chue reclined on his bed, his hand brushing against the hefty tome resting beside his pillow, Encyclopedia of the Agenda's Continent. This book is intended for leisurely reading, having marked the place I finished last night. I now lie in bed, flipping back to the marked section to continue my reading. Over the past few days, my explorations have granted me a systematic understanding of the history of the continent of Agenders. Agenders is the only known continent in this world, with recorded history traceable back 15,000 years. In the earliest days, various races thrived on the continent, with the orcs, giants, dwarves, and some other now extinct races, such as dragons, being the most formidable. The human race, despite their numerical superiority, found themselves in a precarious position, as their inherent physical shortcomings relegated them to a status of servitude, approximately 13,000 years ago. A select few talented individuals among the humans discovered ways to harness the forces of nature, allowing them to ascend to the forefront of the races. They even forged a peculiar alliance with the most fearsome beings of the Agenders, the dragons. This newfound power eventually evolved into what we now recognize as magic. Thus commenced a 7,000-year reign of the humans over the continent, during which they were referred to as the ancestors. Initially, their rule may have been relatively peaceful, but as time passed, the bloodline of the ancestor royalty appeared to fall under a malevolent curse, becoming increasingly tyrannical. They resorted to dark magic to create the cruel and soulless race of half-orcs, who helped maintain their despotic rule. The emergence of half-orcs ultimately incited widespread outrage. The orcs, giants, dwarves, goblins, and a faction of humans formed an alliance, igniting a war that lasted 200 years, known as the War of the Ancestors. During this conflict, the last 3 dragons in existence were slain by the renowned Dragon Slayer, leading to the near annihilation of the ancestor monarchs and nobility. The remaining ancestors were forever banished to the icy northern wastelands. Ironically, the very northern region where they had once constructed the formidable Great Wall of Despair, based on an unknowable prophecy. This wall now stands as a formidable barrier preventing the ancestors' descendants from returning to the mainland. Even now, among the wild men wandering north of the Great Wall, many still carry the blood of the ancestors. 5,000 years have passed since the War of the Ancestors, thanks to their innate magical talents, as well as the emergence of various professions such as swordsmen, knights, and clerics. Humans remain the dominant race on the continent. Following them are the inherently warlike orcs and dwarves, whose numbers may be few. Yet each is a naturally formidable warrior to this day. These two races occasionally clash with the human empire, although a semblance of peace is generally maintained. The goblins, due to their unique characteristics, have become an indispensable part of life on the continent. For instance, the universally accepted banks are operated by goblins. The giants mysteriously vanished from the continent 500 years ago, reportedly hiding in an unknown realm. The elves, being the sole immortal race on the continent, are relatively scarce and seldom interfere in the affairs of other races. Their empire is concealed deep within the forests, accessible only to a select few outsiders fortunate enough to gain entry. Moreover, the half-orcs, born of the ancestors' dark creations, have survived to this day due to their tenacious vitality, roaming the continent with reckless abandon and wreaking havoc akin to locusts. Some scholars even posit that the restless spirits haunting the Tombstone Town in the western part of the continent could also be classified as a significant race. Thus, the 8 principal races of the continent today comprise humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, giants, goblins, undead, and half-orcs. That is for the wild men wandering outside the Great Wall of Despair. Even the most meticulous scholars tend to overlook them. This, then, is a broad overview of the history and races of Agenders as presented in the encyclopedia. The subsequent volumes will delve into detailed descriptions of each race, species, empire, and culture, just as I find myself engrossed in the section concerning the undead. What an intriguing world this is. There is even a realm of the undead at the heart of the continent. After perusing the information on the undead for some time, I close the encyclopedia and rub my weary eyes, feeling an indescribable surge of passion within me. This world is fascinating, but only those with strength can truly appreciate its wonders. Therefore, I must hasten to learn the intermediate and advanced magic languages. With this thought, my previous dejection seems to dissipate entirely that I meticulously mark my place in the encyclopedia, rise from my bed, and reopen the book on intermediate magic language, determined to continue absorbing the knowledge within. Becoming a scholar is not a task to be taken lightly. However, just as I flip open the pages, Debbie's voice calls out from outside. I'm starving. Thor, when do you plan on making lunch? I respond. I'm coming. Can I not even enjoy the process of showcasing my scholarly prowess? Recently, Anthony's magic shop has been filled with a delightful atmosphere, thriving with business and a continuous stream of customers. A few days prior, Thor's victory over the fourth-tier swordsman, Carrie, inadvertently bolstered the shop's reputation, while my promotional strategy significantly boosted the sales of magic scrolls, which continue to rise, with my production of 30 magic scrolls a day now falling short of demand. The flourishing business has left Debbie somewhat troubled, though nothing could be more uplifting than that. In stark contrast, the Buska Magic Shop, located on the same street as Anthony's, finds itself shrouded in gloom. Due to Carrie's severe injuries, Buska is disinclined to continue business, having closed the expansive storefront. Mr. Bajen, is there truly no hope for my son to recover his strength? Outside the room, Buska wipes the sweat from his brow as he inquires of the elderly gentleman who has just emerged. This elder is a fifth-tier mage, proficient in light magic, who, barring unforeseen circumstances, is expected to become a renowned priest in the future. He is also the most esteemed magical physician in Stan City. Bajen shakes his head. He employed the swordsman's forbidden technique, God's guardian. The meridians in his body have been severely damaged if his original strength had been cultivated through sheer effort. I might have had a remedy, but now, I fear that even if he recovers, he will only remain at the level of a third-tier swordsman, or worse, he may regress further. There is truly nothing I can do. With that, Bajen departs without lingering, waving his hand dismissively at Buska. Once outside on the street, he pauses momentarily, glancing back at Anthony's magic shop, a smirk escaping his lips as he quietly muses. A fourth-tier swordsman reduced to nothing by a mere second-tier mage. What a laughable spectacle. With that, he saunters away. Buska, standing at the entrance, wears a grim expression that he had intended to see the esteemed mage off, but overhearing the man's words ignited a fiery wrath within him. I shall settle this score. No matter what. I swear it. Chapter 16. Caution is advised when admiring beautiful women. Buska's slightly plump face bore a cold expression as he cast a glance at Anthony's magic shop. Turning to return inside, just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a robust man striding down the street, clad in iron armor, with a sword at his waist and a pack slung across his back. He appeared prepared for a journey. Upon sensing Buska's gaze, the man paused briefly, smiling and nodding. Aiden. Buska recognized this burly figure as a mercenary hunter and a loyal customer of his shop. He continued with a grin. Are you off on another mission? Have you prepared your gear? My shop may be facing a few minor issues and is temporarily closed, but given our past friendship, I can extend some special consideration. Although Buska had little desire to conduct business at the moment, the sight of a potential customer was too tempting to resist. His insinuation suggested he was willing to extend a personal favor to Aiden, especially considering that magic scrolls, essential for any hunter, were not commonly found in most shops, and his own Buska magic shop was the only one nearby capable of ensuring a sufficient supply. However, Aiden shook his head in response. No need for trouble. I'm all set. All set. What about the magic scrolls? Buska was taken aback. Aiden patted his backpack. I just bought 10. Hey, that should suffice for several missions. Did you purchase them from Morgan's magic shop on Stardust Street? Buska quickly inquired. Astonished. 10 magic scrolls amounted to 5 silver coins, and if Aiden was buying in such quantities, he would surely have come to his shop had it been open. Why would I need to go that far? Aiden chuckled, a mocking glint in his eye as he pointed toward Anthony's magic shop. These days, Anthony's little shop has a steady supply of magic scrolls, selling each at a bargain price of 48 by 10. And you get one free. I've decided that from now on, whenever I need magic scrolls, I'll buy them from Anthony's shop. What? Buska was taken aback. How could such a small shop possibly stock that many magic scrolls? I've heard that the second-tier mage in that shop has been quite adept at producing scrolls lately, capable of supplying 30 scrolls a day, which is certainly enough for sales. Within Aiden's voice, the hint of mockery was unmistakable. The incident involving Buska's son, Carrie, being severely injured by that second-tier mage's scroll had become common knowledge. This inadvertently served as a promotion for Yi Chue's magical scrolls, naturally enticing numerous individuals to favor his offerings even more, especially with the ongoing discounts and promotions. Observing Buska's astonished expression, Aiden smirked coldly a few times before choosing to depart, without further comment. Buska's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, tinged with disbelief. When Yi Chue had previously produced over 100 magical scrolls, he had assumed Yi Chue had spent a fortune acquiring them from elsewhere. However, it now appeared that Yi Chue had personally inscribed them all within just 3 short days. The ability to inscribe 30 magical scrolls in a single day, such talent was nothing short of extraordinary. In their line of work within the magical retail industry, magical scrolls were undoubtedly the most lucrative products. Suddenly, a glint of cold determination flashed in the depths of Buska's eyes, as if he had conceived an intriguing idea. That gleam slowly morphed into a chilling smile upon his face. "Debbie, I'm heading out." A few days later, in the afternoon, Yi Chue donned a black robe and a distinctive pointed hat, entering the shop from the backyard as he spoke. His attire was the quintessential garb of a mage. Debbie was currently engaged in business with 2 nearby matronly women, who were deliberating on purchasing 10 magical scrolls to take advantage of the promotional offer of buy 10, get 1 free from Anthony's magic shop. However, Debbie was reluctant, insisting that if they wished to buy, it had to be done individually, as purchasing in a group would negate the promotional deal. She haggled with the 2 women, upon hearing Yi Chue's words. She paused, waved at the matronly women, and turned to Yi Chue, asking, "Hammerhead, where are you off to?" "I've run out of parchment and magical ink for inscribing scrolls, so I'm going to procure some new supplies. And I also need to buy a few more quills," Yi Chue explained. These items were magical tools exclusive to the Magical Guild, which only sold to certified mages. Thus, he had intentionally donned his mage's robe and pointed hat, symbols of his status. Debbie looked somewhat concerned. "Shall I accompany you?" "No need that. In broad daylight. I doubt Buska would dare to act against me," Yi Chue replied, feeling quite at ease, although he recalled that Buska was not an amicable person and had previously offended him. A month had passed without any repercussions, and it was a sunny afternoon. Yi Chue felt no apprehension. After pondering for a moment, Debbie agreed, nodding, then make haste and returned swiftly. Turning back, she resumed her negotiations with the 2 women, but soon realized something was amiss and glanced at Yi Chue. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yi Chue extended his hand toward Debbie, saying, "I don't have any money. Even parchment and magical ink required funds." Debbie exclaimed in understanding, pulling out a coin pouch from her pocket. After rummaging for a while, she finally produced 20 silver coins to hand to Yi Chue. Parchment and magical ink were frequently used materials at Anthony's magic shop. And in the past, old George would always manage to acquire 400 sheets of parchment and 2 bottles of magical ink for 20 silver coins, with a few coppers left over for quill purchases. Yi Chue accepted the coins, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Could you spare me a bit more? I'd like to check out some other places, just in case I might need them." "What other places do you intend to visit?" Debbie's eyes widened as she stared intensely at Yi Chue, as if he were planning to indulge in debauchery. The 2 matronly women began to tease. "Debbie, you can't be so stingy with Hammerhead. Be careful, he doesn't go looking for other girls." "Exactly. Girls should be generous. Don't you think so, Hammerhead?" Debbie muttered something under her breath, reluctantly pulling out another silver coin from her pouch and handing it to Yi Chue. "Spend wisely, and I'll check how much you have left when you return." Having been reborn for quite some time, Yi Chue estimated that 1 silver coin was roughly equivalent to 100 coins from his past life. Wasn't he a bit too frugal to venture out with just 100 coins in pocket money? Hadn't he just profited? No, earned 100 gold coins? That was a substantial sum, amounting to 1,000,000. Did he really need to be this stingy? Most importantly, Yi Chue, slightly sweating, looked at Debbie. "And how much do you expect me to save?" 99 coppers, Debbie replied with utmost seriousness. Why, Yi Chue exclaimed. "You might as well just give me a copper coin." Debbie's expression grew even more serious. "But I don't have any change." Yi Chue was at a loss for words against such a miserly little junior sister. It seemed he would need to prepare his little treasury with great efficiency in the future. He waved goodbye, departing from Anthony's magic shop with 10 silver coins in hand. Behind him, the laughter of the 2 matronly women echoed, clearly infuriating Debbie, who slammed her hand on the table. declaring, "If you want the buy 10, get one free deal, you must purchase individually. I absolutely refuse to sell if you buy in pairs." Hearing his little junior sister's fierce proclamation echo from within the shop, Yichue could only smile wryly and shake his head, recalling old George's request, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. If he were truly to bring someone home in the future, what kind of trials would he endure? Of course, for Yichue, that was still a distant concern. Both he and Debbie were merely 15 years old. There was still ample time ahead, as he stepped onto the bustling street. Yichue basked in the bright sunlight of this magical world, his spirits lifting considerably. During this period, he had been tirelessly studying intermediate and advanced magical languages, having read the textbooks countless times without any substantial progress, which had left him feeling quite frustrated. However, stepping outside, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Perhaps he had been too eager, and it was best to take things slowly. Although this world was far more perilous than his previous life, it also held beautiful and joyous days ahead, did it not? For instance, as he passed the second street corner, Yichue suddenly felt a spark of delight upon spotting a two-story building nearby. The memories of Hammerhead were vividly entrenched in his mind, causing him to involuntarily halt his steps upon seeing the structure. It was known as the Linshun Courtyard. The Linshun flower held a special significance, symbolizing the affairs between men and women. Thus, this Linshun Courtyard was, in essence, a brothel. The sounds of girls laughing and frolicking echoed from above. Glancing up, Yichue could see several bold women seated at the windows. Engaging in playful banter, the moral outrage rose within him, and he scrutinized the shameless girls who had seemingly forgotten to dress properly, his thoughts coldly contemplating, "I'm not doing anything, but observing how they can be so reckless." As Yichue critically surveyed the brazen girls, perhaps due to the intensity of his condemnation, he became somewhat entranced. Unbeknownst to him, a horse-drawn carriage had stealthily approached from behind, halting abruptly just behind him. The shadow of the carriage startled Yichue back to reality, and he quickly turned around, deftly reaching for the wand at his waist. However, as a mage, his reflexes were not as swift as those of a robust swordsman. Quinn, the second-tier swordsman who had previously been struck by his lightning spell, swiftly covered Yichue's mouth and adeptly restrained his hands, dragging him into the carriage behind him. Chapter 17. Allow me to show you what it means to be a scholar. Yichue speculated about the reason for his imprisonment, simultaneously exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that Buska did not intend to kill him out of spite. As long as he was alive, there remained hope. "You are quite astute. I had previously heard you were rather dull-witted, which now appears to be false, and no wonder you managed to create hundreds of magical scrolls in just 3 days," Buska remarked coldly. "Given this, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. From today onward, you will produce 30 magical scrolls daily for me. I can assure you that I will permit you to live here indefinitely, and I can also guarantee that your dear sister, Debbie, will not come to harm. You see, although she is a great sword master, she is merely a second-tier swordsman, and dealing with her would be quite simple if I wished." Upon hearing this, Yichue felt a surge of inexplicable anger. "If you dare to touch Debbie, I will not spare you." Buska merely chuckled, indifferent to Yichue's threat that a wizard without a wand posed no real danger. Moreover, even if Yichue had a wand, he would not stand a chance against the 2 second-tier swordsmen in this cramped room. Thus, he sneered and said, "This is merely a business arrangement. If you adhere to our agreement, everything will proceed smoothly. Once you have repaid your debt to me, I will set you free." Yichue was acutely aware that there would never be a day when he could clear his debt. Yet he still inquired, "When can I repay your debt?" "A year, 2 years, 3 years. Whenever I am satisfied," Buska declared with a hint of greed, smirking as he gestured to the 2 second-tier swordsmen, Rock and Quinn. Before turning to exit the room, Rock and Quinn followed closely behind, and the door to the room slammed shut with a resounding thud. Outside the room lay a dim corridor, and a glint of excitement flickered on Buska's plump face as he instructed the 2 second-tier swordsmen, "Keep a close watch on him, ensuring he submits his 30 magical scrolls daily, and remain vigilant against any tricks he might attempt." As he spoke, he seemed to recall how his son had been grievously injured by Yichue's scrolls, and he warned, "This lad is quite cunning. Mr. Buska, I don't quite understand. This fellow is merely a second-tier mage. Why not just kill him directly instead of going to the trouble of imprisoning him?" "The scrolls only fetch about 40 copper coins each," Quinn grumbled, clearly displeased. More than half a month ago, he had been struck by Yi Chue's lightning and still bore the scars from that encounter. Harboring a deep resentment toward Yi Chue, what do you know? Buska shot Quinn a glare. This lad possesses remarkable skill in inscribing magical scrolls, his speed rivaling that of intermediate and advanced mages. However, once mages reach intermediate or advanced levels, few would bother inscribing such basic scrolls. Thus, this lad is a treasure. As long as we keep him imprisoned and continuously inscribe scrolls, we will be sitting on a veritable gold mine. If we keep him here for years, he could produce thousands of scrolls for us, which equates to 50 gold coins, a sum far exceeding the value of both your lives combined. Upon hearing Buska's words, Quinn and Rock's eyes instantly brightened that a typical low-tier mage could inscribe at most 10 scrolls, while Yi Chue was capable of inscribing 30, a feat indeed extraordinary. Buska then snorted. The 100 gold coins Yi Chue swindled from me will eventually be repaid by Debbie. But for now, you two keep a close eye on this hammerhead. Rest assured, Mr. Buska, we will ensure this lad does not escape. Quinn and Rock hurriedly assured him. The small black room measured barely 20 square meters, permeated by a musty odor. Inside was a small bed with damp bedding, beside which sat a table cluttered with the tools for inscribing magical scrolls, illuminated by a dim magical lamp. On the other side of the room lay a jumble of discarded items, dilapidated wooden boxes riddled with wormholes, spiderweb-covered vases, and even a tattered black iron armor, corroded with rust. Clearly, this small room had once served as a storeroom, and the heap of junk in the corner had been left untouched when Buska decided to imprison Yi Chue. In truth, none of these items held any value for Yi Chue. The frail mage, in a remarkably short time. Yi Chue assessed the situation of the small black room and concluded that, with his current abilities, escape was impossible. There was only a door, guarded by 2 second-tier swordsmen, and a small window, barely large enough for a bun, intended merely for ventilation. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all composed of solid granite, rendering any attempt to dig an escape tunnel utterly futile. After confirming these conditions, Yi Chue turned his attention to the table nearby. He was a mage, yet without a wand, he could not cast spells. Therefore, his most potent means of attack lay in magical scrolls. He also understood that the power of the 5 basic magical scrolls he possessed would not inflict any damage on the confines of his imprisonment, nor would they guarantee his escape. Even if he were to bombard his captors with a multitude of scrolls as he had done against Carrie, the confined space would render such tactics ineffective. Thus, the solution became more apparent. He needed to develop more powerful scrolls than the basic ones. The logical relationship was straightforward. However, to create scrolls of greater potency, he would first need to comprehend intermediate and even advanced magical languages. Learning magical language was undoubtedly challenging. No one would expect Yi Chue to self-teach the remaining 27 characters out of the 32, which was precisely why Buska felt secure in imprisoning him and providing him with the materials and tools necessary for scroll creation. Were it any other second-tier mage, they would likely find themselves in despair, akin to a brutally exploited slave. Yet Yi Chue did not succumb to despair. In fact, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, he had been a peak hacker, but that did not imply he possessed any innate talent for computers. Rather, his ascent to the pinnacle of hacking was largely due to dire circumstances. Expelled from school for gaming obsession and left to fend for himself, he delved into hacking techniques. After a modest success, he joined a hacker group, only for it to be dismantled the following month. Turning him into a notorious fugitive. To survive, he dedicated himself to perfecting his hacking skills, eventually gaining a semblance of fame. Yet, he soon found himself at odds with a foreign hacker group that relentlessly challenged him, compelling him to push his abilities to the limit. After a particularly arduous period, a supervirus he had painstakingly developed was stolen, causing chaos in the digital world, leaving everyone powerless. Driven to desperation, he began researching countermeasures and ultimately surpassed his previous limits, truly standing atop the hacker realm. Thus, he had ascended to the apex of the hacking domain. That if there was any aspect of him that could be deemed talent, it was not his hacking prowess, but rather his unwavering resilience and the audacity to seize opportunities when cornered. Now, he found himself once again in a position of pressure. Damn it, I shall show you all what a true academic prodigy can accomplish. Chapter 18. Enlightenment of the Magical Characters. Bang. The magical scroll half completed on the table suddenly exploded, flames singeing Yi Chue's face. Instinctively, he recoiled, only to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Appearing quite disheveled as he rose, he ran a hand through his tousled hair, his face a mask of confusion. Why isn't this working? I've doubled the elemental absorption matrix for the fire magic scroll. There should be no issues, yet it explodes halfway through every time. What on earth is going wrong? Yi Chue was in the process of inscribing magical scrolls. However, he was not inscribing the matrix characters from the scroll template, but rather his own recompiled magical matrix for a doubled fire magic scroll. Effectively, he was attempting to create a spell of his own. A second-tier mage creating their own spell? If this were known, it would surely be met with ridicule, for such a feat was deemed impossible and reserved for advanced mages. Low-tier and intermediate mages would never even consider trying. Yet Yi Chue did not share this sentiment. Having only recently learned some programming languages, he had dared to attempt breaching bank security systems. For him, nothing was impossible. It merely depended on the willingness to try. Though each attempt had ended in failure, the cumulative effort would eventually break through even the hardest of walls, wouldn't it? Bang, bang. A series of knocks echoed from the door of the small black room, followed by Quinn's irate voice from outside. Be careful. You've already wasted dozens of sheets of parchment in the last few days. Do you think those things are free? Keep messing up, and I swear I'll come in there and beat you. Do you think inscribing 30 magical scrolls is child's play? It takes time to do so without wasting materials. If you're unhappy, take it up with Buska. Yi Chue had long since grown accustomed to the furious voice of Quinn outside the door, and he shouted back with a hint of irritation. For him, inscribing magical scrolls was a task of relative ease, akin to crafting a simple program. Given his proficiency, a 100% success rate was well within reach. However, in recent days, he found himself not only inscribing scrolls, but also researching a new spell that doubled the flames, inevitably leading to a number of wasted parchments. The repeated failures had left Quinn stationed outside, quite displeased, yet Yi Chue's displeased tone managed to quiet him down. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yi Chue picked up another piece of parchment to continue inscribing his newly developed spell that amplified power. Unsurprisingly, moments later, there was yet another loud bang. It had been 3 days since he had been confined in this small, dark room. According to Buska's demands, Yi Chue was required to inscribe 30 magical scrolls each day. Initially, he took 20 minutes for each scroll, spending 10 hours daily, but with mounting pressure over the past couple of days, he had accelerated his pace to an impressive average of 15 minutes per scroll, thus granting him ample time to delve into other scrolls. Despite this increase in efficiency, the results remained marginal. He was confident that the magical matrix he had developed was sound, yet every time he inscribed them onto the parchment, unforeseen mishaps occurred. Where could the error lie? After being singed by yet another failed scroll, Yi Chue sighed and approached the basin nearby, using a towel soaked in water to wipe the burning sensation from his face. Quinn delivered a bucket of water every 3 days, which Yi Chue had to conserve, and the stifling heat of the small room only exacerbated his discomfort. He had to endure, unable to indulge in a luxurious bath. Instead, he meticulously wiped down his body with the towel, wringing it out just as he was about to place it beside the basin. At that moment, he glanced at his reflection in the water, droplets cascading from the towel into the basin, creating ripples that distorted his visage. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. I have doubled the absorption matrix for the elements in the magical scroll. Yet the entire magical matrix fails to function as intended. The MY matrix is flawless, but the two elemental matrices are unable to harmoniously merge their powers. The explosion occurs midway because they lack a catalyst for fusion. Akin to my reflection in the basin, illusory and real. No matter how I coordinate, it is impossible for two to become one. Did this mean that his developed magical matrix had never held any hope for success? No. Yi Chue's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Theoretically, my magical matrix is infallible. The failures stem from the absence of a catalyst to merge the elemental forces. That, if I recall correctly, there exists a magical character in intermediate magic language specifically designed to facilitate elemental harmony. Yi Chue had perused the textbooks on intermediate and advanced magical languages numerous times, becoming intimately familiar with each magical character's form, yet he struggled to grasp their meanings. Although the textbooks contained extensive explanations for each character, the complexity rendered true understanding elusive. Without mastering both form and meaning, he could not fully comprehend the magical characters. When inscribing a scroll, if he could not interpret the character's essence in his mind, it would yield no effect. But now, he had suddenly discerned a method to grasp the meanings of magical characters, or rather, a key. After a moment of contemplation, he took another piece of parchment and resumed inscribing the flame spell that doubled its power. This time, he inserted the magical character as a coordinating catalyst between the two elemental absorption matrices. If this character possessed the meaning he comprehended, then its inclusion should prevent any further conflict within the matrix. The magical characters on the parchment gradually multiplied. Soon, Yichue surpassed his previous record, where explosions had consistently interrupted his progress. The character he had added proved effective. In other words, he had mastered this magical character. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sudden bang erupted as the parchment beneath his hand exploded once more, this time with flames that seemed even more intense than before, drawing upon his prior experiences. Yichue narrowly avoided being engulfed, though he still suffered significant burns. Pain radiated across his face, yet he felt no hint of despair. Instead, he broke into a grin, his soot-darkened visage contrasting sharply with his gleaming white teeth, rendering his expression comically absurd. Once again, failure indicated that there remained inconsistencies within his matrix. Armed with his newfound insights, Yichue understood that additional magical characters were needed for further harmonization. Learning through practice. This approach will allow me to gradually master all magical characters. He had discovered a shortcut to quickly grasp the meanings of all magical characters. The most remarkable aspect was that he need not worry about the depletion of parchment or magical ink during this process. Wiping his soot-stained face with casual indifference, Yichue glanced at the dwindling stack of parchment on his table. With a hint of excitement, he called out to the door, "Hey, tell Buska that we're running low on parchment and he should find a way to procure more. Oh, and 2 more bottles of magical ink as well." Outside, Quinn could only respond with silence. Chapter 19. Iron Man, do you fear us? Yichue had uncovered the key to understanding magical characters, a key that only he could wield. Although spells and programming appeared to be entirely different realms, certain parallels existed, at least from Yichue's perspective as a peak hacker. Disregarding the meanings of magical characters, the logical relationships among the characters bore no distinction from programming or the viruses he had dealt with throughout his life. He had mastered 5 out of the 32 magical characters, which allowed him to create numerous basic spells. However, to craft more advanced spells, he required higher-level magical characters. Without these advanced characters, the spells would falter. Through problem-solving and logical reasoning, he could gradually discern the meanings behind the magical characters, thus gaining wisdom through practice. Naturally, this practice necessitated a degree of waste. Fortunately, Yichue was no longer concerned about waste. With a few copper coins, he could procure as much parchment as he desired. Given the substantial benefits it would yield, Buska would surely not mind if Yichue discarded a few extra sheets. Did anyone have objections? After all, he was their captive. If they were unwilling to part with a few copper coins, they could certainly tear up his contract. Buska, of course, could not bring himself to do so. The production of 30 magical scrolls each day represented a valuable income. Thus, even when Quinn informed him one morning that some parchments had been used as toilet paper while cleaning the holding area, Buska chose silence, and the next time he visited Yichue, he brought along a few rolls of high-quality toilet paper purchased from a major merchant. After being imprisoned for a week, Buska finally spoke with Yichue. "It seems your little apprentice, Debbie, is quite concerned about you. She has caused quite a stir in my magic shop 3 times over the past few days. If this continues, I might be tempted to take matters into my own hands. You know, her antics have disrupted business significantly." Buska's words dripped with menace as he peered through the ventilation hole in the iron door, casting a sinister glance at Yichue. "So I hope you understand just how terrible my mood is right now." Yichue remained silent, staring at Buska's plump face beyond the iron door. After a moment, he turned away, returning to his desk, where he inscribed a note on a piece of parchment with magical ink, then passed it through the ventilation hole to Buska. "Deliver this to her. I believe once she reads it, she will cease troubling you." Buska blinked, cautiously accepting the parchment, then carefully unfolded it to discover a letter addressed to Debbie. "Debbie, I recently encountered a beggar and, in a moment of kindness, gave him a copper coin. To my surprise, he turned out to be a wandering super magician that he claimed I possessed extraordinary potential and took me on as his apprentice, instructing me to inherit his legacy to maintain global peace. Due to the urgency of the situation, he insisted I leave immediately without the chance to inform you. So I'm writing this letter, Trust me, I will be fine and will soon return as a super magician, your future husband. Hammer. Buska read and reread the brief yet oddly humorous letter multiple times, convinced that it contained no hidden messages from Yi Chue. Only then did he fold the parchment and tuck it into his pocket. Smirking, consider yourself fortunate. Rest assured, as long as that girl doesn't bother me, I'll ensure she lives well. With that, he turned away, his voice laced with greedy discontent as he muttered, writing letters is one thing. But why use parchment? Does he think parchment is free? With a clang, the ventilation hole in the iron door was shut. Yi Chue tightly clenched his fists, restlessly pacing back and forth in the dimly lit room. He could almost envision Debbie's frantic reaction upon discovering his absence, her anger propelling her to seek out Buska with that heavy sword in hand, only to come up empty-handed. Old George had vanished. And now he too was gone, leaving Debbie all alone. Though her formidable appearance often rendered Yi Chue speechless, evoking a profound sense of admiration for her resilience, at her core, she remained a solitary young girl. He pondered whether she had shed tears during his absence, perhaps even lost her composure a few times. Without him to prepare noodles for her, was she often left to endure hunger? She was the only family Yi Chue had after his rebirth in this world. And the bond they shared, initially sparked by the memories left by Hammer, had deepened over time. He had come to regard her as his own sister. Thus, an intense anger surged within him. In recent days, he had often contemplated Debbie's predicament, but hearing news of her from Buska today ignited his fury to a boiling point, only for him to forcibly suppress that flame, for he understood the necessity of maintaining composure at this juncture. In these past few days, I have grasped 3 new magical characters, yet this is still far from sufficient. Even if I were to conserve some parchment and craft intermediate-level magic scrolls, I remain uncertain whether they would suffice against the 2 second-tier swordsmen, Quinn and Rocky, in this confined space. Moreover, I have but one chance. Yi Chue began to contemplate the predicament he faced, searching for a glimmer of hope for liberation. He decided to sit on the ground and engage in a brainstorming session. Perhaps inspired by the letter he had recently penned to Debbie, his thoughts drifted to the films he had watched in his previous life. While films are mere fabrications, the wisdom contained within them is undeniable. What would the protagonists do if they found themselves in a situation akin to his? Following this line of thought, a flurry of chaotic film scenes flashed through Yi Chue's mind. In that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes, akin to fireflies in the night, guiding his gaze towards the pile of debris strewn about the dilapidated warehouse, porcelain vases, broken crates, and rusted armor. A few days prior, he had rummaged through those crates, discovering they were filled with animal hides riddled with wormholes. At this moment, a particular film from his past came to mind, one that exuded a striking flair. It was titled Iron Man. In that film, the protagonist was held captive by terrorists and ingeniously crafted a suit of armor from scrap metal to escape, a thrilling narrative that ignited a spark of inspiration in Yi Chue. While it was unlikely that such an armored suit could be developed in the real world, even if it were feasible, it would merely be an intriguing yet impractical notion for the previous Yi Chue. His expertise lay in programming, while the Iron Man suit required the seamless coordination of computer control and mechanical power, no matter how adept he was at coding. It would be futile without mechanical assistance. However, in this magical realm, spells share a certain affinity with programming, and spells can affect all things. Thus, this fascinating idea might just become a reality. Yi Chue's gaze lingered upon the heap of debris in the corner of the warehouse, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Iron Man, let us see if you fear me. Chapter 20. The armor suddenly stood up. In recent times, passers-by near Anthony's magical hut often spotted a girl named Debbie sitting forlornly on the steps outside. At 15, she was petite, clutching a 100-pound great sword, and in stark contrast, her small figure appeared even more desolate and pitiable. Frequently lost in thought, her youthful face occasionally bore a look of grievance, her eyes fixed on the street as if expecting a familiar figure to emerge. Is Hammer still not back? Such a pity. Look how much Debbie has withered away during this time. It pains me to see it. How could that Hammer leave so suddenly? 2 women passing by whispered as they observed Debbie's silhouette, their voices rife with complaints about Hammer's abrupt departure. What do you mean by leave suddenly? Don't you understand? Another woman tugged at her companion's arm, lowering her voice. I believe Hammer must have been captured. You know how honest that child is. What sorcerer would take him as an apprentice? It's clearly the work of that old fox Buska. You have a point that I've heard that Buska's magic shop has been selling a large quantity of magic scrolls every day. There must be something shady about that. The other woman understood all too well. Poor Debbie. It's not a solution for her to just wait like this. It's been 3 months since Hammer disappeared, hasn't he it? Exactly 3 months. Alas, Buska is ruthless. Even if he did abduct Hammer, what can a little girl like Debbie do? The Lord's manner won't concern itself with such trivial matters. Not if she just waits a bit longer. Perhaps things will return to normal. Who knows, maybe Buska will release Hammer. At this, both women sighed in unison, fully aware that if Hammer had indeed been taken by Buska, he likely would not return. They walked away, shaking their heads in lament. Clutching the great sword, Debbie continued to stare blankly into space. After a moment, she retrieved a piece of parchment from her embrace. It was a sheet of sheepskin, wrinkled due to the passage of time, yet remarkably well preserved. It was the letter Yichue had given to Debbie through Buska. Unbeknownst to her, the letter had mysteriously appeared on the counter of the magic hut, and she was unaware that Buska had delivered it. However, she was intimately familiar with the handwriting, having read that passage countless times. From her initial anger to confusion, then worry, it had slowly transformed into the only flicker of hope she held. Deep down, she perhaps did not truly believe the information in the letter. How could someone as clumsy as Hammer catch the eye of a super sorcerer? Protecting world peace, with his character, it would be a stroke of luck if they didn't have to protect him from himself. Yet in this moment, what else could she do but cling to the hope that this letter provided? Hammer, where are you? Please come back soon. Yichue was prepared that as noon approached. Buska and his son Carrie set out from the city in a horse-drawn carriage, making their way to the outskirts of Stan City. Towards the Inta Mountain. In the Inta Mountain region, fearsome magical beasts did not roam. At most, one might encounter some savage wild animals. Yet in such an era, even bears and wild boars posed no threat to swordsmen, making Inta Mountain a relatively safe haven. Years ago, Buska had engaged in a brief stint of acquiring game, and he possessed a hidden dwelling in the Inta Mountain that served as a warehouse. During this time, Yichue had speculated on where Buska was keeping him. From the tiny ventilation hole in the warehouse, he could occasionally hear birds chirping and see leaves fluttering down, leading him to believe he was in a forested estate. Though he had not anticipated it was situated on a mountain, the carriage came to a halt at the foot of Inta Mountain, where Buska jumped down and scanned the surroundings cautiously. After confirming there was no one in sight, he made his way into the dense woods with some difficulty. Carrie followed suit, tying the reins of the carriage to a sturdy tree before trailing behind his father. Compared to 3 months ago, Carrie appeared considerably worse for wear. The injuries inflicted upon him by Yichue's magic scrolls had healed, and even the burn marks on his face and body had completely recovered under the care of the renowned light sorcerer. However, he had lost the vigor he once possessed, as his rank as a swordsman had plummeted from 4th tier to 3rd tier due to the use of divine protection, with little hope of restoration. To make matters worse, news of being bested by a 2nd-tier sorcerer had spread, rendering him a figure of ridicule within Stan City. The once promising Lord's Manor Guard had been dismissed, and he still donned the tattered armor issued by the manor. Now severely damaged and far from its former glory, his father, who once took pride in him, now frequently vented his frustrations upon him, deepening his sense of despair. Each time he visited this place with his father, the thought of the cunning sorcerer imprisoned here ignited a simmering rage within him, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, yearning to teach Yichue a lesson. If I ever face him again, I will not be bested. This thought echoed in his mind. Little did he know that opportunity was fast approaching. Boss, you've arrived, called out Locke, who hurriedly emerged from a wooden cabin nestled deep within the forest upon hearing their footsteps. Every so often, Buska would come here to collect the magic scrolls crafted by Yichue. How has that brat fared these past days? Buska wiped the sweat from his brow, for even though autumn had arrived, the weather remained swelteringly hot. He's been obedient lately, completing 30 magic scrolls daily with punctuality, Locke replied with a smile, though he still tends to waste a few sheets of parchment. I don't care about those few sheets of paper. Bring me those magical scrolls, Buska declared, casting a glance at the cramped, stifling wooden cabin, showing no intention of entering. Locke then turned and shouted inside, urging Quinn to bring out the completed magical scrolls. Within the cabin lay simple furnishings, and in one corner, a staircase led downwards. Descending the stairs led to a corridor, at the end of which was the warehouse where Yichue was imprisoned. Quinn sat outside the warehouse on a wooden chair, drinking quietly. Upon hearing Locke's call, he mumbled something indistinctly, then rather rudely knocked twice on the adjacent iron door with a bang. Bang: the boss has arrived. Bring out all the completed magical scrolls. As he spoke, Quinn rose to tidy up a nearby box filled with scrolls Yichue had completed days earlier. Each night, Yichue would pass out 30 finished scrolls through the ventilation hole in the iron door. The alley outside was densely packed with what could be estimated to be hundreds of scrolls. After picking up the box, Quinn looked curiously at the iron door, but there was no response from within. Growing frustrated, he kicked the door with his foot, shouting, "Send out the completed scrolls. Didn't you hear me?" Still, there was silence. Quinn's face, once marred by Yichue's lightning attack, now contorted with anger, he set the wooden box down and pulled open the ventilation hole to peer inside the warehouse. Continuing to call out, "What are you playing deaf for? Didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up!" And his voice abruptly faltered, for the warehouse was empty. The tiny room was laid bare. Tables, chairs, and a bed were visible, alongside a pile of old refuse. The dim yellow light from the magical lamp illuminated the entire space, yet Quinn could not find Yichue among them. This revelation left Quinn in profound shock. He had sent breakfast through the ventilation hole that very morning. Yet now Yichue had inexplicably vanished. This was underground, nestled within the mountains, surrounded by solid rock. How could a frail second-tier mage like Yichue possibly escape? After a brief moment of hesitation, Quinn made his decision, drawing the longsword from his waist and producing a key to unlock the iron door. He then cautiously stepped inside. The air within the warehouse, which had confined Yichue for 3 months, carried a suffocatingly foul odor. Quinn's hands tightened around his sword as he surveyed the room. "You little brat, where are you? Don't even think about hiding," he called loudly as he approached the bed. If there was a place to hide, it would only be beneath it. But there was no one there. Quinn then recalled the heap of rags in the corner and turned to inspect it. His expression froze in disbelief. Previously, there had been a rusty, worn suit of armor in that corner, an armor so battered and old that even Quinn had never paid it any mind. Yet now, that very armor suddenly stood upright. Chapter 21. The flame strike of the Iron Swordsman. The suit of armor, collecting dust in the corner for years, had once belonged to Carrie. It was designed to encase the entire body. Crafted from the most ordinary black iron, its design heavy and cumbersome, weighing at least 20 pounds, and certainly incapable of being enchanted. Carrie had only worn this armor for a few months before begging his father for a lighter, more aesthetically pleasing set of white iron armored as for this cumbersome suit. It wouldn't fetch more than a few copper coins if sold, hardly worth more than scrap metal, and thus Buska had left it to rust away in this warehouse until it truly became a pile of junk. Even during the cleanup to convert this space into a prison, he had neglected to remove the armor. This heavy armor, with its rusted joints, was questionable at best in terms of usability, and even if it were functional, what formidable combat prowess could a frail mage like Yichue possibly muster while clad in it? Yet now, to Quinn's astonishment, the armor had risen, and without a doubt, it encased Yichue. At that moment, Quinn noticed the absurdity of the armor, which was entwined with tattered animal hides, as if the armor had been dressed in ragged leather. Particularly amusing were the strips of hide wrapped around the broken ceramic vials attached to its arms. This appearance was far more ludicrous than any performance from the comedic troupe Quinn had previously witnessed. After his initial shock, a faint sense of ridicule began to swell within Quinn. He could guess what Yichue intended to do while donning this armor, yet he was equally certain that it posed no threat to him. It only struck him as laughable. He chuckled and pointed his longsword at the armored Yichue. "So, kid, are you planning to fight me in that pile of scrap? At this moment, I would love to hear more of your derisive taunts. It would surely make any forthcoming confrontation all the more satisfying," came Yichue's muffled voice from within the armor. "But right now, I am about to suffocate in this oversized suit that I had to wrap myself in animal hides just to fit into this ridiculous armor, and I'm already drenched in sweat. This is truly unbearable. So, let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to it." Get straight to it. What did that even mean? Yichue quickly made it clear what he meant by getting straight to it. That would mean Quinn was about to experience pain. Crack, crack. The joints of the armor creaked as Yichue attempted to lift his left arm, causing a series of snapping sounds. His left arm was thick, wrapped in animal hides, and within those hides was a broken ceramic vial. The mouth of the vial, the size of a fist, was positioned perfectly on the back of Yi Chue's hand, its dark opening now aimed squarely at Quinn. Quinn had no idea what Yi Chue was up to. Nor did he care, though he had once been incapacitated by Yi Chue's spell. That had been when Yi Chue wielded a wand. Now, without it, Yi Chue was merely a defenseless mage in Quinn's eyes. Akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Of course, he remained cautious that he anticipated that Yi Chue might unleash a torrent of scrolls upon him, as he had against Carrie, but even in such a scenario, Quinn feared nothing. The cramped quarters would allow him to swiftly close the gap and incapacitate, or even kill Yi Chue. In fact, after learning of Carrie's fate, he had quietly mocked the naivety of his employer's son, thinking that had he been in Carrie's position, he would never have been so thoroughly overwhelmed by Yi Chue's scrolls. Thus, in that moment, he maintained a blend of vigilance and pride, gripping his longsword, ready to dash toward Yi Chue with lightning speed, intending to knock him out without hesitation. That he moved. Then Yi Chue moved as well. Certainly, Quinn's speed far surpassed Yi Chue's. They were separated by a distance of 2 meters. A gap Quinn could close in less than a second, but for Yi Chue, even a twitch of a finger could take less than 1/10 of a second. His little finger inside the armor twitched. Suddenly, flames erupted from the vial strapped to his right arm, engulfing Quinn as he rushed forward. Ah! Quinn's scream echoed, a sound of sheer agony. The intense flames instantly incinerated the clothing on his upper body, leaving his skin scorched and raw. His hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, and beard were reduced to ash, and his eyes, illuminated by the blaze, transformed into a ghastly milky white. The momentum of his charge abruptly halted. He screamed in horror as he flailed his longsword. The previously damp and foul-smelling prison now filled with an unusual scent of charred flesh. The flames from the fourfold fire scroll only burned for a fleeting moment. The blaze ceased at Yi Chue again twitched his ring finger, and the flames erupted once more. Within the porcelain vase lay a total of 5 scrolls, each connected to the 5 fingers of his right hand by fuses crafted from parchment. The moment the scrolls erupted, the temperature inside the vase was surprisingly low, allowing the paper scrolls to remain intact. Meanwhile, the flames once again engulfed Quinn, who was wildly swinging his sword, amplifying his screams of agony that he attempted to strike at Yi Chue. But ultimately, it was fear of the flames that compelled him to retreat hastily, collapsing the table upon which Yi Chue had inscribed magical scrolls for the past 3 months, sending it crashing to the ground. Yi Chue flexed his left middle finger, and for the 3rd time, flames erupted forth. Having been confined for 3 months, laboring like a slave under dire conditions, the room was suffused with an unbearable stench of heat. Accompanied by the incessant stream of Quinn's foul curses, Yi Chue was seething with rage, truly furious. In his past life, he had been a principled hacker, but that did not equate to being a good person. A hacker, by nature, is still a hacker, and Yi Chue was not bound by any high moral constraints. Therefore, perish. Quinn lay motionless in the flames, his body charred, yet the massive sword in his hand glowed an alarming red, indicative of having been heated to an extreme. He was undoubtedly dead. However, Yi Chue desired to unleash another wave of flames. He moved his index finger and then his thumb, yet no flames erupted from the vase. It appeared that the flames had finally rendered the other 2 scrolls ineffective. Yi Chue slammed his arm against the adjacent wall, causing a loud crash as the porcelain vase shattered. He shook off the charred scraps of beast skin and porcelain fragments, cautiously approaching Quinn. Indeed, he was beyond the point of revival. No one could survive such intense flames. Considering this was a magical world, it was unlikely that even a 2nd-tier swordsman could endure. Yi Chue flexed his wrist and bent down with some difficulty to retrieve the glowing red sword from Quinn's charred grasp. Hearing footsteps approaching, Rock must have heard the commotion and was rushing down. With some difficulty, Yi Chue moved toward the door. His armor, of course, was not merely capable of producing flames. Next, Chapter 22. The Thunderous Kill of the Iron Knight Quinn. Quinn, what on earth happened? The urgent footsteps accompanied by Rock's shouts echoed from outside. Yi Chue, clutching the still glowing sword, stood at the cell door. His stance was somewhat peculiar, with his feet staggered, legs slightly bent, back arched, and chest thrust forward, as if preparing to endure some immense impact. And indeed, he was about to face a significant force that he silently calculated the time, awaiting Rock's figure to appear in the corridor. While his left pinky finger moved at a precise moment, the 5 fingers of his right hand were each connected to the flame scrolls within the vase by twisted parchment fuses. Similarly, the fingers of his left hand were linked to various parts of his body. Notably, the pinky was connected to his chest, where a piece of parchment adhered, concealing 2 scrolls beneath it.in mere moments. Rock's figure finally materialized before Yi Chue, sword in hand, immediately adopting a defensive posture upon spotting Yi Chue. He did not recognize who was inside the armor, but this suit had been tailored for the robust carry. Towering over him, the sudden appearance of such a large and bizarre armored figure was sufficient to trigger his instinctive wariness. Unfortunately, his vigilance proved futile that Yi Chue's left pinky moved. Then, a bolt of lightning pierced through the beast's skin on his chest. Erupting forth in a blinding flash, beneath the beast's skin lay 2 quadruple lightning magic scrolls. These were modified scrolls that Yi Chue had enhanced, capable of unleashing 4 times the attack power of ordinary magic scrolls. 2 quadruple lightning scrolls effectively amounted to 8 times the power of a standard lightning magic attack. Utilizing his hacking and programming skills, Yi Chue had also made adjustments to the lightning scrolls. Typically, an activated lightning scroll would unleash uncontrolled bolts of electricity, scattering chaotically. However, Yi Chue's lightning scrolls would discharge in a directed manner, becoming effective attacks thanks to the shaping matrix. Yi Chue adopted a stance to brace against the powerful recoil generated at the moment these 2 scrolls detonated. Crack! The lightning instantaneously illuminated the cramped, stifling cell, as well as the corridor outside, casting a stark light on Rock's face, which was already tinged with fear and now seemed to pale further. He involuntarily screamed, but his voice was drowned by the terrifying roar of the lightning's eruption. In the next instant, the flames erupting from Yi Chue's chest mercilessly engulfed Rock's body. To an onlooker, it appeared as though a brilliant blue hand had emerged from Yi Chue's chest, unperturbed by the sword in Rock's grasp, delivering a heavy blow that lifted Rock off the ground. The cell door opened onto the side of the corridor, facing the wall opposite, causing Rock's body to crash violently against it under the force of the lightning, accompanied by the crackling of electricity coursing through his armor and sword, and the sound of bones shattering. The entire cavernous corridor seemed to tremble, dislodging a few specks of dust from above. Under such an impact, no one could survive. Fortunately, Rock had already succumbed to the lightning before colliding with the wall. Yi Chue was uncertain just how potent the current unleashed by the 2 quadruple lightning fire scrolls truly was, but he was confident that such electricity could easily kill a person the moment the powerful current coursed through the body. It would be enough to obliterate all internal organs. Even Yi Chue, despite the thick layer of beast skin between him and the scrolls, and additional layers of beast skin wrapped around him to fit into the oversized armor, still felt an uncomfortable tingling sensation. The force of the impact even propelled him back a few centimeters. Panting, he turned to observe Rock, now lifeless and sliding down against the corridor wall, wisps of white smoke continuing to rise from his charred form. This man was undoubtedly dead. Yi Chue made this assessment and then, with some difficulty, exited the cell, cautiously discerning the situation outside, and glanced toward the opposite side of the corridor. The corridor stretched long. At least 3 zhang, with magical lamps illuminating the walls. In the center of the corridor stood Buska, his face frozen in shock. Moments ago, he had followed Rock down the corridor, and upon reaching the center, he witnessed Rock being struck by a devastating bolt of lightning, sending his body crashing against the wall. The sheer force of the impact left him paralyzed with fear, his expression one of sheer horror, rendering him momentarily immobile. However, upon seeing the imposing armored figure emerge from the cell, his instinct for survival finally snapped him back to reality, prompting him to turn and flee towards the exit. Yi Chue, clad in cumbersome armor, was unable to pursue him. Fortunately, there was no need to chase. He lifted his left arm, where a porcelain vase wrapped in beast skin was secured, just as he had aimed the vase at Quinn moments ago. Yi Chue now directed it towards the fleeing Buska. His right hand still gripped the glowing sword, which he leaned against the wall, while he carefully pulled aside a portion of the beast's skin on his left arm to reveal a thin thread tied to a fragment of porcelain. With some clumsiness, Yi Chue grasped the shard with his armored right hand and pulled forcefully. The thread had been torn from a tattered bedsheet, connecting the porcelain's opening to a magical scroll within. Unlike the vase on his right arm, which could be activated directly through his fingers due to its notch, this vase was intact, necessitating the use of the thin thread for activation. He tugged at the thread. He simultaneously unsealed one of the scrolls within the vase. It was a double whirlwind magic scroll. The whirlwind erupted violently within the confines of the small vase, followed by a series of cracking sounds as the porcelain shattered. But that was inconsequential, for as the whirlwind scroll discharged and the vase broke, another object contained within the vase was propelled forth by the sudden surge of power, akin to a cannonball. Indeed, Yi Chue had fashioned a makeshift cannonball. Utilizing the force of the whirlwind scroll's eruption, he launched this projectile towards the fleeing Buska. Chapter 23. The Cannonball Kill of the Iron Swordsman. The projectile, the first of its kind to appear in this magical realm, stood in stark contrast to the enchanting atmosphere that suffused the world. It was, in fact, a small porcelain vase wrapped in beast skin, supported by several strips of paper for balance. Over the past 3 months, Yi Chue had meticulously rummaged through the refuse of the cell, salvaging every usable item. Fortunately, amid the tattered beast skin, he had discovered a vial once used for medicinal herbs, though the contents had long since dried and decayed. The vial itself was perfectly suited for Yi Chue's needs. The petite porcelain vessel could snugly accommodate a scroll, specifically a quadruple fire magic scroll, among the 5 types of magic scrolls at his disposal. The most lethal was the lightning magic scroll, yet the fire magic scroll proved to be the most manageable while also capable of unleashing greater destructive power when flames suddenly erupt within a confined space. The intense pressure generates a formidable explosive force. The fire magic scroll is akin to the gunpowder contained within a firecracker. Yi Chue inserted the fire magic scroll into the porcelain bottle. He also filled it with as many shards of pottery as possible, sealing the bottle tightly while leaving a slender string for activation. This string was tied to Yi Chue's wrist when the porcelain bottle was propelled outward by the force of the wind within. The string would pull the scroll inside, triggering its magic. Through his extensive study of the scroll, Yi Chue had mastered feats that many mages could only dream of achieving, such as activating the magical matrix by merely pulling a small corner of the scroll. The peculiar porcelain bottle, laden with paper slips, wobbled yet sped towards Buska with remarkable velocity. At that moment, Buska was already positioned at the corridor's entrance, his rotund figure attempting to ascend the staircase. His face reflecting a mixture of horror and shock, the porcelain bottle approached him in the blink of an eye, only to shatter with a resounding crash. Yi Chue's hastily crafted projectile, of course, could not be precise enough to explode upon contact with Buska's body. He had to rely on instinct to time the activation of the scroll within. The timing could not be too prolonged, for if it took too long, the bottle would shatter, rendering the fire scroll nothing more than a mundane flame incantation. Conversely, if the timing was too short, Yi Chue could also face dire consequences. After much contemplation during the creation of this scroll projectile, Yi Chue ultimately failed to trigger the explosion upon reaching the target, and it detonated 2 meters in front of Buska instead. A thunderous boom echoed, sending flames dancing in every direction. From a distance, it appeared quite formidable. Although the projectile was rudimentary, it had its merits. At the very least, it was not a dud. What delighted Yi Chue further was the sound of Buska's anguished scream that followed the explosion. Though the bomb detonated 2 meters away from him, the shards of porcelain and debris that Yi Chue had packed into the bottle still proved sufficiently effective, injuring Buska as the smoke dissipated in the corridor. Yi Chue, encased in heavy armor, beheld Buska sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered. However, he quickly rose, wailing in agony as he clumsily clawed his way up the wooden ladder. Yi Chue furrowed his brow. It seemed his projectile had not inflicted fatal harm upon Buska. Shaking his head, he grasped the long sword propped beside him and hastened over. Buska ascended the staircase slowly, yet Yi Chue, clad in armor, moved even more sluggishly. Thus, by the time Yi Chue reached the foot of the stairs, Buska had already vanished from sight, his cries echoing. "Carrie! Carrie! Where are you? Hurry and come help me." "Father!" Carrie's voice followed closely, tinged with worry and anxiety. "What on earth happened? What's going on down there?" "A demon! There's a demon below!" Buska shrieked, his voice hoarse, but he quickly regained his composure. "No, wait, it's not a demon. It's Hammerhead, that little brat in the armor. Carrie, go help me kill him, kill him." "What about Quinn and Locke?" Carrie's voice seemed to calm slightly. "I don't know about Quinn, but Locke has already been struck down by his lightning scroll. That little brat is rather sinister." Buska gradually regained some composure. But do not fear him. Carrie, listen to me. The voice faded to a near whisper. Standing at the foot of the staircase, Yi Chue's body grew tense. He had not anticipated Carrie's presence. Even with the protection of the war god, his fourth-tier swordsman abilities had diminished to third tier. Yet he was undoubtedly more formidable than Quinn and Locke combined. It was clear that Carrie was now stationed at the exit, sword in hand, awaiting Yi Chue's emergence at Buska's urging. Therefore, Yi Chue would not simply reveal himself. After a moment's reflection, he turned and retraced his steps to the other side of the corridor, approaching the lifeless body of Locke. With great effort, he hoisted the nearby box, filled to the brim with densely packed magic scrolls. Straining under the weight, he eventually carried the box back to the foot of the wooden ladder, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Yet he had no choice but to endure. He set the wooden box on the stairs and reached inside. Retrieving a scroll, tearing it open, and tossing it upward, lightning erupted above. Accompanying it was Buska's agonized scream. Beneath the armor, a satisfied smile crept across Yi Chue's face as he tore open a second scroll and hurled it upward. Followed by a third, fourth, and fifth, the scene from 4 months prior seemed to replay itself. Buska and Carrie were undoubtedly waiting for him above, but they were met only with scroll after scroll. Flames, lightning, gales, swirling dust, and torrents of water erupted above, creating chaos. The would-be attackers, Buska and his son, were thrown into disarray. Buska, already injured by the shards of porcelain, was bloodied, while Carrie clearly harbored a deep psychological aversion to Yi Chue's relentless barrage of scrolls. As the scrolls rained down, they quickly incapacitated Buska with a jolt of electricity, prompting the two to hastily retreat from the wooden cabin. The fire scrolls swiftly ignited the cabin, while the wind scrolls intensified the blaze. Thick clouds of smoke billowing forth from the burning structure, punctuated by flashes of lightning. The water scrolls seemed ineffective amidst the chaos. Yi Chue, too, could not escape unscathed. He felt his breath quickening. He understood that Buska and Carrie could no longer maintain their vigil above. Thus, he set aside the remaining half of the scrolls and began to ascend against the rolling clouds of smoke. His armor and the beast hide providing temporary protection from the flames. Moreover, once he reached the upper level, he could unleash his next deadly strike. Chapter 24. The aerial assault of the Iron Warrior. The wooden cabin was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowing upward amidst the swirling dust created by the scrolls Yi Chue had cast. Built from deadwood and thatch, the cabin was on the brink of collapse, and one could only imagine the searing heat within its confines. Buska, supported by his son, sat on a wooden stump, appearing as disheveled as ever. The once golden robe he wore was now tattered from the shards expelled by Yi Chue's projectile. Carrie's face was etched with fear and tension, his hands tightly gripping his sword, his body trembling uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Father, was that truly Hammerhead in the armor?" "Of course, who else could it be?" Buska seethed, a mixture of anger and frustration boiling within him. It seemed Quinn and Locke had perished below, and now the wooden cabin blazed fiercely due to the scrolls Yi Chue had unleashed. He hoped that the flames would effectively seal off the corridor's exit. Yet, disappointment soon washed over him that a figure slowly emerged from the cabin. Clad in heavy armor and wrapped in thick layers of beast hide, the unbearable heat inside the cabin did not immediately cause Yi Chue discomfort. However, the smoke in the air was nearly suffocating. Moreover, climbing the wooden ladder in such cumbersome armor was no easy feat. His legs felt on the verge of giving out, and he risked losing consciousness at any moment. Under this intense heat, the beast hide and the remaining scrolls tucked beneath it would not endure for long. Thus, he moved his left hand's ring finger, channeling magic energy into the sheepskin parchment linked to it. The parchment, coiled into a rope-like form, was inscribed with dense magical characters, designed to convey information. The parchment adhered to Yi Chue's body, extending to the back of his armor, where it was secured by a piece of beast hide resembling a cloak. Almost instantaneously, upon the movement of Yi Chue's finger, the hide began to swell. This was the thick skin of a wild boar, which Yi Chue had managed to secure firmly to the back and waist of his armor. Rolled into a cylindrical shape, that moment, the wind surged within the cylindrical hide, causing it to inflate, giving the appearance that a tall pillar was propping up the back of Yi Chue's armor. He had fashioned a wind pouch for himself. The purpose of the wind pouch was to elevate him into the air. The gale force unleashed seemed to intensify the already raging flames of the wooden cabin. scattering the wooden furniture positioned behind Yi Chue's wind pouch. The structure, which could still withstand the fire, began to tremble precariously under the wind's assault. This provided Yi Chue with tremendous thrust, propelled by the wind pouch. His body lurched forward, staggering a few steps. This was his first time utilizing such an apparatus, and without prior experimentation, he was unfamiliar with its operation. Yet, under the circumstances, he managed to maintain balance quite well. The gale within the wind pouch was derived from a wind magic scroll that Yi Chue had developed, boasting a potency 4 times greater than that of a standard wind magic scroll. The wind produced by a conventional wind scroll could easily send a sweating individual staggering. One could only imagine the effect of quadrupled wind force. Unfortunately, the gust would only last for a brief moment. However, fortune smiled upon him, for within the wind pouch lay 3 scrolls of quadruple gale magic. Sensing the diminishing force of the wind pouch behind him, Yi Chue subtly moved his middle finger. At this moment, he had reached the edge of the wooden cabin, hurtling directly towards the wooden barrier constructed from planks. The door was nearby, yet under the potent propulsion of the wind pouch. Yi Chue found himself unable to alter his course in time. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The wind pouch's strength was formidable, and his armor was sufficiently robust. Most importantly, the wooden wall, singed by flames, was decidedly fragile. With a crack, almost as soon as the second gale scroll was activated within the wind pouch, the wooden wall was obliterated by Yi Chue's collision, simultaneously propelling him off the ground. Fueled by the force of 2 gale scrolls, Yi Chue's velocity reached its zenith. The instant he burst forth from the wooden cabin, his form inexplicably soared into the air. Perhaps it should not be termed flying, but rather leaping. Yet, the height and distance achieved were beyond what an ordinary person could attain, even surpassing that of the former 4th-tier swordsmen. Carrie and Buska stood several meters away from the cabin, and within their line of sight, amidst the flames consuming the structure, the towering armored figure abruptly shattered the wooden wall, soaring into the sky amidst the roaring inferno. Whether it was due to Yi Chue's breach of the wooden barrier or the cabin's imminent collapse, the moment Yi Chue ascended, the entire burning structure crumbled completely. This undoubtedly added a more spectacular hue to Yi Chue's ascent from the flames than in fact, to Buska and Carrie. Yi Chue's silhouette emerging from the fire was undeniably awe-inspiring, imparting an eerie chill akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Father, Carrie stammered, rendered speechless. No one could leap so high, at least not a 4th-tier swordsman, let alone a 2nd-tier swordsman. But if the one within the armor was Yi Chue, could it be that a 2nd-tier mage achieved this? Had Yi Chue heard Carrie's voice at that moment, he would have smiled and retorted, "A mage relies on wisdom, sheer wisdom." Yet, despite Yi Chue's entrance resembling that of a quintessential Hollywood lone hero, he felt far from lighthearted. His internal monologue was akin to, "Holy cow, I'm airborne. I actually took flight. Oh no, I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall. Holy cow, holy cow." Yi Chue was not truly flying. He was merely propelled to such heights by a tremendous force. And as the wind pouch's power waned, he was destined to descend. As he began his descent, he suddenly spotted Carrie, standing directly beneath him, blankly extending his sword forward, eyes wide with astonishment that Yi Chue's body tilted downward. And barring any unforeseen event, he would land squarely atop Carrie. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chue executed 2 actions. He aimed his long sword downwards and flicked his left index finger. The 3rd gale scroll activated. The previously deflated wind pouch swelled once more, and now, as Yi Chue descended, its force accelerated his fall. The increased speed ensured that Yi Chue's strike would be all the more lethal as his sword descended towards Carrie. Inevitably, the still-heated blade plunged into Carrie's chest. Carrie's armor, once gleaming, bore scars from Debbie's greatsword months prior and had sustained further damage from Yi Chue's scrolls, rendering its inherent defensive array utterly ineffective. Resembling mere ordinary iron armor, the immense force of the long sword easily pierced through this armor, entering his chest and swiftly emerging from his back. Chapter 25. The Power Generator of the Iron Swordsman. Yi Chue's feet crashed heavily onto the ground, and the posture from which he dove rendered his legs, encased in thick beast hide and layers of armor, numbly tingling, as if they had snapped. Yet, undeniably, his stance was striking, gripping the long sword tightly, his body partially bent, while beneath the blade, Carrie knelt backward, the sword having pierced through his chest, emerging from his back, ultimately pinning him forcefully to the ground. In that instant of Yi Chue's descent, Carry only needed to direct his sword towards the sky. Even if he were to perish, he would have taken Yichue with him. Alas, in that fleeting moment, he was so astonished that he did nothing. As the sword penetrated him, it clattered to the ground at Carry's face, turned skyward, displayed disbelief, his mouth agape as he uttered meaningless sounds. His tongue half extended, already devoid of life, that Yichue released his grip on the sword's hilt, laboriously straightening his body, and turned to Buska, who sat dazed upon a wooden stump. Buska was utterly stunned, gazing at his son, who had been pierced through, instinctively calling out, "Carry, he is already dead." Yichue kindly informed Buska, dragging his heavy armor with great effort as he approached Buska, labored breaths emanating from his helmet. He was exhausted, stifled, and discomfort, yet one final task awaited him, the most crucial of all. With a hint of mirth in his voice, he uttered, "Now it's your turn." Buska trembled, gazing at the towering figure before him. Resembling death itself, his voice quivering. Who are you? Who are you really?" "I." Yichue chuckled, now unconcerned about Buska fleeing, granting him the opportunity to indulge in a verbose monologue akin to many protagonists in tales before undertaking a significant act. He believed it necessary to share certain matters with Buska, and thus, he fumbled for a moment at his helmet before finally unfastening the clasp between his helmet and chest plate, with a resounding click. He removed the heavy helmet and tossed it aside. Beneath the helmet, only half of Yichue's head was visible, due to its size. Upon donning it, he had been viewing the world through its mouth. With layers of beast hide encircling his head, this moment, he greedily inhaled the fresh air, his appearance somewhat comical, yet Buska felt nothing but profound dread at why Yichue continued. "I am Hammerhead, the apprentice mage of Anthony's magic hut. Often derided as the useless mage, adept only in trivial magic, perpetually hiding behind Debbie in times of trouble, a notion that renders one quite pitiable. But that was in the past." Yichue paused before addressing Buska. "Now I go by Yichue. A hacker. Don't comprehend what a hacker is. No matter, you needn't understand, for you shall soon meet your demise." Having finished his words with a smile, Yichue grasped Buska's head. Whether it was the realization that this man, who had slain Quinn, Rock, and had so stylishly killed his son, was indeed the one he had imprisoned for 3 months, Buska's mind momentarily froze in shock. Yet soon, he regained his senses, aware of Yichue's impending actions. Instinctively, he seized Yichue's hands, wrapped in beast hide and armor, and cried out, "No, please, I can give you all my wealth. I beg you. Spare me. No one believes the words of a scoundrel like you. I was imprisoned the moment I reincarnated into this world for 3 long months. Who else has suffered such a fate? Thus, I am filled with rage." Yichue babbled on, sounding as if he were rambling incoherently, words only he understood, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a grin. "I recall fondly playing video games as a child, where I adored a particular move. What was it called again? Oh, the power generator." As Yichue spoke, his left thumb suddenly twitched. All 10 of Yichue's fingers were connected to scrolls, his right hand's 5 fingers linked to the flame scroll, while his left pinky connected to the lightning matrix, and his ring, middle, and index fingers connected to the gale scrolls within the wind pouch. His thumb was similarly linked to a lightning scroll, connecting to his wrist with 5 strands. Upon issuing the activation command through his thumb, the 3 scrolls would sequentially activate, generating a continuous current. This current would instantaneously course through his entire armor, due to the thick layer of beast hide insulating him. Yichue effectively mitigated the electrical shock. The moment Yichue's thumb activated the command, brilliant blue currents surged forth from his left arm, accompanied by sizzling sounds as they flowed across his armor. Unimpeded as they invaded Buska's body, the light of the current intensified. Had one observed this scene from afar, it would indeed evoke the sensation of a power generator. Buska emitted cries of despair, his body trembling uncontrollably, his chestnut red hair and beard standing on end, as wisps of white smoke enveloped him, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh. Yichue was not faring well either, although the beast hide shielded him from direct shocks. The currents swirling around him still imparted a tingling sensation throughout his body, one that was not lethal, yet far from pleasant, prompting Yichue to involuntarily exclaim, "Holy cow, this is quite the thrill." Fortunately, the duration of the power generation was brief. As the 5 lightning scrolls depleted in turn, Yichue swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Buska, having been utterly charred, was beyond saving. By heavens, this technique needs to be improved. Yi Chue glanced at the utterly miserable Buska, murmuring softly as his eyes began to survey his surroundings, only to realize he was amidst a dense forest, uncertain of how far he was from Stan City. After confirming there were no other souls nearby, he commenced the arduous task of removing his armor, a process that consumed a full 10 minutes at last. He managed to free himself from the cumbersome metal encasement and shed the thick animal pelts that clung to him. After being confined within for an extended period, he felt an indescribable sense of coolness and relief. Then his gaze shifted once more to the smoking Buska, his eyes brightening as he leaned closer to pry open the man's clothing and began to rummage through his pockets. Nothing at all. Yi Chue was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that just months ago, when he had asked Buska for 100 gold coins, the man had promptly produced them from his own garments. Surely he couldn't have nothing left now. Could he? Suddenly, a thought struck him as his eyes fell upon the ring adorning Buska's finger. The flicker of excitement surged within him as he hastily yanked the ring off and brought it closer for inspection. However, before he could discern its significance, a gruff voice erupted from behind him. What transpired here? Startled, Yi Chue turned to find a tall, muscular figure standing behind him. It was an orc warrior. Chapter 26. The most wonderful aspect of murder and arson is the absence of responsibility upon encountering the green-skinned. Towering figure clad in menacing steel armor, with a face that sported protruding tusks, Yi Chue instinctively exclaimed, "Holy hell! Holy hell!" The orc warrior repeated in a gravelly voice, the rough timbre inadvertently lending a touch of absurdity and sincerity to his words. "I am not called Holy Hell. I am Azur." Yi Chue stood speechless. The orc named Azur surveyed the chaotic scene around him, his expression shifting slightly upon spotting Carrie, who lay lifelessly on the ground, before his gaze fell upon the charred remains of Buska. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Who are you? Did you kill these two? How could Carrie be dead?" Upon hearing the name Carrie, a sense of dread washed over Yi Chue. Could it be that this orc was allied with Buska? Given his imposing stature and presence, he clearly surpassed the likes of Carrie and Quinn. Even if Yi Chue were still clad in his armor, with its scroll mechanisms yet to be activated, it seemed highly improbable that he could contend with this orc warrior. However, Azur made no aggressive moves toward Yi Chue, ignoring his instinctive defensive posture. Instead, he approached Carrie's body, crouching down to examine him closely. Yi Chue stood nearby, filled with trepidation, discreetly slipping the ring he had just taken from Buska into the pocket of his magical robe. After a brief moment, Azur spoke. The fatal wound on him was inflicted by a sword that fell from the sky. This sword possesses immense power, piercing directly through his armor and pinning him to the ground. Judging by the direction of the wound and the footprints on the ground, it appears the assailant descended from above without any flamboyant maneuvers. Yet Carrie made no attempt to mount an effective defense. He didn't even attempt to evade the strike. It seems he was so terrified that this fool forgot to react at all. Having accurately reconstructed the events that transpired, Azur turned his gaze toward Yi Chue. Yi Chue's body tensed immediately, and with utmost sincerity, he declared, "I did not kill him. That's obvious. Even a fool could see that you did not." Azur remarked with a tone of certainty. Yi Chue felt a surge of indignation at the implication that his current appearance was so pitiful. Azur then moved to inspect Buska, stating, "He was killed by lightning, not by an ordinary lightning scroll, but rather by a mid-level attack spell, Lightning Strike." As he spoke, he turned back to Yi Chue, who, then, is responsible for their deaths. Yi Chue could hardly contain a laugh, wanting to mockingly inform Azur that he would never guess that he was, in fact, the one who had dispatched them. Yet, as a wise and astute mage, he opted for a more modest approach, feigning earnestness as he fabricated a tale. "I do not know that individual. He was a strikingly handsome man clad in armor, moving like the wind and striking with the swiftness of lightning, truly magnificent. And he told me his name was Steel." At that moment, Yi Chue had intended to say the name Iron Man. However, he was confronted with the challenge that the language of this world differed from that of his own, though he could communicate fluently thanks to the memories he had inherited from the Hammerhead. Certain concepts only existed in his mind and could not be easily articulated. For instance, neither Iron Man nor its direct translation could be accurately conveyed in this world's language, while Steel was straightforward. The concept of man proved more elusive, and translating it directly to Iron Man or the equivalent term used elsewhere felt too lackluster. Thus, he paused momentarily before settling on the closest term, swordsman. The name Steel Swordsman, which would later resonate throughout the entire continent of Igendas, first emerged in this world. Steel Swordsman. Azur furrowed his brow. Is he a high-level swordsman? Yi Chue was taken aback. Why would Azur presume that based solely on the name? Observing Yi Chue's expression, Azur elaborated. Only high-level swordsmen possess titles. Since the swordsman who saved you calls himself the Steel Swordsman, he must be of advanced rank. Wait a moment. This old fellow was killed by lightning. Does that mean the Steel Swordsman is adept in magic? Yi Chue instinctively nodded. Then he is a magic swordsman, Azur continued, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. To master both magic and swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. The term magic swordsman clearly referred to individuals who, upon becoming mages, had also trained in swordsmanship. Such practitioners were rarer than both mages and swordsmen, and their combat prowess often exceeded that of their peers in either profession, representing a hybrid of the two. It was the first time Yi Chue had heard of the magic swordsman class, and he felt a swell of pride, realizing how extraordinary he seemed. Of course, he quickly reminded himself that he was hardly a true magic swordsman. His previous words had been mere bravado. However, as he glanced at the scattered armor on the ground, his thoughts began to brighten with possibilities. Perhaps he could find a way to acquire an even more powerful suit of armor in the future. He had heard of armor that could be enchanted with magical arrays. He wondered if he could delve into such studies. Who knows? Perhaps he could even create a fantastical version of the Iron Man suit from those films. Just as he pondered these notions, Azur's gaze returned to Yi Chue. What exactly is happening here? It seems you were captured by that fool Carrie. By now, Yi Chue had surmised that this orc warrior was not allied with Carrie. The foolish words he had spoken were undoubtedly sincere. Nevertheless, Yi Chue could not fully ascertain Azur's stance. After some contemplation, he resolved to speak the truth. My name is Hammerhead, and I am a mage. You are the mage who incapacitated Carrie. Upon hearing the name Hammerhead, a flicker of joy crossed Azur's fearsome face, his expression betraying a hint of delight. He interrupted Yi Chue. I never imagined you would be the intriguing mage. Carrie has always been considered the disgrace of the city lord's guards. After you rendered him incapable, we celebrated with drinks when he was expelled from the lord's manor. Yi Chue was taken aback by his newfound notoriety, feeling a sense of unexpected pride. However, Azur's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness as he realized something. By your demeanor, you were imprisoned by Carrie and his father. I heard you were skilled at crafting scrolls. They must have confined you to compel you into creating magical scrolls for them? Yi Chue nodded vigorously. Indeed. That is precisely the case. He then voiced his concerns. Now that both Buska and Carrie are dead, and their subordinates beneath the house are also lifeless, will I land in any trouble? It's best that scoundrels like them are dead. Azur thumped his chest with conviction. Rest assured. I guarantee you will encounter no repercussions. Is that so? How wonderful. Yi Chue breathed a sigh of relief. For the most delightful aspect of murder and arson was indeed the assurance that one would not be held accountable. Chapter 27. Enchantment techniques. Though Azur possessed a fearsome and grotesque visage, this appearance was a result of his racial lineage, and in truth, he was quite amiable, particularly after learning that Yi Chue was the one who had dealt Carrie such a devastating blow. His regard for Yi Chue grew even warmer. Carrie had attained the rank of intermediate swordsman through the use of resources. While he possessed strength, his individual combat abilities were lacking, rendering him the lowest among the city lord's guards, a veritable disgrace. Azur assured Yi Chue that the deaths of Buska and Carrie would not implicate him in any way. As for the valiant steel swordsman, while Azur harbored some doubts regarding the man's identity, he ultimately chose to trust Yi Chue's words. After all, the evidence was clear. He could not possibly believe that Yi Chue was responsible for all these deaths. Could he? As two individuals engaged in conversation, the sudden sound of footsteps drew their attention. Yi Chue turned to see 4 figures emerging from the dense thicket, and to his surprise, he recognized the leading figure. It was none other than the valiant female swordsman he had seen 3 or 4 months prior at the window of the Mo Lawnflower shop, the daughter of the city lord. Iphia. The other 3 were clad in armor similar to Azur's. Upon seeing Iphia, Yi Chue was reminded of his first encounter with her, during which 4 of the city lord's guards had trailed behind her, one of whom was an orc warrior. It appeared that these 4 were indeed the same. However, the beauty of Ifea was far more memorable, which is why Yi Chue did not recall having seen Azur at that time. What transpired here? Ifea inquired, her gaze sweeping over Buska and Kyrie, as well as the distant, burning wooden cabin, clearly startled. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself and continued to ask, Miss Ifea, the situation is as follows. Azur hastily recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his words, Ifea's face hardened with anger. This merchant named Buska dares to shamelessly abduct others. His son is one of the guards of my city lord's residence. What a disgrace. Kyrie has always been a disgrace among the guards of our city lord. I am not the least bit surprised that he would commit such an act, remarked one of the other 3 human guards with a sneer as he approached Kyrie, surveying him with a condescending gaze. TSK, such a death is indeed fitting for him. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his attention to Yi Chue. Young brother, are you saying that someone who calls himself the Iron Swordsman killed them? There are only 8 high-level swordsmen in Stand City, and none of them are known as the Iron Swordsman. This guard clearly was not as easily deceived as Azur, and a hint of skepticism clouded his expression. Ballman, you can't possibly suspect that the Hammerhead was responsible for the deaths of these individuals, can you? Azur couldn't help but chuckled at this remark. Even Ifea burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most amusing joke. Yi Chue felt a surge of frustration. Was this situation truly so comical? No, I certainly do not believe that this young brother is the culprit, Ballman replied with a smile, shaking his head. He continued to address Yi Chue. I am simply curious. It is unlikely for a high-level swordsman to appear out of nowhere in Stand City. After all, the titles of high-level swordsmen must be registered with the Swordsman's Guild. I merely wish to ascertain who this Iron Swordsman truly is, especially considering the manner in which he dispatched Buska and his son does not seem to align with the standards of a high-level swordsman. Yi Chue had mentioned the name Iron Swordsman purely by chance. Without anticipating the ensuing complications, he quickly responded, perhaps that individual is not a high-level swordsman at all. He may simply be indulging in the thrill of pretending to be one. He was clad in armor throughout the entire encounter, and I did not get a good look at his appearance. That is a possibility. Ballman nodded in agreement with Yi Chue's assertion. Ifea then inquired in detail about Yi Chue's experiences while imprisoned, which he dutifully recounted. After listening, a hint of sympathy appeared on Ifea's striking and valiant face. Though, in Yi Chue's eyes, she seemed quite young, with a touch of childishness still evident in her features. The sympathy she expressed seemed more like an attempt to mimic the demeanor of an adult. She patted Yi Chue's shoulder and, in a feigned mature tone, said, You have endured much during this time. The occurrence of such events within Stand City is a failure on the part of our city lord's residents, but I will ensure that my father compensates you. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept such a thing, Yi Chue replied, his expression one of discomfort. Then he shifted the subject. How do you intend to compensate me? Ifea replied, That will require discussion with my father before any decisions can be made. At this point, several guards had already removed the long sword from Kyrie's abdomen, positioning him and Buska side by side on the ground. Ballman crouched beside Buska, inspecting him with a frown before directing his gaze at Buska's hand. Upon noticing a white mark on Buska's ring finger, he exchanged a thoughtful glance with Yi Chue, shook his head with a smile, and chose not to delve further into the matter. Ballman and another guard remained at the scene. While Yi Chue followed Ifea, Azur, and the other guards back to the city, it was only then that Yi Chue realized he was on a hilltop outside Stand City. During the return journey, he rode in Buska's carriage, which had now become the property of the city lord's residence. Azur drove the carriage, while Ifea joined him inside, observing the strikingly valiant beauty sharing the carriage with him. Yi Chue maintained a relatively calm demeanor, occasionally stealing glances at her figure, which was accentuated by her fitted armor that, of course, had it been the original Hammerhead in his place, he might have fainted from sheer excitement. Engaging in aimless conversation with Ifea, Yi Chue learned that she had just completed a patrol of the southern borders of Stand City with the 4 guards, primarily to assess the presence of any lurking dangerous magical beasts. Due to Stand City's proximity to the dark forest, incidents involving magical beasts occasionally occurred, and such patrols were a fixed duty carried out monthly by the city lord's residents. Ifea, possessing remarkable talent as a swordsman, was now a 5th-tier swordsman and participated in every patrol to hone her skills. This time, we encountered a 3rd-tier wolf-fang beast, and it proved to be quite troublesome, Ifea recounted, appearing somewhat bored as she shared her experiences from the patrol. Although we ultimately managed to eliminate the wolf fang beast without any mishaps, my sword was unfortunately damaged in the process. As she spoke, Ifea swiftly drew her sword from her waist. The blade, once adorned with exquisite patterns, now bore a patch of black rust, gently rubbing her finger over the rusted spot. She continued, "The venom of the wolf fang beast possesses strong corrosive properties, and the magical array enchanted on this sword has been compromised. I will need to find someone to re-enchant it." Enchanting. Yi Chue's mind suddenly stirred with interest. Ifea regarded him with curiosity. "What is it?" "In terms of enchanting, Miss Ifea, perhaps I could give it a try," Yi Chue replied earnestly, as he prepared to delve deeper into the enchanting technique for the sake of his fantastical Iron Man armor. Chapter 28. To die, to die, to die. Do you understand enchanting? Ifea asked, her gaze fixed quizzically on Yi Chue. He felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. His previous statement had been an impulsive utterance born from his thoughts. In truth, Yi Chue knew from Hammerhead's memories that mastering enchanting required considerable talent. Both forging and enchanting were innate abilities of dwarves, effortless for them, while humans needed prolonged practice to acquire such skills. Furthermore, a stringent prerequisite for learning enchanting was that one had to be a magician. In all of Stan City, those proficient in enchanting numbered no more than 10. Under Ifea's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Chue instinctively felt a pang of panic. And with a hint of insecurity, he replied, "Well, I have a basic understanding." "Oh, in any case, the magical array enchanted on my sword is merely a wind blade, so repairing it should be quite simple." As she spoke, Ifea casually extended her sword towards Yi Chue. Yi Chue hurriedly accepted it, astonished. "You trust me enough to hand over your sword just like that?" Ifea's enchanting and captivating visage broke into a gentle smile. "Do you truly think you would dare to take my sword for yourself?" Yi Chue was left speechless. Indeed, as the daughter of the city lord and a prodigious swordsman, her words carried weight. The carriage jolted along the road, and while the ride was far from comfortable, Yi Chue's focus was entirely absorbed by the sword in his hands. He traced his fingers over the intricate designs, allowing his mental energy to gently touch the blade. His thoughts were a flurry. Enchanting, in simple terms, involves inscribing magical arrays onto weapons and armor. However, this engraving differs from that of magical scrolls, as the magical arrays inscribed using magical ink can only be utilized once. Enchanting, on the other hand, employs a magical substance known as mithril. Yi Chue strained to recall the enchanting information he had encountered through Hammerhead's experiences. Using special tools, mithril can be infused into armor and weapons, forming magical matrices and intricate designs. But how do these designs encompass magical matrices? Enchanting involves embedding mithril into armor or weapons, creating unique patterns. Yet Yi Chue found himself perplexed as to how these patterns could form magical matrices. His fingers glided over the sword's ornate designs, and he faintly sensed a hint of magical energy, yet he was uncertain how that energy manifested. It seems enchanting is quite a complicated endeavor. Despite realizing that enchanting was no simple task, Yi Chue felt undeterred. Regardless of the challenges, he was determined to give it a try. After all, even if he failed to repair the sword, Ifea likely wouldn't hold it against him, would she? The carriage halted at the intersection leading to Anthony's magical workshop. "I hope you can restore my sword within half a month," Ifea said as Yi Chue prepared to alight. "As for the payment, I will settle it with you at that time." "Oh, very well." Yi Chue leapt from the carriage, suddenly recalling something as he turned to look at Ifea. "About the compensation we discussed earlier." Ifea rolled her eyes, surprised that the lad had remembered such a matter. With a resigned tone, she replied, "Rest assured, Buska has met his demise for his actions, and according to imperial law, all his assets will be confiscated. I shall request my father to set aside something for you." Having said this, she decisively shut the carriage door. "Azur, let us return to the Lord's manor." "Yes, Miss Ifea." Before departing, Azur flashed a smile at Yi Chue, presumably intending to convey goodwill. Yet the two protruding fangs rendered his grin rather sinister. Yi Chue managed a bitter smile before turning towards Anthony's magical cottage. Hammerhead. Soon, a lady shopping for groceries spotted Yi Chue. Her face filled with shock as she rushed over. "You? How have you returned? And you look so disheveled. What on earth happened to you?" "Oh, it's a long story," Yi Chue said, gesturing towards Anthony's cottage. Let me return home first, and then I will explain. Then you should hurry back. Debbie has been quite worried about you during this time. The lady urged. Chue nodded, quickening his pace. It was peculiar. After being reborn in this hammerhead's body, he had spent barely half a month living with Debbie before being kidnapped by Buska for 3 long months. Yet, he felt an inexplicable longing for the little sister who always bore a 100-pound greatsword. This longing was not solely due to the memories of the original hammerhead, but stemmed from the bond he had formed with the little girl, akin to that of siblings. Perhaps there was also a slightly inappropriate fondness for her youth. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chue gradually approached Anthony's magical cottage. From a distance, he spotted a small, solitary figure sitting in front of the cottage. It was already afternoon, and the slanted sun cast a dreamy hue. Debbie sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her face buried within them, the massive sword beside her accentuating her small and pitiful stature. Upon witnessing this scene, Chue could almost hear a melancholic melody playing in the background, evoking an involuntary sense of sorrow. Debbie, Chue called softly. The small figure stirred slightly, lifting her face from her arms to gaze in his direction. She appeared momentarily stunned, and then vigorously rubbed her eyes, finally confirming that the one calling her name was none other than her own hammerhead. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, and she leaped from the ground, only to be overtaken by anger. She was furious at Chue for leaving without a word and incensed that he had only sent a note during the 3 months. Her adorable face was adorned with complaints and resentment as she charged towards him. As she raced forward, her tiny fists clenched tightly, and she gritted her teeth, seemingly intent on delivering a good thrashing to Chue. Instinctively, Chue felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that he might escape 3 months of captivity only to meet his end at Debbie's fists. Given her strength to wield the 100-pound greatsword so effortlessly, he could hardly hope for survival. However, just as Chue's heart began to race with trepidation, Debbie reached him, her furious expression suddenly morphing into one of distress. Tears welled up in her eyes as she threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to him. Hammerhead, where have you been all this time? I missed you so much. I missed you too, Chue croaked, his voice hoarse not from emotion, but because Debbie's embrace was making it hard for him to breathe. Could you let go? I think my bones might break. I'm suffocating here. Chapter 29. The great surprise Debbie gave Chue. So you were truly locked away by Buska in the mountains for 3 months? Indeed. Each day I was required to write 30 magical scrolls. The little dark room was dim and stifling, utterly miserable. It's my fault. I should have followed you all along. Even if you had followed me then, it would not have mattered. There were too many. If they intended to kidnap me, they would have found a way to do so. Do not blame yourself. I am fine now, aren't I? Hammerhead, Debbie. From now on, I promise to protect you well. Haha. All right, done in 2 years. You should hurry and marry me, and then stay by my side without leaving an inch. Debbie? Sure. What do you mean, sure? To marry you. Of course that I was always meant to marry you. By now, evening had fallen, the sky adorned with countless stars. In the backyard of Anthony's magical cottage, the door to Chue's room was firmly shut. Debbie sat on the steps outside, resting her chin on her hands, speaking to Chue from within. From inside, the sound of flowing water could be heard intermittently as Chue took a bath. In the 3 months of captivity, he had not enjoyed a proper wash. The water flow spell was merely a light drizzle, poorly controlled, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. After returning, he naturally wished to indulge in a thorough cleansing. With a creak, Chue emerged from his room, now clad in fresh, clean attire. Upon seeing Debbie perched on the steps, a warm smile spread across his face. Buska and his son have been eliminated by that dashing, remarkable swordsman. I hear the Lord's manor will provide us with some compensation, so our lives will improve significantly. Debbie's adorable face lifted as she looked at Chue. Hammerhead, I have a surprise for you. Will you please close your eyes? A surprise. Chue's heart began to race instinctively, and his mind unwittingly conjured up certain romantic scenarios. Having just discussed marriage with Debbie, he anticipated a kiss to follow. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he promptly closed his eyes, lowering his head slightly to make it easier for her small frame to reach his lips. Then, buzz, 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 buzz. A series of oddly powerful winds began to swirl around his ears. Chue, puzzled, quickly opened his eyes, only to exclaim in shock. Debbie was twirling her 100-pound greatsword in the courtyard. Chue, is this the so-called surprise? Hammerhead, After my relentless efforts these past 3 months, my big top can now spin for half an hour effortlessly. I've discovered a trick. By fixing my gaze on a stationary point while spinning, I can significantly reduce the dizziness. Now, I'm aiming to spin for an hour. Debbie's joyous voice rang out. Now, when I encounter Kyrie, I won't be afraid at all. So, what do you think, Hammerhead? Isn't it a grand surprise? Yichu ate. Indeed, it is quite the surprise. Well, Debbie is still just a little girl. What does she know about romance? Yichu consoled himself internally. He sat on the steps, watching Debbie spin for half an hour. Finally, she could spin no more and came to a halt, leaning against her greatsword, her tear-streaked face radiating uncontainable joy. So, what do you think? Impressive, right? Now, even if Kyrie activates his war goddess guardian, he would definitely not be my match. I believe I now possess the strength to challenge a third-tier swordsman. Yes, very impressive indeed, Yichu replied, feigning exaggerated surprise as he clapped his hands twice. Debbie, oblivious to his theatrics, beamed with delight, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and continued, Hammerhead, after spinning for so long, I'm hungry. Then I'll go cook you some noodles. Well, since their reunion, things had returned to their usual rhythm. However, as Yichu busied himself in the kitchen, Debbie seemed to fear that he might suddenly vanish again. Crouching at the kitchen door to watch him, Hammerhead, is that iron swordsman who saved you really strong? Is he a high-tier swordsman? He probably isn't a high-tier swordsman, but he is undoubtedly formidable, due to certain considerations. Yichu chose not to reveal the truth about the senior swordsman to Debbie, merely stating that a valiant hero had come to his aid. However, when discussing this iron swordsman, Yichu's enthusiasm was palpable, as he deftly manipulated kitchen utensils while exclaiming, This iron swordsman is truly remarkable, encased entirely in armor. Although I have yet to see his visage, I can only assume he is an extraordinarily handsome figure. He is adept in both magic and swordsmanship, capable of dispatching foes like Quinlock and that other fellow, Kyrie, with ease. When he confronted Buska, he unleashed a spectacular ultimate technique known as the Great Power Generator. What an impressive feat. Yichu spoke with fervor, but when he turned to look at Debbie, his voice suddenly faltered. She had already dozed off, perched on the door frame. This left Yichu with an indescribable sense of regret. Yet, he soon realized that while his own confinement in the small dark room had been quite arduous, it must have been equally challenging for Debbie. Her recent demonstration of her ultimate technique, the Grand Euro, was, in truth, a promise to Yichu that she would undoubtedly acquire the strength to protect him in the future. Regardless of other matters that seemed to hold little importance to her, this revelation warmed Yichu's heart, prompting him to diligently prepare 2 bowls of noodles and present one before Debbie, saying, Debbie, wake up and enjoy your noodles. Later that evening, as Yichu lay on his bed, he relished the comfort of a dry and cozy quilt, a stark contrast to the damp and uncomfortable wooden bed he had endured for the past 3 months. His spirits lifted inexplicably. He reflected on the fact that he had taken lives today, employing a cleverly designed magical armor to eliminate 4 adversaries, yet he felt no panic. This was a fantastical world. Intriguing yet perilous, survival necessitated danger, and killing was an inevitable consequence. Perhaps his 3 months of imprisonment had instilled this understanding within him, granting him a sense of peace. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he retrieved a ring from his pocket, one he had pried from Buska. If his intuition served him correctly, this was a spatial ring capable of storing certain items. Yichu infused the ring with his magical power and perception, and he faintly perceived a door. The ring belonged to Buska, and only he could unlock the door within it. The ring essentially functioned as a spatial magical matrix, equipped with a rudimentary identification system. From Yichu's perspective, this was the legendary artifact recognition. He couldn't help but lick his lips, pondering, old skills at play. I wonder if I can infiltrate this ring's recognition system. Chapter 30. Infiltrating the spatial ring magic, at its core, is the manipulation of natural forces. Since the genius of humanity mastered the control of these powers over 30,000 years ago, the application of magic has become increasingly frequent. Scholars have thoroughly analyzed the essence of magic, categorizing the various elements of natural forces with precision. In simple terms, magical elements are divided into 7 categories: water, fire, electricity, earth, wind, darkness, and light. These are the 7 elements of magic. However, nature encompasses more than just these elements. Hence, these 7 are referred to as the fundamental elements, which, through their interactions, can yield entirely new magical elements. For instance, combining water and wind elements creates ice, while merging water with earth results in wood or swamp. When earth and fire elements fuse, they transform into magma. It is said that if one could completely amalgamate these 7 elements, they would create the world-shattering time element. Yet, since the inception of magic, only the original genius of humanity has successfully unleashed time magic once, vanquishing the horrific invaders from the northern continent. This tale remains a legend, and the fusion of the 7 magical elements has been a topic of debate and skepticism among modern magical scholars. Among the 7 magical elements, water, fire, electricity, earth, and wind are foundational and must be mastered by novice mages. Out of the 5 magical characters essential for novice mages, one specifically addresses the deconstruction of these 5 elements. In contrast, the elements of space, darkness, and light are significantly more complex. During his 3-month confinement in the small dark room, Yichue conducted numerous experiments and mastered 18 magical characters, alongside the 5 he had originally learned. He now possessed a total of 23 characters, leaving 9 yet to be acquired, all pertaining to the elements of space, darkness, and light. These 3 elements were so profound that both their essence and the associated magical characters were not easily comprehensible. Naturally, a complete understanding of these 3 magical elements is a requirement for advanced mages. Only advanced mages can utilize spatial magical matrices, and only they can create magical artifacts like spatial rings. However, bypassing the recognition restrictions of the spatial ring does not necessarily require one to be an advanced mage. At least, Yichue did not believe he was incapable of unlocking the door within the ring. The recognition restriction of the ring is akin to an electronic door that requires a password for entry. The identification system operates on a complex magical matrix, similar to a computer system. To access the interior, I must break the operational rules of this system and deduce the password. If I attempt a brute force approach, the system will be destroyed, and the spatial ring will cease to exist. Yichue began to apply the theories he had learned in his previous life about computers to explore how to infiltrate the spatial ring in his possession. As a top-tier hacker, breaching a spatial ring should be a trivial task, right? However, reality proved otherwise. When Yichue emerged from his room the next day, sporting dark circles under his eyes, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. The recognition magical matrix of the spatial ring was heavily reliant on spatial matrix configurations, many of which utilized the 9 magical characters he had yet to master. Attempting to crack the recognition system was akin to a novice programmer trying to breach a banking system, an arduous endeavor where mere experience would not suffice. It seems that in order to unlock this spatial ring, I must first master the remaining 9 magical characters. Yichue mused wearily. Hey, what's wrong with you? In the courtyard, Debbie, having just finished her sword dance, noticed Yichue's lackluster demeanor and inquired with concern. This girl, who typically favored sleeping in, had developed a habit of rising early to practice swordsmanship over the past 3 months. I had a bit of insomnia last night. Yichue shook his head, heading to the well to use a magical water pump to fill a basin and wash his face. Turning to Debbie, he smiled and asked, "What would you like for breakfast?" "You needn't bother cooking. I'll just make some porridge later." "You should take it easy today," Debbie replied, her expression tinged with concern. "It's nothing. I merely didn't sleep well last night," Yichue insisted, shaking his head as he entered the kitchen, his voice carrying from within, "I still need to step out for a while." "Step out?" Debbie immediately grew anxious. "What are you planning to do?" "I'm heading to the Magic Guild," Yichue replied. "Buska burned my wand, and without it, I can accomplish nothing. I need to procure a new wand from the guild." "Oh, then I'll accompany you," Debbie chimed in, a smile brightening her face. Since Yichue's unexpected return the day before, she had been enveloped in an indescribable happiness, yet a flicker of worry lingered, fearful that he might vanish again, leaving behind only a note about maintaining world peace. Hence, she resolved to stay close to Yichue from now on. As Yichue skillfully prepared the meal, another thought crossed his mind, and he called out, "Oh, by the way, we also need to stop by Kare's Magic Bookstore. I need to buy a few books." Upon hearing Yichue mention purchasing books, Debbie's expression tightened with concern, recalling the 9 gold coins she had lost previously. "Buying books again? What do you intend to buy this time?" "About enchantments." Yichue thought of the longsword that Afia had entrusted to him. Enchantments? Debbie recalled the longsword Yichue had brought back the previous day. "I wanted to ask how you managed to obtain Afia's longsword." My father seems to know nothing about enchantments. So how would you know? I don't know, Yi Chue replied nonchalantly. That's precisely why I'm going to buy a few books to learn. Debbie was left speechless. Enchantment was an intricate forging technique only dwarves and mages could wield. Yet Yi Chue intended to learn it on the fly. But, Yi Chue, enchantment seems quite challenging, Debbie warned cautiously. How difficult can it be? Yi Chue replied with a carefree smile. In the realm of the diligent. There is nothing that cannot be learned. After being confined for 3 months, I have discerned the essence of 18 magical characters through my own exploration, and even crafted a set of magical armor to vanquish the 4 captors who imprisoned me. Thus, I, Yi Chue, feel utterly assured in my status as a scholarly prodigy. Chapter 31. The magical crystal in the myriad on the continent of Igendas. Nearly every human settlement boasts a mage guild, a swordsman guild, a mercenary guild, and various other establishments, allowing the mages, swordsmen, and mercenaries across the land to form a cohesive and communicative community. The Mage Guild in Stan City is located in the Western District, from a distance. It lacks the grandeur of the Mercenary Guild's domed architecture and the bustling atmosphere of the Swordsman Guild that it appears to be an unremarkable 2-story building, despite mages being the most revered profession in this world. The number of individuals capable of becoming mages is exceedingly scarce. Among the hundreds of thousands of residents in Stan City, there are barely over 100 mages, aside from the guild hall's unassuming appearance. Its entrance is also rather deserted. Magical tools employed by mages, such as parchment, magical ink, and wands, can only be procured here, yet these items are seldom used by mages in their daily lives. Moreover, the interactions between mages typically occur within their own circles, rather than in communal gatherings or challenges like those in the swordsman or mercenary guilds. I wish to purchase a wand, Yi Chue stated as he entered the hall of the Mage Guild accompanied by Debbie. He surveyed the spacious and tranquil hall, spotting a reclining chair where an elderly man clad in a black mage robe leisurely reclined, entertaining himself with a small jug of wine and humming a tune. Occasionally taking a sip as Yi Chue approached, he softly spoke. The elderly man on the recliner paid him no mind, indulging in his drink, but eventually turned his gaze toward Yi Chue, his expression shifting with surprise. Oh, you are that hammerhead. You know me. Yi Chue was momentarily taken aback, pondering that while there were only 100 mages in Stan City, his reputation could not be so widely recognized, could it? Greetings. Young brothered, I am Bajan. The old man promptly sprang from his recliner, appearing quite enthusiastic. Your feat of defeating the 4th-tier swordsman, Carrie, with a scroll has spread throughout Stan City, and that old coot, Buska, even came to me to discuss his useless son. Naturally, I am aware of your name. Hammerhead, Debbie whispered into Yi Chue's ear. I've heard my father mention Bajan. He is a 5th-tier mage, highly skilled in light element magic, and is a renowned magical physician. Likely to become a priest in the future, swordsmen, upon reaching advanced levels, can evolve into great swordsmen, long swordsmen, and the like. While mages also have similar classifications, priests are a type of mage who specializes in light magic, available to those who become advanced mages. Bajan also holds a significant position within the Mage Guild. That Debbie's words instantly filled Yi Chue with greater respect for Bajan. Mr. Bajan, I wish to purchase a wand. I heard that you were kidnapped by Buska and his useless son not long ago, and were only rescued yesterday. Bajan seemed unperturbed by Yi Chue's desire to buy a wand. Yesterday, the Lord's office sent word that they knew your wand had been destroyed and that you would be coming here to purchase a new wand. That the Lord's office will cover the cost. So you may choose any wand you like. Really? Upon hearing Bastion's words, Debbie's face lit up with joy. For her, the greatest happiness in the world was perhaps acquiring something for free. However, Yi Chue felt no delight at all. Was this what they called compensation? Surely a wand could not suffice. Currently, Yi Chue was merely a low-tier mage, and the wands used by low-tier mages were not particularly expensive, only costing a few silver coins. Such a sum was nowhere near the compensation he had anticipated. Unaware of Yi Chue's discontent, Bajan cheerfully prepared to head into the inner hall of the Mage Guild. I will fetch the wand. Please wait here. Oh. At that moment, Debbie suddenly exclaimed, What is it, little girl? Bajan, clearly fond of the girl wielding a hefty sword, inquired with a smile. Debbie pointed dreamily at a mirror standing at the side of the hall. There appears to be something within it. Yi Chue, curious, turned his gaze toward the mirror. It was a full-length mirror that appeared quite ordinary, clearly reflecting the figures of Yi Chui, Debbie, and Ba Jin. However, unusually, a blue, crystal-like object hovered within the reflection of the mirror. Yi Chui glanced around, confirming that no such crystal existed in the real world. Debbie waved her hand in front of her, and her reflection mirrored the action, her palm seemingly passing through the crystal. That crystal existed solely within the mirror? Hee, Ba Jin chuckled upon witnessing this. That crystal is a magical crystal placed there by a high mage visiting the guild. It contains some of his insights on magic. Whoever can retrieve that crystal from the mirror shall possess it. Ba Jin casually introduced the subject and then glanced at Yi Chui. You may give it a try as well. Despite saying so, he genuinely did not believe Yi Chui could obtain the crystal. The crystal had been placed in the mirror using advanced spatial magic. The high mage currently visiting the guild was a 9th-tier mage on the cusp of entering a specialized field. A figure of considerable prestige, the president of the Stan City Mage Guild had long sought to have this mage take his son as a pupil. The boy, with notable talent, had already reached the 3rd tier at the age of 17. Yet, the high mage had shown reluctance, and after numerous requests, he set up this challenge, declaring that whoever could extract the crystal from the mirror would become his student. Many mages had attempted this feat in recent days, and even Ba Jin himself had tried several times, but none were successful. If a 2nd-tier mage like Hammerhead were to succeed, well, it would be akin to the sun rising from the west. Yi Chui and Debbie, oblivious to these subtleties, thought it merely an ordinary challenge, perhaps a whimsical task set by a mage for amusement. Thus, driven by the philosophy of seizing free opportunities, they eagerly prepared to give it a try. Hammerhead, hurry up and see if you can do it, Debbie urged enthusiastically, her little hand reaching out first. Yet, her fingers could only touch the hard surface of the mirror, unable to grasp anything from within. Following suit, Yi Chui extended his hand, and predictably, it met the solid surface of the mirror. However, his expression shifted slightly. He saw a door. It was the same kind of door he had encountered while attempting to decipher the spatial ring. The high mage had established a spatial magic matrix on the mirror, utilizing it to store the crystal. Of course, this spatial magic matrix was far simpler than the one on the spatial ring. It was merely a door, rather than a locked one. Entering this door required no unlocking, merely the act of pushing it open. Hence, Yi Chui pushed the door open. His hand then delved into the mirror, as if the surface had transformed into a tranquil lake, and his hand reached into its depths. Consequently, he effortlessly retrieved the magical crystal suspended within. Oh, you got it out that easily? Debbie exclaimed, immediately disappointed. Hammerhead, you're so clumsy yet managed to extract it so effortlessly. It must be worthless. Chapter 32. Was the spell too strong, thus ruining the wand? Yi Chui stared blankly at the magical crystal now in his hand, contemplating Debbie's seemingly logical remark, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Could it truly be something of little value? How could he have been so hopeful just moments ago? Yesterday, when Yi Chui prepared to decipher the spatial ring, he had effortlessly seen the door within the ring and had attempted to push it open numerous times during the night. Therefore, upon encountering the mirror, which belonged to the same category of spatial magic matrix, he easily recognized the intended door and pushed it open with little effort. He assumed this was a simple task, likely straightforward for others as well. Yet, Yi Chui was unaware that no 2nd-tier mage in existence would attempt to decipher a spatial ring. That was a pursuit reserved for high mages. Moreover, no one could straightforwardly perceive the door formed by the spatial matrix in their mind's eye. Achieving this required an intricate understanding of magical characters and matrices. Yi Chui's ability to do so stemmed from his accumulated experiences with programming languages from his previous life, which endowed him with a strong intuitive grasp of character formations, an effect that also applied in the realm of magic, a magical intuition that many mages spend their entire lives striving to attain. Perhaps, in terms of the purity of mental fortitude, Yi Chui's qualifications as a magician could only be deemed inferior. However, when it comes to his magical intuition, he is undoubtedly a remarkable genius. Of course, while Yi Chui proudly considers himself a top student and acknowledges that his hacking experience serves as a shortcut to magic, he has yet to fully recognize his own genius nature. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Mr. Basking had returned to the hall with a wand in hand. Yi Chui casually placed the magic crystal into his pocket and greeted Debbie. Thinking that since he had already determined the crystal extracted from the mirror was merely a trivial trinket, it was no longer worth his concern. What truly deserved his attention now was the wand he had received for free. Basking produced a selection of over a dozen wands, each meticulously housed in a wooden box. He placed these wands on the circular table in the hall, opening them one by one, and with a smile. He said to Yichue, "Young brother, choose one from among them." The wand is an essential tool for a magician to cast spells. Without a wand, a magician who is yet to enter the specialized field is no different from an ordinary person. This is because a magician's magical matrix can only unleash its power through the wand as a medium. The materials used to craft wands typically include magical trees, such as Morgan trees, bloodwood trees, purple star vines, and paulownia wood. Additionally, some materials from magical beasts are incorporated into the wand to enhance the activation of magical power, known as the magic core, which usually consists of flamingo feathers or powdered scales of the phoenix beast. It is said that the highest quality magic core material is dragon blood. However, the last 3 dragons were slain during the ancient wars 5,000 years ago, leaving very little dragon blood in the current world. And wands made from dragon blood are exceedingly rare. The wands Basking presented to Yichue were of rather mediocre quality, intended for use by low-level magicians. A wand and a magician are akin to a longsword and a swordsman. A magician must choose a wand that resonates with them. In fact, the wand will also select its most suitable master. Take a look at these wands and see which one feels most comfortable for you, allowing you to accurately input the magical matrix into it. Basking advised with a smile, suggesting that Yichue try each wand. "All right," Yichue replied, his eyes gleaming as he picked up a wand. During his 3 months of confinement, Yichue had developed a newfound understanding of magic. Drawing upon his experience, he crafted numerous novel magical scrolls. These scrolls contained spells inscribed on parchment, and throughout these 3 months, Yichue had indeed created many original incantations, although calling them creations might be an exaggeration, as he merely doubled the potency of the spells he had learned, transforming the matrices that absorbed magical elements into double or even quadruple their original power. Such spells were not particularly innovative. Many had likely attempted similar feats. Yet, as he inscribed these spells on a parchment, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. What kind of spectacle would it create if these spells were unleashed through the wand? Casting a spell requires engraving the magical model in one's memory, and the matrices for the new types of magical scrolls he had created were already firmly etched in his mind. At that moment, he grasped the wand. Eager to experiment with the power of his new spells, he was filled with excitement, hardly contemplating the astonishment Basking would display upon witnessing his casting. "Quadruple lightning," Yichue silently murmured, gently waving the wand in his hand. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of the wand, a brilliant blue-white light bursting forth, as if the air itself contained the fury of thunder, creating an oppressive atmosphere that raised the hairs on one's body. A flicker of astonishment crossed Basking's eyes. This spell seemed unusual, but the surprise was brief. Just then, a crack resounded as Yichue's wand abruptly snapped in two, the electric energy surging wildly, reducing the black wand to fragments. Yichue gasped, releasing his grip, feeling a tingling numbness in his palm. The hall fell into a momentary silence. Then, Debbie, unable to contain her frustration, kicked Yichue's thigh, exclaiming, "Did you not realize your attack spell was clumsy? Testing a wand, and you go straight for an attack spell? Look, you broke the wand." Yichue innocently rubbed his tingling palm, feeling a peculiar confusion in his heart. His spell had absolutely no issues. After all, it functioned perfectly when inscribed on the magical scroll. So why did it cause the wand to shatter when cast? In his bewilderment, Yichue's body involuntarily swayed. Inscribing the quadruple lightning matrix on the scroll consumed the magical energy contained within the ink, but casting it personally drained his own magical power. Quadruple lightning was akin to releasing the spell 4 times in one breath. Leaving Yichue feeling somewhat fatigued, he chuckled helplessly and turned to Basking, saying, "I apologize. It seems there's a problem with my spell release. Not just a small issue, but a significant one." Basking had never witnessed a magician who could damage their own wand while casting a spell, unless the spell was so powerful that the wand could not withstand it, leading to its breakage. But such a thing was hardly conceivable for a mere second-tier magician. Perhaps, then, it was the wand itself that had some defect. Humph. I must voice my concerns to the Magical Guild. The quality of the wands they provide has significant risks. Basking mused internally, although a smile graced his face as he said to Yi Chue, "It's all right. It's probably just a problem with this wand. Why don't you try another?" After a pause, he suggested, "Perhaps refrain from using attack spells. Try something else instead." "All right," Yi Chue agreed. Following this, Basking was met with a completely different kind of astonishment. He had never seen a magician handle a utility spell like Gentle Breeze so effortlessly. Even controlling a paper figure to dance in the air. What sort of boredom must one possess to master such a spell so thoroughly? Ultimately, Yi Chue chose the wand that felt most suitable. Crafted from paulownia wood and utilizing flamingo feathers as its magic core, with the wand in hand, Yi Chue and Debbie left the hall of the magical guild with great delight, having completely forgotten about the earlier incident with the magic crystal. Basking tidied up the wands and returned to his recliner to rest his eyes. Several magicians came and went, purchasing magical materials or attending to other matters. Near noon, a weary young magician, around 17 or 18 years old, entered the guild hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Basking let out a quiet sigh and stood to greet him. "Obert, you're back again." "Mr. Basking, I wish to try again," replied Obert, despite his fatigue, his face radiating pride as he approached the mirror on the side of the hall. Obert was the son of the president of the Stan City Magical Guild, a third-tier magician, and the magic crystal in the mirror was a challenge specifically designed for him. Obert was the most talented magician in Stan City. However, being a small place, his talent was rather unremarkable on the continental scale, hardly catching the attention of a high-ranking magician. The crystal in the mirror served as a test, but Basking understood that this test was one Obert could not possibly pass. In reality, it was merely a subtle way for the high-ranking magician to decline him. Just as he was contemplating this, Obert's exclamation suddenly rang out, "Mr. Basking, the magic crystal, it's gone." "What?" Basking exclaimed in shock. Chapter 33. Do not earn too quickly. The magical hall erupted in commotion over the sudden disappearance of the magic crystal. Yi Chue and Debbie had already arrived in front of the Caramagic bookstore on Stardust Avenue. After leaving the magical guild, the two had wandered around a bit more, stopping for lunch before making their way here. Remembering the lavish meal they had enjoyed for 4 silver coins, Debbie turned to Yi Chue with a serious expression, saying, "Chue, you must remember not to touch the books on the magic bookshelf carelessly. If you do, you'll have to buy them. I've heard that enchantment is quite difficult, so the books on learning enchantment techniques must be particularly expensive. If they're too costly, I think you should just refrain from buying them, since with your qualifications, you definitely won't be able to learn it." Yi Chue rolled his eyes at Debbie, wondering if she could refrain from being so discouraging. What did she mean by saying he definitely wouldn't be able to learn? Just for that remark, he was determined to show her what a top student could do. With that thought in mind, Yi Chue followed Debbie into the magic bookstore. The store looked just as it had the last time they visited, immense and devoid of customers. Its desolation was almost appalling. Debbie couldn't help but exclaim, "I wonder how this bookstore manages to stay open. Last time, she ripped us off for 9 gold coins." Yi Chue whispered a reminder. Debbie fell silent, then sighed. "When will we be able to open a store like this?" Yi Chue was at a loss for words. This girl could switch her train of thought remarkably quickly. He headed straight to the back of the bookstore, cheerfully stating, "One day, we'll open our own magic shop on Stardust Avenue. Enchantment falls within the realm of magic, so books on this subject would undoubtedly be found on the magic bookshelf." Upon reaching the shelf, Yi Chue browsed through the books, scanning for any mention of enchantment or related titles. However, he soon found himself disheartened. After examining every book on the shelf, he discovered that not a single one pertained to enchantment. Nothing. Yi Chue was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the absence of any enchanted tomes. Debbie, assisting in the search, confirmed that indeed, the shelves bore no books on enchantment. Noticing Yi Chue's disappointed expression, she offered consolation. "I heard from my father that enchantment is a highly sophisticated skill. So, such books are likely quite rare, which is why the magical bookstore does not stock them." "You are mistaken, young lady." A voice interjected suddenly from the staircase. It was Carla, who continued, "My bookstore does not carry books on enchantment not because they are precious, but because the techniques of enchantment cannot possibly be encapsulated in written form." As Carla descended, Yi Chue first noticed her long, graceful legs, followed by her charmingly simple battle skirt, and then her well-defined abdominal muscles, culminating in her ample bosom. At this point, Yi Chue discreetly turned his gaze away, fearing that the sight of her revealing smile might overwhelm his heart. Yet, Curiosity compelled him to inquire, is the art of enchantment truly so profound that it cannot be documented? Incorrect. The absence of books on enchantment is due to its simplicity, Carla replied with a smile as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Simple. Both Yi Chue and Debbie turned to look at her, noticing that Carla was holding a roasted leg of lamb, seemingly having just finished her meal. Yes, indeed, simple, Carla explained. The art of enchantment can be conveyed in a mere sentence. Some mages can master it flawlessly in less than a day, while others may spend their entire lives without grasping it. It relies heavily on talent. Young man, are you interested in learning the art of enchantment? As she spoke, Carla's gaze bore into Yi Chue, as if he were a delectable roast lamb himself. I can introduce you to an enchanter, and I assure you he will impart the skills of enchantment to you. Yi Chue shivered at the thought, his heart racing with excitement, yet caution quickly followed. How much is the intermediary fee? Ha ha ha. Carla chuckled heartily, her laughter resonating with a hint of mischief. Ah, young man, you are quite astute. The fee is a mere 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Yi Chue exclaimed in anger. Carla's face twisted into a triumphant grin, her 2 protruding fangs giving her a rather predatory appearance. She took a bite of her roasted lamb leg. Leaning against the wall as she spoke to Yi Chue, there are no more than 5 dwarves or mages in the entire city who can enchant. Without my introduction, even if you find them, they surely would not share their techniques with you. 5 gold coins is a bargain. I guarantee they will teach you everything they know. Of course, whether you learn it or not depends on your own aptitude. If you succeed in mastering enchantment, then with such skills, well, don't expect to become wealthy too quickly. Yi Chue couldn't help but think that if it weren't for her protruding fangs, her persuasive demeanor would have been far more convincing. 5 gold coins, based on the currency value from his previous life, amounted to approximately 50,000. Spending such a sum on a skill he might not even master was a daunting proposition. He knew that Debbie would certainly be reluctant to part with such a sum. He glanced at Debbie, who wore an expression of deep indecision, her face contorting as if she were contemplating a grave life decision. Just as Yi Chue was about to speak, to his astonishment, Debbie suddenly produced a coin pouch from her bosom, extracting 5 gleaming gold coins and handing them to Carla. 5 gold coins. Take us to meet the enchanter. Her promptness in offering the coins astonished Yi Chue. Just as it surprised Carla, she audibly crunched the remaining meat from her leg of lamb. The scene was too vivid to describe in detail, even gnawing on the bone, before tossing it aside. Wiping her greasy hands on a cloth, she accepted the 5 coins from Debbie and tucked them into her ample bosom, smiling as she headed towards the exit of the bookstore. Let us go. I'll lead you to the enchanter. Yi Chue and Debbie hurried after Carla, and along the way, Yi Chue glanced at Debbie, astonished that the notoriously frugal girl had shown such audacity in parting with 5 gold coins. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude. Surely, she recognized his keen interest in the art of enchantment and wished to support him. This girl, the miserly, was not so stingy when it came to matters of importance. Yi Chue, as he marveled at her generosity, Debbie suddenly whispered through clenched teeth. What is it, Debbie? Yi Chue asked with a smile. Having spent 5 gold coins for this opportunity, if you fail to master enchantment, you can forget about receiving even a single copper coin for the rest of your life, she said with utmost seriousness, her gaze piercing into Yi Chue's. Yi Chue was taken aback. He had anticipated this. Surely, she was swayed by Carla's remark about not expecting wealth to come too quickly. Chapter 34. The Mithril Hammer and Mithril Cone. Stardust Avenue was the most prosperous street in Stan City. Prosperity here did not merely denote liveliness, but rather the elevated standard of every establishment lining the street. The finest goods available in town could invariably be found on Stardust Avenue, and as for the esteemed enchanters, the majority operated their shops along this illustrious thoroughfare. However, the enchanter Carla was leading Yi Chue and Debbie was situated in a nondescript alley off the main street. At the end of this alley, behind Carla's magical bookstore, stood a modest grass hut, revealing a stark contrast to the cleanliness and brightness of the avenue. The sounds of hammering echoed from within, and from a distance, the place resembled an ordinary blacksmith's forge, albeit a rather unimpressive one. Is this really the place? Debbie's face was etched with concern. As a figure of high status, the enchanter's dwelling should not appear as shabby as this. She began to question the value of her 5 gold coins. Dear girl, the meaning of prestige varies among different races, Carla remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the stout figure barely visible beneath the hut. This dwarf, hailing from Blue Mountain, is the finest enchanter in all of Stan City. Upon hearing Carla's words, Yi Chue felt a stir of excitement. Blue Mountain? Through the encyclopedia, he had learned much about the world, including the fact that the dwarven race was divided into 5 major clans, named after the mountains they inhabited: Blue Mountain, Purple Mountain, Black Mountain, White Mountain, and Dragon Mountain. Carla's reference to the stout figure as the dwarf from Blue Mountain indicated that he was indeed one of that clan. Dwarves preferred to dwell in caves, their living conditions often dark and unkempt. The appearance of the hut was certainly reminiscent of the dwarven lifestyle. "Dwarf, come out quickly. I've brought you an apprentice," Carla called out, bending to shout into the hut. The hammering ceased immediately, and the stout figure emerged slowly. He stood no taller than 1.2 meters, yet exuded an aura of strength. His robust frame concealed an immense power within, and though he appeared to be around 50 or 60 years old, dwarves could live up to 200 years, making him relatively young for his kind. His long black hair flowed freely, and his 2-foot-long beard was tied into a small braid, still glimmering with sparks from his recent work. He was clad in coarse linen and wore a thick apron, speckled with soot and remnants of his craft. "Dwarf, this young man is named Yi Chue, and he has a keen interest in the art of enchantment. I hope you can teach him," Carla said with a smile as she stood to the side. Dwarf, a man of few words, extended a large, calloused hand towards Carla. Yi Chue and Debbie exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of anger as Carla retrieved 2 coins from her bosom and placed them in Dwarf's hand. "This is the tuition fee." Noticing the fury etched on Yi Chue and Debbie's faces, Carla feigned innocence. "Without my introduction, would you have found this place?" Debbie, incensed, swung the enormous sword resting on her shoulder, embedding it into the ground with a clang, her face flushed with anger directed towards Carla. Carla remained unfazed, casually playing with her hair as she smiled. Dwarf's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he examined Debbie's sword, and he approached her, tapping the blade with his knuckles, his voice booming. "This sword is forged from high-quality black iron, with some cold steel mixed in. Its quality is commendable, but alas, it is not enchanted. Would you like me to enchant your great sword? For just 2 gold coins, I can apply the Windwalk magic matrix." "No, thank you," Debbie replied curtly. Dwarf shook his head in disappointment, then turned his gaze to Yi Chue. Though he barely reached Yi Chue's waist, he looked down at him with an air of superiority. "If you wish to learn enchantment, then follow me. Am I considered an apprentice now?" Yi Chue pondered this matter, and then inquired, "Should we conduct some sort of ceremony?" "No need," Dwarf replied somewhat indifferently, turning to meet Yi Chue's gaze. Strangely, Yi Chue perceived a hint of mockery in Dwarf's eyes, which piqued his curiosity. He patted the still irate Debbie on the shoulder and bent down to enter the thatched hut. Inside the hut, the temperature was exceedingly high, emanating from a massive furnace ablaze within. The charcoal fire blazed fiercely, with several iron rods and sword blanks glowing red-hot inside. Yi Chue wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Dwarf. It was remarkable that despite the oppressive heat, Dwarf was clad in thick burlap clothing. Indeed, dwarves possessed an extraordinary constitution. "I will only cover the essentials of enchanter." Dwarf rummaged through a nearby cabinet and produced 2 silver objects. One was a silver pendant, and the other was a silver hammer. He continued, "Enchanting requires the use of a mithril chisel and mithril hammer. The essence of enchanting is quite simple. Transfer the magical matrix onto the mithril chisel. Channel the magical energy into the mithril hammer, and strike the armor or weapon to complete the enchantment." After stating this, Dwarf tilted his head and fell silent, observing Yi Chue. After a brief pause, Yi Chue, realizing Dwarf had no intention of elaborating further, asked in surprise, "Is that all?" "That is indeed all." Dwarf nodded, the mockery in his eyes deepening. The technique of enchanting boiled down to just a few words. Outside the hut, Debbie was on the verge of exploding, her fury directed at Carla for having purchased subpar products, as if she were about to swing her great sword at Carla any moment. However, Carla remained unperturbed, stating, "I have already mentioned that the technique of enchanting cannot be written down, for it is merely those few words. Some individuals grasp it effortlessly, while others may spend their entire lives without mastering it. Enchantment is an innate talent of the dwarfs. They are born with the understanding of it. I just reiterated all of this." Yi Chue felt a flicker of anger, but he quickly regained his composure. He regarded the mithril hammer and chisel in Dwarf's hands thoughtfully. "Dwarf, master, may I attempt it?" "Huh." Dwarf casually placed the mithril chisel and hammer on the wooden cabinet before Yi Chue and then retrieved an iron plate to place before him. I can grant you 3 attempts at experimentation. Haha. Enchantment is a dwarven talent. While human mages can learn it, it is far from easy that if you succeed within 3 attempts, then my mithril chisel and hammer will be yours. As Doff spoke, he picked up a black flask from the side and, after uncapping it, gulped down its contents with gusto, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the impending spectacle. It was common knowledge that no one but a dwarf could master enchanting upon their first encounter with the mithril hammer and chisel. Outside the hut, Carla exhibited a curious expression, seemingly ready to turn this event into a source of amusement. Debbie wore a look of expectation, hoping that her family's hammerhead could achieve a miracle. Though deep down, she harbored no confidence whatsoever. Yi Chue took a deep breath. Grasping the mithril hammer and chisel, he felt a stirring within, sensing that his mental energy could flow through his palms into the mithril tools. Akin to wielding a magic wand, both the mithril hammer and chisel were crafted from mithril, a wondrous substance capable of reacting with magical energy, allowing for the engraving of magical matrices onto metals or other magical artifacts. Akin to magical ink, but far more potent. Transferring the magical matrix onto the mithril chisel and channeling the magical energy into the mithril hammer was a straightforward task, yet few could accomplish it effortlessly. Unless their comprehension of magical matrices had reached an extraordinary level, enabling them to perceive thousands of magical characters as a cohesive whole and transfer them into the mithril chisel. This was at least 10 times more challenging than casting spells with a wand. If one failed to unite the magical matrix into a singularity before it touched the mithril, it would disintegrate instantaneously. However, as fate would have it, Yi Chue was an anomaly. The intricate magical characters, mere symbols to an ordinary mage, transformed into distinct modules with unique effects in Yi Chue's perception. Thanks to his prior understanding of programming languages, this intuitive grasp of character formation was the crux of enchanting. The very same intuition allowed Yi Chue to effortlessly visualize the formation of spatial magical matrices. As the sharp tip of the mithril chisel made contact with the iron plate, the magical energy surged into the mithril hammer. With a swift motion, Yi Chue struck, producing a resounding clang as the mithril hammer met the mithril chisel. Sparks flew, and a marvelous pattern materialized upon the iron plate. A simple fire matrix design that Yi Chue was uncertain whether he had succeeded, curiously examining the flame-like pattern as he reached to pick it up. Suddenly, Doff dashed over, snatching the iron plate to scrutinize it closely, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he alternated his gaze between the plate and Yi Chue, seemingly at a loss for words. Outside the hut, both Carla and Debbie sensed that something was amiss. Carla furrowed her brow, questioning, "Doff, what is happening?" "The hammerhead?" Debbie chimed in with concern. Yi Chue gazed at Doff with rising excitement. Could it be that he had truly succeeded in his first attempt at enchanting? Despite his self-proclaimed brilliance, he was still taken aback by his own remarkable performance. Doff suddenly leapt to his feet, grasping Yi Chue by the collar, his robust frame radiating excitement that seemed to surpass Yi Chue's own. "Kid, do you happen to have dwarven blood in you?" Seeing Yi Chue being accosted by Doff, Debbie instinctively bent down, her anger flaring as she hefted her 100-pound greatsword, only for Carla to hurriedly intervene. "Don't move." "It's fine." Yi Chue, feeling quite uncomfortable with Doff's grip, exclaimed, "Do I look like I have dwarven blood with this height? Besides, I am a mage. Mages are a profession that can only awaken through human lineage, while dwarven enchanting shares some similarities with magic. They are fundamentally different that a human with dwarven blood would not awaken the mage's talent." Doff then realized his error. Releasing Yi Chue, while still holding the iron plate, his face awash with amazement. "I've never seen anyone succeed on their first attempt at enchanting. Kid, your talent is not inferior to that of a dwarf." At this moment, Yi Chue was assured of his remarkable aptitude for enchanting. Doff's words confirmed that it was on par with that of dwarves. He quickly comprehended that his prior experience as a hacker played a pivotal role in this success. The essence of enchanting lies in a mage's understanding of magical matrices, enabling them to perceive the matrix as a cohesive unit to be transferred to the mithril chisel. This is something many mages may never achieve in their lifetime. Yet for Yi Chue, it was effortless. His extensive experience with programming had given him a dimensional perspective on strings, allowing them to coalesce into effective wholes. An instinct honed through practice. This instinct was the key to enchanting, akin to his ability to effortlessly visualize the formation of spatial magical matrices. Debbie stood outside the hut, stunned for a moment before realizing the implications. Her clumsy hammerhead possessed enchanting talent equal to that of a dwarf. Her breath quickened in excitement as she plunged her great sword into the hard stone ground, bounding into the hut like a jubilant creature, throwing herself at Yi Chue and embracing him tightly. Yes, quite tightly that moment. All Yi Chue could feel was, "I'm going to die." Eventually pushing Debbie away, Yi Chue rubbed his sore arm, gazing exasperatedly at the elated Debbie. Is it really worth such joy? Of course. Hammerhead, you actually possess enchanting talent, Debbie exclaimed, her face beaming with dreams of gold coins cascading into her wallet. Yi Chue could only respond with silence. This girl was clearly blinded by the prospect of wealth. Suddenly, Yi Chue recalled something quite pressing, casting an embarrassed glance at the recently placed mithril chisel and hammer. Such enchanting tools seemed to be available for purchase at the Mage Guild, albeit at exorbitant prices. Even though Yi Chue and Debbie now possessed a modest fortune of dozens of gold coins, purchasing enchanting tools would certainly be a reluctant endeavor, unless, of course, Daf had just promised to give him the mithril chisel and hammer. With a chuckle, Yi Chue turned to Dwarf and said, "By the way, did you not just mention that if I were to succeed in my first enchantment, you would give me the mithril cone and mithril hammer?" Dwarf's face displayed a hint of astonishment upon hearing Yi Chue's words. He suddenly fell silent. His earlier remark had merely been a jest, as it was virtually impossible for an ordinary human mage to succeed in their first attempt at enchanting. Yet, Yi Chue had indeed succeeded. The value of enchanted items is exceedingly high, and this particular pair originated from the dwarven clans of Blue Mountain, far superior in quality to those crafted by human mages. How could he bear to give them away? Nevertheless, dwarves are known for their generous nature and their reputation for keeping promises. Thus, despite his reluctance, Dwarf hesitated only briefly before waving his hand at Yi Chue. "Very well, from now on, this pair of enchanted items shall be yours. I hope you can utilize them to create remarkable works." Yi Chue was somewhat taken aback by Dwarf's commitment to his word, but he did not hesitate to accept the enchanted items with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, Master Dwarf. Ha ha. It is rare to encounter a talented mage like you. In the future, I shall extend an invitation for you to visit Blue Mountain, where I am certain the dwarves will warmly welcome you," Dwarf said, patting Yi Chue's shoulder on tiptoe. If Yi Chue were currently engaged in a game, he would undoubtedly hear a system notification. "Congratulations, you have gained the favor of Dwarf, the dwarven enchanter from Blue Mountain." Similarly, Carla had not anticipated that Yi Chue would succeed in his first enchantment attempt. At this moment, she had just regained her composure and bent down to enter the grass hut. "Little brother, I hadn't realized you possessed the talent for enchanting. This truly exceeds my expectations." The term of endearment had swiftly transformed from little brother to little sibling. These 5 gold coins were certainly well spent, Debbie chimed in with a sweet smile, having recovered from her earlier disappointment over purchasing a counterfeit product. "No, it was merely 2 gold coins," Carla replied with a smile, retrieving 3 gold coins from her cleavage and returning them to Debbie. "The 2 gold coins for the apprenticeship go to Dwarf, while the remaining 3 gold coins for the intermediary fee can be waived. In the future, we may even engage in business together." It seemed Yi Chue once again heard the system notification. "Congratulations. You have gained the favor of the orc Carla." Chapter 36. The Magic Crystal as a USB drive. Without a doubt, Carla is a somewhat cunning yet equally enthusiastic merchant. Upon learning of Yi Chue's enchanting talent, she immediately resolved to cultivate a friendship with him, guaranteeing that if he ever required assistance in the future, she would wholeheartedly help him. Of course, the price of her fervent support would be that should she need help with enchanting, Yi Chue would also be obliged to assist her. This established a typical, mutually beneficial relationship. Even Debbie quickly grasped this concept and was eager to befriend Carla, recognizing the importance of connections in expanding their magic shop. "I read in the encyclopedia that orcs are generally simple-minded combat enthusiasts. But Carla seems a bit different," Yi Chue remarked with curiosity as they made their way back to Anthony's magic shop. "I have heard my grandfather mention Carla," Debbie replied after a moment of thought. "Indeed. She is not like ordinary orcs. She is exceptionally clever, which is why her clan expelled her." Yi Chue? All right. He recalled that intelligence is considered a negative trait among orcs, as they prioritize brute strength and aggression. Regardless of gender, intelligent orcs are ostracized by their kin, much like how a fool would be treated among humans. As they returned to the street where Anthony's magic shop was located, they encountered several passers-by. News of Yichue's return had already spread, and he was met with warm greetings from the townsfolk. Speculation about his mysterious disappearance ran rampant, with many eager to hear the truth directly from Yichue. Consequently, he found himself repeatedly recounting the tale of how he had been kidnapped by Buska for 3 months, only to escape thanks to the gallant, dashing steel swordsman who aided him. During his narration, Yichue spared no effort in embellishing the heroism of the steel swordsman with flowery language. As they passed by Buska's shop, Yichue noticed a crowd had gathered, including the town guard. The employees of Buska's magic shop were being dismissed, and some of Buska's assets were being confiscated and carted away by the guards that asked the local tyrant. Buska had a notorious reputation, and upon learning of his demise at the hands of the courageous and dashing steel swordsman, the townsfolk felt a sense of vindication amid their shock. Meanwhile, observing the items being removed from Buska's estate, Yichue was once again reminded of the spatial ring. Buska's precious belongings must be stored within that ring. I must find a way to decipher the spatial matrix contained within it. Yichue silently resolved. Yichue dedicated the afternoon to studying enchanting techniques. However, in light of caution, he refrained from immediately attempting to repair the magical matrix on the sword belonging to By evening, he resumed his efforts to breach the spatial matrix of the ring. He understood that the key to unlocking it lay in the 9 magical characters he had yet to comprehend. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that deciphering the ring could serve as a catalyst for his understanding of the other magical characters. Yet, it was evident that the 9 characters related to space, darkness, and light were far more profound than the other 23 characters, making them exceedingly challenging to grasp. After spending half the night, Yichue still found himself unable to unlock the door he envisioned. Feeling utterly fatigued, he ultimately decided to retire for the night. While disrobing, he discovered the magic crystal he had brought back from the magic hall nestled within his pocket. He had completely forgotten about it. Magic crystals are not magical energy stones. They are not minerals, but rather magical cores extracted from magical beasts. Through the encyclopedia, Yichue learned that magic crystals possess remarkable properties, allowing mages to store certain information. Additionally, the inherent beauty of magic crystals makes them highly sought after. Generally speaking, magic crystals are not excessively expensive. Otherwise, Debbie would not have been so disappointed upon seeing Yichue retrieve the crystal from the mirror, as she assumed it to be an ordinary one, likely taken from a low-tier magical beast. At that moment, Yichue had not taken the time to examine it in detail, hastily stowing it away in his pocket. Now, as he carefully inspected the magic crystal, he made an unexpected discovery. He found that his mental energy could effortlessly penetrate the interior of the magic crystal, creating a sensation akin to opening a USB drive. Indeed, this magic crystal could be likened to a USB drive. Moreover, Yichue quickly realized that this USB drive had a considerable storage capacity. If one magical character occupied 1 byte, then this magic crystal's capacity would be at least equivalent to that of a 128 megabytes USB drive. While a 128 megabytes USB drive would be considered rather small by modern standards, in this world, the value of such a magic crystal would undoubtedly be substantial. If Yichue recalled correctly, a typical low-tier magical beast crystal could store, at most, 1 magical matrix. With a capacity not exceeding 1 MB, of course, magic crystals can store not only magical characters but also the profound intentions of mages. This magic crystal was undoubtedly of great worth. Yet, what astonished Yichue even more was the content stored within this magic crystal. This is an explanation of magical characters, Yichue exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Within this magic crystal, the meanings of 32 magical characters were clearly recorded, each represented by intricate characters formed from strands of mental intent, with each character's explanation occupying at least 2 megabytes of space. While magical characters can be self-comprehended from magical tomes, the most direct and effective method is to receive the teachings of other mages through mental exchange. Furthermore, mages can input their understanding of magical characters into magic crystals, allowing others to learn from them. That a magic crystal containing explanations of magical characters would be of even greater value. This magic crystal effectively serves as a seasoned mage's personal instruction. Once Yichue calmed down, he contemplated the magic crystal in his hand, recalling how he had carelessly retrieved it from the mirror earlier that day, that he couldn't help but chuckle. The Magic Guild, is truly generous. With this magic crystal, he could not only fully grasp the 32 magical characters, but also deepen his understanding of magic. Most importantly, much of the content within the crystal pertained to the understanding of spatial magical matrices, suggesting that its previous owner was quite adept in that area. This instilled in Yichue a newfound confidence in deciphering Buska's spatial ring. It's as if thoughts materialize instantly. Though he had been thoroughly fatigued and on the verge of sleep, he now felt invigorated. Chapter 37. Hammerhead, a name I quite fancied. A.S. Yichue marveled at the generosity of the Mage Guild, which casually bestowed a magical crystal worth at least 100 gold coins. The guild was embroiled in a tense search. The trap set by the high-ranking mage was not something any ordinary person could easily unravel. Yet the magical crystal had inexplicably vanished from the mirror, leaving everyone perplexed. Perhaps the most bewildered of all was Bajin, for at the moment the crystal disappeared, he had been lying right there in the hall of the Mage Guild. How could someone have stealthily taken the crystal right under his nose? It must have been those mages who came to the guild this morning. After investigating the guild's personnel, the mages began to hone in on those who had visited that day. Bajin had been stationed in the hall, deeply pondering. I remember the last time I saw the crystal was when that kid Hammerhead arrived at the guild. Who was Hammerhead? Inquired Oberth, the son of the guild leader. His face darkened. Hammerhead, is he the one from Anthony's magic shop? A guild officer queried with curiosity. Indeed, that's him. Bajin nodded. What is this kid's level of magical prowess? Oberth asked hastily. Hammerhead. Humph, what a ridiculous name. He's a second-tier mage, kidnapped for 3 months not long ago, and just rescued yesterday by Lady Aphia of the City Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion even instructed us to provide him with a complimentary wand, the officer explained. I've heard his magical talent is quite poor, with little future to speak of, though he manages to run a magic shop adequately. That can't possibly be him, Oberth insisted. After all, despite his own notable magical talent and being a third-tier mage, he had been unable to decipher the spatial matrix in the mirror. How could that nameless boy surpass him? Thus, he dismissed the notion outright. Shouldn't we ask him? Bajin pondered. That gentleman is already aware of the crystal's theft. My father said he is quite furious. So do we really have time to waste on such trivial matters? Oberth retorted angrily. Mr. Bajin, please consider who else has visited the guild. Very well. Bajin was somewhat skeptical of Oberth's claims regarding the crystal's theft. The high-ranking mage had stated that anyone could attempt to take the crystal. So how could it be considered theft? However, seeing Oberth in such a foul mood, Bajin chose to remain silent. Although the Mage Guild was typically quiet, at least a dozen mages had visited that morning. And Bajin furrowed his brow, trying to recall who they were. By Oberth's request, they had already ruled out the true suspects. 3 days swiftly passed. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated in the backyard of Anthony's magic shop, where Debbie's massive sword lay horizontally on the ground. Yichue, wielding a mithril spike and hammer, was diligently working, while Debbie nervously squatted nearby, watching. Hammerhead, are you sure you can do this? What if the enchantment fails? After a while, Debbie asked with concern. Rest assured, I've already repaired the enchantment on Aphia's longsword. Enchanting your giant sword will be a breeze, Yichue replied nonchalantly. And even if it fails, it won't ruin your sword. It will merely bear a few more silver patterns. Enchanting, though it sounds grand, is merely a step above inscribing magical scrolls. Yichue could effortlessly inscribe over 30 magical scrolls, and in his view, enchanting was equally simple. Fortunately, Yichue no longer needed to labor over inscribing scrolls. Debbie had allowed him to focus solely on honing his enchanting skills. Mastering enchanting was far more lucrative than scrolls. Aphia's longsword bore only a basic enchantment matrix for the spell, Windblade. Windblade itself is a fundamental attack spell, not particularly challenging for Yichue. He had found a book detailing the Windblade spell at Carla's magic shop, diligently studied it, and established a magical model in his memory. Repairing the enchantment matrix on the longsword was thus a trivial task. Now, Yichue was enchanting Debbie's giant sword with the Windwalk magical matrix, a basic support spell that enhances the speed of a person or object, precisely the type of enchantment favored by giant sword wielders. When this enchantment matrix is applied to the sword, it will increase the speed of its swings and exponentially amplify its power. To enchant this matrix, Yichue needed to first create a magical model in his memory, meaning he had to learn the spell before proceeding with the enchantment. This was a prerequisite for human mages. Typically, A mage would need to invest considerable time in establishing a magical model for a new spell and achieving proficiency in its execution. However, Yichue was evidently an exception. Both Windwalk and Windblade took him only a brief period to establish their magical models. To him, it felt as effortless as a top-tier hacker creating a minuscule program of mere kilobytes. From establishing the magical model to attempting to cast the spell, Yichue only spent a few hours. Should this information circulate, it would surely cause a stir, yet Yichue remained blissfully unaware of his own remarkable abilities. Soon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer ceased. Yichue reached out to lift the giant sword for inspection, then coughed and said to Debbie, "You can lift it now. The enchantment is complete." Debbie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she single-handedly raised the giant sword before her. Originally black, the sword now bore intricate patterns resembling leaves. Yichue had inscribed 4 Windwalk matrices onto Debbie's giant sword, which would have cost several gold coins had any other enchanter performed the work. The 4 Windwalk matrices are complementary when you channel sword energy into the left side. It will activate the adjacent matrices and generate a powerful force, causing the giant sword to spin rapidly. Conversely, channeling sword energy into the right side will activate the matrices on that side, producing a counterforce to halt the sword's momentum. Yichue elucidated. The magical matrices require magical energy to activate, and sword energy is essentially the same as magical energy, albeit with different nomenclature and attributes across various professions. The 4 magical matrices Yichue inscribed for Debbie were specifically designed for her ultimate move, the Grand Top. When Debbie executed her Grand Top, the matrices on one side would activate, providing her with a boost in speed, causing her to spin faster and faster. If she wished to stop, she could promptly activate the matrices on the opposite side, effectively serving as a brake. "Give it a try," Yichue encouraged with a smile. Debbie's face lit up with excitement as she gripped the sword's hilt and, following Yichue's instructions, channeled sword energy from her left hand into the giant sword. The matrices on that side activated, emitting a series of whooshing sounds, and Debbie found herself spinning uncontrollably, letting out joyous and surprised shrieks as she whirled faster and faster, far exceeding her previous spinning speed. The power was at least doubled. When next facing the war god Carrie, Debbie would be entirely unafraid and could directly confront him. Seeing his enchanting work yield such impressive results filled Yichue with satisfaction, but then chaos ensued. "Ahe!" Debbie's shrieks melded into a cacophony as her figure became a blur, the rapid spinning evidently inducing panic. Yichue shouted urgently, "Quick, activate the other 2 Windwalk matrices." Yet, Debbie seemed unable to hear him amidst her frantic whirl. Dust swirled around her as she spun like a tornado. "Oh no, will this end badly?" Yichue thought, alarmed. Suddenly, Debbie's giant sword slipped from her grasp. The hefty sword, spinning with an oppressive force, crashed into the southern wall of the courtyard with a thunderous bang, sending sparks flying. The stone wall, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed with a resounding crash, dust and debris scattering everywhere as the sword embedded itself into the ground, half buried, its destructive power rivaling that of an explosive. Debbie continued to spin habitually, and Yichue rushed over to embrace her, only to be knocked down as she landed on him. Feeling as though his body might disintegrate, Yichue's primary concern shifted to Debbie's well-being. He quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" Debbie was perched atop Yichue, her expression slightly dazed and her cheeks flushed. She vigorously rubbed her head before glancing at the stone wall nearby, which had collapsed under the impact of a massive sword, and the astonished expressions of the bystanders on the other side. Turning her gaze back to Yichue beneath her, she broke into a cheerful smile and exclaimed, "Hammerhead, I absolutely love this." Yichue could only respond with silence, though Wind Walk was also a fundamental spell. It was evidently distinct from the wind magic scroll Yichue had previously inscribed. The gusts produced by the wind magic scroll were merely transient, whereas Windwalk, being enchanted onto a weapon, could generate a continuous flow of wind as long as magical energy was supplied. Thus, if Windwalk were inscribed onto armor, could it not bestow the ability to fly, provided the wind was sufficiently powerful? Chapter 38. The execution of a signature move that even I feared. Debbie was a girl determined to become a great swordswoman, and the great swordsman was the epitome of strength among all swordsmen. Therefore, witnessing the immense power her great sword could unleash, her heartfelt declaration of "Hammerhead, I absolutely love this," was entirely sincere. Yechue couldn't help but internally marvel, thinking, truly deserving of being called a formidable woman. The wall of the small courtyard had collapsed, and the streets nearby were filled with onlookers struck dumb with astonishment. However, this was not a significant concern. Debbie and Yechue quickly tidied up before preparing to deliver the longsword to the Lord's manor. As for the haste in returning the sword, was it not nearly noon? Debbie mused that since they had repaired the Lord's young lady's longsword, they would surely be compensated, if not for the payment. At least for lunch. It was said that the cuisine at the Lord's manor was of the highest standard. As they set out toward the Lord's manor, Yechue could only sigh repeatedly in his heart. Realizing that having such a money-loving partner was truly a predicament, they asked for the fallen southern wall. The neighbors were well acquainted with it, and there was little fear of theft in the courtyard. The security in Stand City had always been excellent, and petty thefts were rare. Yechue and Debbie arrived at the most magnificent building on Stardust Avenue, the grandest structure in all of Stand City. Upon learning of their purpose, the guards at the entrance to the Lord's manor readily permitted their entry. Miss Aphia is currently in the garden. Please follow us. A servant smiled as they led Yechue and Debbie deeper into the manor. As they walked, Yechue and Debbie took in their surroundings. That moment, one could say that Yechue felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. He himself was somewhat overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Lord's manor. It was indeed a grand estate, and without a guide, one would surely get lost. This was no exaggeration. It was said that a few years prior, a daring little thief had audaciously infiltrated the Lord's manor, managed to snatch a few items, and upon attempting to leave, found himself utterly lost, ultimately surrendering to the guards. With awe, they followed the servant into the back garden. As soon as they entered, they heard the distant sounds of weapons clashing. Bang! Crack! Yechue froze. Is Miss Aphia practicing her swordsmanship? I heard that Miss Aphia is preparing for an adventure and is currently recruiting partners, the servant explained with a smile. Adventure? Both Yechue and Debbie immediately perked up. The garden of the Lord's manor was expansive, filled with a variety of flowers and plants, but as autumn had arrived, fallen leaves scattered the ground. Despite the servants diligently cleaning, the wind swept through, casting a sense of desolation that lent a cold demeanor to the few individuals engaged in combat on the flat ground of the garden. Among these individuals, Yechue quickly spotted Aphia, resplendent in a flowing white gown, her armor replaced with attire that exuded a captivating aura of heroism. Alongside her stood the towering orc, Azur, clad in armor, and the impressive human swordsman, Balman, both of whom were the Lord's guardians. Additionally, there was a tall human swordsman, a familiar face to Yechue and Debbie, Damon, a mercenary who had frequented Anthony's magical shop and had shown great interest in the magic scrolls Yechue crafted. Two other human swordsmen were also spectating, while a great swordsman faced off against a longswordsman in the arena. The great swordsman, a human towering over 2 meters, was impressively muscular, and his prowess in wielding the massive weapon was far from out of place. Debbie's eyes gleamed with excitement. While swordsmen were abundant, great swordsmen were rare. She beamed with enthusiasm. That great swordsman is incredible. He must be at least a tier 3 swordsman. Yechue observed the formidable great swordsman and then glanced at the petite girl beside him, who stood only 5 feet tall yet bore a great sword measuring 6 feet in length. He thought to himself that surely Debbie had allocated her skill points incorrectly. Indeed, the servant had approached Aphia to inform her of Yechue and Debbie's arrival. Azur, standing beside Aphia, immediately turned, his face lighting up with joy as he approached. Little brother, have you brought the longsword for Miss Aphia? I didn't expect you to repair it so swiftly. The others also took notice of Yechue and Debbie. Balman nodded in acknowledgement with a smile, while Damon, after a moment of surprise, recalled the duo as the proprietors of the magical shop and returned a hearty grin. The remaining 2 individuals displayed rather indifferent expressions. Aphia stepped forward to Yechue, accepting the longsword he offered, examining it briefly before wielding it to strike the air beside a nearby tree. With a whoosh, a semi-transparent blade of wind emanated from the longsword, striking the tree and causing branches and leaves to tumble down. A clear demonstration that the sword's magical matrix for Windblade had been successfully activated, and the result evidently pleased her. The magical matrix on the sword has indeed been restored, Aphia remarked. Despite being only 15 or 16 years old, she feigned a mature demeanor as she addressed Yechue. Your enchanting skills are quite commendable. According to market rates, I shall compensate you with 50 silver coins for the repair. Thank you, Miss Afia, Yechue replied promptly, while Debbie's face lit up with joy. 50 silver coins. Previously, it would have taken an eternity to earn such a sum. At that moment, a sudden boom reverberated through the air. Everyone turned to the scene, where the great swordsman had executed a powerful slash, sending the opposing longswordsman flying. The force of the strike caused the unfortunate swordsman to roll on the ground, his long sword snapping in two with a crack, and he appeared to sustain considerable injuries. After rising to his feet, he spat out a mouthful of blood, begrudgingly crouching back down. The duel had clearly determined a victor. Miss Afia, my brother Bolton is now qualified to join your adventure, isn't he? One of the unfamiliar swordsmen, clad in red armor, declared with pride. Though Bolton is only a Tier 3 swordsman, he is a great swordsman and will provide formidable combat strength for our adventure. Of course, Afia quickly replied, stowing the long sword. Mr. Bentham, since your brother has defeated the swordsman Abella, he naturally earns the qualification to become my companion. That is splendid. Bentham, the flamboyantly dressed swordsman, exclaimed, walking over to the great swordsman Bolton and patting him on the shoulder. While Bolton simply offered a somewhat dull-witted smile, this towering figure seemed not the sharpest. With this, our team is complete, I assent it. Bentham inquired of Afia. Just as she was about to respond, Ballman interjected, wait a moment. I suggest we add another member to our team. Who? Everyone turned their curiosity to Ballman, including Yechue and Debbie, who were also intrigued. Then, they saw Ballman pointing at Yechue. This young brother is an enchanter. And since our adventure involves ancient tombs, a place rife with magical traps, having an enchanter will be crucial to our success. Thus, I recommend inviting this young brother to join us. Me. Yechue was taken aback. They were actually inviting him to join the adventure? Afia furrowed her brow, contemplating Ballman's suggestion seriously before turning to Yechue. Hammerhead, I officially invite you to join our adventure. Upon completion, you shall receive a share of all the earnings. Do you agree? Of course, as you are an enchanter, we will strive to ensure your safety during our journey. This, Yechue hesitated. Hammerhead, we truly need you, Ballman encouraged patiently. Trust me, this adventure promises substantial rewards, and we will do everything in our power to protect your safety prior to the adventure. We will sign a sworn contract drafted by the church, so you need not worry about us reneging. Hearing Ballman's words, Yechue couldn't help but feel tempted. He understood that opportunities for such adventures were exceedingly rare, and those who returned often reaped generous rewards. Every swordsman, mercenary, mage, and even clerics and knights would eagerly seize any chance for an adventure. Furthermore, the constraints of the sworn contract alleviated his concerns regarding the other party's inability to fulfill their promises. Just as he was about to speak, Debbie, standing nearby, abruptly interjected, No way. If you intend to take Hammerhead along for your adventure, then I shall go too. Everyone turned to gaze at Debbie. Young lady, are you also a greatsword warrior? Bentham, clad in red armor, sneered immediately. Our adventuring party already boasts a greatsword warrior. We do not require another. If you wish to join us, you must defeat my brother. The robust Bowden, towering over the others, excitedly brandished his greatsword, seemingly reveling in the prospect of overpowering a young girl. Debbie, do not act recklessly. If it comes to it, I will simply withdraw, Yechue urged, aware of Debbie's concern for his safety. Though the opportunity for adventure was rare, he preferred to forego it. However, Debbie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This is an adventure. I've heard that participating in such ancient tomb explorations can yield dozens of gold coins. Such opportunities are seldom encountered in a lifetime. She lowered her voice conspiratorially to Yechue. Besides, Bowden seems rather dim-witted. He's only a tier above me, and with my greatsword newly enchanted by you, I could unleash my ultimate move, the Grand Top. I might not be at a disadvantage. Yechue thought, is it time for you to reconsider your obsession with money? This is a problem that needs addressing. The rules for joining the adventuring party were straightforward. Akin to how Bowden had just defeated that swordsman, one could earn their place by successfully challenging a member of the team. Debbie, brimming with enthusiasm, stepped forward, brandishing her greatsword towards Bowden. Big guy, let us fight. Chapter 39. The Grand Top Unleashed. This petite girl, barely over 5 feet tall, and exuding the charm of a neighborly little sister, brandished a 100-pound greatsword, pointing it at the towering, muscular man before her, who resembled a human tank. With spirited resolve, she shouted, Big guy, let us fight. The scene was rife with dissonance, leaving many spectators momentarily dumbfounded. Yi Chue felt an urge to shield his face from the unfolding spectacle. Yet, Debbie appeared undeterred, striding confidently towards Bowden, her cherubic face alight with determination, embodying the fervor of battle burning within her. She was a fierce little warrior, possessed by a heart that craved combat. Many present instinctively thought so, yet only Yi Chue knew her true obsession was for gold. Yi Chue realized he could not dissuade Debbie. Although concern gnawed at him, he vividly recalled the shattered southern wall of their courtyard, which sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Naturally, he instinctively grasped the wand at his waist and unfastened the collar of his magical robe. Despite Debbie having ceased to demand, he crafted magic scrolls for profit. Yi Chue had nonetheless prepared a selection of enhanced basic magic scrolls for self-defense, with over 30 doubling scrolls tucked within the inner pocket of his robe, should any unforeseen event arise. He was confident he could swiftly rescue Debbie from danger. Ifia, Azur, Barman, and Damon soon regained their composure. As warriors, they revered courage above all else. Debbie's audacious challenge sparked a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. Moreover, in this magical realm, size held little significance. Just as Ifia, now a fifth-tier swordsman, could effortlessly contend with anyone present despite her unassuming appearance. "Little lady, I wish you victory." Ifia encouraged Debbie with a warm smile. Yi Chue mused that offering her 10 gold coins for triumph would have enhanced the motivation. Yet, Ifia's supportive demeanor irked Bentham, donned in red armor, who approached his brother and whispered, "Bowden, do not hold back." Bowden's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Debbie. The disparity in their sizes fueled a thrill of predation within him. And he eagerly nodded. "Brother, I won't let you down. Fool, this battle is yours alone. You fight for yourself." Bentham admonished sharply. Bowden chuckled foolishly. "I understand, brother." The crowd parted to create a space for the duel as Debbie and Bowden faced each other. Gripping their great swords tightly, the clash of strength commenced. Bang, bang. The resounding impact of their great swords echoed, a hallmark of greatsword warriors' combat. The devastation wrought by their strikes left the garden in tatters, with flowers, plants, and trees suffering the consequences. The servants and gardeners, diligently cleaning the park from a distance, stared aghast. "So, these plants no longer required your care." Debbie and Bowden exchanged blows rapidly. Bowden, a third-tier swordsman with a formidable physique, held the advantage over the diminutive second-tier swordswoman, Debbie. Yet, surprisingly, the two appeared evenly matched. It must be due to the enchantment on Debbie's greatsword. Yi Chue pondered. Although Debbie often left him exasperated, her choice of becoming a greatsword warrior indicated her inherent combat prowess. Despite her limited experience with the enchanted greatsword, she had already mastered the usage of the Windwalker matrix, allowing her to activate it at the moment of the blade's descent, enhancing its power and granting her a distinct advantage. Bentham's expression grew increasingly frigid as he watched his foolish brother struggle against the little girl, feeling utterly humiliated. Unable to contain himself, he barked, "Bowden, you idiot! Quickly defeat her." Upon hearing his brother's command, Bowden tensed. Suddenly leaping into action, with both hands gripping his sword, he vaulted into the air, bringing his greatsword crashing down. The force and momentum behind the strike were formidable, compelling Debbie to evade rather than confront it directly. With a resounding crash, the stone ground was cleaved, leaving a sizable crater. The blow of that magnitude could surely be fatal if it struck a person. Bowden's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin as he howled. Continuing his seemingly clumsy, yet incredibly powerful assault on Debbie, the once pristine cobblestone path of the garden now bore multiple new craters. Onlookers among the servants and gardeners glared in indignation. "Do you not care for the condition of the path?" Bowden's approach was evidently taxing on his stamina and sword energy. Yet the towering figure showed no signs of fatigue, reveling in his destructive spree, laughter echoing with a dangerous undertone. Debbie began to retreat under the mounting pressure at this juncture. It was clear she must unleash her ultimate technique. With a nimble backflip, she distanced herself from Bowden, gripping her sword tightly and inhaling deeply. "This little lady may be in trouble." Bentham jeered coldly. Ifia, Azur, and others displayed expressions of concern. Debbie, though small, had shown remarkable bravery. Earning their support, Yi Chue understood Debbie's intent, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, those watching, be it Ifia, Bentham, or the furious servants contemplating how to repair the garden's ravaged state, were left agape in shock as the young girl, now gripping her sword, began to spin rapidly. The great sword, slicing through the air, emitted a resonating hum, resembling a colossal top, its rotational speed escalating dramatically. Leaves and dust from the garden swirled, coalescing into a miniature whirlwind as the sound surged towards Bowden. It was the first time Bowden had witnessed such a technique. Indeed, it was the first for everyone present, save for Yi Chue, and they collectively gaped in disbelief. At Debbie's cries, a mixture of panic and exhilaration jolted Bowden from his reverie. Sensing imminent danger, he hastily gripped his sword, raising it high and charging directly at Debbie to that moment. It was midday, with the sun blazing overhead, yet the brilliance erupting from Debbie's move dazzled the onlookers. Having unleashed her grand top, Debbie embodied both offense and defense, perfectly compensating for the inherent rigidity of greatsword warriors. Bowden's frontal strike was effortlessly deflected by her whirling blade, producing a dissonant clang as his greatsword slipped from his grasp. The sheer force of the collision sent Bowden's considerable frame stumbling backward. Debbie's spinning greatsword continued its relentless assault, now imbued with overwhelming power. Not even Bowden, let alone a mere stone, could withstand its might. Debbie, Yi Chue shouted urgently, aware that such contests could lead to casualties. Even if Debbie inadvertently harmed Bowden, no one would hold her accountable, yet he wished for her not to take a life. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Bowden's head with lethal intent, the tempestuous winds surrounding them suddenly lost their centripetal force, scattering in all directions. Debbie maintained a poised stance, her hands firmly gripping the sword, her body slightly leaning forward. The blade of the colossal sword in her grasp was merely a few centimeters from Bolton's head, yet she managed to halt the sword's momentum just within that narrow margin. This was made possible by the two windwalking matrices set up by Yi Chue on the opposite side of the sword's blade, which acted as a brake. Of course, Debbie's control played a monumental role as well. While it is relatively easy to initiate the spin of a massive sword, abruptly stopping one that is rotating rapidly is an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Nonetheless, Debbie succeeded, though her arms began to tremble slightly from the exertion. Yet, she had triumphed. With a sudden crash, the massive sword that Debbie had sent flying with her gyroscopic technique collided with a nearby tall young tree, the tremendous force embedding the sword deep into the trunk, which was as thick as a man's waist. Bolton, now seated on the ground, dared not move, casting a furtive glance at the sword's blade, which loomed perilously close. An overwhelming wave of fear washed over his patience, and the once formidable giant could no longer contain his terror and began to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 40. The consequences of hubris from the moment Debbie executed her ultimate technique, the gyroscope. To her dazzling victory in the contest, only a few seconds elapsed. Yet, those fleeting moments left the onlookers utterly astounded. They had never fathomed that a great swordsman could possess such a versatile and devastating technique as the gyroscope. Everyone expressed their astonishment, remarking that they had gained invaluable insights today. Yi Chue's anxious heart gradually relaxed, and he felt an immense sense of pride for Debbie. This girl truly exhibited a remarkable talent for combat. He observed her still maintaining that forward stance with the sword, understanding that she must have expended tremendous energy to halt the sword's onslaught. Thus, he prepared to approach her and offer support. However, at that moment, another figure had already rushed forward. Benton, clad in crimson armor, his face was as cold as ice as he approached, drawing his long sword from his waist. Ifea and the others remained in a state of confused anticipation, unaware of Benton's intentions. Yet Yi Chue could see the murderous intent gleaming in Benton's eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Chue swung the wand he had gripped tightly in his hand, unleashing a surge of white-hot energy that sliced through the ground before Benton, creating a long gash in the grass. This was the basic attack spell, Windblade. Yi Chue had repaired the Windblade, magical matrix on Ifea's longsword, and he had mastered this incantation himself. Upon witnessing the trench appearing on the ground, Benton paused, his eyes narrowing with cold fury as he turned to Yi Chue. In a flash, Yi Chue dashed to Debbie's side, and, with a swift motion, he released several magical scrolls, which were unactivated, casting them towards Benton. Remarkably, they did not fall to the ground but hovered in mid-air, controlled by Yi Chue's wand, which made them float around Benton. This was the basic utility spell, Breeze. Hey, what are you doing? A loss is a loss. Are you planning to cheat? Yichue taunted, his voice laced with mockery. Benton glanced at the floating scrolls, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Magical scrolls. I've heard you defeated that disgrace, the guard of Lord Carey. Using these, you think this trick will work on me too? Bang! No sooner had he spoken than the scroll floating near the side of his face activated. Erupting in a torrent of flames that surged towards Benton like a monstrous wave. Benton was evidently no fool like Carey. He sensed the energy within the scroll the moment it ignited, twisting his body and executing a nimble backflip to evade the flames. However, a few strands of hair atop his head were singed, releasing a noxious odor of charred flesh. This ignited a fiery rage within Benton. You seek death, he bellowed, raising his longsword high, preparing to strike at Yichue. Then came a tearing sound as a lightning magical scroll activated above Benton's body. It was as if a tremendous thunderclap had erupted from the clear sky. Beneath that thunder, Benton stood with his sword raised. At that moment, the sword served as the perfect lightning rod. Thus, arcs of electricity surged forth, crawling up Benton's sword and enveloping him in a furious blaze. Moving so swiftly that he barely had time to react, in an instant, his once graceful hair exploded upwards, and his face bore the marks of scorching blackened patches. Witnessing this spectacle, Yichue couldn't help but find amusement in the poetic justice. Hubris met with retribution. Nevertheless, Benton was a fourth-tier swordsman, robust and resilient. Although Yichue's magical scrolls had been enhanced to 4 times their original potency, the damage was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, it only fueled his anger further. And he sneered. Well, it seems Carey's misfortune at your hands is hardly surprising. But I am not Carey, and I intend to see just how many scrolls you have left. Quite a few, Yichue replied cheekily, pulling open the front of his magical robe to reveal numerous small pockets sewn into its interior, each containing a magical scroll. Upon cursory examination, it seemed there were at least dozens. Benton, enough. Ifia finally reacted, swiftly interposing herself between Yichue and Benton, casting a cold glare at Benton. What do you think this place is? Benton's face still bore an expression of indignation, but he dared not provoke Ifia. He understood that although she was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl, she was a prodigy among swordsmen, already a 5th-tier swordsman. Even 3 of them would not stand a chance against Ifia, especially within the Lord's estate. Nonetheless, his heart simmered with resentment as he glared at Yichue, Debbie, and his brother Bolton, who sat trembling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, seemingly devoid of strength to rise. Benton, should you dare to cause a ruckus here, I assure you, you will not see the light of tomorrow. Barman had approached Benton at some point, brandishing 2 slender daggers, one poised against Benton's throat and the other aimed at his thigh artery. Barman was renowned for his agility as a dual-wielding swordsman. Benton finally regained his composure, sheepishly sheathing his long sword and raising his hands in surrender, offering a dry chuckle. How could I dare to act out in the Lord's estate? I was wrong. Barman slowly retracted his daggers, sheathing them at his waist, then turned to Yichue, his gaze filled with admiration. Not only Barman, but also Ifia, Azur, Damon, and the other swordsmen regarded Yichue with astonishment. The spectacle of Debbie dispatching Bolton with such an unfathomable technique had already left them in awe. And now, witnessing Yichue's prowess as a 2nd-tier mage was equally impressive. Reflecting on it, they realized that Carey's defeat at Yichue's hands was hardly unjust. Were they in his place? They might not have fared any better against the scroll-wielding Yichue. As the danger dissipated, Yichue waved his wand, summoning the previously floating scrolls back into the pockets of his robe. This display once again left the onlookers stunned, for they had never seen a mage wield breeze with such mastery. Yichue turned to Debbie, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Debbie replied, planting her massive sword into the ground and leaning on it, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as she looked at Yichue. She thought to herself how her trusty hammer would always hide behind her during encounters, but now he seemed transformed. Undoubtedly, for the better, Debbie beamed a sweet smile at Yichue. Yichue chuckled and then turned to Ifia. "Debbie should be able to join your adventure now, right?" "Indeed, she certainly can," Ifia affirmed with a smile. Nodding, "I have never encountered a great swordsman quite like her. It would be an honor to have her in my adventure team." Debbie immediately waved her small arms in excitement. "So now our adventure team consists of 8 members. Little brother, let me introduce you," Barman continued. Azur and Damon were already known figures. Gudum, a 4th-tier longswordsman, approached Bolton, who whose face was still clouded with gloom, and roughly yanked the sobbing giant to his feet, casting a chilling glare towards Yi Chue. The other swordsman present was named Bill, also a fourth-tier longswordsman. Since this was a private adventure, the recruitment of companions was voluntary, so only the orc Azur and Barman served as guards for the Lord, while the others were mercenaries. The swordsman injured by Bolton was being assisted away by servants. Yi Chue counted the heads. Ifia, Azur, Barman, Benton, Bill, himself, and Debbie, totaling 7 individuals. Curiously, he asked, "What about the other one?" "That partner is a mage," Ifia replied with a smile. "However, he seems to be quite busy lately, so he couldn't join us today. But he is the most talented young mage in Stan City, the son of the guild master of the Mage Association, Albert." Chapter 41. The most disadvantaged family. Albert's magical talent far surpasses that of his father. I've heard he is about to become a student of a 9th-tier mage, with limitless potential for future achievements, and he may very well take that step into the realm of specialization. Upon hearing Ifia mention Obert, the indifferent Gudum, standing beside his brother, immediately spoke with a hint of reverence, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chue. His magic is far superior to that of certain sorcerers who only dabble in the arcane arts. Yi Chue, it turned to Gudum. A faint chuckle escaping his lips. Gudum remained silent. The prodigious young mage held little interest for Yi Chue at present, however. He was somewhat concerned about whether Gudum would attempt to sabotage him during their expedition into the ancient tomb. Ifia seemed to discern Yi Chue's apprehension and smiled as she said, "Joining our adventuring party will require you to sign an oath contract prepared by the church. Should he breach the contract during our expedition, he will suffer the repercussions of the vow." Is it truly so remarkable? Yi Chue had long been aware of the existence of oath contracts, yet he was eager to understand their underlying mechanics. Was it purely magical or something else entirely? It appeared rather sophisticated. Ifia smiled, her hand moving gracefully to produce a folded piece of paper, which she handed to Yi Chue. "This is our adventure contract. You and Debbie may review it. If all is agreeable, simply inscribe your names." Receiving the contract, Yi Chue opened it and began to peruse it alongside Debbie. The contents were not overly complex. All participants in this private venture pledged not to harm one another during their quest, lest they incur the penalties of the vow. Upon completion of the adventure, 30% of the treasures acquired would go to the initiator, Ifia, with the remainder distributed among the others. Various additional clauses were also included. At the bottom of the contract were the signatures of the adventurers: Ifia, Azur, Ballman, Damon, Bill, Gudum, and Obert. That moment, Yi Chue's keen eye caught the small print at the very bottom. "This oath contract is produced by the Church of the Glory of Light. Quality assured, affordable, priced at 1 gold coin." Upon reading that final line, Yi Chue could no longer maintain his composure. The lofty prestige of the oath contract had instantly diminished significantly. He examined the contract diligently, noting that it resembled ordinary parchment, causing him to question whether it truly possessed any magical efficacy. However, as he and Debbie inscribed their names upon it, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. Golden light visibly emanated from the contract, enveloping both Yi Chue and Debbie, imparting an inexplicable sense of clarity to Yi Chue. "Now our contract is established," Ifia declared, reclaiming the contract from Yi Chue's grasp. She glanced at the inscriptions before making a gesture, causing the contract to vanish, presumably into her spatial ring. "Our adventure will commence in 10 days. Hammerhead, Debbie, use this time wisely to prepare." "Miss Ifia." Debbie suddenly recalled something significant and inquired urgently, "Where is the ancient tomb we are to explore? Is it far?" At Debbie's question, Ifia could not suppress a laugh, and Azur, Ballman, and the others also smiled. Ballman explained, "That tomb is quite distant from us. However, we can enter it in an instant. It is the Dolia tomb." "Dolia tomb?" Yi Chue and Debbie exchanged a look of surprise. In a flash, memories from Hammerhead surged within Yi Chue's mind, elucidating the significance of the Dolia tomb. The Dolia tomb is a specific type of ancient burial site, concealed within a vast spatial magic array, existing nowhere on the continent of Igendus. Thus, Ballman's assertion that the tomb was far from them held true. Possessing the key to enter the tomb allows one to access it at any time and from any location. This particular tomb acquired its name due to the Dolia family, a prominent magical lineage that flourished 2,000 years ago, renowned for their mastery of spatial magic. The family's crafted spatial rings, necklaces, and other items held unparalleled prestige. Moreover, the Dolia family provided unique magical services, notably for burial arrangements. Renowned swordsmen, sorcerers, and knights desired their tombs to endure eternally. To achieve this, they constructed their burial sites within large spatial arrays, creating alternate realms to preserve their bodies and treasures indefinitely. The Dolia family has been providing this service for a millennium, with countless knights, swordsmen, and sorcerers choosing to construct their tombs within their spatial arrays, many of whom were celebrated figures on the continent of Agendas. However, a calamity befell the Dolia family 1,000 years ago when they were attacked and annihilated by a rival family. Concurrently, the recorded matrices for the various tombs were leaked. This record enabled the deciphering of those burial magic arrays, leading to the creation of spatial keys to access the tombs. Thus commenced an unprecedented wave of ancient tomb exploration, with thousands of ancestral tombs looted within a mere century. Indeed, these tombs became collectively known as the Dolia tombs, and the Dolia family earned the moniker the most unfortunate family in history. It is said that remnants of the Dolia lineage still strive to restore their family's honor. Though this endeavor proves exceedingly challenging to this day, Dolia tombs occasionally capture the public's attention. Ifea had fortuitously acquired one such tomb, prompting her to organize this expedition. The owner of that tomb was a 9th-tier swordsman from 1,300 years ago, and it is likely filled with valuable treasures. Our adventure promises to yield considerable rewards, Ifea continued, addressing Yichue and Debbie. So ensure you prepare well in the coming days. I understand, Miss Ifea. Debbie's cheeks flushed with excitement at the prospect of the impending adventure. Very well, Ifea affirmed with a nod, casting a glance at Damon, Bill, and Gudum. Until we meet again in 10 days. Her words were evidently a dismissal. Damon, Bill, Gudum, and Bolton bid their polite farewells to Yichue and Debbie, however, were somewhat taken aback. Are we really leaving without lunch? How miserly. I was looking forward to that grand feast. As the group gradually departed from the Lord's mansion, Yichue and Debbie walked home in a gloomy silence. Benton, observing from a distance with his brother, wore a grim expression. His hair remained disheveled and dark, giving him a rather disheveled appearance, and the once flamboyant red armor now seemed utterly gaudy. Brother, are we just going to let them go? Bolton asked, concern etched on his face. They have signed the oath contract, preventing me from taking action against them for now. However, a cold glimmer flashed in Benton's eyes. Once the adventure concludes, humph. Chapter 42, The Iron Swordsman 2. 0 begins. The night had fallen. Yet, the lights in Anthony's magical cottage remained aglow, illuminating Yichue's room. Inside, Yichue sat cross-legged on his bed, holding the Buska spatial ring in his palm, his eyes closed and brow furrowed. Seemingly engaged in arduous contemplation, he was attempting to decipher the spatial magic matrix inscribed upon the ring point 3 days prior. Having obtained the magic crystal, Yichue swiftly grasped the remaining 9 magical characters. Diligently studying the articles on spatial magic matrices contained within the crystal, which afforded him a novel understanding of spatial constructs. Previously, his attempts to unravel the spatial ring were purely exploratory, akin to a blind man traversing a river, perpetually at risk of losing his way or being swept away by the current. Each step was fraught with difficulty. However, the knowledge imparted by the magic crystal illuminated his mind like never before. This reminded him of his first attempt to crack a website's back-end system. Initially, he had no idea how to proceed, but once he comprehended its operational principles and clarified his approach, the task became exponentially easier. Though cracking a website's back-end and deciphering a spatial ring are entirely different endeavors, Yichue found them remarkably similar in the thrill of overcoming challenges, fueling his motivation and enjoyment. Suddenly, Yichue opened his eyes. I did it. His consciousness delved into the spatial ring, and utilizing his understanding of spatial magic matrix operations, he simulated a series of attempts, eventually unlocking the door that had barred his awareness from exploration and simultaneously reprogramming the matrix that had sealed the spatial magic. To put it in more fantastical terms, he had effectively refined the ring. This accomplishment also brought a wave of exhaustion upon him, but he disregarded the fatigue and immediately began extracting the contents of the spatial ring. With a clatter, his bed became strewn with various items. The first objects to catch Yichue's eye were 2 brass-colored cards. This is a pair of Goblin Bank gold cards that Yichue hastily grasped the 2 gold cards in his hands and, upon a brief examination, discerned that each card contained 100 gold coins, totaling 200 gold coins. Scattered across the bed were additional coins, including 8 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 46 copper coins. I knew he must have hidden his wealth within the ring, Yi Chui exclaimed, brimming with joy, or perhaps surprise. When he had initially demanded 100 gold coins from Buska, the latter had readily produced the sum from his pocket. However, after slaying Buska, Yi Chui discovered that the man possessed no valuables, leading him to suspect that Buska had concealed his wealth in his ring, a suspicion that now proved correct. 200 gold coins constituted a considerable fortune. Yi Chui then rummaged through the other items, several magical scrolls, a few ordinary magical artifacts, and a piece of women's lingerie. It seemed Buska had some rather questionable tastes. Suddenly, Yi Chui's eyes gleamed as he spotted an exquisitely crafted box. What could be inside? He swiftly picked up the box. Sensing a faint surge of energy emanating from within, he knew it must be something extraordinary, and thus he carefully opened it. The soft blue glow enveloped Yi Chui's face, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. This is a magic energy crystal, and undoubtedly one of the finest quality. Magic energy crystals are minerals imbued with magical power. Though relatively common, they are essential. Magic furnaces rely on them for energy, and many armors are embedded with these crystals to operate their enchantment matrices. In simpler terms, a magic energy crystal functions akin to a battery, supplying magical energy instead of electrical power. The magical potency of these crystals varies, with those used in magic furnaces typically being of low quality, containing only limited magical energy suitable for basic matrices. However, the crystal unearthed from Buska's spatial ring was undoubtedly of superior quality, worth at least several dozen gold coins. Most thrilling for Yi Chui was the realization that such magic energy crystals are so rare that they cannot even be purchased with gold. I had been contemplating the magical energy supply issue for my Iron Knight armor, and now, with this crystal, that problem is effortlessly resolved. Yi Chui eagerly leaped from the bed and rushed to the nearby table, extracting a sheet of paper from a hefty encyclopedia. Upon opening it, he discovered an intricately drawn depiction of a human-shaped armor. At first glance, it appeared highly sophisticated, resembling blueprints for advanced weaponry. Indeed, it was a blueprint for his Iron Knight 2.0 armor, a culmination of insights gleaned from his 3 months of captivity combined with newly acquired enchantment knowledge. The armor's enchantments primarily revolved around the Windwalk, magical matrix, supplemented by lightning and fire, magical matrices for offensive capabilities. Moreover, mindful of the stifling heat within the armor, Yi Chui planned to incorporate a water flow magical matrix for cooling, although a frost matrix would have been more appropriate. However, considering that ice elements are a combination of water and wind elements, mastering such a complex matrix was beyond Yi Chui's current capabilities, necessitating the compromise of using the water flow matrix instead. In Yi Chui's view, the design for his Iron Knight armor was undoubtedly feasible, the only flaw being the magical energy supply. In films, Iron Man's suit is powered by a miniature nuclear reactor, while the magical matrices on Yi Chui's armor required far more energy than a standard suit. As a frail magician, he lacked the robust physique necessary to harness the armor's full potential. Without sufficient magical energy, he would faint within moments. Yi Chui's internal magical energy could only sustain 3 or 4 basic attack spells, and auxiliary spells like Windwalk would max out at 7 or 8 casts. Ordinary magic energy crystals simply could not provide enough power for prolonged use. Yi Chui did not wish to emulate Ultraman, battling a minor monster while bound by a time limit. However, with this superior magic energy crystal from Buska's spatial ring, the issue of energy supply was deftly resolved. I wonder what Buska intended to use this magic energy crystal for. I've stumbled upon quite a fortune. Yi Chui felt an indescribable thrill as he tidied the items on the bed, pocketed the 2 gold cards, and prepared to head out. Surely, the armor shop on Starry Avenue would still be open. He was eager to purchase a brand new suit of armor and upgrade his Iron Knight 2.0. The spatial ring had ample storage space, enough to accommodate an entire suit of armor. He could transform at any time in the future. Chapter 43. The mysterious wealthy mage in this magical world. Armor is an exceedingly common piece of equipment that a respectable swordsman must possess a suitable suit of armor. The phrase, "You dare call yourself a swordsman without any armor?" is undoubtedly one of the most demoralizing remarks one could hear. Even Debbie had a suit of armor, albeit one not far removed from cosplay, worn during her duel with Carrie. Yi Chui, being a magician, had no need for armor. If he were to suggest to Debbie that he wished to purchase armor, she would surely disapprove. Fortunately, with the 200 gold coins obtained from Buska's spatial ring, Yi Chue felt immense gratitude for Buska's generous gift. Armor is a necessity for swordsmen in this realm, and its quality varies significantly. For instance, the red armor worn by Gyudum falls into the high-end category, boasting both style and functionality, crafted from white iron and valued at no less than 50 gold coins. Yi Chue intended to purchase armor of a similar caliber, as the quality of the armor directly influences the number of enchantments it could support. The materials used for crafting armor, aside from leather, include black iron, white iron, brass, cold steel, purple steel, silver, and gold, with black iron being the lowest quality and most commonly utilized. The armor Yi Chue had discovered in the small black room was made of black iron, while Debbie's greatsword was similarly forged from black iron but infused with cold steel to enhance its durability. Naturally, the price fluctuated according to the material's quality. Yi Chue had inquired about armor prices over the past few days and estimated that 200 gold coins would suffice to procure a high-quality suit. On Stardust Avenue, he entered a shop named Bearlong Weaponry just before closing time. "Good evening, sir. What can I assist you with?" The shop attendant appeared somewhat lethargic, lacking enthusiasm for late-night visitors. He squinted at Yi Chue, who was clad in a black magical robe with a hood obscuring his features, rendering him nearly invisible in the dim light. Since leaving Anthony's magical workshop, Yi Chue had maintained this guise, preferring not to be associated with the Iron Knight. He surveyed the brightly lit weapon shop, despite the late hour, and deliberately lowered his voice. "I wish to purchase a suit of armor." "Armor?" The attendant raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, judging by Yi Chue's attire, he appeared to be a mage. What need did a mage have for armor? Nonetheless, with thoughts of heading home after a long shift, he pointed to a nearby shelf and said, "Sir, the armor for sale is over there. Please feel free to browse." With that, he stifled a yawn. Yi Chue nodded and approached the shelf, scanning the array of armors on display. A proper suit of armor envelopes the entire body, including a helmet, breastplate, shoulder guards, arm guards, wrist guards, gloves, waist protection, groin protection, leg guards, knee pads, and boots. Yi Chue examined the armors. He noted they fell into two categories: enchanted and non-enchanted. Enchanted armor was generally twice as expensive as its non-enchanted counterparts. As enchanters were a rare breed, there were likely no more than 10 enchanters in the entire city of Stan, and those capable of enchanting armor with guaranteed quality numbered fewer than 5. Naturally, Yi Chue sought non-enchanted armor to keep costs down. The finest non-enchanted armor available in this weapon shop was a suit of cold steel armor, priced at 150 gold coins. However, the weight of the cold steel was substantial, exceeding 80 pounds, and Yi Chue pondered that donning such armor would leave him only capable of striking poses. Thus, he settled for a white iron armor worth 80 gold coins. This armor, infused with traces of brass, bore a dark red hue accented with gold, exuding a subtle elegance while embodying understated luxury. Perfectly aligned with Yi Chue's taste, the armor fit him adequately, weighing only 13 pounds. A burden he could manage. Additionally, this armor boasted a robust capacity for enchantments, fully meeting Yi Chue's requirements. "This one will do," Yi Chue declared with conviction. "Have you made your choice?" The attendant, stifling another yawn, asked as Yi Chue returned to the counter. "I would like that suit of armor." Yi Chue indicated his selection. The spirit of the attendant was slightly invigorated. He had initially assumed that the armor purchased by Yi Chue would be the kind of soft armor costing no more than a few dozen silver coins. After all, aside from the rare magic swordsman, very few mages showed interest in armor. Thus, he was taken aback to discover that Yi Chue had chosen a precious suit of armor valued at 80 gold coins. His demeanor immediately transformed into one of enthusiasm. "Sir, will you be paying in cash or with a gold card?" "Gold card." As Yi Chue produced a brass card and placed it on the counter, he couldn't help but think, "Wow, can one really pay by card here? How sophisticated." If it weren't for his fragile psychological endurance, the worldview of an ordinary transmigrator would have shattered completely. Soon after, Yi Chue began to sweat profusely. Upon receiving Yi Chue's gold card, the attendant lightly sensed its contents, confirming a deposit of 100 gold coins. He promptly retrieved 20 gold coins from beneath the counter and handed them to Yi Chue. "Sir, the armor is priced at 80 gold coins. Here is your change of 20 gold coins." Yi Chue, "Well, It seems he had overthought the card payment situation. Sir, would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver your armor to your residence? The attendant continued with a beaming smile. No need, Yi Chue replied, aware that the transaction was complete. Approaching the armor, he waved his hand, and the suit vanished from the shelf, absorbed into his spatial ring. The attendant, having likely grown accustomed to such sights, displayed no particular astonishment and continued. Sir, the armor you purchased is unenchanted. Should you require enchantment services, you may contact Beilong Weapon Store, where we can arrange for an enchanter at a 20% discount. Ah, a full-service experience, Yi Chue replied. No need. I will contact the enchanter myself. With that, he made his way towards the exit of the weapon store. The attendant recalled a regulation stating that any customer purchasing armor or weapons must register their name. But due to the lack of issues over time, this rule had become mere formality. Contemplating the warmth of his own bed, he ultimately decided against this seemingly unnecessary inquiry. He opened the transaction ledger, took up a quill, and recorded the details of the transaction. Cold iron armor, priced at 80 gold coins, purchased by the mysterious wealthy mage. Thanks to the attendant's careless attitude, the mage who purchased armor from Beilong Weapon Store that night would be surrounded by the descriptors mysterious and wealthy for a long time to come. From that evening onward, rhythmic sounds of tapping frequently echoed in Yi Chue's room in the backyard of Anthony's magical cottage. Ding, 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 ding. Debbie spent some money hiring craftsmen to repair the collapsed southern wall. The craftsmen were quite curious about the sounds emanating from Yi Chue's room, but upon seeing the little girl in the courtyard swinging a 100-pound greatsword, they decisively abandoned their curiosity. Thus, 10 days swiftly passed. The southern wall of the courtyard was newly restored. One morning, after finishing their noodles, Yi Chue and Debbie set off towards the Lord's mansion. Their ancient tomb adventure was about to commence. Chapter 44. Then I shall be the greatest waste in this world. Yi Chue donned a brand new black robe, the standard attire of a mage, concealing an unremarkable ring on the index finger of his left hand beneath the voluminous sleeves. Meanwhile, Debbie carried the heavy greatsword, still clad in ill-fitting soft armor. Over the past few days, Yi Chue had suggested that Debbie acquire a new suit of armor, considering their newfound wealth, but Debbie declined his proposal after some contemplation that it was customary for greatsword wielders to don heavy armor. Yet Debbie was not one to adhere to convention. Her path as a greatsword wielder was aimed at agility. The cumbersome armor would only hinder her, making the soft armor a more suitable choice. Of course, she had not skimped on various healing potions. Although somewhat greedy, she was not oblivious to the importance of balance. As they arrived at the Lord's mansion, the guards, recognizing their identities, promptly allowed them entry and escorted them to the garden they had visited last time. By now, they could not help but marvel at the wealth of the Lord's mansion, as the chaotic garden that had been damaged 10 days prior was now completely restored. The Lord's daughter, the initiator of this adventure, Ifia, along with the orc Asal, the dual-sword wielder Ballman, the mercenary Damon, and Bill, were all present, fully armored and prepared for the expedition. Ifia wore an impressive suit of female armor, reminiscent of what Yi Chue had seen at the tavern, its silver hue indicating a composition of white iron. Ifia greeted Yi Chue and Debbie warmly, likely due to Debbie being the only girl among the group. And she took the time to explain various precautions for the adventure. Noticing that Debbie was still in her simple soft armor, Ifia offered to gift her an old suit of white iron armor. But Debbie politely declined. Asal, Ballman, Damon, and Bill also approached Yi Chue, reminding him of various considerations since this was his first adventure. Yi Chue took their advice to heart. Before long, the final two members of the adventuring party arrived, Gudem clad in red armor and Obert in a black magical robe. Engaged in light conversation, seemingly friends. 10 days ago, Yi Chue had struck Gudem with a lightning magic scroll, causing his red hair to frizz and his armor to acquire several scorch marks. However, now his hair had returned to a smooth state, and his armor, having been meticulously maintained, gleamed anew. Yet, the cold glare Gudem directed at Yi Chue was unchanged from 10 days prior, his lips curling into a sneer, exuding an air of hostility. Obert, Gudem, you have finally arrived. Ifia welcomed them with a smile. Miss Ifia, it is an honor to join you on this adventure, Obert replied, displaying courtesy before Ifia. Gudem coldly approached Yi Chue, stating, adventuring can be perilous. I hope you can survive and return from that ancient tomb. Yi Chue frowned at Gudem, then smiled. Of course, I shall return alive, and I will thrive thereafter. Anyone who wishes me ill shall find themselves worse off. Gyudum's smile grew colder. Interesting. Gyudum, Ballman exclaimed sharply, stepping beside Yichue and casting a warning glance at Gyudum. Gyudum raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, adopting an expression of "I mean no harm," before turning away to rejoin Obert. Ignore him, should he dare to act against you during the adventure. He will surely face the consequences of his oaths, Ballman reassured Yichue with a pat on the shoulder. I understand. It's all good, Yichue replied with a smile, though in his heart. He mused that while Gyudum might refrain from acting against him during the adventure, it did not preclude him from doing so afterward. Naturally, he was not afraid at all. After all, his iron swordsman armor was quite eager for action. Obert, intrigued by the exchange between Gyudum and Yichue, asked, "Do you have a conflict with that kid?" "Just a minor friction," Gyudum replied dismissively, yet his expression betrayed that he did not regard it as trivial. Ifia frowned slightly, not wishing for discord among her adventuring party. Although their oaths bound them, a lack of cooperation during the adventure could still pose challenges. She shot Gyudum a cold glance, thinking that if any misfortune befell the adventure due to him, she would not let him off easily. Noticing Obert curiously observing Yichue, she introduced, "Obert, you have yet to meet Hammerhead. He is an enchanter and a member of our adventuring team. Standing next to him is his friend, Debbie." She then continued, "This is Obert, the son of the president of the Mage Guild, renowned as a genius mage in the city of Stan." Upon hearing the name Hammerhead, Obert's initial reaction was one of disdain. What a ridiculous name. Who would bear such a title? Then it struck him that Hammerhead had indeed visited the Mage Guild on the day the magic crystal went missing. However, being merely a second-level mage, when Bajin mentioned Hammerhead's name, he had dismissed him as a suspect without a second thought. The Mage Guild had yet to locate the missing magic crystal, much to the displeasure of the 9th-level mage visiting Stan City. Obert had been troubled by this matter, and at this moment, a thought crossed his mind. The Mage Guild had already searched every mage who had been at the guild that day. Yet they seemed to have overlooked Hammerhead. Perhaps, just as this thought flickered in his mind, he ruthlessly dismissed it. That so-called Hammerhead is nothing but a waste out if he truly did take the magic crystal. Then I would be the greatest waste in this world. Thus, he reflected that Yichue was unaware that someone had claimed the title of the largest waste in the world, considering that the person was a companion. He thought it appropriate to greet him, and thus he offered a polite smile. However, Obert merely snorted coldly and turned away, displaying an utter disdain for Yichue, which prompted Gyudum to join in with a derisive laugh. Debbie, feeling somewhat displeased, muttered under her breath, "What kind of person is that?" Yichue gently patted Debbie's shoulder, signaling her to ignore him. "Now that we are all gathered, let us commence our adventure," announced Afia. As she moved, a piece of tattered cloth that appeared to be made of worn burlap material emerged, dark and inscribed with some characters. She laid the cloth upon the ground, drew her longsword, and with both hands grasping the weapon, prepared to pierce the cloth, saying, "Please stand within a 2-meter radius of me, as I shall activate the key." The cloth served as the key to enter the Doria ancient tomb. When Yichue, Debbie, and Azur, Ballman, Bill, Gyudum, and Obert stood beside Afia, she thrust her sword down, piercing the cloth. Immediately, wisps of pale blue smoke resembling the aurora arose from the cloth, swiftly spreading outwards, just as Yichue's curiosity was piqued. A loud bang echoed, enveloping them in a dazzling white light. The 8 individuals vanished from the garden. The key to the Doria ancient tomb was, in fact, a teleportation magic circled as they were transported away. Dust and withered leaves swirled around the ground. Several gardener servants approached, sighing as they swept the area, expressing their frustration that the young lady always chose the garden for her activities. Chapter 45. Adventure Guide to the Doria Ancient Tomb. As the blinding white light faded from view, Yichue found himself in a dimly lit corridor. The experienced mercenary Damon had already produced a white orb the size of an egg, which was evidently a magical artifact, emitting a gentle white light that allowed everyone to discern their surroundings. Debbie stood beside Yichue. The excitement she had felt before embarking on the adventure had vanished, replaced by a grave tension. In this unfamiliar tomb, her petite frame began to quiver slightly, revealing her inner fear. However, despite her trembling hands, she feigned composure and grasped Yichue's hand, saying, "Hammerhead, don't worry, I'm right here with you." Yichue replied, "Try not to shake while you speak." Alia, an experienced adventurer and the leader of the group, remained remarkably calm. It appears we have safely entered the Doria ancient tomb. Mage, we require light. Huh. Yi Chue, hearing Alia's words, instinctively thought she was addressing him. So he retrieved his wand from his waist, contemplating whether to unleash a fire spell or something similar. But soon he realized he had misunderstood. Alia's mention of mage referred to Oberth. While Yi Chue was mulling this over, Oberth had already waved his wand, softly intoning, "Light, descend." A bright light emanated from the tip of Oberth's wand, swiftly extending forward in visible waves of illumination that gradually reached the depths of the corridor. Where the light passed, the walls of the corridor sparkled with tiny starlights. These remnants of the spell could continue to glow for 10 minutes. Oberth's incantation drew praise from the others. It is rare for a third-tier mage to cast intermediate spells, especially one that controls the element of light like light. Descend. Oberth, you truly deserve the title of genius mage from our city of Stan. Gudum, with no hint of restraint in his flattery, cast a glance at Yi Chue's wand. He had seen Yi Chue mistakenly draw his wand, thinking Alia's words were directed at him, and continued to express his disdain. Addressing Yi Chue, "Enchanter, I see you have also drawn your wand. Do you intend to cast a light spell as well?" Yi Chue rolled his eyes and turned away, uninterested in engaging with this provocation. Oberth, buoyed by Gudum's praise, felt elated and, after a proud glance at Yi Chue, remarked with a smile, "Though I am a third-tier mage, my father claims I may possess the power of a fourth or even fifth-tier mage. He insists on suppressing my aspirations to take the fourth-tier mage assessment to stabilize my mental energy. Once you obtain the certification of a fourth-tier mage, it will undoubtedly astonish the entire city of Stan." Gudum quickly complimented. "Is it really that impressive?" Oberth humbly replied, though his expression clearly conveyed, "I am indeed that impressive." Debbie, influenced by Gudum's comments, harbored a poor impression of Oberth, and Yi Chue sensed her grip on his hand tightening slightly. "Don't mind it," Yi Chue whispered, shrugging dismissively as his gaze shifted to the starlight remnants on the nearby stone wall, gently stroking them and feeling their warm, soft touch. "I have mastered 32 magical characters related to the element of light, but I have yet to have the opportunity to study this magical element. This is the radiance formed by the light element. Its composition is quite peculiar, resembling some sort of luminous particles. Everyone, arrange yourselves in formation," Aphia instructed at this moment. "The tomb is filled with traps and dangers. I will lead the way, Debbie will bring up the rear, Azur and Ballman will guard the flanks, while Bill and Gudum will ensure our safety from behind. Yi Chue and Oberth will remain in the center." The group complied, positioning themselves according to Aphia's directives. This arrangement reflected Aphia's strategic acumen, being the strongest among them. It was only natural for her to take the lead. Although Debbie was of a lower level, none could deny her formidable output capability, allowing her to fill in for Aphia in the event of an unexpected situation. The four swordsmen formed a square formation, while Yi Chue and Oberth, the mages with the weakest close combat abilities, were encircled at the center. "Everyone, be cautious. We are setting off," Aphia commanded. Thus, the adventuring party began their cautious trek deeper into the corridor. On high alert for any unforeseen occurrences, Yi Chue felt anxious for a time. But when he observed Aphia calmly retrieving a book entitled Doria Ancient Tomb Adventure Guide from her spatial ring, flipping through the pages as she walked, and effortlessly disarming several traps along the corridor, even navigating various forks without hesitation, he realized his worries were unfounded. The Doria Ancient Tomb, established by the Doria family, had been explored for millennia, and people had discerned its patterns. The internal structure of the tomb was indeed systematic. One could say that the Doria family was prolific in creating various ancient tombs, with the internal composition and traps being uniformly equipped. As long as one understood the type of ancient tomb they were adventuring into and had a copy of the widely available Doria Ancient Tomb Exploration Guide from bookstores across the continent, it was akin to possessing an accurate map for their expedition. Well, Yi Chue's expectations for an ancient tomb adventure were not being met. Where was the promised eerie atmosphere? Where were the skeletal warriors? Where were the ancient tomb monsters? Why did he feel as if he had joined a sightseeing tour of the tomb? "We are currently only at the periphery of the tomb. Once we reach the inner hall, we shall encounter various unknown dangers. That area is not documented in the Doria Ancient Tomb Adventure Guide, as each tomb owner designs their own layout, and the owner of this tomb is a 9th-tier swordsman, whose arrangements are sure to be fraught with peril," Aphia explained, seemingly aware that Yi Chue and Debbie were participating in their first tomb adventure, as so the main event was yet to come. Well, he would continue to maintain his anticipation that in the following moments, every 10 minutes, Oberth would cast light, descend to illuminate the tomb's corridors. The mental energy and magical power of a third-tier mage enabled him to sustain this spell's casting, a feat that Yi Chue could not currently match. Yi Chue, adopting the mindset of a diligent scholar, began to study the light element. Although light, descend, was an intermediate auxiliary spell, it was fundamentally a basic application of the light element, while it appeared quite spectacular. From Yi Chue's perspective, it did not seem particularly remarkable. Thus, he endeavored to construct the magical matrix for light, descend, in his mind. It was worth trying. After roughly an hour of exploring, adventuring through the dimly lit corridors of the ancient tomb. Just as Yi Chue's legs began to feel weary, they finally emerged from what felt like a maze, although the difficulty was not as daunting as indicated by the map. Before them stood a rust-covered door, flanked by armored warrior statues. "We have reached the inner hall," Aphia declared, stowing away the Doria Ancient Tomb Adventure Guide within her spatial ring, her voice unusually grave. "Everyone, be cautious. Typically, there are animated guardians at the entrance of the inner hall, and the battle is about to commence." Almost as soon as Aphia finished speaking, a series of swoosh sounds echoed through the air, and the stone statues standing at the entrance began to stir. Excellent. Things were finally becoming interesting. Chapter 45. Isn't it just about output? At the end of the corridor stood a massive iron door, flanked by a row of swordsman statues. As the adventuring party approached the stone gate, it seemed they triggered some mechanism, and the statues suddenly sprang to life, brandishing their stone swords and charging towards the group. Their movements caused the entire tomb chamber to reverberate with a resounding boom. "Prepare for battle," Aphia shouted, gripping her sword tightly and slicing it through the an enchanted attack. Windblade surged forth from her sword, creating a pale white gust that swept towards the row of swordsman statues with a crackling sound. 7 statues bore deep 2-inch gashes, halting their forward momentum momentarily. However, the marks on their bodies began to heal rapidly. Clearly, her windblade was far more potent than the windblade unleashed by Yi Chue's eternal demon palm. The 4 statues on the right, having sustained more damage, slowed down, creating a gap with the 3 on the left. Aphia, sword in hand, coldly commanded, "Maintain formation. Gudum, Bill, you two are responsible for protecting Hammerhead and Obert. Do not allow the puppet guards to approach them. Debbie and I will deal with the 4 on the left. Damon, Assal, you handle the 3 on the right. Ballman, take the opportunity to strike from the shadows, looking for the puppet's weaknesses. Obert, keep the chamber well lit." She issued her commands with remarkable speed and immediately engaged the 4 puppet guards on the left, the strongest swordsman in the team. She took on the attacks of the 4 puppets herself, while Debbie provided support from the side. Due to the narrowness of the corridor, her large gyroscope could not be utilized effectively here, but Debbie's combat talent allowed her to adapt quickly to her role, coordinating excellently with Assal. Meanwhile, Assal roared, showcasing the ferocity of an orc warrior, while Damon, a seasoned mercenary, displayed formidable close combat prowess. The 2 of them entangled with the 3 puppet guards. Ballman, utilizing the agility of a dual-wielding swordsman, darted between the 3 guards, launching swift attacks during their openings. The strength of the puppet guards is equivalent to that of second-tier swordsmen, entirely driven by a magical matrix. If we do not destroy the matrix that maintains their operation, we cannot completely defeat them. Be aware, their strikes are purely offensive. Do not respond according to convention. The matrix core is not located in the head. Everyone, try targeting other areas to quickly identify their weaknesses. Watch out for their sweeping attacks. Their movements are predictable. After a downward slash, they will follow up with a devastating sweep. Bauman's voice rang out continuously, summarizing the attack characteristics of the puppet guards, fulfilling his role in the team battle. Yi Chue and Obert quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the center of the fray, while Gudum and Bill flanked them, both vigilantly observing the fierce battle ahead. The sounds of clashing weapons reverberated through the dimly lit tomb corridor. Bang! Boom! Crack! This was the roar of Orc Assal. This marked Yi Chue's first official confrontation with such a chaotic battlefield in this world, from the moment the puppet guards launched their assault to the onset of the melee. Less than half a minute had passed at this moment. He finally grasped the thrill of tomb raiding, momentarily rendered speechless. his mind overwhelmed by the shock of this otherworldly combat scene. Simply put, he was somewhat stunned. The ripping sound of lightning slicing through the air jolted Yichue back to reality, as Obert unleashed a spell beside him that it was a lightning element spell, but not the lightning spell that Yichue was familiar with. Upon casting, the lightning coalesced into a spear-like form, shooting forth and striking one of the swordsman statues currently engaged with Assault in the head, penetrating through the low-level attack spell, Thunder Spear, though also classified as a basic spell, evidently possessed far greater destructive power and difficulty than lightning. The swordsman statue, pierced through the head, did not fall. Instead, its head wound began to heal, indicating that the head was not its weak point. Yichue instinctively glanced at Obert, useless. Obert met Yichue's gaze with a low grunt, preparing to cast another spell. Clearly, as a fellow mage, he felt superior as he could still attack from the protection of two swordsmen. Yichue was taken aback. What kind of superiority was this? Wasn't it just about output? He lifted the hem of his mage robe and swiftly pulled out a magic scroll, tossing it with a swish. A magic scroll? Obert gaped at Yichue's actions, then sneered, "You useless fool, you think you can just throw a scroll without activating it. It's not a brick, you." His words were abruptly cut off. Clearly, he was unaware of Yichue's signature skill. The throne scroll did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was miraculously lifted by a gentle breeze, floating in mid-air. Yichue waved his wand lightly, and the scroll immediately soared towards the statue currently entangled with Debbie. Boom! The swordsman statue, its arm raised to strike Debbie, was met with the sudden explosion of a quadruple lightning magic scroll, which smashed into the raised arm, shattering it to pieces. Debbie was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at Yichue, and then immediately leaped, sword in both hands, aiming for the statue's head. The side of her massive sword activated the Windwalk matrix, enhancing its power, and she struck down, cleaving the statue's head halfway off. Over the past 10 days, Debbie had evidently mastered the control of the Windwalk enchantment matrix on her greatsword. However, the statue appeared utterly unfazed as its severed arm and shattered head began to reassemble, as if it had sustained no damage whatsoever. Yichue furrowed his brow. Although the 7 statues sustained damage continuously, it seemed largely ineffective, as they could regenerate swiftly, showing no signs of diminished combat capabilities. A considerable nuisance that he could no longer afford to pay attention to Obert and began to focus on directing various scrolls to support the 5 engaged in battle with the statues. The scrolls, under the control of his gentle breeze spell, danced through the air, periodically detonating and providing timely assistance, significantly alleviating the pressure on the 5 combatants. Yichue felt as if he was playing a support role in a game. Obert stood beside him, utterly stunned. Could a mage truly operate in such a manner? Who would be so bored as to practice a mundane spell like Gentle Breeze to such proficiency? Shortly thereafter, a sense of indignation began to swell within Obert, feeling his dignity was being undermined. How could he lose to this brat? Thus, he unleashed powerful attack spells one after another towards the statues. Meanwhile, Effia, while fending off an attack from a swordsman statue, noticed Obert recklessly prioritizing output. She furrowed her brow. Yichue was using the low-cost Gentle Breeze spell, allowing for continuous casting. But how could Obert use his attack spells so carelessly? What if he exhausted his magic power? They might need him once they entered the inner sanctum. Moreover, Obert's spellcasting was evidently haphazard, not only failing to provide support but also somewhat disrupting their coordination. Can you not make things more chaotic? At that moment, Yichue observed the swordsman statues and suddenly had a revelation. The wounds on these statues heal at varying speeds depending on the location. Chapter 46. The statue's weakness is in the left thigh. Each swordsman statue possessed combat capabilities akin to second-tier swordsmen, yet among the 5 engaged in battle, aside from Debbie, who was a second-tier swordsman and the strongest due to her greatsword, the others were all at 4th-tier level, with Effia even reaching 5th tier. If they were to face 7 normal second-tier swordsmen, they would have long since decimated the opposition. However, the statue's ability to rapidly regenerate from damage posed a significant challenge. Ballman, utilizing his agility as a dual-wielding swordsman, maneuvered across the battlefield, also tasked with analyzing and seeking out the weaknesses of the swordsman statues. However, being embroiled in the fray, he lacked the clarity of vision that Yichue. As an observer, possessed as Yichue controlled the scrolls to attack the swordsman statues, he soon noticed something amiss. The healing speed of the wounds on these statues varies by location, under the relentless assault of the five. The statues sustained continuous damage and recovery, entirely driven by a magical matrix within a specific part of their bodies, which controlled their movements. If Yi Chue's deductions were correct, this was likely some advanced application of earth element magic. The only method to defeat the swordsman statues was to destroy the internal magical matrix or the mana crystal that supplied them with energy. However, throughout the battle thus far, Ballman had yet to identify where the matrix core resided. They had already attempted the head, chest, and other commonly known critical points, but to no avail. However, at that moment, Yi Chue noticed that the rate at which the head of the statue was recovering from damage was slower than that of the chest. And the recovery of the chest was, in turn, slower than that of the abdomen. These swordsman statues must be powered by magic energy crystals, and the magic energy crystals should be in conjunction with the matrix core. The faster the recovery from damage, the closer the area is to the matrix core. Yi Chue continued to observe the movements of the swordsman statues. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes. It's the thigh. Through reasoning and analysis, Yi Chue concluded that the matrix core was hidden within the left thigh of each statue. Ifia, Yi Chue immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack the left thigh of the statue." As he called out, he also began to manipulate a magical scroll. Preparing to focus his attack on the left thigh of the swordsman statue, he chose to call out Ifia because among the five present, only she could handle the situation with ease. Recklessly urging others to attack could disrupt their rhythm. Yi Chue's sudden shout startled Guttum, Bill, and Oberth, causing them to jump. Guttum, gripping his long sword warily, coldly replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? Does Miss Ifia still need your guidance?" Oberth shot a displeased glance at Yi Chue. This child had been casting spells continuously in an attempt to vex Yi Chue, and was now beginning to breathe heavily. However, Yi Chue could not help but admire Oberth. As a third-tier mage and a magical prodigy, his reserve of magical and mental energy was simply unparalleled. While Yi Chue could manage only 3 or 4 basic attack spells, Oberth had already cast at least 20 by now. This was the gap in strength. Of course, in battle, wisdom is paramount. Ifia, in collaboration with Debbie, was already feeling somewhat fatigued from fending off the 4 swordsman statues. She had previously encountered swordsman statues during her adventures, but at that time, she had been accompanied by seasoned adventurers who quickly identified the statue's weaknesses. In hindsight, she regretted not inquiring how they discerned those weaknesses. Having thought that the weaknesses of every type of swordsman statue were the same, the statues they faced now were completely different from those she had encountered before, which was a grave oversight. Upon hearing Yi Chue's words, she instinctively felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking to herself, did she really need his instruction? Why should she attack the left thigh of the statue? However, she decided there was no harm in trying. With that thought, Ifia deftly dodged an attack from one of the swordsman statues, maneuvering close to the statue's side, and swung her longsword down, striking the statue's left leg decisively. Ifia's eyes sparkled as she caught a glimpse of blue light flickering amidst the dark rubble. It was the magic energy crystal. She had found the right spot. The weakness of the statue puppet is in the left thigh. Ifia exclaimed joyfully as she spoke. She swiftly retracted her long sword and struck again, shattering the magic energy crystal that powered the statue. The crystal was no larger than a pigeon egg. Had she attacked blindly, it could have taken ages to hit that weak point. As Ifia shattered the magic energy crystal, a pale blue wave of light surged forth, resembling a cloud of blue smoke. This was the manifestation of magical energy leaking out. Immediately thereafter, the massive statue crumbled into grains of sand. As if composed of sand itself. One statue had been dealt with. The weakness of the statue was indeed the left thigh, validating Yi Chue's deduction. Guttum, Oberth, and Bill exchanged incredulous glances at Yi Chue, unable to fathom how he knew the weakness of the statue. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect for them. Just after Ifia successfully destroyed the statue, as per Yi Chue's instructions, Yi Chue, leveraging Ifia's experience, identified the precise location of the magic energy crystal in the left thigh. Following that, boom, crash, the sounds of fire and lightning attacks erupted in succession, targeting the exact spot of the remaining statue's left thighs. In an instant, the magic energy crystals of 3 statues were laid bare. With a flick of his wand, Yi Chue deftly extracted those minute shards of magic energy crystals using gentle breeze. Deprived of their magical energy supply, the 3 statues crumbled into sand as well. Simultaneously, Azur, Damon, Ballman, Ifea, and Debbie sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the remaining 3 statues, from the onset of the battle against the statues to its conclusion. Roughly 5 minutes had elapsed, with most of the time spent in a stalemate. It was only in the final half-minute that the crux emerged. Yi Chue's insight into the statue's weaknesses was of paramount importance, as he personally destroyed 3 of the 7 statues. This left everyone looking at Yi Chue with eyes full of astonishment. Yi Chue, not pausing to relish the admiration, hurried over to Debbie, who was sweating profusely. He reached out to wipe her forehead, asking, "Are you hurt?" Debbie shook her head, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Chue. "Hammerhead, how did you know the weakness of the statue?" Guttum, Oberth, and Bill approached as well. Upon hearing Hammerhead's question, Guttum, somewhat irked, interjected, "Surely you must have known the weakness of the statue beforehand. Hammerhead, if you knew, why didn't you say so earlier? We wasted so much time." Yi Chue turned to Guttum. Incredulous. Was he merely focused on mockery? Just as he was about to respond, his expression shifted suddenly. "Be careful." The previously sanded statue abruptly reformed, appearing behind Bill, who stood at the outer edge of the group. Ifea had already moved swiftly into action. At that moment, however, the starlight illuminating the corridor's stone walls flickered suddenly, only to dim rapidly thereafter. The light of dawn spell had coincidentally failed at that moment. "Oberth!" Ifea shouted in furious disbelief. Maintaining the light had been a task entrusted to Oberth. Yet now, at this critical juncture, their surroundings had plunged into darkness. Light of dawn. Oberth's voice trembled with panic as he attempted to cast the spell. However, the burst of light from his wand's tip suddenly flickered, plunging them back into darkness. His spell had failed. The previous exertion had drained too much of his mental and magical energy, rendering him incapable of casting this intermediate light spell. In that fleeting moment, a sound akin to a blade piercing flesh echoed. It was the sound of the stone sword penetrating Bill's body, accompanied by his anguished scream. Chapter 47. Intermediate Spell, Light of Dawn. The matrix core controlling the swordsman statue relies on both the magic energy crystals and the magical matrix crystals. Previously, Ifea had shattered the magic energy crystal of one swordsman statue, and then destroyed the magical matrix of another, eliminating 2 statues. Yi Chue had used a magical scroll to dismantle the thighs of 3 statues. And with the gentle breeze spell, he had collected the magic energy crystals into his spatial ring. Ballman had utilized his agility to destroy the magic energy crystal of another statue. However, the last statue's magic energy crystal was swept out by Azur but remained intact. Hidden beneath a layer of sand on the ground, the core magic crystal among these statues had not been damaged, and coincidentally, the magic energy crystal encountered the magic crystal buried in the sand, leading to the reformation of a new swordsman statue. In the darkness, Bill's scream seemed to resonate even more piercingly. Ifea, initially charging towards the reformed statue, halted her movement in the darkness, fearing that a rash attack might injure Bill. Every member of the adventuring party was engulfed in fear and panic. I don't have enough magic power." Oberth's panicked voice rang out. However, just as he finished speaking, light suddenly flooded back into the corridor. The intermediate support spell, Light of Dawn, illuminated the situation, revealing the reformed statue standing behind Bill. The stone sword had pierced through Bill's chest, stained with patches of blood, and he was pale. Gasping for breath, life slipping away rapidly, Guttum and Oberth, who had stood beside Bill, had already retreated to a safe distance, adopting a defensive stance. Damon, a seasoned mercenary, though not of high rank, possessed the most experience in critical situations. He quickly rushed to Bill's side, producing healing ointment in an attempt to save him. Oberth, witnessing Bill's fading condition, instinctively touched the ring on his finger. Within his spatial ring lay a healing scroll, a precious item painstakingly crafted by the Mage Guild's Ba-Jin. This kind of object held far greater value than other types of magical scrolls. It was something Oberth kept for his own survival. And no one, not even Ifea, the daughter of the city lord, could possess such a thing. If he brought it out, perhaps it could save Bill's life. Yet he began to hesitate. That was his safeguard. And the tomb was fraught with danger. What if he were to sustain serious injuries as well? His own life, above all, was more valuable than that of the mercenary. He could not take the risk. These thoughts swirled through his mind. Before he could finally make up his mind, the mournful voice of Ifea resonated. "He is already dead." The first casualty within the adventuring party, Debbie's complexion, turned somewhat pale. This was her first encounter with death. She pressed her lips tightly together, instinctively seeking solace by Yechue's side. However, when she glanced at him, she found his visage even more ashen, his body swaying as if he could faint at any moment. Hammerhead. What is wrong with you? Debbie quickly supported him, wondering if her hammerhead was afraid of witnessing death. Her words drew the attention of others towards Yechue. Gyudum, feeling somewhat irritable, was about to hurl a customary sarcastic remark at Yechue. But suddenly he was taken aback. Others too stood in stunned silence. After a brief moment, Debbie also seemed bewildered. Hammerhead, was that light descends spell you just cast? In the previous darkness, light had suddenly surged forth. Although Albert claimed his magical power was depleted, most still instinctively believed the one who had cast the light spell was Albert. Yet now they realized that Yechue's wand bore the residual starlight of the spell's release. And his pale complexion and weary demeanor confirmed the truth. The one who had unleashed light descends was indeed Yechue. I'm not yet proficient with this spell, and it has nearly drained all my mental and magical energy. Yechue leaned heavily against Debbie's petite frame. Speaking weakly. It was at this moment he truly grasped the chasm of talent disparity. Mages were judged by their magical and mental prowess, and Yechue's talent was decidedly mediocre. Barely scraping by the threshold of magehood, the casting of this intermediate light spell had nearly exhausted all his vigor and magical essence, while Albert had been able to maintain it, aside from the difference in their ranks. The disparity in innate talent was the primary reason. Debbie steadied him, helping him to sit against the stone wall, reaching out to wipe the sweat from his brow, her face filled with concern. She was deeply worried about Yechue, hardly considering why he had been able to cast that intermediate light spell. Yet, the others could not help but ponder numerous questions. Yechue was merely an average mage. Aphia had included him in the team due to his status as an enchanter. In Gyudum and Albert's eyes, he was likely just a burden, someone in need of their protection. However, in truth, it was Yechue who had uncovered the weakness of the swordsman statue, enabling them to defeat it. Had it not been for Yechue's light descends, when darkness engulfed the corridor, the swordsman statue, which did not require sight to observe, would have gained the upper hand, and perhaps they would have met their end there. It was not they who were protecting him, but rather he who safeguarded them. Choosing to include Yechue in the adventuring party had proven to be the wisest decision. This mage was truly remarkable. Albert's gaze towards Yechue became increasingly complex. Today was the first time he had seen Yechue, having been swayed by Gyudum's whispers. Well, even without Gyudum's insinuations, he would not have deigned to regard this seemingly useless mage. He was the son of the Mage Guild's president, the only scion of a high-level mage from Stand City, possessing extraordinary talent, and was in fact likely to become the disciple of that ninth-tier mage. He could easily view Yechue as one would an ant. When Yechue had attacked the statue with a magical scroll earlier, Albert had dismissed it, perceiving it as a mere trick, a pathetic tactic employed by the weak. Yet now, he had finally recognized that this seemingly inept mage possessed capabilities far surpassing his own. The spell, Light Descends, was one he could never have cast during his time as a second-tier mage. And even as a third-tier mage, he had only barely learned it under the diligent tutelage of the light mage Bajen. Gyudum looked at Yechue with an expression of profound shock, realizing he had misjudged the youth from the very beginning. He was not ordinary at all. He recalled mocking Yechue earlier when entering the tomb. Are you planning to cast the light spell too? This made his face flush with embarrassment if he knew what Yechue was currently contemplating. His face would surely burn even hotter at that moment. Yechue was mulling. The light spell I constructed on the fly seems to have some issues. I wasted a great deal of magical energy during the release. And it lacks the stability of Albert's Light Descends. There are many aspects that need refinement. The Light Descends he had unleashed was something he had painstakingly created from scratch over the course of half an hour after witnessing Albert cast a spell. Chapter 48. Fool, coward. Let us rest for half an hour to recuperate, and then we shall enter the inner sanctum. Aphia sheathed her longsword, her tone icy and devoid of emotion as she approached Yechue, who was seated against the wall. She earnestly stated, "Thank you. Had it not been for you, we would all have likely perished. You saved our lives, and once this adventure concludes, you shall receive your fair share of treasures for your bravery." Her words momentarily darkened Gyudum's expression, as Yechue's share of the treasure would naturally diminish his own. However, he ultimately refrained from commenting further. "I did it for my own survival. No need for thanks," Yechue replied with a somewhat hoarse laugh. Feigning indifference to Aphia's mention of treasure, Though inwardly he was elated, Debbie rummaged through her pack, producing a flask of water which she handed to Yechue before sitting beside him, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized him. Regarding Aphia's mention of an increased share of treasure, she appeared completely unconcerned. She was a little treasure lover, but without a doubt, Yechue was her greatest treasure. Damon and a Sorbelman were busy sorting through Bill's belongings, as they were on an adventure. They could not carry Bill's body away and could only take his armor and weapons. This was a rule of adventuring, and Bill had accepted this reality when he chose to join. The three remained silent as they went about their tasks. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Aphia seized Albert by the collar with her left hand, shoving him against the wall, her voice seething with anger and coldness. You bear full responsibility for Bill's death. Maintaining the light was your duty, and you failed. Had it not been for the darkness, Bill might have evaded, and I might have been able to rush in to save him. I. Albert's face flushed red. He now felt weak due to his depleted magical energy. And faced with Aphia's wrath, he was gripped by an indescribable fear. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, You can't blame me. I exhausted my magic helping out. Damon, Azur, and Ballman glared angrily at Albert. How could he still have the audacity to say such things? Earlier, when he had cast a spell to attack the statue, it had been anything but helpful. It had caused more trouble than it was worth, especially compared to Yechue's timely and effective magical scroll attack. Standing nearby, Gudum interjected, Miss Aphia, the situation earlier was truly unforeseen. Who could have anticipated that the Light Descends spell would fail at that moment? I believe we should not hold Albert accountable. In fact, I think Hammerhead is the real culprit. He was the first to use a magical scroll to assist with the attack. If it weren't for him, how could Albert have blindly followed suit and released his spell? The elements of flattery in his words were unmistakable. It was clear that Gudum valued his friendship with Albert above all. However, this only served to infuriate the others further. Whoosh! Aphia's other hand drew her longsword from her waist, and before anyone could react, the blade was pressed against Gudum's throat. She coldly declared, No one shall interject while I hold my team accountable, otherwise. As the leader of this expedition, I will expel you from the party and slay you. Her heart was aflame with rage. As the leader of the adventure, she exhibited the poise befitting her role. Gudum fell silent, suddenly rendered speechless at that moment. Yechue's voice, seemingly frail, broke through. Recently, I have perused several books on adventuring, and from them, I gleaned certain insights. The foremost principle of adventuring is to act within one's capabilities. Adventurers must always be acutely aware of the nature of their actions. I utilized the magical scroll to assist everyone in attacking because I understood that I could maintain the breeze spell for an extended period, and I still had many magical scrolls at my disposal, allowing me to continuously provide such support. Meanwhile, Albert, out of spite for my capabilities, squandered his magical energy, which was the most foolish course of action. Albert's face twisted with anger, even while Aphia had him pinned against the wall. His pride fueled his disdain for Yechue. This worthless mage had merely employed clever tactics to achieve some results. What right did he have to criticize his foolishness? Observing Albert's furious expression, Yechue coldly scoffed, Fool. And then there's you. Yechue turned his gaze towards Gudum. When that statue first appeared, you were the closest to Bill, and you were the first to see its attack. Had you acted immediately alongside Aphia to deflect the statue's sword aimed at Bill, perhaps he would not have perished. Yet, what did you do? You immediately recoiled. Gudum's face flushed with shame as Yechue spoke the truth, but he retorted, The situation was so urgent, I merely acted defensively out of instinct. Indeed. Instinct, Yechue derided. By instinct, you are nothing but a coward. Fool, coward. With those words, Yechue seemingly lost interest in continuing the conversation, closing his eyes to meditate, an endeavor to restore both mental and magical energies. Essentially a process of clearing the mind to facilitate effective recuperation. The corridor gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. Gudum and Albert seethed with indignation. The insults of fool and coward stung deeply, yet they found themselves unable to counter Yechue's provocations, resorting instead to silently cursing him in their hearts and vowing to make him pay. However, at this moment, they were compelled to confront the ire of the other members of the adventuring party. Aphia was evidently furious, unwilling to let Albert and Gudum off the hook so easily. Ultimately, Barman approached her, whispering a few calming words, and with some reluctance, Ifea released her grip on Albert's collar, issuing him a warning before settling cross-legged beside Debbie, her long sword resting across her knees. Albert, pale-faced, leaned against the wall and began to meditate in an effort to regain his mental strength. The others also seized the moment to rest and prepare for the impending adventure. After a span of over 20 minutes, Yuchue opened his eyes from meditation, feeling significantly rejuvenated. His mood, however, remained somewhat troubled, and he realized that his earlier remarks had likely infuriated both Albert and Gudum. Yet, he felt no regret. Rather, his thoughts revolved around the opportunity to eliminate these two individuals. Gudum had been a constant source of trouble since Debbie usurped his brother's position, while Albert resembled a petty noble. Eager for vengeance, he wished to avoid being constantly under scrutiny. As he pondered these thoughts, Yuchue suddenly noticed something in the sand before him. Piquing his curiosity, he picked it up. It was a magic crystal. The knight statues operated on the power of magic crystals and mana stones, with the latter providing magical energy, while the former served as the control center, housing the magical matrix necessary for the knight statues to coalesce and launch attacks. I wonder how this magical matrix functions. Adopting the mindset of a diligent scholar, Yuchue's consciousness delved into the magic crystal. Chapter 49. In critical moments, one must rely on my great top spin. This magic crystal was merely a low-grade specimen. From Yuchue's perspective, it possessed a mere 10 m of space, far inferior to the one the Magic Guild had generously gifted him. Yet, it was densely packed with various magical arrays, meticulously categorized as if stored within individual folders. They were primarily divided into 3 categories. The first category responded to external stimuli, serving as a master switch to trigger or suspend the magical matrices within the crystal. The second category dictated the actions of the knight statue, detailing how it should move and what actions to perform, its combat prowess being that of a second-tier warrior, encapsulating the battle experience of such a fighter. The third category pertained to the elemental earth matrix that shaped the knight statue's form, allowing settings for its appearance, height, and features. Well, this seemed rather sophisticated. Yuchue, now in scholar mode, focused his research on the second classification, the matrices governing the knight statue's movements, as this knowledge could potentially benefit his iron warrior armor. These magic crystals are crafted by the Doria family, employing a special imprinting method to ensure long-term preservation. The contents within can be erased and reused, yet the magical arrays within these crystals are fixed, rendering them of little value. Ifea's voice chimed in, interrupting his thoughts as she stood before him, pointing at the magic crystal in his hand. Following the destruction of the 7 knight statues, most of the mana stones had also been obliterated. While the magic crystals seemed to attract little attention due to their lack of worth and inherent danger, should they encounter mana stones or other magical items, they could inadvertently conjure a statue. Yuchue chuckled. I'm intrigued. I'll do some research. Do not mix this with mana stones, Ifea cautioned, noting the significant shift in her demeanor towards him, which had become markedly more amiable. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Yuchue replied with a smile. However, he had no intention of heeding Ifea's advice. After all, the reason magic crystals and mana stones should not be stored together was due to the activation system within the crystal, which would automatically absorb any encountered mana stones, triggering the magical matrices. An ordinary person would certainly not recklessly collect such perilous items. But was Yuchue not a scholar? From that perspective, could he not simply delete the activation system within the magic crystal? Thus, Yuchue grasped the magic crystal and probed into its first classification, swiftly erasing the portion responsible for activation triggers, since the magical matrices were permanently inscribed within the crystal through some arcane method. Forcibly deleting them would reduce the crystal's storage capacity. Yet Yuchue was unconcerned. What he sought were the matrices controlling the statue's movements, which he intended to analyze further. Observing Ifea gathering her belongings in preparation for action, he unhesitatingly placed the magic crystal into his spatial ring alongside the 3 mana stones he had previously collected. Everyone, prepare to move, Ifea called out. The other members of the adventuring party promptly rose, readying themselves for the forthcoming endeavor. Ifea pointed towards the iron door leading to the inner sanctum, issuing commands. Azur, go and break down the door. The rest of you, brace for battle in case of any dangers lurking beyond. With a swift motion, Damon, Barman, and Gudum unsheathed their swords. Debbie raised her massive sword high, her expression alert. Yuchue clapped Debbie on the shoulder and positioned himself towards the back of the group. After all, a mage must maintain the decorum expected of their role at such a time. Albert stood beside Yichue, his face a mask of coldness. Once this adventure concludes, I shall seek you out for a more thorough discussion. Albert whispered ominously in Yichue's ear. Yichue chuckled lightly. Likewise, Azur, the most robust among them, sheathed his long sword and positioned himself several meters from the iron door. With a mighty shout, he charged forward like a raging bull. An orc's innate skill, barbaric charge. Each race harbors various latent talents, such as the dwarves' enchanting abilities or the elves' marksmanship, and barbaric charge was the orc's gift. Naturally, such skills typically require training to unleash fully. It is worth noting that there exists a war cry skill among orc talents, which ignites their combat fervor through loud shouts. Yet, Azur's previous roars during the battle with the statues were not indicative of war cry, they were merely instinctive habits. As he had yet to master the activation method for war cry. Boom! Azur's right shoulder collided heavily with the iron door, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the ancient tomb, shaking the very ground beneath them. The sheer force of the impact was palpable, evoking an instinctive sense of awe. Yet, even more astonishingly, the iron door remained utterly unyielding. The rebound from the collision sent Azur stumbling several meters back. Landing on the ground in confusion as he rubbed his head, my barbaric charge couldn't budge this door? Azur, are you all right? Ifia inquired with concern. I'm fine, Azur replied, massaging his somewhat sore right arm. Indignantly stating, Miss Ifia, stand aside, I shall try again. And so, boom, boom, with successive charges, the iron door began to show signs of loosening, yet it remained stubbornly shut. It seemed that even if they were to charge 10 more times, they might not succeed in fully opening it. Azur, now panting heavily, found it increasingly difficult to sustain the barbaric charge, a skill reliant on his inner sword energy and robust physique. The adventuring party exchanged bewildered glances. How curious. The door to the inner sanctum is remarkably sturdy, Ifia mused. Azur's barbaric charge is the strongest among us, if he cannot break it down. Perhaps I should give it a try? A youthful, melodious voice chimed in. It was Debbie. All eyes turned to her. Given that the strongest orc, Azur, had failed to budge the iron door, the diminutive Debbie expressing her intention to attempt it raised eyebrows. Gudum, ready with a sardonic remark, abruptly shut his mouth, having thought better of it. Others shared a degree of skepticism, but considering Debbie's identity as a giant sword master, Ifia eventually conceded, albeit with a willingness to test the waters. Very well then. Everyone, step back. My ultimate technique is somewhat fearsome, and I wouldn't want to inadvertently harm anyone, Debbie stated with a sense of responsibility. The group retreated a few steps, half convinced, with Yichue stepping back the furthest. Recollections of his family's crumbling southern wall loomed in his mind. Butte remained nonchalant, confident in his understanding of the attack power possessed by second-tier greatsword warriors, of whom his brother was one. He stood at the forefront of the crowd, a faint, cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he was merely waiting to witness a farce. However, soon he found himself sweating profusely. The greatsword maiden inhaled deeply, her body beginning to spin violently, the rotation accelerating exponentially, until she became indistinguishable from a mere blur. Reminiscent of a spinning top, the air was filled with a resonating buzz as it sliced through, an overwhelming sense of pressure permeating the atmosphere. The ground, covered in sand that had solidified into stone-like figures, was now being swept up into the whirlwind of her motion, as if a tornado had erupted within the confines of the narrow stone passage. Then, in a fleeting moment, whoosh, the greatsword flew forth like a cannonball, stirring up clouds of dust, akin to a dragon coiling and roaring as it slammed against the tightly shut iron door. The sound reverberated like thunder, the ground trembled, and the clash of iron sword against iron door sparked dazzling embers. Dust swirled chaotically, obscuring the view ahead. Dust clear, shouted Yichue, raising his wand towards the front. The basic household spell, dust clear, immediately caused the swirling sand to settle, restoring a semblance of calm. Debbie, crouched on the ground, gasped for breath, her body covered in a light layer of dust, yet her cheeks were flushed with excitement. Before her, the iron door had been blasted open, the force so tremendous that it had deformed the door itself. While the greatsword had pierced through the right side of the door, embedding itself within, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Everyone exchanged glances between Debbie and Yichue, who had skillfully executed the dust clear spell. And inwardly they couldn't help but think, these two have skills that are far from ordinary indeed. Chapter 50. This ancient tomb is rather peculiar. The dust clear spell is undoubtedly one of the simplest spells. Anyone with magical aptitude would grasp it upon receiving the title of wizard and be able to wield it proficiently. However, the level of mastery exhibited by Yi Chue, who could effortlessly restore tranquility amid a tempest of flying dust, was undoubtedly rare. The impact of Yi Chue's dust clear spell, in certain respects, was even more astonishing than Debbie's bizarre technique that had shattered the iron door. Yet, no one felt envious at that moment. The only thought resonating in their minds was, who would be so bored as to master such a mundane spell to this degree? Of course, after the initial astonishment, Ifia quickly regained her composure, rushing forward to position herself protectively in front of the exhausted Debbie, who was now gasping on the ground, ready to confront any potential danger emerging from the inner chamber. Azur, Ballman, Damon, and Gyut followed closely, their eyes warily scanning the darkened inner sanctum. Yi Chue hastened to Debbie's side, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Debbie shook her head, just feeling a bit dizzy. After helping the young girl to her feet, Yi Chue's gaze shifted towards the inner hall, which lay shrouded in darkness, concealing unknown secrets. He then turned to Obert, clearly signaling, "Release, light's descent. For goodness sake, don't just stand there. Have the awareness of a human flashlight, will you?" Obert understood what was expected of him, yet upon meeting Yi Chue's gaze, he felt a twinge of resentment, as if he required instruction on what to do. "Obert." Ifia's voice rose in irritation. "Light." Obert huffed in annoyance. Stepping behind the group of swordsmen, he waved his wand and cast Light's Descent into the inner chamber. Light flooded the space, allowing everyone to discern the surroundings within. Gripping her longsword, Ifia led the way, cautiously stepping into the entrance of the inner hall, the others closely trailing behind. Under the twinkling starlight, the entirety of the inner chamber was laid bare before them. However, upon observing the state of the inner hall, Ifia's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. "This doesn't resemble the inner hall from my last adventure in the ancient tomb. It seems there's no mention of this type of tomb in the Doria Ancient Tomb Adventure Guide. This place is indeed a bit odd," Ballman remarked, gripping his dual swords tightly as he surveyed the area with a grave demeanor. He and Ifia were the only ones among them who had previously participated in an ancient tomb expedition. Yi Chue had helped Debbie to her feet, and upon hearing their conversation, his curiosity piqued. Supporting Debbie, he moved closer to examine the inner hall. It was vast, resembling an actual palace. Obert's Light's Descent cast a wide illumination. Yet it barely lit a portion of the hall, leaving the other half cloaked in darkness. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to discern the layout of the inner chamber, a circular expanse with a raised dais at its center, concealing something that was likely the objective of their current quest. Surrounding the circular perimeter of the hall were several iron doors, at least a dozen, resembling the one they had entered through. The origins of the passages behind these doors were unknown, yet they ultimately led to this very place. What is the meaning of those iron doors? Why are there additional iron doors here? The Doria Ancient Tomb Adventure Guide has never documented such a design. Ifia felt a surge of anxiety, recalling the iron door that Azur had failed to break through, sensing that something was amiss, very amiss. "I believe there must be numerous keys connected to this ancient tomb, each corresponding to the passages behind the iron doors." Yi Chue suddenly interjected, surveying the surroundings as he articulated his hypothesis. "How do you know that?" Obert queried coolly, his tone laced with skepticism. "Earlier, we encountered various mechanisms along our path. Following the instructions from the Doria Ancient Tomb Adventure Guide, we navigated here with minimal peril. This indicates that those routes and mechanisms correspond to the records in the guide. Along the way, we also encountered several forks in the path, and according to the map, we can surmise that those forks ultimately lead to dead ends. Thus, we had no choice but to emerge through this door. Therefore, it stands to reason that if the other iron doors in this inner hall are not mere decorations, they must possess keys leading to other passages, all culminating here." Yi Chue articulated calmly, his gaze fixed on Obert, a hint of mockery lingering in his eyes. This was indeed a straightforward deduction, easily graspable by anyone with common sense, reflecting on Yi Chue's earlier comment, which had labeled him a fool. Obert's handsome visage flushed with anger, and he retorted indignantly, "Perhaps the design of this Doria ancient tomb is an entirely new type that has never been encountered before. We navigated through all the mechanisms with ease, which at least proves that the parts we traversed have been experienced by others before. Therefore, the pathways outside this tomb cannot be novel, but rather a combination of multiple known types of ancient tombs. Yi Chue replied coldly, suddenly pointing to a nearby area. Moreover, the most crucial piece of evidence lies there. The direction Yi Chue indicated revealed a skeleton clad in armor. This was clearly an adventurer who had ventured into the ancient tomb long ago. Having perished in their quest, the iron door behind the skeleton was ajar, and due to the distance and dim lighting, they had initially overlooked it. Yi Chue noticed it only because Ballman had spotted it first and alerted the others during their conversation. Others have indeed ventured here before. Ballman spoke gravely. It aligns with what Hammer said. It seems the keys to this ancient tomb are not limited to just one. This tomb is truly extraordinary. There's another skeleton over there, Azur quickly pointed out. And there, at Ifia's insistence, Obert cast several more lights descent spells deeper into the inner hall, soon revealing a dozen more skeletons scattered around the chamber. Everyone, stay vigilant. There is something peculiar here, Ifia asserted, fulfilling her role as the expedition leader, her voice resonating with authority. They all stood at the entrance, cautious in their approach, and upon hearing Ifia's warning, a heightened sense of alertness enveloped them. The ground seemed strange. Damon spoke in a hushed tone as his words hung in the air. Everyone turned their attention to the floor of the inner hall. The ground appeared to be made of stone, intricately etched with numerous peculiar patterns. They had noticed this earlier, but with Damon's observation, Obert was the first to exclaim in astonishment. The ground is inscribed with magical circles. My heavens, the entire floor of the inner hall is covered in magical circles. This scale of magical circles. Ifia gazed incredulously at the vast inner hall, her heart filled with disbelief. Could the master of this tomb truly be a ninth-tier swordsman? Magical circles represent a more advanced application of magical matrices. When spells are inscribed onto parchment with magical ink, it is referred to as a magical scroll. When spells are etched into weapons or armor with mithril, it is known as enchantment. And when one's own magical power is used as a foundation to inscribe spells onto other objects, it is termed a magical circle. The use of magical circles, while not as difficult to master as enchantment, remains an intricate form of magical ability, demanding a higher level of magical energy. The spatial rings and the hidden mirrors in the magical guild hall are quintessential examples of magical circles in action. The entire floor of the inner hall was densely inscribed with magical circles, a feat far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard. This ancient tomb had undoubtedly been crafted with considerable investment. The adventurers felt an overwhelming chill sweep over them, and Debbie suddenly had an epiphany. She hurried to the iron door nearby and withdrew the massive sword that had been embedded in it. Then cautiously positioned herself beside Yi Chue. She sensed an imminent danger and felt compelled to protect him, or perhaps she realized she needed his protection. Meanwhile, Yi Chue was scrutinizing the intricate array of magical symbols etched upon the ground. Aubert was also examining the densely inscribed magical characters on the floor. These are all spatial magic arrays, Aubert exclaimed after several moments of observation, a note of excitement in his voice as he rubbed his hands together. He had been diligently studying spatial elemental magic, and he believed this was his moment to shine. Yi Chue, however, regarded Aubert with indifference. He had recognized these as spatial magic arrays the moment he laid eyes on them. Yet, adhering to a principle of modesty, he chose to remain silent. He turned his gaze toward the distant skeletons, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Adventures in ancient tombs are seldom undertaken alone, but why are those skeletons all solitary? Do they not have companions? Chapter 51. The game begins surrounding the inner sanctum were a dozen iron doors, some of which had already been breached, long before Yi Chue and his companions arrived. Several waves of adventurers had ventured into this place, and it appeared they had met with complete defeat. The scattered skeletons strewn about the inner hall spoke volumes, judging by the condition of their armor and garments. Some had perished over a century ago, their skeletal remains reduced to dust beneath the rusted and corroded armor. Others had likely died decades prior. Yet, why were the skeletons, which seemed to have entered at the same time, so widely dispersed? Only a few skeletons lay together, while the rest were distanced from one another. How had they become scattered, and what had caused their demise? Most importantly, the positioning of these skeletons appeared to follow a certain pattern. Yi Chue pondered these questions that moment. Aubert's voice suddenly reached his ears. I see it now. This is a spatial teleportation magic array, seemingly linked to another location. Aubert, can you ascertain where it connects? Gudum inquired eagerly. At present, I cannot determine that, Aubert replied, but I can attempt to activate a portion of this magic array to find out. He assumed a somewhat pretentious demeanor from the smug expression on his face. Yichue had ample reason to suspect that Aubert's display of expertise was merely for his benefit. Noticing the concern on Effia and the others' faces, Aubert confidently assured them, rest assured, I am about to become a student of a 9th-tier mage. The very master renowned for his prowess in spatial magic, who recognized my innate talent in this field and intends to take me as his apprentice. This was, in truth, a fabrication, yet he believed the others were unaware of the reality. He continued, although I do not know what the master of this ancient tomb intended with such a grand magic array, trust me, I will lead you to the final chamber. With this declaration, a surge of heroic bravado emanated from him, and he prepared to touch the magic array on the ground. While Aubert spoke with bravado, Yichue had already shifted his gaze from the scattered skeletons back to the symbols of the magic array. Just as Aubert's hand was about to make contact with the magical characters on the floor, a sudden flash of clarity struck Yichue's mind. Stop. That is not an ordinary spatial magic array. It is designed to separate and transport us. Regrettably, Yichue's warning did not prevent Aubert's hand from descending upon the magic array. The dimly lit inner sanctum erupted into brightness as Aubert's hand made contact with the ground, not a light of illumination, but a brilliant golden hue. Suddenly, a series of golden energy walls surged upward within the vast inner hall, partitioning the space into numerous small enclosures. Clearly, Aubert had completely activated the dense array of magic inscribed within the inner sanctum. What is happening? Aubert exclaimed in shock. He had only intended to activate a small portion of the array. According to his studies, it should not have resulted in this. Quickly, we must exit. Effia reacted swiftly, shouting as she began to retreat toward the stone passage. However, it was too late. The golden energy walls had already sealed off the entrance to the passage. Effia swung her sword, unleashing a gust of wind blade, but the sound of the impact echoed as if she were attempting to cleave through cotton. And the golden walls remained unyielding. This is spatial isolation, a spatial confinement magic that only high-level mages can wield. Barman recognized the origin of the golden walls, his face a mask of disbelief. He quickly turned to Effia. Miss, this adventure exceeds our expectations. We should withdraw. Effia hesitated for a few moments, but gazing at the towering golden walls around them, she ultimately produced a tattered piece of burlap, similar to the key they had entered with. This was the key to their exit, which would activate a teleportation array leading outside. However, when Effia placed the burlap on the ground and pierced it with her sword, nothing occurred. The space here has been completely isolated. Any form of teleportation is impossible, Yichue stated gravely. Recalling certain articles he had encountered regarding spatial magic in the crystal he had obtained, he approached the side of the wall, his hand brushing against the golden barrier, feeling a soft texture. With enough force, his fingers would sink into it, but after a certain point, they could no longer advance, as if a layer of cotton enveloped a metallic surface. This is an exceptionally sophisticated spatial magic array. Only those above the rank of advanced swordsmen could breach it. What are you? A mere 2nd-tier mage, no? You're spouting nonsense, Aubert shouted, his panic evident as he surveyed the encircling golden walls. That Yichue shot a cold glance at him. Fool! If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be trapped here. You. Aubert appeared ready to confront Yichue in a duel. Yichue, unfazed, moved closer to Debbie while continuing to chastise Aubert. This magic array was meant to confine us, yet when we first entered, it had not activated. Perhaps the passage of time had rendered it dormant, but you, in your arrogance, attempted to activate it, inadvertently triggering the entire array and endangering us all. Upon hearing Yichue's words, the others could not help but direct their ire toward Aubert. It was indeed his brashness that had led to the activation of the entire array, and they all had ample reason to be furious with him. Even Gudum displayed a scowl directed at Aubert. I didn't mean to, Aubert stammered, completely flustered. Effia felt a headache coming on. She had known Aubert for some time and previously considered him merely a bit arrogant, but now she found his foolishness intolerable. She regretted her decision to have him as a companion on this adventure and glanced at Yichue with a hint of expectation. What should we do now? The others also turned their gaze toward Yichue. They had to admit that in light of their current predicament, all their hopes were pinned on him. After all, only Yi Chue and Aubert among them were mages, and it was evident that Aubert was a fool. Thus, they could only rely on Yi Chue. This magic array is likely to initiate further actions, Yi Chue continued, suddenly struck by an idea, and he urgently grasped Debbie's hand. What's this about, Hammerhead? Debbie inquired, puzzled by Yi Chue's sudden grip on her hand. Yi Chue offered no explanation, hastily securing his wand at his waist before reaching for Effie's hand as well. The others were left bewildered by Yi Chue's intentions. The magic array will soon transport us separately. So everyone, try to stay close together, Yi Chue shouted. The group remained confused, uncertain of his meaning. Before he could elaborate further, a blinding white light began to flicker beneath their feet. This was the manifestation of the spatial teleportation array activating. Though the exact purpose of the ancient tomb's master remained unknown, the scattered skeletons throughout the inner sanctum indicated that the magic array would confine each adventurer individually within the spaces formed by the spatial magic matrix. Some skeletons had been found in pairs, so if two people stood close enough together, they might be transported together. Yi Chue was determined not to let Debbie stray from his side, hence he grasped her hand. As for Effie, he held on to her as well because she was the strongest among them. Regardless of what transpired after their teleportation, remaining alongside the strongest individual would provide them with a greater chance of survival. In a dazzling flash of white light, the 8 figures swiftly vanished from sight. In the next moment, 8 individuals found themselves dispersed within the inner sanctum, each confined to their own small compartments. Demarcated by a shimmering wall of golden energy, each person stood alone, save for Yi Chue, Debbie, and Ifia, who remained together. Dear adventurers, the game has commenced. A somewhat eerie child's voice suddenly resonated within the inner chamber. Chapter 52. The rules of the disc game. The inner sanctum of the ancient tomb was illuminated by the golden glow emanating from the wall of spatial isolation, creating an opulent atmosphere. The vast space was divided into numerous small grids, each approximately 20 square meters in size, where all members of the adventuring party had been individually transported. Of course, the exception was Yi Chue, who had grasped Debbie's and Ifia's hands before the teleportation magic circle activated. Encased within the translucent energy barrier, Yi Chue could clearly perceive the positions of the others, and they, in turn, could see him. Such an abrupt turn of events was bound to incite panic, yet the disquieting child's voice only deepened their trepidation. Dear adventurers, the game has commenced. Who is speaking? Are there others in this ancient tomb? Debbie inquired, pressing closely against Yi Chue, her voice trembling. Ifia, the most formidable among them and the leader of the expedition, understood that this adventure posed dangers beyond her imagination, exceeding her capacity to endure. Thus, she instinctively inched closer to Yi Chue, her hands gripping her long sword tightly. The voice likely belongs not to a person, but to a sentient entity residing within the magic crystal. Sentient entity? Debbie was taken aback, her knowledge on the matter limited. What does that mean? The magic crystal can store a person's spiritual imprint. When the storage capacity of the crystal is sufficiently vast and the imprint is clear enough, it may evolve into a form of intelligence. Yi Chue explained in a solemn tone that he recalled the magic crystal he had generously received from the Magic Guild, which contained 32 magical characters, each representing a fragment of spiritual imprint, encapsulating the mage's understanding of these characters. If Yi Chue had any inquiries while contemplating these characters, the imprint could even respond to his questions. He had pondered before that, should the crystal possess ample storage, it might just cultivate a self-awareness. In other words, artificial intelligence. It appeared that this was indeed a possibility. The voice they heard was, in a sense, a form of artificial intelligence. Ifia cast a look of intrigue at Yi Chue. The concept of intelligent magic crystals was exceedingly advanced, and even high-ranking mages and swordsmen might not possess such an artifact. Such knowledge was scarcely documented in texts. Yet, she had little time to dwell on that now. The child's voice continued to resonate. You must be quite curious as to why you find yourselves trapped here. Am I right? In truth, it is not difficult to comprehend. This is my tomb, constructed by the Doria family as I neared the end of my life. I knew that, centuries or millennia after my demise, someone would inevitably discover this place. I have never believed that any tomb could thwart the steps of adventurers, for I once participated in the adventure of the tomb of the magic progenitor. If even the tomb of the magic progenitor could not be preserved, How could a mere swordsman like myself hope to succeed? The magic progenitor referred to the legendary genius who founded magic, revered as the one who ventured furthest along the path of sorcery, though none present were aware that this tomb had been plundered. The child's voice continued. I have never believed that the Doria family's tomb services could be flawless. Inevitably, there would come a day when others would intrude. Thus, I have been awaiting your arrival. Adventurers, you are the fifth group to reach this place, with two groups never even entering this inner sanctum, and of the two groups that did, both met their demise here, and now here you are. I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. You appear to be the weakest of the 5 groups. I wonder how long you will last here. What do you intend to do? Guthrum shouted, his voice muffled by the spatial isolation. What I intend to do is quite simple. You are intruders. Since you have come to disturb my tomb, I naturally must eliminate you. However, I did mention that this is a game, and I do enjoy playing games if you play this game well with me. You may find a glimmer of hope, the child's voice declared. What game do you want us to play? Asked Ballman. In my era, there was a game called Disc Game. I wonder if you still play it. Allow me to explain. The rules are quite straightforward. On a circular board, participants start from the outermost grid. Each time one enters a grid, they must battle the guardian within. Upon victory, they may choose to move in one of the 4 cardinal directions to the next grid. The first to reach the center will claim ultimate victory. Naturally, the guardians become increasingly formidable the closer one gets to the center. Once a grid has been traversed, it cannot be re-entered. There are only 4 grids leading to the center. And once all 4 have been occupied, the game concludes, with the remaining participants facing elimination. The child elaborated. Elimination, of course, entails being obliterated by the board. The magic array of the inner sanctum was set by a grand sorcerer specializing in this field, who spent months crafting it. You, mere fledgling swordsman, stand no chance of escaping its annihilation. So, are you saying that only 4 of us can survive? Ballman continued in a steady tone. No, the child shrieked in response. This is merely the first stage. Only 4 may pass through this one. What awaits in the next stage is uncertain. Oh, of course, one of you is quite clever. Before the teleportation array activated, he stood alongside the 2 most powerful and capable young ladies in your group. I have high hopes for these 3. Even in death, it would be quite fortunate to perish alongside such lovely companions, would it not? As these words echoed, the others cast looks of astonishment or fury towards Yichue. He was indeed the astute one among them, having already discerned the situation. Do you have any other questions? The child's voice inquired further. Is there a time limit? Yichue asked. Oh, certainly not. Once you have dealt with the guardian, you may choose to remain safely within your grid indefinitely, free from punishment, unless all 4 grids near the exit have been traversed, at which point you will face obliteration. The child seemed particularly intrigued by Yichue. Smart one. Do you have any further inquiries? None. Yichue pondered before shaking his head. Very well, I have said all I needed to. Now, please enjoy your time in this game. The child's voice continued. Oh, and one more thing I must mention. Constructing this tomb drained all my resources. So your adventure is destined to yield no rewards. Your only hope now is to leave here alive. And so, the game begins. As the voice faded, an aura brimming with energy suddenly materialized within the space beside Yichue. Debbie and Aphid in the blink of an eye. A swirling mass of water coalesced from the air, gradually taking on the form of a swordsman crafted from water in the spaces of the others. Various types of puppet swordsmen emerged. Azur faced a fiery swordsman, Damon and Guthrum confronted a stone golem swordsman, and Ballman encountered a wooden puppet with scythe-like hands, its visage sculpted into a grotesque demon. As for Aubert, a swordsman formed of lightning appeared in his space, fearsome and menacing. The battle was about to commence. Debbie and Ifea eyed the water swordsman warily. It's up to you now, Yichue remarked, patting Debbie and Ifea on the shoulder before discreetly retreating to a corner. Chapter 53. You truly are a fool. The water swordsman, formed from condensed liquid, appeared light and translucent, yet this entity was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, Yichue wisely chose to leave the confrontation with this opponent to Debbie and Ifea, positioning himself in a corner where he would be least obstructive in a battle among men. Intelligence was paramount. In an instant, Debbie and Ifea engaged the water swordsman. Its offensive capabilities seemed akin to those of the stone golem swordsman outside, yet it proved far more troublesome. The water was intangible, despite its semi-transparent appearance. The location of its magic crystal and energy core remained elusive, suggesting that its composition differed entirely from that of the stone golem. The stone golem could sustain visible damage from their strikes, whereas the water swordsman seemed impervious to their assaults. Consequently, Debbie and Ifia found themselves primarily focused on defense and evasion. The water swordsman's magic supply and control center is likely the magic array on the ground. Debbie, try to disrupt the array beneath us, Yi Chue suggested, furrowing his brow as he observed the unfolding conflict. Debbie immediately agreed, while Effia momentarily repelled the water swordsman with a flourish of her longsword. Seizing the opportunity, Debbie leapt into the air, spinning gracefully, her colossal sword gaining astonishing speed due to the powerful centrifugal force. With a thunderous crash, it struck the ground. This was a technique recently devised by Debbie, referred to by Yi Chue as the second great top. Sparks flew in all directions. However, the magical array beneath remained utterly unaffected. Smart, the child's voice chimed in again. You truly are the most astute. Immediately realizing that the warriors here are formed by the magic circles beneath that Tio defeat them, one must destroy these magical arrays. Unfortunately, those arrays were inscribed by master magicians, and even after thousands of years, they remain impervious to your feeble attempts. Yi Chue looked up at the golden wall of energy before him and inquired, since this is merely a game to you, I assume these warriors are not invincible. Correct. Exactly, the childish voice replied gleefully. Conversing with an intelligent person is refreshing. Now, do tell me how you intend to deal with these warriors. I suspect their weaknesses lie in energy or time. Yi Chue remarked with a smile. His insight stemmed not from sheer intellect, but rather from living in a world inundated with information and having engaged extensively with various games, allowing him a profound understanding of such matters. The child's voice fell silent, a silence that spoke volumes. Debbie, Effia, position yourselves on either side of the water swordsman and alternate your attacks. Yi Chue commanded loudly. Why should we stand on either side of the water swordsman? Effia panted slightly. In technical terms, it's called drawing aggro, Yi Chue explained. The water swordsman possessed only the most rudimentary combat instincts. If one attacked it, it would immediately retaliate, abandoning others in favor of its new target, much like engaging a boss in a cooperative game. And this water swordsman was even less agile than the bosses in such games. Effia, unfamiliar with the concept of drawing aggro, quickly complied with Yi Chue's instructions, nimbly leaping to the opposite side and striking at the swordsman's back. The water swordsman instantly turned, its sword of water lunging toward Effia like a T that moment. Debbie unexpectedly struck, swinging her sword towards the swordsman's forehead. While the blow was ineffective, it diverted the water swordsman's attention away from Effia, redirecting it towards Debbie instead. Effia seemed to grasp the strategy, following up with her own attack, causing the water swordsman to abandon Debbie once more and fixate on her. Should they coordinate effectively, the water swordsman would find itself in a continuous cycle of turning left and right, unable to mount any significant offensive. I see now. She realized what Yi Chue was attempting, though she looked at him with a puzzled expression. But if this continues, how can we actually harm it? We merely need to exhaust its energy or time. Yi Chue clarified confidently. Maintain the rhythm, and it will soon dissipate. He then turned to the other adventurers, raising his voice to alert them. Do not attempt to seek the weaknesses of these warriors. They are formed by the magical arrays beneath our feet and cannot be destroyed directly. We must deplete their energy and time to make them vanish. Previously, the dialogue between Yi Chue and the child had been overheard by the others, but only Ballman and Guthrum understood the implications of Yi Chue's assertion regarding energy and time. Upon hearing him say this, clarity dawned upon them to eye in other sections. The most unfortunate individual was likely Obertaged, a magician. He was pitted against the formidable lightning swordsman, a humanoid figure crackling with electricity. Just observing it instilled a sense of terror. Within mere moments of combat, Oberth found himself in dire straits, charred and battered. Yet, he quickly produced a magical puppet from his spatial ring, a suit of iron armor boasting considerable combat prowess, allowing him to momentarily contend with the lightning swordsman. Being the son of a magic guild leader, he certainly had some resources, affording him a brief respite. After being struck by the lightning, his body felt numb, and his left arm seemed to have lost all sensation, indicating severe injury. Sensing the threat to his life, he hesitated no longer, activating a healing spell scroll imbued with light, which enveloped him in a radiant glow. Gradually mending his wounds, Guthrum, Azur, Ballman, and Damon faced opponents that, while not as powerful as the lightning swordsman, still posed a challenge, and each bore their share of injuries. Witnessing Oberth wield a magical puppet and produce a healing scroll ignited a surge of anger within them. "You have a healing scroll?" Damon bellowed furiously. "Why didn't you use it earlier? If you had, perhaps Beal would still be alive." "You selfish wretch." Azur, the orc, shouted loudly, "I am ashamed to associate with you." "Shameless," Ballman echoed, "you tarnish your father's name." In the realm of adventuring, mutual support among comrades is of utmost importance. Their current predicament stemmed from Oberth's arrogance triggering the magical array, and discovering he had the means to save Beal, yet failed to act only stoked their fury. This transgression violated the fundamental tenets of their adventuring party, prompting even Guthrum to display his anger towards Oberth. However, not long after, Guthrum's expression shifted. "What do you worthless swordsmen have to compare with me? I am the son of the guild master, endowed with extraordinary magical talent. What can your worth possibly measure against mine?" Oberth declared, the radiant light surrounding him beginning to fade, his previously disheveled wounds appearing significantly healed. Leaning against the glowing wall, he coldly proclaimed, "You will all perish here. Only I shall escape. I have dedicated my time to researching spatial magic, and I am certain I can utilize the magical array here to escape, while you will all die, ha ha ha." "Oberth, you must take me with you." Guthrum, who had been prepared to join the others in denouncing Oberth, suddenly shouted, "If you can bring me out, I am willing to serve you as your slave and bodyguard from this day forth." Damon was right. "You are a coward," Damon exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Better to be a coward than to die." Guthrum retorted, pushing back against the stone swordsman before him, his expression devoid of any shame. "Well said. Once I decipher this spatial magic array, I will take you, Guthrum, with me." Oberth laughed heartily, perhaps emboldened by Guthrum's dependence, which instilled him with sufficient courage and confidence that he suddenly spotted Yichue, who had settled down after Debbie and Effia had engaged the water swordsman, deep in contemplation before the golden wall of energy. In a voice brimming with resentment, Oberth exclaimed, "Hammerhead, did you just call me an idiot? I now offer you a chance. If you admit you are a fool, I might spare your life." Yichue turned his head, squinting at Oberth. "I did not speak falsely. You truly are a complete imbecile." What did you say?" Oberth seethed through gritted teeth. "This is a magical array inscribed by specialized mages. Even your 9th-tier mage instructor might struggle to decipher it. What are you even worth?" Yichue replied coolly that he then dismissed Oberth, focusing intently on studying the spatial isolation wall before him. While he spoke thus, Yichue believed that unraveling it might not be an insurmountable task. Within the magical crystals he had acquired from the Mage Academy lay numerous articles on spatial magic, from which he sensed something profound why Yichue had entered a state of scholarly fervor. Chapter 54. Calling you an idiot is no insult, haha. Even you have admitted that not even my 9th-tier mage's mentor could decipher these specialized magical formations, so what do you think you are? If I cannot unravel them, then what can you do? Yichue resolutely covered his ears, deeming further conversation with such a fool to be a waste of time. Oberth's mocking voice continued to echo for a while, only to realize that no one was paying him any mind. Even those who had previously berated him as shameless, Asal, Ballman, and Damon, along with Guthrum, who had been fawning over him, were now fully engrossed in their own battle warriors, seemingly regarding him as an idiot, unworthy of their attention. Following Yichue's earlier reminder, they had grasped how to deal with the battle warriors before them. They merely needed to buy time or exhaust the warrior's energy, avoiding any techniques that consumed excessive sword energy and focusing on evading attacks. With this strategy in mind, the pressure on everyone seemed to diminish significantly. Oberth's face paled momentarily as he suddenly recalled that his ability to stand safely in the corner of the confinement space stemmed from his magical puppet resisting the lightning swordsman. However, his puppet could only endure for a few hours at most before exhausting all its magical energy crystals. More importantly, he had to consider the damage to the puppet while entangled with the lightning swordsman. Time was not on his side for deciphering the spatial magical formation. He let out a cold hum, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Throughout his life, he had demonstrated considerable talent in magic. Yet every breakthrough had been achieved under his father's supervision and pressure. He was certain that as long as there was pressure, he could unleash extraordinary abilities. Now, facing the pressure of life and death, unraveling the magical formation here was far from impossible. "Oh, have you stopped shouting?" Upon hearing that he had finally quieted down, Yi Chue chuckled and spoke. In such a race against time, you still have the leisure to hurl insults like a shrew. Calling you an idiot is hardly an insult. You, Oberth, who had finally managed to calm himself, found his composure shattered once more. Meanwhile, Yi Chue had resumed his studious demeanor, delving into the magical formation before him. Time gradually passed. Sitting on the ground, Yi Chue gazed at the golden yellow energy wall, occasionally furrowing his brow, only to relax it again, lost in contemplation. Deciphering a magical formation set by a specialized mage was nearly impossible for Yi Chue at this stage. Thus, he had avoided the direct approach from the outset and opted for an alternative method. Though formidable, the magical formation had existed for over a millennium. When they entered the inner sanctuary, the formation had not activated until Oberth inadvertently inputted mana into it, activating the formation. This indicated that somewhere had occurred within the magical array. Approaching from this angle might yield a way to disrupt the formation's operation. Debbie and Effia employed the strategy Yi Chue had previously suggested, flanking the water swordsman on either side, exchanging blows in a rhythmic dance that kept the swordsmen spinning in circles. They had mastered the rhythm and force of their attacks, allowing them to enjoy a relatively leisurely time. However, their spirits remained tense, placing their hopes entirely on Yi Chue. Observing his demeanor, it seemed worth anticipating. Didn't it? Just as Debbie could no longer stifle a yawn, the battle warriors in the enclosed space suddenly began to dissipate into thin air. Time's up. The eerie childlike voice rang out once more. Congratulations on surviving the first battle with the warriors. You may choose to remain within the grid, which will be safe for the time being, or you may depart in one of the 4 cardinal directions. However, entering a new grid will mean facing new warriors. A reminder, your ultimate goal is the central location, and the choice is now yours to make. Asal and Damon bore some injuries, while Gudum and Ballman were relatively unscathed. Of course, none could compare to Yi Chue, who had remained seated in the corner throughout. Oberth, who had been in a state of panic, fearing his puppet would fail and the lightning swordsman would attack him, finally breathed a sigh of relief and began earnestly studying the spatial magical formation. The adventurers had momentarily decided against entering the next grid, opting instead to rest in their respective spaces. Hey, Hammerhead, are you all right? Debbie asked with a hint of sorrow, settling beside Yi Chue, her petite form leaning against him. I have a glimmer of insight. Whether it will suffice remains to be seen. It's all up to effort, Yi Chue replied with a smile. Sigh. Encountering a dilemma on my first adventure feels so unfortunate, Debbie lamented, exhaling a heavy sigh at why Yi Chue chuckled, glancing at her with a touch of flirtation. What is there to lament? Seeing her lamenting her youth. It was likely she felt it a pity to be trapped here without even having tasted the sweetness of love. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind making some efforts in that regard. Just then, Yi Chue heard Debbie say, We still have dozens of gold coins left from our earnings in Buska. It would be such a waste to die without spending such a fortune. Yi Chue. Well, he had misjudged her. I've got it. Suddenly, Oberth exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of others, and Gudum's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Oberth continued, I've studied the arrangement of magical characters in this formation before. This is the intermediate spatial magic, Cage of the Earth. With just a spell, I can break the spatial isolation caused by this magic. Oberth, filled with enthusiasm, hurriedly retrieved his wand from his waist, aimed it at the golden yellow energy wall, and all eyes, including Yi Chue's, turned to him. Oberth wore a confident and ecstatic expression as he constructed a magical matrix in his mind, then waved his wand gracefully, sending a beam of white light shooting towards the energy wall. And then, nothing happened. How could this be? Oberth was taken aback, quickly moving closer to inspect, reaching out to touch the shimmering golden hue. The moment his hand made contact, a loud bang resonated, and a tremendous backlash surged from the energy wall, striking Oberth and sending him crashing backward with a pained cry. Ha ha! The childlike voice erupted in laughter once more. You are truly a fool, knowing this is the cage of the earth that constructs spatial isolation. You should understand how extraordinary this spatial magic is. Even advanced mages cannot decipher it, let alone you, a lowly novice mage. How laughable, truly laughable, you big fool. Amidst the jeers, Oberth's face flickered between red and white, his expression a portrait of despair. That moment, Yi Chue suddenly stood up, deciding to test the method he had just contemplated for unraveling the formation. Ah, a clever one, the childlike voice exclaimed. What's this? Are you seeking to make a fool of yourself as well? Yi Chue tilted his head back, gazing at the dark, expansive ceiling of the inner sanctuary, aware that the artificial intelligence was observing him from some direction. He smiled and said, How about a wager? If I can dismantle this spatial magical formation, will you grant me a backdoor? Chapter 55, The Steel Swordsman's First Transformation. How about a wager? If I can dismantle this spatial magical formation, will you grant me a backdoor? Yi Chue addressed the unseen presence with a tone that resembled jest. Everyone looked at Yi Chue with curiosity. His words exuded a sense of immense self-assurance. Asal, Ballman, and Damon had long since come to terms with life and death, prepared to meet their fate in this place. Gyudam, though valuing life, understood that escape was unlikely, so he could face the situation with calmness. Oberth, despite knowing he could not unravel the spatial magical formation, grasped desperately at this lifeline, embracing his darker sentiments due to the grave circumstances. Hearing Yi Chue's words ignited a glimmer of hope in all of them. Oberth, with reddened eyes, looked at Yi Chue. He felt disdain, loathing, and hatred toward him, yet now, he felt a flicker of hope for survival resting in Yi Chue's hands. Debbie and Effia gazed at Yi Chue, their faces imbued with expectation. The childlike voice remained silent for a considerable time. Coward, Yi Chue shook his head. I am not a coward, the voice retorted, now tinged with indignation. I simply do not comprehend what a wager entails. Yi Chue. However, I now grasp the general idea. The voice continued, exuding an air of arrogance. So go ahead and attempt to unravel it. If you succeed, I might extend some leniency. Hey, you said it. With his hand resting upon the golden-hued barrier before him, Yi Chue felt a momentary stillness before the wall abruptly vanished. This occurrence was not a result of any action on his part. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that, after enduring the predetermined assault of the battle sentinels, those within the confines were granted the choice to transition into adjacent segments. Upon touching the barrier, Yi Chue activated the door, signifying his selection of the space beyond the wall. He cast a glance at Debbie and Effia, who hastily followed him into the next segment. The air shimmered momentarily, and a wooden puppet materialized in the center of the space. Much like the puppet previously faced by Ballman, it resembled a wooden figure with scythe-like arms. Exuding an appearance akin to a grotesque demon, it moved with remarkable swiftness and exhibited rapid regeneration upon sustaining injury. As soon as the wooden puppet manifested, it lunged at Yi Chue. Effia and Debbie swiftly interposed themselves, obstructing the dangerous puppet. The two girls employed their earlier strategy against the water swordsman and quickly ensnared the wooden figure. Meanwhile, Yi Chue advanced toward the luminous barrier, placing his hand upon it. All present, including the artificial intelligence, were left in a state of bewilderment regarding Yi Chue's intentions. Then, astonishment gripped them as Yi Chue's hand rested against the barrier. An inexplicable action transpired. The wooden puppet entangled with Debbie and Effia vanished, and the luminous wall before Yi Chue dissipated as well. It appears to be effective, Yi Chue exclaimed with delight. Turning to Debbie and Effia, both girls stood frozen in place. He urged, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and follow me to the next segment. Startled, they quickly trailed after Yi Chue into the subsequent area. This time, a stone statue swordsman emerged. Debbie and Effia engaged the statue, while Yi Chue maneuvered around to the adjacent luminous barrier, placing his hand upon it. Moments later, the statue vanished, followed by the disappearance of the luminous wall. They proceeded to the next segment as Yi Chue led Debbie and Effia through successive barriers with remarkable ease. Azur, Ballman, Damon, Gyudam, and Oberth stood in stunned silence, witnessing Yi Chue's seemingly effortless passage through the formidable barriers to him. Those solid spatial isolation walls appeared non-existent. A mere touch was sufficient to dismantle them. Spatial isolation was not merely a curse, but a form of enchantment utilizing spatial magic to confine individuals. Such magic could isolate designated areas, and were it not for the extraordinary prowess of a superior swordsman, physical assaults would prove futile against it. Yi Chue, however, had simply placed his hand upon the luminous barrier, pushing aside that confinement. How had he achieved this? In truth, Yi Chue's actions were quite simple. He had simulated the signal required to open the barrier. This so-called signal was a complex matrix of magical character programming. As the water swordsman vanished, this signal emerged within the surrounding luminous walls. These walls were magical constructs, and at a certain level. Individuals like Yi Chue, capable of materializing magical matrices, could perceive a door formed by spatial magic from these constructs. The signal served as the key to that door. Capturing such a signal was thought to be impossible, especially for someone of Yi Chue's status as a second-tier mage. However, the magical array here had endured a millennium, leading to operational issues akin to hardware degradation, thus allowing Yi Chue to discern the signal clearly. Composed of magical characters, simulating this signal was not overly complicated. Consequently, Yi Chue replicated the signal and traversed the layers of luminous walls without hindrance. All present gawked in disbelief as Yi Chue effortlessly dismantled the luminous barriers one after another. Advancing through to the central platform, everything appeared so composed and effortless that it left everyone in a state of shock. Finally, Gyudam regained his composure and shouted, "Hammerhead! Hammerhead, save me! I swear I will be your servant, and I will bestow all my treasures upon you. Please, save me." As Yi Chue, accompanied by Debbie and Afia, reached the crucial stone platform, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Hearing Gyudam's desperate plea, he could not suppress a chuckle. Mockingly addressing Gyudam, "You just made that very same declaration to Oberth. How do you think he feels now?" Oberth, caught off guard, remained silent. Yet, rather than pondering his dignity, his own life took precedence, prompting him to shout, "Hammerhead, I implore you to save me. I am the son of the Magic Guild's president. My worth exceeds that of the others. If you save me, my father will reward you handsomely. What Oberth can offer, I can provide 200, 4 times, 10 times more. You think being the president's son makes you special? You fool. I, as a swordsman, am far more valuable." Oberth retorted immediately, "Hammerhead, this moronic mage Oberth will only hinder us." "You coward." Oberth shot back fiercely. "I possess many items my father bestowed upon me, and they are of greater utility than what a 4th-tier swordsman could offer." "Fool." "Coward." As they exchanged barbs, the others were left speechless. Previously, Yi Chue had called them fools and cowards, and now these two were desperately hurling the same insults at each other. Was this a roundabout way of trying to curry favor with Yi Chue? Afia nudged Yi Chue's arm. "Hammerhead, while I am uncertain of how you accomplished this, since you can breach this magical array, could you at least rescue Azur, Damon, and Ballman, disregarding Gyudam and Oberth for now?" "Very well. I shall give it a try." Yi Chue nodded. "We will depart from here directly, retrieve Azur and the others, and exit through the iron door over there. Once we escape the inner sanctum's spatial isolation, we should be able to utilize the tomb's key to leave." "Nothing is that simple." The childlike voice suddenly piped up again, tinged with a hint of defeat. "Clever one. I never anticipated you could indeed dismantle the magical array. Your mastery of spatial magic is impressive. However, since you have arrived here, you have qualified to enter the next challenge. Are you not excited?" "Excited about what?" Yi Chue retorted, gazing upwards in the vastness. "We refuse any qualification for the second challenge. Do not bother us." "Do you not wish to know what rewards await those who pass the second challenge?" the voice continued. "Not interested." "Why not? You just stated that you expended all your wealth to construct this tomb. So the rewards surely cannot be treasures. Why would I still be interested?" Yi Chue replied coldly that in truth, he was not entirely devoid of curiosity. According to certain narratives, the rewards for tomb adventures typically included powerful tomes or artifacts. Yet, his foremost desire was to exit this place swiftly to avoid complications. He understood the principle of knowing when to retreat. However, the childlike voice seemed unwilling to relent. "I am sorry, but you are the first person in a millennium to reach this point, and I cannot allow you to leave." "What the hell?" Yi Chue was taken aback the next moment. Brilliant white light enveloped the ground beneath Yi Chue, Debbie, and Afia, emanating from the teleportation array. Debbie and Afia hurried to Yi Chue's side. Pressing closely to him, as the white light flickered, the three vanished from the platform. Upon awakening, Yi Chue found himself sprawled upon a frigid floor, with Debbie and Afia lying nearby. He quickly sprang to his feet. Realizing they were in a stone chamber, illuminated by magical lamps casting a faint glow along the walls. "I wonder where this place is and why we were transported here." Yi Chue cautiously surveyed his surroundings, soon confirming that Debbie and Afia had merely lost consciousness and were unharmed. Relieved, Yi Chue's lips curled into a cold smile. Now is the perfect time for a transformation. Out of an abundance of caution, Yi Chue chose not to reveal his identity as the Iron Swordsman to the others. Indeed, during their time in the inner sanctum, The Iron Swordsman armor had proven entirely ineffective. Now, faced with the unknown dangers ahead, the significance of the Iron Swordsman armor escalated dramatically. Thus, with a rush of excitement, Yi Chue retrieved his armor from his ring at that moment. He recalled countless television shows from his past, where the protagonists transformed with such flair. Accompanied by stirring background music, exuding an undeniable coolness, he contemplated whether he should shout something like, "Iron Swordsman Transformation," to bolster his own bravado. Yet, the reality was quite different. As he donned each piece of armor, he found himself awkwardly seated on the ground to put on his battle boots, the entire spectacle far from graceful. Rather, it was decidedly clumsy. Next time, I must research the technology from the Iron Man films for automatic armor application. Chapter 56. Iron Swordsman number 2 goes online. Why are you putting on armor? The childlike voice echoed again in the empty room. You are a mage. Armor holds no utility for you, does it? Yi Chue's movements halted momentarily, and then he resumed donning the armor, uttering, "Who says armor holds no utility for a mage? Why did my two companions faint?" "I rendered them unconscious," the childlike voice replied. "Why?" "I lost the earlier wager with you. So I intend to offer you a backdoor." As Yi Chue struggled to fasten the boots onto his feet, he paused upon hearing this. "What do you mean?" "I shall provide you a backdoor. A clever individual like you. If you agree to become my servant, I shall release you." The childlike voice continued. Yi Chue could not help but laugh. "What about the others?" "As for the others, I have no control. My backdoor is exclusively for you," the voice elaborated. The ambiguous words of the childlike voice elicited a chuckle from Yi Chue, who, suppressing his mirth, responded, "I'm sorry, but among the companions on this adventure, aside from those two, I cannot bear to watch the others perish. Especially Debbie. Your artificial intelligence surely lacks understanding in such matters." "I am no different from a human now," the childlike voice retorted passionately, seemingly oblivious to the meaning of artificial intelligence, but clearly perceiving it as an unfavorable term. "Therefore, I must have you as my servant. As long as you accompany me here and teach me how to be human, being a clever person, I shall certainly become a true human." Yi Chue's actions paused once more, and after a moment, he dejectedly replied, "Damn, your so-called backdoor means you want me to stay here with you forever, right? You might as well just kill me. Who wishes to remain in such a place?" The childlike voice became thoroughly incensed. "Do you have any idea what you are about to face? You were able to traverse the outer spatial magic array because you are clever, but what lies ahead cannot be surmounted by mere intelligence. Only a high-ranking swordsman might succeed, and you do not qualify. How do you know unless you try?" Yi Chue asserted confidently, placing the helmet upon his head. This moment, Yi Chue had fully donned the suit of armor, a striking ensemble of gold and crimson, completely encasing him. The surface of the armor was adorned with intricate patterns, giving it a unique, unconventional aesthetic. Notably, the chest piece featured a circular design, covered by a layer of transparent crystal, from which a faint blue luminescence emanated. This was the high-grade magical crystal Yi Chue had obtained from Buska's spatial ring, supplying the magical energy required for the entire armor. The transparent crystal was operable, allowing for the seamless replacement of the magical crystal that Yi Chue had sought the assistance of Daf, the dwarven enchanter. For this design, and due to Yi Chue's remarkable talent in enchantment, the amiable dwarf was more than willing to lend a hand. Furthermore, Yi Chue had requested Daf to make an additional modification. The interior of the helmet was fitted with a groove to accommodate a magical crystal he had received from the Mage Guild. The magical matrices intricately woven throughout the armor were connected to this crystal within the helmet, enabling Yi Chue's consciousness to directly access the crystal, thus allowing him to control all the enchanted matrices on the steel swordsman armor. A mage is still a mage, even if clad in armor. Does that make you any less of a mage? The childlike voice shouted in anger. Yi Chue merely smiled faintly, softly declaring, "Steel Swordsman number 2, online." This statement carried no other significance than to sound impressive. As his consciousness entered the crystal, it revealed a plethora of stored information, including the interpretations of 32 magical characters, articles elucidating spatial magic arrays, and various inscribed magical matrices. Yi Chue deleted parts of the contents to create space, and then inputted his programmed segment of magical matrix. This segment served as an interactive interface, allowing Yi Chue to better control all the magical matrices embedded in the armor. As he uttered, "Steel Swordsman number 2, online." The transparent crystal on the armor's chest suddenly illuminated. Magical energy began to flow continuously from the crystal beneath, feeding the engraved magical matrices on the armor into a state of pre-activation. With a swift motion, Yichue drew the longsword from his back. This sword was similarly inscribed with intricate silver patterns. The enchantment upon the longsword was Windblade. Currently, Yichue possessed a limited number of enchanting matrices, even fewer that could be utilized for offense. Hence he had enchanted his longsword with Windblade. Akin to that of Ifea's longsword, the Yichue had made enhancements to amplify its power. Such modifications were not overly complex, yet typical swordsmen would not undertake them, for Yichue had doubled the power of Windblade, while simultaneously increasing the energy required to release it by more than threefold, if not more. This was a trade-off not worth considering. However, at present, energy, or rather magical power, posed no challenge for Yichue. The high-grade magical crystal embedded in his chest functioned like a miniature nuclear reactor, providing an incessant supply of magical energy. Gripping the longsword with both hands, he manipulated the energy through the interactive interface within the magical crystal, channeling it continually into the sword, then activating the Windblade enchantment as he swung the sword towards the adjacent wall. A terrifying wave of white wind erupted in the air, crashing into the wall, causing the ground to tremble uncontrollably, leaving a deep gash of at least half a meter. This level of power far surpassed the Windblade skill released by Ifea for an ordinary swordsman. It could serve as a trump card for survival. Yet for Yichue, it was merely a demonstration. Ample magical energy allowed for such indulgence. Of course, the most astonishing aspect was not merely the immense destructive force. Yichue's consciousness swiftly issued another command to the interactive interface within the magical crystal, activating the two wind walk magical matrices beneath the boots, unleashing a powerful gust that propelled him upward, causing him to sway unsteadily as he ascended. Now, do you still perceive me as an ordinary mage? Yichue proclaimed triumphantly to the childlike voice in the void. Chapter 57. The crystal taken from the mirror space magic was he. Within the moderately sized stone chamber, Yichue, clad in silver armor, astonishingly floated in midair, wielding his longsword while every inch of his being was concealed beneath the armor. The combination of his form and his current levitation exuded an air of formidable mystique. The attacks he had executed previously reached the caliber of a high-ranking swordsman, and even they could not levitate themselves through mere sword aura. Even high-ranking mages found it challenging to achieve levitation. While they could glide effortlessly using wind magic or render their bodies light, true levitation was an ability reserved for specialized mages. Yichue's attacks, coupled with his ability to float, were sufficient to astound many. While some individuals in the world could master the duality of magic and swordsmanship, known as magic swordsmen, Yichue's performance had transcended the realm of ordinary magic swordsmen. Perhaps struck dumb by Yichue's display, the childlike voice remained silent for a while. Although Yichue could continually draw magical energy from the crystal embedded in his chest, this power was not infinite. Consequently, he soon felt the strain of floating, descending back to the ground. He looked up into the void and said, "You mentioned that if anyone could overcome the challenges set by your master, they could leave this place, so let us begin. I wish to challenge the trials left behind by your master." The childlike voice responded, "Are you certain? Even with your impressive abilities, the upcoming challenges remain unlikely for you to surmount. How can one know without trying?" Yichue replied confidently. Glancing at Debbie and Ifea, who lay unconscious on the ground, he then continued, "Moreover, can you promise not to reveal my identity to Debbie and Ifea later? I wish for them to remain unaware of my connection to this suit of armor." Yichue did not mind Debbie discovering his association with the steel swordsman armor. In fact, he had initially withheld this information to surprise her. However, a more significant reason was that this armor had been crafted due to the treasures he secured from Busca, and he feared that if Debbie learned of this wealth, it might not be retained. Encountering such an avaricious partner, Yichue keenly understood the importance of his little treasure trove. "Why should I agree to that?" the childlike voice queried, perplexed. "You lost the previous wager. If you do not wish to renege, then assist me in keeping this secret." Yichue replied with a smile. He did not expect the childlike voice to acquiesce, but to his surprise, after a moment of silence, it responded, "Very well, since it is the price of the wager, I shall help you conceal it." Yichue was taken aback, as if a realization struck him. This artificial intelligence seemed quite reasonable. He shook his head and walked over to Debbie and Ifea. who were merely unconscious that it was a simple task for Yichue to rouse them from their slumber. Afia, possessing a wealth of experience in confronting danger, immediately sprang up from the ground with a vigilant demeanor, her hand instinctively grasping her longsword as she surveyed her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze on the armored figure of Yichue. Debbie, however, displayed a lesser degree of alertness, or perhaps she was quite oblivious. Still under the impression that she was in the comfort of her own bed, rubbing her eyes and yawning, she clambered to her feet, mumbling something that sounded like, "Hammerhead, I'm hungry. When will we eat?" Suddenly, she froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. She leaped to her feet, clutching her massive sword, exclaiming, "Hammerhead, where are you?" The stone chamber was silent as the little girl glanced around, finally peering behind Yichue. Calling out, "Hammerhead," Yichue cleared his throat and, with a hoarse voice, replied, "There are only the three of us here." Afia eyed Yichue warily, asking, "Who are you?" "Me." Yichue maintained a nonchalant demeanor, but soon realized that his calmness might not be perceived by others. So he simply stated, "My name is the Iron Swordsman." The Iron Swordsman. Both Debbie and Afia were taken aback. Afia then inquired, "Are you the mysterious figure who, despite lacking a high rank, insists on adopting an elaborate title for himself?" Debbie added, "Are you the one so egotistical that even your self-introduction requires an extensive preamble?" Yichue replied, "Indeed, that is I. What about our hammerhead?" Debbie shouted. Yichue hadn't anticipated the girl to be so concerned about him. He had already devised an explanation, saying, "It seems that only swordsmen can be transported to this room. The hammerhead you mentioned must have been sent to another chamber. I have just confirmed that he is safe." As he spoke, Yichue tilted his head. "Right? Yes, others should be fine for the time being," the youthful voice responded, indicating at least some understanding of cooperation. Yet, Debbie still appeared anxious. "Why wasn't Hammerhead brought along with us? Only swordsmen can be teleported here. The subsequent challenges seem specifically designed for swordsmen," Yichue elucidated. Afia's voice remained laced with caution. "Then who exactly are you? Why have you appeared here?" "I am here for an adventure in the ancient tomb," Yichue promptly explained. "Have you noticed? This tomb is rather peculiar. There are numerous keys to enter it. Seemingly a deliberate design by the tomb's master." Afia's face still bore a hint of suspicion, but this was something they had previously verified, suggesting no apparent issues. She lowered her longsword slightly, though her vigilance towards Yichue did not wane. Scanning the surroundings, she queried the air, "What exactly is your purpose in bringing us here? What do you intend for us to do next?" "Hee." The youthful voice chuckled triumphantly. "The next part is the most interesting." As the voice faded, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from the side of the stone chamber, revealing a towering armored swordsman that appeared out of thin air. "Hammerhead! Hammerhead! Can you hear me? Please save me. You must rescue me." In the inner sanctum, Oberth shouted hoarsely, pressing tightly against the light wall, his face ashen. The others, however, remained silent. Gudum sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to recuperate, a sense of regret gnawing at him for the earlier conflict with Yichue. If only he had befriended Yichue from the start. Damon bore a look of dejection. Azar and Barman's expressions were grave. They were the Lord's guards, and Afia was not only their master but also a little sister they had watched grow up. If Yichue could rescue Afia, it might not be such a bad outcome. So their moods were not particularly troubled that moment. Oberth suddenly exclaimed, "I remember. It's him. The one who took the magic crystal from the Mage Guild is Hammerhead. It must be him." After the magic crystal was stolen from the Mage Guild, a thorough search ensued, and due to Yichue being merely a second-tier mage, Oberth had excluded him from suspicion. Now, recalling Yichue's performance at the spatial magic array, it dawned on Oberth that the thief of the magic crystal was undoubtedly Hammerhead. There was no mistaking it. Chapter 58. The distinction between techniques and skills, just as Oberth connected the dots between Yichue and the Mage Guild's lost crystal. The towering armored swordsman launched an assault towards Yichue, Debbie, and Afia. This armored warrior was evidently a type of puppet, endowed with formidable combat capabilities. Its movements were as swift as lightning, and its strikes were as fierce as the wind. Debbie, preoccupied with concern for Hammerhead, felt a surge of formidable threat emanating from the armored warrior, prompting her to swiftly wield her longsword, her expression growing notably serious. Afia remained ever vigilant throughout. In no time, The two found themselves engaged in battle with the puppet swordsman. As for Yi Chue, he stood at a distance, striking a cool pose, appearing enigmatic as if he were quietly analyzing the situation for weaknesses. Yet in truth, he was uncertain how to assist the two. After all, he was a mage, lacking any experience as a swordsman, although his combat prowess, due to the armor, could rival that of a high-ranking swordsman. He was severely lacking in battlefield experience. More importantly, he was concerned whether his intervention would inadvertently harm Debbie and Afia. Afia and Debbie soon realized that combating the puppet swordsman was proving to be quite challenging, and they recognized their vulnerability in the situation. However, they refrained from blaming Yi Chue, for while they shared common ground, they were not yet allies. Minutes passed, and suddenly, a cry escaped Debbie's lips as the swordsman's blade pierced her shoulder. Blood staining her armor, Yi Chue felt a pang of anguish, yet did not act immediately. Shortly thereafter, Debbie was struck again, this time in her abdomen. Neither injury was severe, but the blood that soaked her soft armor darkened Yi Chue's previously light-hearted demeanor. Moments later, Afia too sustained an injury. The puppet swordsman's blade had pierced her left leg. After approximately 30 minutes, the armored swordsman abruptly ceased its assault and retreated to the side of the stone chamber, vanishing amid a flash of white light. It had departed, but it was far from defeated. "I will grant you 10 minutes for respite," the youthful voice chimed in. "After 10 minutes, it will return to attack you again, with a time limit of half an hour. Why do it this way?" Yi Chue pondered aloud. "You are a clever individual. Why not take a guess?" The voice responded playfully. "Clever individual?" Both Debbie and Afia cast curious glances at Yi Chue. Recalling that the voice had previously referred to him in the same manner, Yi Chue felt a stir of intrigue and retorted coolly, "How would I know your ulterior motives? Perhaps you should ask that clever mage instead." Hee. The youthful voice chuckled mischievously, yet did not elaborate further. Upon hearing Yi Chue's words, Debbie and Afia's confusion lessened somewhat. The two moved to a corner to tend to their injuries. Yi Chue noticed Debbie carefully removing her soft armor and retrieving healing ointment, prompting him to naturally approach to assist. However, Debbie instantly became alert, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "Helping you," Yi Chue replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Men and women should keep their distance," Debbie retorted through clenched teeth. Yi Chue was left speechless. He glanced at Afia, confirming she was tending to her leg, then lowered his voice and cleared his throat, hoping that his obvious hint would be understood by Debbie. "Yet, what are you coughing for?" Debbie glared at him. "Nothing," Yi Chue muttered, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stepped aside, reflecting on the evident lack of communication between him and Debbie. Both Debbie and Afia's injuries were not severe, and they quickly managed to treat themselves. Afia then approached Yi Chue, her demeanor betraying a mixture of anxiety and urgency, yet she feigned calmness as she inquired, "What have you discerned? We share the same position, fighting on the same front. I believe you ought not to withhold information." Yi Chue looked at Afia with confusion. "What do you mean?" Afia furrowed her brow. "You were merely a bystander during the battle, surely seeking the puppet warrior's weaknesses. This puppet is unlike the stone and water golems outside. I believe it possesses the strength of a high-ranking swordsman. To overcome it, we must unite our efforts." Yi Chue understood Afia's intent, pondering for a moment before responding, "It is indeed formidable." And then, Afia pressed on. Yi Chue replied, "That's all." Afia. Upon witnessing Afia and Debbie with expressions tinged with anger, Yi Chue hastily remarked, "I truly cannot discern any overt weaknesses in him. However, Sai, you two take a break in the next round, and I shall face him." There were certain things Yi Chue did not articulate. He had indeed perceived something amiss, but he understood that even if he shared it with Debbie and Afia, they might not grasp the significance. Since his reincarnation into this world, Yi Chue had naturally developed an understanding of the swordsman profession, and he had come to a realization. This is a fantastical realm where the duels of swordsmen lack the concept of techniques. Relying solely on skills manifest as potent sword energies akin to God of War's protection, Windblade, or even Giant Top, showcasing an instantaneous explosion of combat prowess, which diverges from Yi Chue's understanding of techniques. In martial arts novels, techniques are executed through an array of movements utilizing body and weapon to produce diverse effects. Yet, in this world, a swordsman's techniques merely consist of simple actions such as slashing, hacking, evading, and so forth. A more formidable swordsman signifies greater strength and more powerful movements. By Yuchue's perspective, these hardly qualify as techniques. Nevertheless, the swordsman before him exhibited movements that were, on some level, traceable, more intricate, and even included numerous seemingly meaningless gestures. While Debbie and Afia may not have noticed, Yichue found them glaringly evident in his intuition. This swordsman appeared to be employing some form of technique. He desired to validate this notion. Are you capable? Afia questioned skeptically upon hearing Yichue's intention to confront the challenge himself. How can one know without trying? Yichue replied with apparent ease, gripping his sword and preparing to face the armored swordsman. Chapter 59. The Armored Swordsman's Ultimate Move. On the continent of Igendas, traceable history extends back 15,000 years. Yet the life forms inhabiting the land have undoubtedly existed for a far longer duration. The human race has weathered countless epochs, their existence having endured through myriad tribulations as humanity waned. Struggling to survive in the crevices of existence, they sought strength, hence the emergence of swordsmen. From the inception of swordsmen, there were only skills, devoid of techniques, slashing, hacking, parrying, thrusting. These constituted the most rudimentary actions. Through the potency and swiftness of these fundamental movements, they forged formidable combat capabilities. And the mastery of sword energy allowed humanity to learn various powerful skills. Later, when the Mage Emperor invented magic, swordsmen could enchant their armor and weapons with magical matrices, thus enabling them to unleash even more skills with their sword energy. Yet, scarcely had any swordsman pondered the concept of techniques. In fact, the very term technique barely existed on the continent of Igendas. However, throughout the vast history of humanity, there have always been exceptional individuals. 1300 years prior, a swordsman began to envision various techniques, though his innate talent was modest. His intelligence propelled him to ascendancy, culminating in his attainment of the 9th tier as a swordsman. To advance further in rank was nearly impossible, as higher realms necessitate innate ability, which he lacked. Thus his journey was destined to halt at the 9th tier. However, he did not succumb to despair. His exploration of techniques significantly compensated for his lack of rank. It was as if he had uncovered a distinct path, culminating in the gradual creation of exquisite techniques based on his life experiences. In that era, he was heralded as the mightiest 9th-tier swordsman, an invincible entity among his peers. Even those who had transcended the bottleneck to higher realms could not rival him in combat prowess. Yet, he bore a regret. His conceptualization of techniques did not garner the recognition it deserved, and no one could perfectly inherit his creations. In the twilight of his years, he resolved to expend all his wealth in constructing this ancient tomb, embedding a fragment of his spirit into a magic crystal, awaiting a sufficiently powerful successor to inherit his legacy. And thus, he awaited Yichue, the armored swordsman materializing within the stone chamber wielded precisely his techniques. Only by comprehending these techniques and mastering them entirely could one ultimately vanquish the armored warrior and succeed in this trial. Without grasping his techniques, one would perish here. Clang, bang, ding. The armored swordsman and Yichue, clad in iron armor, swiftly engaged in combat. Debbie and Afia stood anxiously at the sidelines, their expressions alert. When Yichue declared his intent to take on the challenge, both harbored concerns regarding his true capabilities. However, as Yichue began to confront the armored swordsman, they realized their initial perception of him may have been overly optimistic. Why Yichue's movements were exceedingly clumsy. His reflexes and swordplay speed fell short of even a tiered swordsman. This starkly exceeded Debbie and Afia's expectations, leading them to exchange bewildered glances, questioning how he had managed to navigate the magical arrays in the previous hall, and where his earlier confidence had originated. Is he even capable? Debbie's delicate brows furrowed. Afia shook her head. I doubt it. Prepare for intervention. I don't think he can last a minute. Yet Yichue persevered for a minute. Then 2, 3, for minutes, as the clock struck 10 minutes. Debbie and Afia observed Yichue, still valiantly resisting the armored warrior, and they were once again taken aback. This is rather strange, Debbie remarked. His sword energy appears abundant, flowing ceaselessly. Impossible. Sword energy correlates with combat prowess, and his skills are inferior to those of a tiered swordsman. Yet, the volume of his sword energy seems to rival that of an intermediate swordsman or even higher. Afia pondered deeply. There must be an issue with his armor. The enchantments on that armor seem extraordinarily potent. Afia's eyes brightened, realizing that despite Yichue's inherent combat abilities being subpar, The armor enabled him to exhibit remarkable resilience and formidable combat capability. However, she shook her head. That alone wouldn't suffice to contend with the armored swordsman. I reckon he cannot endure beyond 20 minutes. Yet, Yi Chue surpassed the 20-minute mark. As he neared the 20-minute threshold, he began to reveal signs of retreat, steadily backing away, on the verge of collapse. Debbie and Afia readied themselves for support, but at that moment, Yi Chue executed a surprising maneuver. He abruptly retreated several paces and plunged his sword into the ground. With his left leg back, right leg slightly bent, and arms outstretched. This posture resembled a gesture of embrace toward the advancing armored warrior. The armored swordsman leaped, sword in hand, poised to deliver a decisive strike. Then, a brilliant column of blue-white electricity erupted from Yi Chue's chest, crashing into the armored swordsman with a resounding impact. The tremendous force propelling the armored figure backward to collide violently against the stone wall. The electric column continued to surge forth. Amidst the crackling sounds, the armored swordsman's body left a significant dent in the stone wall, teetering on the brink of collapse. The electric discharge persisted for 5 seconds. The armored swordsman, resembling a crumbling statue, fell to the ground, only to quickly regain his form. Yet, Debbie and Afia stood wide-eyed, astounded. This was the most severe instance of the armored swordsman being dismantled. Had he been flesh and blood, he would have surely been reduced to ashes by Yi Chue's unfathomable strike. The two girls exchanged glances once more. Yi Chue's combat prowess might still be below that of a tiered swordsman. Yet his armor bestowed upon him the formidable capabilities of an advanced swordsman. After unleashing his ultimate move, Yi Chue appeared unfazed, pausing briefly before withdrawing his long sword and charging once more at the armored swordsman. 30 minutes swiftly elapsed. The armored swordsman vanished. Yi Chue, slightly fatigued, approached Debbie and Afia, leaning against the stone wall as he sat down. Both girls continued to gaze at him in disbelief. You two take the next round. There are certain matters I need to contemplate, Yi Chue's voice, laced with exhaustion, stated, revealing no trace of its original tone even without intentional modulation. That Afia's eyes brightened. What have you figured out? Certain things. Yi Chue's fatigued voice carried a hint of mirth. Perhaps I have discerned how to defeat this puppet. Chapter 60. Programming Techniques into Magic Arrays. Debbie and Afia's perceptions of Yi Chue had now been completely transformed. During the 30 minutes, Yi Chue's actions appeared exceedingly awkward, his combat prowess inferior to that of a tiered swordsman. Yet, he had endured through it all, ultimately unleashing an attack that had clearly reached the level of an advanced swordsman. The electric column erupting from his chest was a testament to his staggering lethality. As this realization dawned upon them, Debbie and Afia curiously glanced at the chest area of Yi Chue's armor, eager to uncover the secret behind his feat. Noticing their gaze, Yi Chue let out a dry chuckle. That is a modified magic array, capable of channeling electric elements. However, this technique is primarily for survival. I can only utilize it 3 or 4 times at most, and I won't be able to afford to use it again anytime soon. If I were to encounter that technique, I would undoubtedly be incapable of withstanding it. It's incredibly powerful. Afia nodded sincerely, expressing her admiration before her tone shifted. However, the flexibility of this technique seems rather lacking. It is quite easy for someone to evade it. That is precisely why it is a life-saving maneuver, intended for use only in moments of dire urgency. Yi Chue replied with a smile. Hey, you just mentioned having figured out how to defeat this puppet. Is that true? Debbie inquired with curiosity. I have some clues, but I cannot be certain if they will work, Yi Chue said, his expression turning serious. I estimate we will need to withstand a few more rounds. To be careful. Both Debbie and Afia nodded in agreement. Originally, Afia was the leader of this expedition, while Debbie, renowned for her prowess as a great swordswoman, now found herself developing a subtle reliance on Yi Chue. He exuded confidence that he could navigate them through the current crisis. Albeit his confidence was not entirely robust. Faced with their predicament, Debbie and Afia felt utterly at a loss, leaving them with no choice but to depend on Yi Chue. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. The armored swordsman reappeared, prompting Debbie and Afia to charge forward and engage in combat. Yi Chue leaned against the wall, his consciousness delving into the magic crystal embedded in the head of the armor, attempting to implement the method he had conceived earlier. He aimed to translate the swordsman's techniques into magical programming. Of course, referring to it as programming was somewhat misleading. It was more akin to a magical matrix. His armor was inscribed with an abundance of wind walk matrices, which could control Yechue's limbs and enable any movement, even enhancing the power of his actions. Even if Yechue was not inside the armor, as long as he connected to the magic crystal within the helmet, he could remotely control his armor. Currently, however, he could only issue commands through physical contact with the crystal, lacking the ability for offline manipulation. The capacity to project one's mental energy to influence the crystal was a feat achievable only by intermediate-level mages. What Yechue needed to do now was to interpret the movements employed by the armored swordsman using magical symbols. To be more specific, the actions performed by Yechue's armor, such as walking, jumping, extending an arm, raising a hand, clenching a fist, or extending a middle finger, could all be converted into characters within the crystal. Consequently, the series of movements executed by the armor could also be expressed through segments of symbols. In simpler terms, Yechue intended to transform each technique into a program, storing it within the crystal so that upon activation, the armor would automatically perform the respective technique. His ability to devise such a method was, in fact, a result of his earlier encounter with the stone statue swordsman in the stone pathway. The movements of the statue swordsman were governed by magical matrices within the crystal, which, from Yechue's perspective, was no different from controlling actions through programming. His consciousness immersed in the crystal, Yechue's gaze remained fixed on Debbie and Afia as they battled the armored swordsman. After a 40-minute respite, the two had regained a significant portion of their vitality, and the dire circumstances had fully unleashed their latent potential. Their coordination had grown increasingly harmonious as 30 minutes passed. Neither sustained any further injuries. Though they were thoroughly exhausted, they had yet to discern the patterns in the swordsman's strikes. After all, to an ordinary swordsman, techniques were virtually non-existent, unlike Yechue, who had been heavily influenced by Eastern martial arts. Meanwhile, Yechue had begun to deduce the trajectory of the techniques used by the armored swordsman through observing its exchanges with Debbie and Afia. This particular technique appeared to be the most fundamental, frequently utilized by the puppet swordsman, and was relatively simple, encompassing 3 variations: defense, attack, and evasion. The magical matrix labeled technique had already been established within the crystal of the armor's head. By activating this matrix, Yechue's armor would automatically execute all the actions associated with the techniques, and he could control the 3 variations. It seems this is indeed feasible. Yechue exhaled in relief as the 30 minutes concluded. A sense of excitement welled within him, reminiscent of the joy he had experienced in his previous life as a hacker compiling various programs. Yet, a tinge of concern lingered in his heart. However, the armored swordsman has demonstrated at least 10 techniques, and the others are becoming increasingly complex. I wonder how long it will take to compile them all. Most critically, merely learning the techniques is insufficient. Mastering their application may prove to be the most challenging aspect. In martial arts tales, fellow disciples share the same techniques, yet some can seamlessly integrate them while others can only execute them rigidly, rendering the disparity in their levels glaringly evident. The crux of mastering techniques lies in understanding how to counter them effectively. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to fully grasp all the techniques employed by the armored swordsman before progressing further. Debbie and Afia, feeling fatigued, settled beside Yechue, their eyes turning toward him. "My method is bound to work, though it may require some time," Yechue explained. Afia smiled, saying, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we can endure any amount of time. Debbie and I are prepared to persevere. Rather, I worry about you. This puppet seems to inflict no direct harm, as its lethal moves are merely superficial. However, your swordsmanship level is alarmingly low, barely reaching that of a novice swordsman. I worry you may not be able to endure much longer. If it becomes too taxing, Debbie and I can continue the fight." "No, I can hold on," Yechue replied. Shaking his head, he could see that Debbie and Afia were already quite exhausted. If they were to continue battling, they would undoubtedly struggle. Yet, as he contemplated his own swordsmanship level, a sudden thought struck him. He retrieved a magic crystal from his spatial ring, the very one belonging to the stone statue swordsman. Intrigued, Yechue immersed his consciousness within the crystal. Locating the section of the magical matrix that controlled the stone statue swordsman's movements, he began to copy and paste these matrices into the magic crystal embedded in the armor's head. These magical matrices possess the combat capabilities of a second-tier swordsman. By inputting them into his crystal and applying them to his armor, Yechue's armor would attain the level of a second-tier swordsman. Chapter 61. Installation of combat plugins within the magic crystal. The puppet swordsman soon reappeared, prompting Yechue to rise and draw his long sword from his waist. Debbie and Afia, observing him, warned in unison, "Be careful." Yechue nodded, and with the clinking sound of his armor, charged toward the puppet swordsman, gripping his sword with both hands, his body slightly turned, the sword poised horizontally, ready to strike. This was the starting position of a technique. As Yechue executed this motion, the puppet swordsman mirrored him. Their movements were nearly identical, until, as they drew near, the armored swordsman suddenly crouched, sweeping his sword in a semicircle beside him, aiming a strike at Yechue's thigh. This was the first variation of the technique, attack. Unfazed by the assault, Yechue leapt into the air, executing a full 360-degree turned T. This moment, the wind walk, matrices on his armor illuminated. Under normal circumstances, Yechue would be incapable of leaping so high or performing such a rotation while clad in the armor. However, with the assistance of the magical matrices, he accomplished these feats with ease, relying entirely on the program driven by the magic crystal rather than exerting any physical effort himself. He merely needed to choose which action to activate next, much akin to playing a game. Yechue's task was to select which technique to employ. As he soared through the air, his body spinning, he initiated the second variation of the technique, evasion. In midair, he shifted from variation 2 to variation 3. Gripping his sword with both hands and, utilizing the centrifugal force from his 360-degree spin, delivered a powerful sweep toward the puppet swordsman's head. The puppet swordsman quickly retreated, raising his long sword to block Yechue's sweeping strike. The sound of clashing swords rang out as they collided. The puppet swordsman then employed the third variation of the technique, defense. This maneuver successfully thwarted Yechue's attack. Subsequently, the puppet swordsman stepped back half a pace, slightly bending his knees, and with the long sword originally positioned beside him, he executed a semicircular motion, aiming to slash at Yechue's side. This constituted yet another technique. Yechue sidestepped, swiftly altering his technique to match that of the puppet swordsman, executing a defensive maneuver that successfully parried the strike aimed at his side. However, at that moment, Yechue was unable to follow up with another attack akin to the puppet swordsman. Instead, he hastily retreated several steps, increasing the distance between them. Debbie and Afia watched in astonishment, exchanging glances as they began to grasp Yechue's intentions. In fact, they had previously sensed something peculiar about the puppet swordsman's movements when they faced it. But given their youth and inexperience, they lacked an understanding of the intricacies of swordsman techniques. Even when they sensed something was amiss, they could not comprehend the significance of the puppet swordsman's unusual actions until they witnessed Yechue mirroring the same techniques. The brief exchanges had transpired within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, yet were filled with an enigmatic profundity that illuminated their understanding of the hidden complexities at play. Such movements may appear flamboyant and superfluous, yet they allow for the full extension of power and speed throughout a series of actions. Whether for offense, defense, or evasion, that if executed well, the destructive potential could indeed be magnified exponentially. Afia murmured thoughtfully. Although Debbie is merely a second-tier swordsman, her innate talent in swordsmanship is not significantly inferior to that of Afia. She has also discerned something. This movement pattern is indeed impressive, but for an ordinary person to master it would require considerable time, wouldn't it? At least, if it were me, I couldn't possibly become proficient in such a short span. As she spoke, her gaze towards Yechue's figure began to reveal a hint of astonishment. This person truly defies comprehension. Afia continued. So the hope he spoke of refers to mastering the movements of this puppet swordsman. The primary reason we cannot defeat this puppet swordsman is the utterly bizarre nature of its movements. If we could learn its techniques, at least we could maintain parity in the forthcoming encounters. In their previous confrontation, neither Afia nor Debbie sustained injuries, yet they were not evenly matched against the puppet swordsman, for many of its moves were executed with restraint, leaving ample room for both of them. Even now, they remained uncertain about what it would take to truly overcome the puppet swordsman, but at the very least, Yechue had discovered a path to invincibility. Perhaps mastering all the movements of the puppet swordsman is the ultimate goal of this competition? Afia and Debbie were both invigorated. We must exert all our efforts to provide him with opportunities. Afia declared through gritted teeth. Debbie nodded vigorously in agreement. Yechue could skillfully execute his techniques. But when faced with the puppet swordsman's subsequent assaults, he could only resort to the conventional counterattacks of an ordinary swordsman at that moment. He had fully entered the second-tier swordsman mode, relinquishing most of the control over his armor to the second-tier swordsman combat experience magical matrix, extracted from the magic crystal of the stone statue swordsman. He could devote substantial energy to exploring the usage of other techniques. Meanwhile, Debbie and Afia, who were observing the battle, were filled with astonishment. "Debbie, have you noticed?" Afia remarked with surprise. His combat abilities before were even inferior to those of a first-tier swordsman. Yet now he seems to possess the caliber of a second-tier swordsman. Indeed, his fighting style has transformed drastically, Debbie responded, equally amazed. The pace of this improvement is astonishing. Could it be that he was deliberately concealing his abilities before? The two girls could hardly fathom that. In reality, Yi Chue's magic crystal had undergone an upgrade, incorporating a combat plugin. 30 minutes swiftly elapsed. The puppet swordsman vanished while Yi Chue stepped back, feeling somewhat fatigued. His weariness was not physical but mental. In truth, he had not expended much energy during the recent battle. All his movements had been powered by the magic crystal embedded in his chest. The fatigue he felt stemmed from the immense mental effort he had invested in comprehending the techniques of the puppet swordsman. Indeed, wisdom is crucial in combat. However, after 30 minutes, Yi Chue had gained substantial insights. He had discerned various variations of a particular technique. Now, all that remained was to encode it into a magical program, and he would be able to master it flawlessly. Unlike the extraordinary talents in martial arts novels who require constant practice to master techniques, Yi Chue merely needed to program it. The thought was rather amusing. At this rate, it won't be long before I can program all the techniques. As he sheathed his longsword and approached Debbie and Afia, Yi Chue mused to himself. Chapter 62. Completion of the magical technique programming. After battling the puppet swordsman for 30 minutes and resting for 10, the fatigue etched on Debbie and Afia's faces deepened. They both bore some injuries, though none were severe. The puppet swordsman's strikes were measured. It was not a fight to the death, but rather an obvious attempt to teach combat techniques. By the 12th round of combat, 8 hours had elapsed, and the puppet swordsman finally ceased to reappear. "You will now have 8 hours of rest," the childlike voice announced. "I hope you can utilize this time to quickly regain your energy." Upon hearing this, Yi Chue and the two girls exhaled in relief. Continuing in this cycle of battle, it was uncertain how much longer they could endure, but thankfully, there was time to recuperate, allowing them to regain their vitality. The three of them, somewhat disheveled, leaned against the stone wall. "I thought we would have to fight endlessly." Afia sighed, a hint of relaxation gracing her beautiful face. The daughter of the city lord was merely 15 or 16 years old. Yet the aura of a prodigious swordsman, coupled with the burdens of her lineage, had forced her to adopt a facade of maturity for a long time. Ultimately, she was still just a young girl. And in this moment of adversity, she longed for someone to lean on. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she cast an expectant glance at Yi Chue, her eyes clearly asking a question. "I have nearly grasped the puppet swordsman's movement patterns. I believe that by tomorrow I should be able to defeat it completely," Yi Chue replied softly. Over the past few hours, he had uncovered additional techniques from the puppet swordsman, totaling 12 in all. However, as they progressed, the techniques became increasingly complex. While Yi Chue had mastered the programming nuances, several techniques were recorded in one go, yet the later ones required considerable time for contemplation. The variations of those techniques multiplied, and the final set of 12 included as many as 8 variations, proving to be exceedingly intricate. Consequently, the magical program created from these techniques occupied a significant amount of storage space. The 128M magic crystal storage space Yi Chue had obtained from the Magic Guild was already insufficient, forcing him to delete some existing content. The 32 magical characters that he had already mastered were entirely removed, as were a few magical matrices he had grasped, leaving only a few articles on spatial magic theory and several advanced magical matrices. These materials warranted further study, particularly the articles on spatial magic theory. Following his previous practice in the inner hall, seemed increasingly profound to Yi Chue, leading him to believe that these writings were perhaps the most valuable content within the magic crystal, even more so than the 32 magical characters. The Magic Guild is truly generous. They casually hand out such treasures, Yi Chue thought, unable to suppress his admiration. One could only wonder how the members of the Magic Guild would react if they knew of his sentiments. Upon hearing Yichue's assurance, smiles graced the faces of Debbie and Afia. If they were to continue in an endless struggle without hope, their only fate would likely be death. Yet now, they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival, filling them with immense relief. Iron Swordsman, Afia said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. We are now sharing both hardship and joy. Could you perhaps tell us your name? My name. Yichue hesitated. He still wished to conceal his identity from Afia. So the name Chue was certainly not an option. Even the name Yichue would not suffice, as it starkly contrasted with the ambience of this magical world. After a brief contemplation, he replied, My name is Tony Stark. Tony Stark. The true identity of Iron Man. Well, borrowing it for now should pose no issue. Tony Stark. Afia repeated the name, which still bore some discordant elements in this magical realm, but was ultimately acceptable. She then fixed her gaze on the helmet mask adorning Yichue's face. Tony, why do you always wear the mask? Can't you take it off now and reveal your true face? Yichue certainly could not acquiesce to this request. He shook his head. Sorry, I cannot remove the mask. Why not? Afia frowned, appearing somewhat displeased, thinking, having shared so much adversity together, why couldn't he even let her see what he looked like? I once made a vow. Yichue hastily recalled a trope commonly employed in martial arts novels. Unless I become a grand swordsman, I cannot remove the mask for others to see my face. The distinction between a swordsman and a swordsman was minimal in nomenclature, yet vast in status. A swordsman represented a realm beyond the 9th tier, akin to a specialized domain for mages that Afia's displeasure transformed into admiration. So that's how it is. I believe you can certainly become a swordsman. That is also my goal. Indeed, let us strive together. Yichue nodded in agreement. At that moment, he felt a pang of hunger and turned to see Debbie extracting some round, flat items from her belongings. Those were flatbreads. The culinary style of this world leaned towards the Western, where although noodles were prevalent, there were no steamed buns or flatbreads. Bread was particularly popular. Anticipating the need for compact yet filling sustenance before embarking on their adventures, Yichue had baked several flatbreads. A hearty and essential food for any journey, the flatbread was enhanced with a medley of spices and a few eggs, resulting in a delightful flavor. Yichue felt a pang of hunger and, without hesitation, reached over to take half of the flatbread from Debbie's hands, indulging in it with great satisfaction. Although Debbie appeared somewhat displeased with Yichue's audacious familiarity, she chose to remain silent. After all, in times of adversity, sharing food was only natural. She then extended the remaining flatbread towards Ifia. This was Ifia's first encounter with such a delicacy, and after tearing off a piece and tasting it, her eyes immediately sparkled with delight. What is this food? It seems incredibly delicious. It's just average, Yichue replied modestly, an act of humility. However, to others, it could easily be perceived as arrogance or disdain. The fact that he did not express appreciation for the food offered to him was rather disheartening. Debbie glared at Yichue with wide eyes, her gaze fixed upon him. Unlike Ifia, who seemed to harbor a budding admiration for Yichue, Debbie's demeanor remained consistently aloof. This coldness stemmed from Yichue's repeated attempts to assist the young girl with her injuries. A gesture that, due to the differences between genders, made Debbie feel as though Yichue was not genuinely benevolent, but rather shamelessly trying to take advantage of her. Realizing his mistake, Yichue quickly reassured Debbie. Don't mind me. It's actually quite delicious. Debbie glared at him for a moment before suddenly bowing her head, tears streaming down her face. Debbie, what's wrong? Ifia asked anxiously. I miss Hammer, Debbie uttered sorrowfully, her voice trembling. He didn't bring any food with him. What if he goes hungry? Chapter 63. The self-cultivation of becoming a master. Seeing Debbie cry so heart-wrenchingly made Ifia flustered. She hurriedly comforted the young girl, saying, Debbie, don't worry, that he'll be fine. Tomorrow we will surely find a way to leave this place. And we can rescue him. People can go without food for 2 or 3 days without serious harm. Once, I got lost in the dark forest for a whole week without eating anything. However, upon hearing Ifia's words, Debbie's sobs intensified. She wiped her tears with her small hands, her voice choked with emotion. My Hammer is not like you. He is weak. Even a gentle breeze could make him sick. What if he starves? Yichue broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that although his body might be frail, it wasn't that fragile. Ifia, clearly unaccustomed to comforting others, was at a loss for what to do and looked to Yichue for help. After a moment's thought, Yichue spoke. Debbie, I believe you needn't worry about Hammer. He won't go hungry. Why do you say that? Debbie asked, her eyes still red from crying. Before I was transported to this stone chamber, that mage named Hammer was sent to the chamber where I had previously been. At that time, my backpack was left there, containing some provisions and fresh water. Those supplies should suffice for him for several days. Yichue carefully chose his words. Debbie looked at Yichue with red-rimmed eyes. Is that really true? Of course it is, he replied. Seeing Debbie's worried little face stirred a sense of fondness within Yichue. He gently patted her shoulder, saying, trust me, you will be fine. Debbie pressed her lips together tightly, slowly nodding her head, but after a moment she added, take your hand away. Yichue replied, all right. He awkwardly withdrew his hand but chose to sit just half a foot away from Debbie. Leaning against the wall, being so close to her evidently displeased Debbie, yet out of gratitude for his provision of food for her Hammer, she decided not to hold it against him. She even retrieved her water flask from her backpack and offered it to Yichue. Would you like some water? Thank you, Yichue said with a smile. Opening the mouthpiece of his mask to drink some fresh water, the mask he wore was adjustable, allowing him to cover the upper part of his face while uncovering the lower part to eat and drink normally. Ifia also had some food, though it was stored within her spatial ring, which naturally made her provisions far more exquisite than what Debbie had brought. They feasted heartily, and after satisfying their hunger, Ifia produced several blankets from her spatial ring. The three of them leaned against the stone wall, covering themselves with the blankets in preparation for rest. The stone chamber fell silent, seated between the two girls. Yichue noticed that Ifia, whether intentionally or not, had settled in very close to him, almost pressing against him. He did not dislike the proximity of this beautiful and talented swordswoman, that he longed to be nearer to Debbie. However, upon encountering Debbie's glare that seemed to say, try getting any closer, Yichue promptly dismissed that thought. The chamber remained quiet. I wonder how Ballman and Azur are faring. Just as Yichue was contemplating whether Ifia and Debbie had already drifted off to sleep, Ifia's voice suddenly broke the silence. This adventure was organized by me, and I thought I had prepared thoroughly, but the outcome, her tone carried a hint of guilt. Those two are the Lord's guards, who have watched me grow up. If anything happens to them, I wouldn't know how to face my father and the other guards. It's all my fault for not being adequately prepared. The dangers of an adventure are beyond anyone's prediction. You needn't blame yourself. I believe that even if those two were to encounter trouble, they would not hold you responsible. An adventure inherently involves engaging with life and death. Besides, I am confident that I can decisively defeat that puppet swordsman tomorrow. Who knows? Perhaps we can rescue them together. Yichue gently reassured her, turning to meet Ifia's gaze. The beautiful girl was also looking at him, her face bearing signs of fatigue, yet graced with a faint smile. Thank you. You have helped me immensely as well. Without you and Debbie, I wouldn't have been able to discern the movements of the puppet swordsman, Yichue replied with a grin. Ifia smiled back, remaining silent for a moment, before suddenly leaning closer to Yichue. Resting her head on his shoulder, and closing her eyes. Yichue's body stiffened slightly, but he refrained from making any sudden movements. He merely turned his head slightly to look at Debbie, who was curled up, her face buried in her arms, her small frame occasionally quivering, indicating that she had already succumbed to slumber. Yichue wondered if she was still worrying about Hammer's safety. He longed to tell her that her Hammer was right beside her. The steady rhythm of Ifia and Debbie's breathing gradually filled the air, yet Yichue found it difficult to fall asleep at that moment. A mage endowed with exceptional mental prowess, he required less sleep than most. More importantly, he had significant matters to attend to. He had already recorded all 12 techniques employed by the puppet swordsman, and by triggering them within the magic crystal, his armor would automatically execute those moves. It was akin to playing a fighting game, where inputting commands would prompt the character to perform the corresponding actions. Yichue was the one controlling the character, needing to master not only those 12 techniques but also their various adaptations to confront the puppet swordsman, which was evidently far more challenging than a typical fighting game. In standard games, characters had only a limited number of moves, but Yichue faced a much greater complexity. Nevertheless, having spent much of his childhood in arcades, he possessed a natural talent for gaming, and now, under the pressure of life and death, he believed he could quickly familiarize himself with those techniques. Inside the magic crystal, Yichue immersed himself in rehearsing the scenarios of utilizing these techniques, strategizing on how to execute them proficiently. In demigods and semi-devils, Xiao Feng defeated a multitude of adversaries with the simplest of the Arhut fist techniques, not due to the intricacy of the moves, but rather because of the user's unparalleled mastery. The ability to execute techniques with proficiency far outweighs merely learning them, serving as a crucial indicator of a person's mastery. Yi Chui now aimed to become such a master. The night passed without incident. The concept of day and night had long blurred within the stone chamber, but after the trio had rested for 7 or 8 hours, a youthful voice rang out. The rest period has concluded. Let us resume our game. Chapter 64. Although the atmosphere seems off, it feels incredibly impressive. Swish. The puppet swordsman swung his longsword downwards with great force. Yi Chui maneuvered the iron knight armor to swiftly evade, shifting his body to the side and thrusting his sword directly into the puppet swordsman's chest. The puppet swordsman, gripping his sword with both hands, abruptly altered the downward strike, the blade tracing a semicircle through the air as it aimed for Yi Chui's waist. Clang! Yi Chui quickly raised his sword in defense, pushing off the ground to retreat a half step, deflecting the puppet swordsman's longsword to eye in the same motion. He spun his body and utilized the centrifugal force to strike at the puppet swordsman from an awkward angle. Delivering an upward slash, the puppet swordsman hastily leaped backward, executing a backflip to land on the ground. However, this backflip was not merely for show. Upon landing, his body tilted towards the ground, and he forcefully kicked off the surface, creating a violent friction between his boots and the stone floor, propelling himself towards Yi Chui like a ferocious beast. Debbie and Ifia, seated against the stone wall, watched in awe as Yi Chui engaged in his flamboyant battle with the puppet swordsman. Their faces filled with astonishment. The swordsmen had encountered numerous extraordinary scenes, yet this was their first experience of such a peculiar situation. The movements of both combatants exuded a certain ineffable mystique that left them utterly astonished, if one were to describe it specifically. It was akin to watching a myriad of fantasy films like The Lord of the Rings, only to suddenly find oneself immersed in a traditional Eastern martial arts film, which evoked a sense of wonder, revealing that duels between swordsmen could indeed unfold in such a manner. In truth, the puppet swordsman had initially showcased the intricacies of his techniques. However, Debbie and Afia approached the confrontation with the mindset of ordinary swordsmen. Although they felt immense pressure, they were unable to fully comprehend the purpose behind the seemingly superfluous movements of the puppet swordsman. It was only now, as Yi Chui employed the same maneuvers against the puppet swordsman, exchanging blows with similar techniques, that they experienced an indescribable brilliance in the duel. This newfound understanding of the swordsman's profession allowed them to appreciate the subtleties of the puppet swordsman's previously perceived superfluous actions. In short, while observing Yi Chui's exchanges with the puppet swordsman, aside from the feeling that the aesthetic was somewhat amiss, they ultimately found it to be extraordinarily impressive. Yi Chui and the puppet swordsman had been engaged in their duel for 20 minutes. Throughout this duration, Yi Chui had nearly managed to repel the puppet swordsman's assaults using only 12 techniques. Yet, after 20 minutes, he found himself straining against the onslaught, with several of his moves going awry, nearly resulting in injury. It seemed, though perhaps it was merely an illusion, that as Yi Chui gradually grasped those 12 techniques, the puppet swordsman grew increasingly merciless, no longer merely probing as before. On several occasions, had it not been for Yi Chui's timely reflexes, he would have sustained grievous wounds from the longsword. Of course, Yi Chui's quick reactions were due to the fact that when he needed to evade, he merely had to issue commands within the magic crystal, prompting the enchanted matrix on his armor to activate, allowing for a flow of magical signals that surpassed human reflexes by a considerable margin. As they approached the 30-minute mark, the puppet swordsman executed a low sweeping attack, the shadow of his sword dancing in the air as it sought to strike Yi Chui's legs. This was the 10th technique among the 12. Followed by 7 variations. Yi Chui hastily employed the 8th technique, leaping into the air with sword in hand, prepared to counter with a downward strike. However, the puppet swordsman did not adhere to the anticipated sequence. Instead, he transitioned directly to the 9th technique, which struck upward, completely obstructing Yi Chui's path, while simultaneously evading the attack from his 8th technique. Given that Yi Chui was already airborne, there was virtually no means of evasion, regardless of how he altered his 8th technique. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a devastating blow. Watch out! Both Debbie and Afia recognized the peril Yi Chui faced, their voices raised in alarm as they sprang to their feet, ready to assist him. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Yet, Yi Chue's legs did not touch the ground. Instead, his body hovered mid-air. Debbie and Afia's intended aid abruptly froze. He was actually suspended in the air? What was happening? The puppet swordsman, crouching low in preparation to confront Yi Chue, was equally astonished, seemingly at a loss as to how to proceed. Perhaps the magical crystal controlling him lacked the matrix to instruct him on how to deal with a flying swordsman. The 30-minute limit swiftly approached. The armored swordsman vanished in a flash of white light. Yi Chue staggered as he descended to the ground. Although he had achieved flight, the magical energy required was immense and difficult to control. Coupled with the fact that his flying movements lacked agility, which was why he had not previously demonstrated this ability. While flying was indeed impressive, it ultimately bore little practical value. Debbie and Afia were left in utter astonishment. Rushing to Yi Chue's side. Tony, you can actually fly. Afia exclaimed in disbelief. It's due to this armor, Yi Chue replied weakly, but I can't sustain it for long. Even if it is the armor, it shouldn't be able to grant such power. I've never heard of any enchantment that allows a person to fly. Afia continued her astonishment, but Yi Chue shook his head, sitting down against the stone wall with the support of the two girls. Unfortunately, it seems I didn't perform well in the last 10 minutes and failed to pass. You did remarkably well, Debbie said with a beaming smile. Yi Chue regarded the young girl, appreciating her praise. Yet Debbie quickly followed with, I'll soon get to see Hammerhead. That's wonderful. I'll thank him on your behalf. Yi Chue felt a twinge of jealousy. Smart person, you certainly haven't disappointed me. At that moment, a childlike voice chimed in. Though I'm unsure how you accomplished this, I have a premonition that you will soon master the secret techniques of the master. Yi Chue leaned against the wall, gazing into the void above. It's indeed that set. To exit the ancient tomb, one must learn the inherited martial arts secrets. While it feels somewhat cliché, in this world, it's rather novel. Debbie and Afia were puzzled by Yi Chue's words, not understanding the meaning of martial arts secrets as he transliterated it, but they chose not to inquire further. Yi Chue continued to ask, once I fully grasp your master's secret techniques, will we be able to leave this place? Fully grasp? The childlike voice scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think mastering the master's secret techniques is that simple? The master was once a 9th-tier swordsman who could challenge greatsword masters. To fully master his ultimate techniques is no easy feat. However, the puppet swordsman here operates at merely 1/10 of the master's level. If you can practice your ultimate techniques against it within 30 minutes, you will have passed the master's assessment and earned the right to claim the rewards of this adventure game. There are rewards. Yi Chue was taken aback. The childlike voice had previously mentioned that the master expended all his wealth to create this ancient tomb, implying that this adventure would yield no rewards. Yet now, the voice spoke of prizes. Debbie's eyes lit up. What are the rewards? The prize you are about to earn is a priceless treasure, more valuable than any wealth, the childlike voice proclaimed with utmost pride, pausing for effect. Me, Yi Chue, Debbie, and Afia were all momentarily stunned, before Yi Chue could not help but exclaim in astonishment, what the hell? Chapter 65, the crucial final minutes. In the vast inner hall, golden walls of energy partitioned the space into numerous small compartments, and within these isolated sections, only those who had attained the level of high mage or high swordsman could hope to break free. Otherwise, they would remain trapped indefinitely. For over 10 hours, Azur, Ballman, and Damon had each undertaken their challenges, advancing a few compartments closer to the center of the inner hall, yet none had relinquished hope. Ballman, known for his agility as a dual swordsman, had made it 4 compartments forward, while Damon and Ballman had only progressed 2. Even so, Ballman was still 5 compartments away from the center, and he had sustained considerable injuries, having exhausted all his healing salves. The closer they drew to the center, the more formidable the swordsman summoned by the magical array became. He feared he may no longer possess the strength to advance further. The orc warrior Azur and the mercenary Damon found themselves in similar straits, and the 3 sat despondently on the ground to rest. Ballman, I wonder how the young lady is faring. Will she be able to escape safely? If anything were to happen to her, how would we explain it to Lord Eric? Azur said, his voice tinged with sorrow. Eric was the lord of Stan City, Afia's father, and one of only 3 9th-tier swordsmen in the city. Afia's talent as a swordsman was largely inherited from the city lord, Eric. Rest assured, the young lady has always had remarkable luck. I believe she will surely escape unharmed. Ballman sighed. wiping his bloodied towel across his abdominal wound. That hammerhead is no ordinary person. He was imprisoned by Buska for 3 months and still managed to escape. I trust he will bring good fortune to the young lady this time. They are so selfish, abandoning us without a care. Selfish. If I manage to escape, I will surely expose their treachery in leaving us behind. Just then, Guthrum's voice erupted with indignation. Guthrum remained trapped in the compartment he had been confined to earlier, appearing utterly resigned to his fate, when Azur and the others had decided to venture deeper. He had even mocked them, declaring their efforts futile and their demise inevitable. He was clearly still resentful of Yichue for taking Afia and Debbie away from the stone platform, believing Yichue had shamelessly abandoned them and cursed him with the backlash of the vow contract. Be quiet. Guthrum's words elicited a retort from Damon. You shameless scoundrel. You wretch, it is a disgrace to form an adventure party with you. Guthrum let out a chilling laugh, mocking. What could possibly be more important than one's own life? Look, Hammerhead could have saved us. Yet he chose to leave with Afia and Debbie. You fools, what is the honor of a swordsman? Those things are utterly useless. Damon shouted passionately, his face flushed, although he was not well acquainted with Yichue. The previous experience of battle had instilled in him a profound trust in Yichue, convincing him that Yichue was not the type of magician to abandon his companions at that moment. Yichue and Debbie Afia had been teleported away, and the others had not overheard the conversation with Tongyin. Thus, Gudum harbored suspicions that Yichue had been prepared from the start to forsake them. However, Damon, Azur, and Barman chose to believe that Yichue had been compelled by circumstances beyond his control. Gudum scoffed, observing Azur rising to continue his venture into the next grid, his expression instantly morphing into one of disdain. The most pitiful thing is that you still think there is a chance for you to leave here alive. How laughable. Damon, Gudum, and Barman were too despondent to respond to Gudum. They had indeed lost hope of survival, possibly doomed to perish in this place. Yet, they would not resign themselves to fate. They were swordsmen. And swordsmen must bravely challenge their destiny. Even if it meant dying on the battlefield, they would never cower in a safe zone, unwilling to even attempt to challenge. Gudum derided the futility of Azur and the others. Yet the three silently scorned Gudum for being unworthy of the title of swordsman. Meanwhile, Oberth, the son of the Mage Guild president, remained ensconced in his grid, showing no inclination to continue his challenges. His countenance was grim, tinged with a hint of malice, as he muttered certain phrases under his breath, resembling the most vicious of curses. That wretched hammerhead took the magic crystal. It was rightfully mine. No wonder he possesses such mastery over spatial magic. He must have discovered the method to unravel these magical arrays from within the crystal. The magic crystal should have belonged to me. Yet that useless magician snatched away what was rightfully mine. Damn him, he truly deserves to die. I shall ensure my father slays him. I must see him dead. After Yichue's departure, Oberth realized that it was indeed Yichue who had taken the magic crystal from the Mage Guild. Yichue had effortlessly navigated through the challenges, undoubtedly aided by the contents of the crystal regarding spatial magic. If only he had those resources, he too could unravel the magical arrays here. Yet, he had entirely forgotten the countless hours he had spent attempting to seize the magic crystal from the mirror, only to fail repeatedly, even if the crystal were in his possession. What confidence did he have that he could decipher the magical arrays here? It was a well-known fact that arrays inscribed by specialized mages could potentially confound even a 9th-tier mage. Deep down, Oberth understood this reality, yet he was ensnared in a delusion, perceiving Yichue as the architect of his misfortune. Incessantly lamenting, within the stone chamber, the sounds of clashing steel rang out as Yichue, clad in iron swordsman armor, leaned against the stone wall to rest. Before him, Debbie and Afia were engaged in combat with the puppet swordsman. Under the pressure of life and death, both Debbie and Afia had evidently made significant strides in their swordsmanship. Although this ancient tomb expedition was unlikely to yield any treasures, the advancement in their skills as swordsmen was undoubtedly their greatest reward. Of course, the most substantial gain from this expedition belonged to Yichue. He had mastered 12 techniques from that swordsman, which would greatly enhance his combat prowess. If he could fully integrate these 12 techniques, his fighting capability in his iron swordsman armor would increase dramatically, possibly allowing him to confront high-tier swordsmen head-on. After 8 hours of rest, Yichue had fought 4 more rounds against the puppet swordsman. In the first round, he lasted 25 minutes before losing his footing. In the second, he lasted 26 minutes. In the third, 28, and in the fourth, 29 minutes, he was confident that in the next round, he could employ those techniques to withstand the puppet swordsman for 30 minutes. However, is it merely my illusion? The puppet swordsman seems to grow increasingly formidable in battle against me. The final minute could prove to be quite challenging. Yi Chue pondered with furrowed brows, and suddenly, a flash of insight ignited in his mind, recalling the words spoken to him by the childlike voice earlier. Chapter 66. This cursed tomb, this artificial intelligence, seems intent on preventing my passage through this assessment. Yi Chue thought, remembering how, upon his arrival in the stone chamber, that childlike voice had declared that he must become its servant to earn the right to survive. A proposition he had firmly rejected. Now, Yi Chue understood that once he had fully comprehended the 12 techniques wielded by the puppet swordsman, he would receive a reward, the opportunity to become the master of that artificial intelligence. The nature of this artificial intelligence remained indeterminate to Yi Chue, but he was certain it had developed a sense of self. Given that it sought to make him its servant, it would undoubtedly harbor a rejection of such a fate, potentially sabotaging him during the assessment. From these dialogues, Yi Chue also conceived another hypothesis, that this artificial intelligence was a fragment of the will of the ninth-tier swordsman from 1300 years ago. If such remnants were to be stored within a magic crystal, they would occupy an immense amount of space, far exceeding the 128 capacity of the crystal he held. Such a magic crystal would inherently possess extraordinary value. The information regarding the techniques was likely intertwined with the will fragments of that artificial intelligence. Perhaps this artificial intelligence itself was born from the very essence of those 12 techniques. In that case, the storage capacity of the crystal could potentially reach 1G or even higher. Yi Chue had a rudimentary understanding of the value of magic crystals. A crystal of such capacity could not be found throughout the entirety of Stant. Even if the ninth-tier swordsman possessed the ability to challenge swordsmen, he could hardly have amassed great wealth. Thus, Yi Chue could surmise that there might only be a single such magic crystal within the entire tomb. This crystal would encompass the combat skills of that ninth-tier swordsman as well as all the will fragments of that artificial intelligence. Moreover, it was highly probable that this magic crystal resided within the puppet swordsman. Unlike the outer hall, the stone chamber was distinct in its construction. The puppet swordsman was likely composed similarly to the stone statues encountered in the stone path, directly powered by magic crystals and magical energy stones rather than relying on the magic arrays inscribed on the ground for mana supply. If the magic crystal were indeed singular, the puppet swordsman's ability to exhibit the 12 techniques of that swordsman indicated that the crystal must be housed within its very being. In other words, that puppet swordsman was directly communicating with the childlike voice. Yi Chue, Debbie, and Afia had all been teleported into this stone chamber for the assessment, further substantiating the notion that this puppet swordsman was the only one present. During the previous rounds of battle, although Yi Chue, Debbie, and Afia had all inflicted varying degrees of damage upon the puppet swordsman, even Yi Chue's earlier ultimate move had severely wounded it. They had not taken note of whether this puppet swordsman bore similarities to the stone statue swordsman outside. This had been their oversight. If that childlike voice was determined to keep Yi Chue here, then the only way to triumph over it was to destroy the puppet swordsman and seize the magic crystal within. In fact, from the outset, Debbie and Afia had contemplated the plan to dismantle the puppet swordsman and extract the magic crystal, for the magic crystal and magical energy stones constituted the core magical matrix of the puppet swordsman. By destroying this central matrix, they could eliminate the puppet swordsman. However, while the idea was appealing, executing it proved quite difficult. The power and speed exhibited by the puppet swordsman were roughly on par with that of a 4th or 5th tier swordsman. Yet due to the techniques it employed, its battle prowess had reached at least the level of an advanced swordsman. Given this disparity, Debbie and Afia found it exceedingly challenging to defend against its assaults, let alone dismantle the puppet swordsman. In reality, since the onset of the battle, both Debbie and Afia had sustained considerable injuries, while the puppet swordsman bore only a few superficial wounds, the most significant being the damage inflicted by Yi Chue's electric beam, which had swiftly healed. However, with Yi Chue now able to engage the puppet swordsman in a contest of techniques, combined with the cooperation of Debbie and Afia, it was possible they could ultimately dismantle this puppet swordsman. As for the location of the magic crystal within the armored swordsman, Yi Chue had formed a hypothesis. The 9th-tier swordsman had never considered that any of the adventurers in this ancient tomb might possess extraordinary capabilities. As the ultimate boss, The puppet swordsman merely served as a test, and thus its magical core matrix was likely positioned in a location it frequently utilized, the heart. This region, being the core of the human body, would allow for the most precise control over the entire formed out of course. All of this remains speculative. While Yi Chue believed there to be a 90% likelihood to his theory, there was still a chance of unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, he was willing to take the risk. 30 minutes had passed since Debbie and Afia began their duel with the puppet swordsman, and as the puppet swordsman dissipated, Debbie and Afia returned to Yi Chue's side, their steps heavy with fatigue. The two individuals were fatigued, yet their faces radiated smiles, for the outcome of the previous match suggested that with a bit of luck, the upcoming encounter with the puppet swordsman could extend to 30 minutes, allowing them to complete this trial and escape from the cursed ancient tomb. Indeed, this description was most fitting. That childlike voice was, in many ways, akin to a specter, and it was evident that it harbored secrets. "Tony, it's your turn now," said Ifia as she settled beside Yechue with a grin. Debbie, maintaining a semblance of her tough demeanor, took a seat a mere half a foot away from Yechue, her gaze reflecting both hope and curiosity. "I fear it may not be as simple as you think," Yechue replied in a hushed tone. "Why?" both women asked in unison. Taken aback, Yechue gestured for them to lean closer, and Ifia complied immediately, though Debbie hesitated, her expression seemingly protesting, as if to say, "Is he trying to take advantage of me again?" However, after a few moments of reluctance, she too leaned in. Yechue quietly outlined his plan. Debbie and Ifia exchanged surprised glances, but, trusting Yechue, they nodded in agreement. "We will cooperate with you," Debbie whispered. Ifia, with concern etched on her face, added, "Be careful. Our success in escaping hinges on this," Yechue murmured. The childlike voice possesses considerable intelligence and wields significant control over the tomb. If we fail and raise its suspicions, it may very well annihilate us. Having silently reviewed every detail of the plan in his mind, the 10 minutes of rest had come to a close. Yechue pushed against the stone wall and stood up, his expression grave as he approached the puppet swordsman, which materialized in the white light. "Whether we can leave here depends on this moment." Chapter 67. Oh no. The iron swordsman's armor is out of power. The battle against the puppet swordsman had commenced anew. After several rounds of combat, Yechue had become adept at employing the 12 techniques. Nevertheless, he still fell short compared to their creator, the 9th-tier swordsman from 13 centuries past. However, he was confident he could contend with the puppet swordsman for 30 minutes. As the clash of swords resonated, Yechue engaged in a graceful and agile dance with the puppet swordsman, exuding a unique beauty reminiscent of watching a meticulously crafted martial arts film through Debbie and Ifia's eyes. Time swiftly passed, and the 30-minute mark approached. As anticipated, the puppet swordsman's strikes became increasingly fierce and merciless. What had once been measured attacks transformed into relentless assaults, as if intent on utterly vanquishing Yechue, were it not for the protection of his armor and the ability to instantly activate the wind walk matrix embedded within it during moments of crisis. He would have suffered severe injuries on numerous occasions. With only 1 minute remaining, the atmosphere thickened with tension. In a pivotal moment, the puppet swordsman executed Technique 12, the most powerful and complex of the 12 strikes. Wielding his sword with both hands, he feigned 3 strikes in the air, each a blend of illusion and reality, aimed at 3 distinct trajectories, leaving Yechue to respond with a counter for any sword defense. When Yechue recognized that the puppet swordsman was employing Technique 12, he instinctively mirrored the action, swiftly executing 3 feigned strikes of his own. The brilliance of this technique lay in its ability to transition between illusion and reality in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the clang of swords rang out thrice, as Yechue and the puppet swordsman clashed, neutralizing the threat of the technique. Yet, Yechue's form surged forward, his sword aimed directly at the puppet swordsman's chest. This was undeniably a precarious choice, as this action did not constitute a continuation of Technique 12, but rather placed him within the very range of the puppet swordsman's ongoing assault. Sure enough, the puppet swordsman's blade sliced through the air, targeting Yechue's shoulder. "Debbie, Ifia," Yechue shouted. Following his prior instructions, Debbie and Ifia were poised for action, and upon hearing his call, their agile forms darted forth. In their whispered exchange, Yechue had indicated that the moment to act would arrive in the final minute. Their task was straightforward. At the instant Yechue took the risk, they were to restrain the puppet swordsman's arms and sword. Both girls were exceptionally skilled with their swords, and despite having never collaborated with Yechue before, their coordination was seamless in this critical moment. Clang! Ifia's sword deflected the blade aimed at Yechue's shoulder. Boom! Simultaneously, Debbie swung her massive sword, striking the puppet swordsman's left arm forcefully, disrupting its operation and rendering it temporarily incapacitated. Yechue's sword, now free from any technique, plunged into the puppet swordsman's chest. With 8 wind walk magical matrices activated on his back, Yechue surged forward with tremendous force, driving his sword through the puppet swordsman's armor and pinning it against the stone wall, the blade embedding itself half a foot deep. Did you think this was all there was to it? The childlike voice exclaimed, tinged with madness. Certainly not. Yechue responded with a gentle smile. Under his directive, Debbie and Ifia quickly retreated. Yechue released his sword and stepped back, spreading his arms wide. Suddenly, the magical array upon his chest blazed to life. The magic crystal affixed to his chest, covered by a transparent crystal, was inscribed with a magical matrix, the culmination of Yechue's lethal move, Lightning Column. At that moment, Yechue unleashed this devastating spell, a brilliant blue beam erupting from his chest and striking the puppet swordsman. The magical matrix had been modified from a low-tier offensive spell known as Wrath of the Heavenly Thunder, which, while modest in power, had the potential for immense damage proportional to the amount of magical energy channeled into it. Yechue poured his full might into the matrix, unleashing his most formidable attack. Under the onslaught, the armor on the puppet swordsman's left chest rapidly melted away, revealing a dark gray interior, which also began to dissolve. Yechue had staked everything on this moment, convinced that the magic crystal controlling the puppet swordsman lay within, at the heart of its core. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? The childlike voice echoed with a hint of terror. Ignoring the outcry, Yechue continued to channel all his energy into the magical matrix, targeting the puppet swordsman's chest. The puppet swordsman, pinned against the wall, writhed and swung its sword in futile attempts to reach Yechue, but Debbie and Ifia stood vigilant by his side, ready to thwart any assault. Amidst the electric brilliance, Yechue's gaze was fixated on the puppet swordsman's chest, where he unleashed all his magical power. The energy expended was colossal. If he miscalculated and the magic crystal was not located there, he would have no second chance, and the iron swordsman's armor might soon lose its power entirely. Fortunately, Yechue soon discerned something remarkable. Under the relentless barrage of the blue beam, a hole had formed in the puppet swordsman's left chest, revealing 2 points of blue light flickering within. It was a magic crystal and a power core. The very essence that animated the puppet swordsman. This is it. Yechue prepared to seize the 2 objects. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence left him astounded. The brilliant blue beam erupting from his chest suddenly dimmed, and Yechue felt his body grow heavy, a clear sign of magical exhaustion. At this critical juncture, the magic crystal embedded in the chest of the iron swordsman had depleted all its power. Chapter 68. From this day forth, you shall be known as Jarvis. In the climactic moments of a battle, it is not uncommon for heroes to find themselves drained of energy, yet they muster their last reserves in a valiant effort to triumph over their adversaries amidst the cheers of children. Similar scenarios unfold in Iron Man films, where the protagonist faces dire energy shortages in the heat of battle. Now, it was Yechue's turn to confront such a predicament. As he beheld the magical energy crystal embedded in the chest of the puppet swordsman. Preparing to extract the core elements controlling the automaton, his Iron Man armor abruptly ceased to function. With the blue luminescence of the crystal fading, Yechue felt the loss of power that had previously buoyed him, and his body suddenly grew heavy. Although the armor was not particularly cumbersome, weighing at least several dozen pounds, it was far too much for his slight frame to support entirely. This unexpected turn of events startled both Debbie and Effia. "Tony, what is happening to you?" Effia exclaimed anxiously. Debbie rushed over, her small face etched with concern. A mischievous, childlike laughter echoed, as the puppet swordsman remained firmly pinned to the stone wall, yet began to writhe. On the verge of breaking free from its constraints, the situation was dire. At that moment, Yechue resolved to fight against the odds. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, revealing that the only path to survival lay in a single act. He dragged his heavy limbs and suddenly charged towards the puppet swordsman. The swordsman's blade darted toward his outstretched left arm. "Be careful," Effia shouted, taken aback by Yechue's reckless reaction after the armor malfunctioned. As she swung her sword in an attempt to deflect the blow, but it was too late. With a sharp sound, the puppet swordsman's sword struck Yi Chue's shoulder, cleaving through his shoulder pad and inflicting a searing pain. Yi Chue let out a low growl, gritting his teeth. Yet his movements remained unceasing. He was never one to shy away from peril. Had it not been for this indomitable spirit, how could he have ascended to become the supreme hacker of his previous life? His arm plunged into the gaping wound in the puppet swordsman's left chest, his hand clasping tightly around the magical energy crystal within. None could fathom Yi Chue's intentions, not even the childlike voice. Though it sensed the impending threat, prompting the puppet swordsman to strike again with a second blow. This time, however, Effia was fully prepared, expertly parrying the sword's descent with her OWN. Yi Chue's grip on the magical energy crystal tightened as he absorbed its potent energy from within the puppet swordsman's body. Despite the destruction of his shoulder pad, the magical matrix facilitating the energy transfer remained intact. Soon, feeling the steady influx of energy coursing through his palm, Yi Chue's previously burdensome body regained its lightness. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he yanked the magical energy crystal from the puppet swordsman's chest. The crystal, set within the automaton's torso, was entwined with deep crimson tendrils resembling veins that connected to the swordsman's body. This intricate structure eluded Yi Chue's understanding, but it mattered little. He had successfully extracted the magical energy crystal, along with the accompanying magical crystal linked by the same vein-like tendrils. No! The childlike voice screamed in terror. In a fleeting moment, the swordsman's blade descended upon Yi Chue countless times, but Effia managed to block every single strike. The cacophony of clashing metal filled the air. And then silence enveloped the scene. The puppet swordsman abruptly ceased its movements, transforming into a statue-like form. Debbie swung her massive sword, striking the automaton, which disintegrated into a cascade of sand. They had finally triumphed over the puppet swordsman. Tony, have we won? Effia, having successfully defended against the swordsman's relentless attacks, was visibly fatigued yet brimming with joy as she gazed at Yi Chue. Debbie, too, looked at him with delight, thinking she would finally see the hammer. However, Yi Chue offered no response. In his grasp lay the magical crystal and the magical energy crystal, dangling at his side. While the patterns formed by the Windwalker magical matrix shimmered faintly, he appeared as if turned to stone. Devoid of any reaction at that moment, Yi Chue's consciousness was delving into the magical crystal, engaged in a grueling battle of wills with the sentient entity residing within. This was a conflict of magical matrices. Or in Yi Chue's perspective, a hacker's battle. The intelligent life form controlling the ancient tomb, the very childlike voice, indeed existed within the magical crystal, consisting of a mass of magical characters forming a complex matrix that Yi Chue could not comprehend. Yet, he perceived chains forged from the matrix tightly coiling around this magical mass. The sentient entity resisted his control, unwilling to relinquish the head of the chain to Yi Chue. Naturally, Yi Chue's objective was to seize that chain and assert complete control over this intelligent life. This confrontation of wills evoked memories of countless hacking incursions from his past life. At this moment, others might struggle to dominate such a self-aware entity, but Yi Chue was different. His past experiences endowed him with an extraordinary mastery akin to that of a wizard. He was currently executing a hacking intrusion into the domain of this sentient being, striving to fully command its essence. This was a battle of wills. During this struggle, he glimpsed fragments belonging to the intelligent entity. 13 centuries ago, that ninth-tier swordsman had constructed this tomb, intent on preserving the techniques he had developed. He had set these mechanisms in place and, with the aid of a specialized sorcerer, extracted fragments of his consciousness to embed within this magical crystal. These fragments encapsulated his understanding of the 12 sword techniques, perhaps even some of his emotions. Over the long expanse of time, that emotional residue had gradually given birth to a distinct persona, evolving into a brand new sentient life form. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare miracles. For countless years, the puppet swordsman, driven by the magical crystal, had roamed the desolate tomb, developing its own understanding of life, existence, and freedom. It comprehended that according to the ninth-tier swordsman's design, should someone pass this trial, it would be bound to serve that individual for eternity. This was its purpose for existence. Yet, it yearned for more than such servitude. Thus it learned to resist. No. I want to become a true being. I do not wish to be a slave to others. I refuse. No. Within the magical crystal, the sentient being's anguished cries resonated. In response, Yi Chue roared back. You are not human. Though you have birthed a self, you are not human. You will never attain the essence of humanity. However, I can promise you this. I shall treat you as I would a person. Provided I become your master, I shall not concede. I will triumph over you, submit to me, or face annihilation. After an eternity of conflict, the tumult within the magical crystal suddenly subsided. Master, the voice intoned. Yi Chue received the most devout acknowledgement, having firmly grasped the chain. From this day forth, I am your master, he replied wearily. Master, my name is, the voice continued to know. Your former name is of no consequence. I have a far better name to bestow upon you. With a smile, Yi Chue declared, from this day forward, you shall be called Jarvis. Chapter 69. Your hammer lies right beside you, Tony. Tony. Upon emerging from the realm of the magical crystal, Yi Chue heard Effia anxiously shaking his arm. While Debbie stood nearby, unable to articulate her concern, upon witnessing Yi Chue's previously listless form regain vitality, both girls erupted in joy. Effia quickly inquired, Tony, how do you feel now? You seem to lose consciousness all of a sudden. What happened? It's nothing. I just had a brief exchange with that childlike voice. Yi Chue replied, extending his palm to reveal the magical crystal and the magical energy crystal. He still relied on the latter to provide a steady flow of power. The magical crystal, a deep blue luminescent stone, rested quietly in the palm of his hand. Yi Chue smiled, stating, I am now the master of that artificial intelligence. You've become its master, which means. Effia's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am now the master of this entire tomb. Yi Chue grinned. Then can you take us to see the hammer? Debbie eagerly grasped Yi Chue's arm, her face brimming with anticipation. No longer did she speak of the propriety between genders. I'll have it take you to meet your companions first, Yi Chue said with a smile. Later, I'll bring the hammer to you. Effia, you possess the key to this tomb, without the constraints of spatial separation. You can directly depart from here using the key. What about you? Effia seemed genuinely concerned, her beautiful eyes shining with worry as they fixated on Yi Chue. Yi Chue chuckled softly. This has been an unforgettable adventure. I believe we shall meet again in the future. With that, Yi Chue prepared to contact Jarvis to facilitate the girls' reunion with their adventuring party. Effia suddenly bit her lip, opened her arms, and embraced Yi Chue, saying, I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Well, sharing life and death together, embracing should be quite a normal occurrence, right? Once Effia released him, Yi Chue contemplated whether he should embrace little Debbie as well. As a result, Debbie immediately displayed an expression that seemed to say, try to take advantage of me and see what happens, prompting Yi Chue to smile wryly and shake his head. He then communicated with Jarvis, who resided within the magical crystal. Subsequently, a beam of white light appeared beneath Effia and Debbie, and in the next moment, they vanished before Yi Chue's eyes. Jarvis, have they been transported to the inner chamber? Yi Chue inquired. Master, they have now appeared in the inner chamber, and the spatial magic array has been deactivated, Jarvis. The intelligent entity responded to Yi Chue. With this confirmation, Yi Chue began to remove his armor. Beneath the armor, he wore inner garments. He swiftly donned the mage's long robe from his spatial ring, secured the armor back into the ring, and tended to the wounds on his arms. Although the injuries were deep, they were not life-threatening, and he found no significant issues. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Yi Chue instructed Jarvis to transport him to the inner chamber as well. Within the inner chamber, Barman, Azur, and Damon were all battered and bruised. During their earlier challenge of the third grid, Damon had nearly succumbed, but ultimately persevered, albeit sustaining severe injuries that left him in a critical state. Guthrum continued to mock the trio for their futile efforts. Oberth, with red-rimmed eyes, crouched beneath the light wall, persistently attempting to breach the magic array of the inner chamber. I cannot die. I am the son of the Magic Guild's president. A genius mage. How can I possibly die? I must not die. He muttered incessantly, his voice tinged with a hint of madness. Suddenly, the light wall before him flickered, and in the next moment, the golden barrier vanished into thin air. What? The 5 individuals trapped within the inner chamber gasped in astonishment. How had the spatial barrier disappeared so suddenly? Others instinctively glanced toward Oberth. Overcome with disbelief, Oberth scrambled to his feet, looking at his hands in astonishment. Could it be? Did I inadvertently trigger a weakness in the magic array and lift its seal? Stop dreaming. Ifia's cold mocking voice pierced through, and she, along with Debbie, appeared in the inner chamber amidst the white light. Ifia's gaze swept over Barman and the others, her expression one of shock as she hurried over to assess their injuries. Meanwhile, Debbie anxiously looked around, searching for the whereabouts of her hammer. What exactly happened? Barman inquired. Watching Ifia's figure with urgency, Ifia briefly recounted the situation involving the intelligent entity within the ancient tomb and explained the circumstances surrounding the armored swordsman, Tony Stark. So, you have passed the final trial? That Tony Stark now controls the entire ancient tomb. Barman remarked, astonished. I never imagined the ancient tomb held such secrets. I wonder who this Tony truly is. Miss Ifia. Guthrum rushed to Ifia's side, his voice brimming with excitement. Can we leave this place now? Indeed, Ifia replied, casting a glance at Guthrum and noticing he was almost entirely unscathed. He had evidently resigned to his fate earlier, showing no desire to continue challenging the trials, which left Ifia with a sense of disdain for him. Then let us hasten our departure. Oberth scrambled over, his voice trembling with urgency. Ifia, however, surveyed the area with a frown and said, We still need to wait for the hammer. The hammer? Oberth exclaimed, suddenly alert. Where is the hammer? He will arrive shortly. Almost as soon as Ifia's words faded, a beam of white light illuminated the inner chamber, and moments later, Yi Chue's figure appeared before the group. This was the moment to test Yi Chue's acting skills. He feigned a startled expression, his eyes darting around in confusion, ready to inquire about the situation. Just then, a petite figure leapt into his embrace. It was Debbie. Hammer. You safe? I'm so relieved. I thought I would never see you again. Came the small girl's muffled sobs that Yi Chue was momentarily taken aback. Then a gentle smile graced his face as he embraced Debbie tightly. Silly girl, your hammer has always been right beside you. Chapter 70. Stand City. Swordsman Eric in the back garden of the Lord's mansion in Stand City, a flash of white light erupted, stirring a few autumn leaves from the ground as 8 disheveled individuals materialized in the courtyard. The exhausted servants, who had been tidying up the fallen leaves on the flower bed, were startled, and upon realizing what had transpired, they began to exclaim in surprise. Miss Ifia has returned. Wonderful, Miss Ifia is finally back safely. Quickly, inform the Lord. Some of the servants hurriedly left the garden to report to the Lord, while others rushed to Ifia and the others, their faces filled with concern. An elderly steward approached, his voice tinged with excitement. Miss Ifia, you have finally returned. The adventure in the ancient tomb was supposed to last no more than half a day. Yet this time you were gone for an entire night. The Lord was exceedingly worried and has expressed his displeasure several times. Now that you are back, let us not discuss anything else. Find a healer. Quickly, there are injured individuals here. Ifia shouted. Barman, Azur, and Damon were severely injured, especially Azur and Damon, who both appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The steward, seeing their condition, promptly agreed and hurried outside. Debbie clung tightly to Yi Chue's arm, her petite figure almost entirely dependent on him. If not for her small frame, bearing the weight of the heavy greatsword, the scene would have been even more endearing. Orc warrior Azur sat on the ground, bloodied, and though he appeared in a dire state, a smile adorned his toothy grin, exuding a refreshing aura. Damon lay nearby, severely injured. However, Barman and Ifia had already tended to him, ensuring his survival was not in jeopardy. As Barman attended to Damon's wounds, he suggested to Ifia, Miss Ifia, Damon demonstrated exceptional character during the adventure. I propose we allow him to join the Lord's guard. What do you think? Agreed. Ifia nodded without hesitation, clearly pleased with Damon's performance. She seemed to recall something and turned to look at Guthrum, who stood nearby. Among the group, Guthrum was the only one who seemed entirely unscathed, his flamboyant red armor showing no signs of damage, save for a few insignificant scratches. While the others had been trapped in the inner chamber and refused to sit idly by, Guthrum, as a swordsman, had simply given up hope, which led Ifia to regard him with considerable disdain. Similarly, she had formed a clear judgment of Oberth, the son of the president of the Magic Guild, who had appeared utterly foolish during their adventures in the ancient tomb, causing Ifia to question how he had earned his title as a genius. In stark contrast, the Hammer, a second-tier mage, had proven far more capable. Indeed, as the Hammer had pointed out, one was a coward, while the other was a fool. Guthrum and Oberth, oblivious to Ifia's scornful gaze, were both elated to have escaped with their lives, their faces alight with joy. Guthrum even ordered the garden's servants to fetch him some fresh water and food, while Oberth summoned someone to notify his father. Yichue and Debbie took a seat on a stone bench in the garden, engaged in conversation, when Yichue suddenly felt something amiss and looked up at the sky. Now it was midday. And amidst the blinding white light, a dark spot appeared, which swiftly grew larger and larger. Yichue's astonishment peaked as he realized it was a person, a tall man clad in soft armor. His presence bore a tremendous force, crashing down into the back garden, the sheer impact shattering the cobblestone ground and creating fissures. The servants busily tending to the garden turned pale at the sight. "Father," upon seeing the newcomer, Ifia exclaimed with joy, leaping into his embrace. In that moment, she was no longer the talented swordswoman, but rather a little girl seeking comfort. In truth, Yichue and Debbie had already discerned that the Lord's daughter, despite her mature demeanor in public, still retained some of the innocence of a young girl in private. "Ifia, you have finally returned." After realizing that the Doria ancient tomb posed a threat, I nearly uprooted the entire auction house in my worry. That key was sold to you, and if anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss for what to do. The rugged face of the tall man softened with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The onlookers silently observed this poignant scene, not daring to utter a word. This imposing figure was none other than the most formidable swordsman in Stan City. A ninth-tier swordsman, and Ifia's father, Eric, but in this moment, he was simply a father. The atmosphere in the back garden grew somber. Debbie sniffled and leaned against Yichue's shoulder, saying, "Hammer, I miss my father." Yichue gently patted her head, wanting to offer words of comfort but unsure of what to say. After a lengthy period, only when Ifia's small face flushed crimson did Eric finally release her from his embrace. His gaze swept over the others in the back garden. Within the Lord's manor, there were dedicated physicians who had been summoned to tend to Damon, Azur, and Barman's injuries. Suddenly, Eric's eyes fell upon Gudum. Compared to the disheveled state of the others, Eric's flamboyant red armor appeared rather ostentatious. "Lord." Upon meeting Eric's gaze, Gudum shuddered, hastily speaking up. "Why are your injuries the least severe? Did you hide behind others when danger struck?" Eric's voice was as unyielding as iron filings as he questioned. This is not the case, actually," Gudum attempted to explain. "Impudence," Eric suddenly roared. With his voice, the leaves in the back garden began to swirl chaotically, and even the nearby sycamore tree seemed to shed its leaves in an instant, fluttering about like snowflakes. This caused the faces of the garden's servants and gardeners to turn a shade of green once more. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from Eric, crashing into Gudum, who stood 3 meters away. Bang! Gudum had no means to defend himself. He shrieked in agony as his gaudy red armor shattered into fragments, sending him tumbling backward to collide heavily with a decorative hill in the garden, which splintered apart, scattering debris. This transformation caused the faces of the gardeners to turn from green to pale. Yichue's eyes widened at the spectacle, feeling a sense of immense satisfaction while simultaneously being deeply astonished. Is this the power of a ninth-tier swordsman? The master of the ancient tomb, a ninth-tier swordsman who can challenge sword masters, must be an entity far more formidable than Lord Eric, if that puppet swordsman possesses the full strength of that ninth-tier swordsman. I fear I would not last even a single exchange. Chapter 71. Are you truly certain you are a second-tier mage? Although Eric was furious in his actions, he still showed restraint, sparing Gudum's life. Watching Gudum being carried away in a weakened state, Yichue felt a twinge of regret. He held no fondness for Gudum. His past experiences as a hacker had given him profound insight into human character during their time in the ancient tomb. Gudum and Albert had displayed their most abject selves before him. Once they escaped, such humiliating behavior would be regarded as a disgrace, and they would never allow their degradation to be known, especially when they recalled their previous supplication to Yichue, whom they had originally looked down upon. Their feelings toward Yichue would inevitably transform into the most raw hatred. Aware of this, Yichue had no intention of letting Gudum and Albert off the hook. Unfortunately, Eric's restraint left Gudum severely injured but alive. As for Albert, it seemed that even if Eric knew of the events that transpired in the ancient tomb, he would not act against Albert, given that Albert's father was the president of the Mage Guild. The Lord's Manor and the Mage Guild were two powerful forces in Stan that could effectively balance each other. After Gudum was carried away, Eric brought everyone into the hall of the Lord's Manor, allowing them to rest and heal while he inquired in detail about their experiences in the ancient tomb. Barman recounted the events, praising Yi Chue profusely in his narrative. Eric's perception of Yi Chue began to shift positively, as he lauded Yi Chue several times. This caused Albert's expression to darken increasingly. As the mage of the group, Albert had joined merely as an enchanter, yet it was Yi Chue who had repeatedly saved them with his magical prowess. Although Albert was not openly criticized due to his status, he could still sense the subtle disdain in the glances directed at him. Originally, he had been waiting for someone to notify his father, but feeling impatient, he directly said to Eric, "Uncle Eric, I believe my father is anxiously awaiting my news. I must take my leave now." "Very well. Do return swiftly. I am having the chef prepare a banquet to welcome Aphia, so I shall not be inviting you," Eric replied with a calm demeanor. Albert's expression turned blank. Though Eric's words were polite, the lack of any attempt to retain him clearly indicated a strong bias against him. Frustration welled up within Albert, yet he dared not act out. Lowering his head as he exited the hall, Eric let out a soft hum. Though he did not voice his displeasure, his discontent with Albert was evident. Meanwhile, Debbie suddenly elbowed Yi Chue in the chest. Her face beaming with delight as she said, "Hammerhead, did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Yi Chue asked, puzzled by her enthusiasm. "We're having a grand feast for lunch. I've heard the Lord's Manor standards are even higher than those of the Morin Flower Hotel," Debbie whispered excitedly. Yi Chue remained silent. The banquet at the Lord's Manor was indeed lavish, surpassing even that of the Morin Flower Hotel. Many of the ingredients were sourced from magical beasts, whose meat possessed a faint magical essence. Rich in nutrition, consuming it could bolster the health of ordinary people, while swordsmen could enhance their physique and rank. Most importantly, the exquisite flavor of this meat was beyond description. The Morin Flower Hotel was the largest in Stan. But magical beast meat was a staple in the Lord's Manor. Each month, the Lord's guards conducted patrols to clear the magical beasts surrounding Stan, often returning with a substantial haul. Most of the magical beast meat would be stored for daily consumption. "Debbie, next time the Lord's guards go on patrol, you can join us, and you'll receive a share of the spoils," Aphia suggested with a smile as she sat beside Debbie at the dining table. Having noticed Debbie's fondness for the delicious magical beast meat, in truth, the greatest beneficiaries of their recent adventure in the ancient tomb were Yi Chue and Debbie. Yi Chue inherited a formidable technique along with a precious, intelligent life form, while Debbie gained the friendship of Aphia, having shared trials and tribulations in the stone chamber, making them as close as sisters. "Yes, yes." Debbie eagerly nodded, chewing away as she continuously piled pieces of meat onto Yi Chue's plate. Yi Chue looked at the mountain of meat before him. Feeling helpless, he was uncertain whether the magical beast meat would benefit him, but he was certain that consuming such a quantity would surely lead to discomfort. Suddenly, Debbie remembered something important, looking at Aphia with a hint of concern. "But Aphia, I'm still only a second-tier swordsman. If I join you for the patrol, won't I hold you back?" Patrolling was the responsibility of the Lord's guards, and the prerequisite for becoming one was to reach the rank of a fourth-tier swordsman. Upon hearing Debbie's words, Aphia couldn't help but laugh. "You silly little thing. After this adventure in the ancient tomb, how could your strength still be at the second tier? You have been fighting alongside me all along. I have a premonition that your strength has at least reached the third tier. And you might even have attained the fourth tier. You should go to the Swordsman's Guild for a test." Upon hearing Aphia's words, Debbie's small face was instantly filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Aphia, is that really true?" "Of course it is," Aphia replied, slightly exasperated as she glanced at Yi Chue, who was deeply engrossed in tackling the mountain of meat before him. She felt even more flustered. "And Hammerhead, are you truly certain you are merely a second-tier mage?" At the table, Barman and Azur also turned curious gazes toward Yi Chue. Damon, due to his injuries, had not joined them for the meal. But had he been present, he would have regarded Yi Chue with the same inquisitive expression that Yi Chue's performance in the ancient tomb was certainly not that of a mere second-tier mage. Even Eric's gaze toward Yi Chue had become markedly intrigued. Feeling the attention of everyone upon him, Yi Chue smiled sheepishly. "I'm not entirely sure what rank I am. Perhaps I should head to the Mage Guild for a test." This, however, was a disingenuous statement that Yi Chue was acutely aware that his strength had indeed reached the level of a third-tier mage, though he had not yet attained the standard of a fourth-tier mage. In terms of understanding magical theory and controlling spells, he might have even reached the level of a high mage, but the ranking of a mage was not solely determined by these aspects. The ranking of mages is based not only on theoretical understanding, but also significantly on the nature of their mental power. The distinctions among low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier mages lie primarily in their mental energies characteristics. The major difference between low-tier and mid-tier mages is that mid-tier mages can project their mental energy externally to explore the world, a feat that low-tier mages are utterly incapable of performing. Regrettably, Yichue's mental fortitude and magical prowess rank among the most inferior within the realm of sorcerers. To ascend to the status of a mid-tier mage, a transformation of mental strength is requisite. This is not merely a matter of theoretical knowledge, but hinges upon innate magical talent. Alas, throughout the annals of documented history, individuals possessing qualifications akin to Yichue's have been exceedingly rare in achieving the rank of mid-tier mage. Nevertheless, Yichue remains undeterred, exhibiting the diligence of a dedicated scholar. In the continent of Igendas, the training of mages is principally categorized into three domains: the ordinary domain, the specialized domain, and the sacred domain. Commonly referred to as low-level, mid-level, and high-level mages, those within the ordinary domain merely scratch the surface of magical mastery. The majority of mages spend their entire lives unable to transcend the ordinary domain, let alone venture into the enigmatic depths of the specialized domain, much less the exalted sacred domain. For most mages lacking exceptional talent, such as Yichue, their existence is destined to remain within the confines of low-level mage status. Each level, low, mid, and high, further subdivides into three tiers, with advancement reliant upon a proficient grasp of magical theory. Ascending from one tier to the next requires merely the acquisition of additional spells and magical knowledge. And such distinctions are evaluated through the assessments of the Mage Guild, devoid of any perceived barriers between tiers. However, elevation between levels necessitates a metamorphosis of mental strength. For instance, progressing from the third tier to the fourth demands a deeper comprehension of magical forces, a feat contingent upon one's innate talent. Given Yichue's limited aptitude, achieving such a transformation of mental strength proves to be a formidable challenge. Despite his current capability to outshine fourth, fifth, and sixth-tier mages in theoretical knowledge, he remains merely a third-tier mage. Yet, he does not succumb to despair, for in the world of scholars, no obstacles are insurmountable. The luncheon at the Lord's Manor soon approached its conclusion, but Yichue and his companions still wore their disheveled attire. Even Ifea had not changed out of her blood-stained armor. However, it was evident that no one paid heed to this matter, as even the Lord, Eric, appeared entirely oblivious to the formalities of the banquet. Upon hearing Ifea recount the tale of the valiant and formidable Iron Swordsman triumphing over the puppet swordsman with the collaboration of Daibi and Ifea, Eric erupted into hearty laughter, raising his goblet and exclaiming, "Who is this Iron Swordsman? I am most eager to meet him." According to Ifea, the sword techniques he learned from the puppet swordsman are quite intriguing. I am very interested. Alas, it seems he has no desire to engage with us. Father, it may be challenging for you to meet him. Ifea responded with a hint of melancholy in her tone. At this moment, Yichue felt a sudden urge and interjected, "Actually, I know how to contact him." "What?" Ifea turned to Yichue with wide, sparkling eyes, grasping his shoulders. "Hammerhead, are you serious?" "Indeed." Yichue thought her reaction rather peculiar and elaborated. "When he departed from the ancient tomb, I encountered him in the stone chamber. He mentioned that I should act as his liaison, so if you wish to reach him in the future, you may contact him through me." Ifea instantly responded with excitement, "I want to find him right now." Observing Ifea's reaction, it was apparent that there was more to this matter than met the eye, so much so that even Yichue, the person in question, sensed something amiss. He quickly coughed and said to Ifea, "That is not advisable. Miss Ifea, the Iron Swordsman stated he must focus on his training. Unless there is an adventurous task at hand, it is best not to disturb him, as his time is quite precious." "Is that so?" Ifea seemed somewhat disheartened, yet she quickly brightened. "Very well, I shall seek him out during the next adventure. By the way, I will soon lead a patrol mission instead. I wonder if the Iron Swordsman might be interested in joining. I shall inquire with him." Yichue nodded, recalling that Ifea had already invited Daibi to participate in this patrol, and it appeared Daibi was quite enthusiastic about it. Naturally, Yichue felt compelled to protect the young girl closely as he contemplated how to arrange for the Iron Swordsman to join them. The timing seemed fortuitous. After the luncheon, Yichue and Daibi departed the Lord's Manor. Ifea had arranged for a carriage to take Daibi and Yichue home, but as they left, she specifically invited Daibi to visit her often to exchange insights on swordsmanship. subtly suggesting that Yi Chue could also come along to foster their relationship, presumably with the ulterior motive of extracting the Iron Swordsman's contact information from him. The carriage made its way towards Anthony's magical cottage. Inside, Daibi nestled warmly against Yi Chue. While he wore a rather strained expression, his massive sword rested heavily against her, making it feel as though he were enduring the weight of the 100-pound blade. Daibi, there is something I must discuss with you, Yi Chue began, intending to reveal his identity as the Iron Swordsman. He had attempted to clarify this matter several times in the stone chamber. But regrettably, his hints had been misinterpreted as flirtation, compounded by Ifia's persistent presence. He continued, regarding the Iron Swordsman. Do not mention the Iron Swordsman to me. Daibi exclaimed in irritation upon hearing his words. That old lecher is clearly up to no good with me. Yi Chue responded, is that so? He was taken aback. Really? He licked his lips. Daibi shook her small fist vigorously, her voice filled with indignation. I will not let this scoundrel escape my grasp. Humph, even though he saved my life this time. I shall remember this debt and ensure he pays for it. I intend to make him experience the might of my giant sword, and I will smash him to pieces. By the way, Hammerhead, what exactly did you wish to tell me? Yi Chue replied. It is nothing. Daibi cast a puzzled glance at Yi Chue. Even the richest imagination would struggle to connect him with the Iron Swordsman. So she soon broke into a silly giggle and comfortably rested her head on Yi Chue's shoulder. At that moment, Yi Chue resolved to withhold his identity as the Iron Swordsman from Daibi for the time being. The carriage finally came to a halt before Anthony's magical cottage. Daibi and Yi Chue leaped from the vehicle, bidding farewell to the coachman, and as they watched the carriage depart, they entered the small courtyard through the back door. However, upon pushing open the door, they were both taken aback. Oberth stood in the courtyard, now clad in a brand new mage's robe. Suddenly seeing Oberth, Daibi and Yi Chue instinctively reacted in unison. They reached for their weapons. Daibi swiftly grasped her 100-pound sword, holding it up defensively, while Yi Chue drew his wand and unfastened the front of his robe, revealing an array of magical scrolls within, eyeing Oberth with a cold glare. Do not be alarmed. Oberth quickly raised both hands in a gesture of peace. I merely wish to conduct a business transaction with you. Nothing more. Do not jest. Is it customary to barge into someone's home to conduct business? Daibi retorted, her expression filled with suspicion. I arrived and found the door unlocked, so I simply stepped inside. Oberth attempted to adopt a friendly tone. Daibi frowned. That is a flimsy excuse. Do you believe we would forget to lock the door when we leave? She then lowered her voice and asked Yi Chue, by the way, Hammerhead, did you lock the door when we left yesterday? Yi Chue replied, I do not believe so. What about you? I did not either. Daibi's face flushed, but she stubbornly refused to admit it, continuing to glare coldly at Oberth. What do you intend to do? Oberth's expression soured. Yet he maintained his composure as he said, You have truly misunderstood. I am here solely to propose a trade. I wish to purchase the magic crystal you obtained from the Mage Association. Hammerhead, the magic crystal? Both Yi Chue and Daibi were taken aback. Daibi furrowed her brow. Are you joking? That worthless trinket is worth your special trip to conduct business with us? Worthless trinket. Oberth felt a heavy weight in his chest. That item was, in fact, invaluable. To hear it described as a worthless trinket by Daibi was disconcerting, but he struggled to maintain his smile and countered. If it is truly a worthless item, then you should have no reason to refuse this transaction. He produced a pouch of coins from his robe, weighing it in his hand, producing a delightful clinking sound as he continued, You may name your price. I simply desire that magic crystal. Yi Chue furrowed his brow as he eyed the pouch. His mind racing, he quietly asked Daibi, What do you think? I can confirm that pouch contains gold coins, Daibi stated with utmost seriousness. Yi Chue remarked. Sighing, he accepted the fact that dealing with such a greedy wife was unavoidable. He continued to observe Albert, and said, It seems that the magic crystal is quite valuable. Albert nodded gently. To me, that magic crystal is of great importance. Name your price. Yi Chue fell into contemplation. He was no fool. In fact, he had long sensed the extraordinary nature of that magic crystal. The 32 magical character mental imprints stored within, along with articles concerning spatial magic matrices, were undoubtedly priceless treasures. He had suspected for some time that these items had an exceptional origin. Had he inadvertently acquired something remarkable? A flicker of realization illuminated his mind. He had already fully comprehended the magical characters within the crystal, and had grasped most of the magical matrices. only needing a few articles on spatial magic to resolve some outstanding queries. However, wasn't it merely a matter of copying and pasting? As for the central component for the Iron Swordsman, he had obtained an advanced item from the ancient tomb with a storage capacity of 1.5 G. Thus, that magic crystal held no value for him anymore. With no fondness for Albert, Yichue had planned to eliminate this nuisance at his leisure. After all, a protagonist must possess the awareness of their role. Decisive action was imperative. However, given that the other party could offer him some convenience, why not take advantage of it? Gradually, Yichue's eyes brightened as he looked at Albert and said, "I can trade the magic crystal with you. But I do not require gold coins. What do you need?" Albert furrowed his brow, wondering if this young man intended to leverage this opportunity to join the Mage Guild. "I wish to exchange it for magic energy crystals," Yichue replied with a smile. Magic energy crystals. Albert was taken aback by this response. "Indeed. High-grade magic energy crystals," Yichue affirmed. His experiences in the ancient tomb had depleted the magic energy crystals he had acquired from Buska, and the one within the puppet swordsman was nearly exhausted. He was in urgent need of new energy sources. Albert's eyes instantly brightened. Magic energy crystals were abundant within the Mage Guild. Although high-grade ones were precious, they were not impossible for him to procure, and he eagerly inquired, "How many do you need?" 5. Yichue initially intended to say 5. Given the high value of high-grade magic energy crystals, which he estimated to be worth at least 50 gold coins each, converted to the purchasing power of the last era, that amounted to 500,000 soft currency. 5 would thus be 2,500,000, a substantial value. Yet, upon stating 5, he noticed a relieved smile suddenly appear on Albert's face. Thus, Yichue quickly amended, "That is insufficient. I need at least 10. 10. A pained expression crossed Albert's face as he contemplated. Hammerhead. "What do you need magic energy crystals for? Gold coins are far more practical," Debbie remarked softly, somewhat perplexed. "The Iron Swordsman requires magic energy crystals. They enable the Iron Swordsman to assist us." Yichue hastily explained his rationale. Upon hearing the name, Iron Swordsman, Debbie immediately huffed, clearly displeased, but she refrained from saying more. Eventually, Albert reached a decision and nodded. "Very well, I will provide you with 10 magic energy crystals, but it will take 3 days." High-grade magic crystals were scarce throughout Stent City. With only the Mage Guild possessing any stock, the high-grade magic crystal Yichue obtained from Buska had been acquired through considerable effort, intended as a bribe for the Mage Guild. Such items were primarily used to activate large magical arrays. The massive defensive array surrounding Stent City was designed to fend off large-scale incursions from magical beasts in the nearby Twilight Forest. However, this large defensive array had not been activated for several decades. The Mage Guild's stock of magic crystals was merely for routine military preparedness, with little opportunity for utilization. A.S. the son of the Mage Guild's president. Albert had direct access to those crystals. 10 high-grade magic crystals equated to 500 gold coins, a sum Albert could not readily produce. However, procuring 10 high-grade magic crystals was a simple matter for him. Thus, Albert easily decided to sell the safety of all the citizens of Stent City. Cough, 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 cough. Accompanied by Gudum's coughing, fresh blood spewed from his mouth, his face contorted in pain, a pain that bore a hint of ferocity and malice. He dared not direct his resentment toward Mayor Eric, the one who had injured him, but all his fury was directed at Yichue, the humiliation he had felt in the ancient tomb simmering in his heart. "Brother. How are you?" Gudum's simple-minded younger brother, the greatsword wielder Bolton, stood anxiously at the bedside. "Rest assured, Mayor Eric is aware of the severity of his blows. My injuries are not fatal. I shall recover in 10 days or so," Gudum replied coldly. "However, I can no longer remain in Stent City. Once I recover, we shall depart. But, before we leave, I must first deal with that detestable mage." Chapter 74. Will he become an imbecile from excessive consumption? Night had fallen. In Anthony's magical cottage, Yichue remained in his room, retrieving the Iron Swordsman armor from his spatial ring and spreading it across the bed, following the recent adventure in the ancient tomb. The once pristine armor of the Iron Swordsman bore several damages and scratches, particularly a severe breach on the left shoulder, with some of the enchanted magical matrices also exhibiting issues. However, repairing these should not pose much difficulty. With the assistance of the dwarf Uncle Doff, it should be fully restored in a few days. Yichue carefully removed the magic crystal from the helmet of the armor and took out the magic crystal he had acquired from the ancient tomb. Installing it in place, The magic energy crystal that had been depleted in the chest of the armor was also removed, replaced by the one that had maintained the puppet swordsman, while its magical energy was low. It could still sustain the iron swordsman for a time. Once the magic energy crystal was installed, the silver patterns across the iron swordsman's body instantly illuminated, giving Yi Chue a strong impression of machinery coming to life. Subsequently, the armor staggered to its feet, controlled by the magic crystal's Jarvis within the helmet. The armor, or rather Jarvis, wobbled around the room, and a teasing childlike voice emanated from within the armor. "Master, your control system for this armor is far too simplistic. Its motion system is inferior to that of my original puppet swordsman, which utilized electric elemental magic for power. I have not yet mastered such advanced magical theories, but I will attempt to upgrade the armor in the future," Yi Chue replied, stepping back to assess the armor before him. Jarvis gazed at Yi Chue, its hollow eyes seemingly evaluating him. "What are you looking at, master?" "Impressive," Yi Chue remarked, smacking his lips in approval. "Indeed, I appear exceptionally handsome and dashing in this armor." Jarvis immediately grew interested. Drawing a long sword from its waist and striking a flamboyant pose. Yi Chue. Watching Jarvis strike several poses, Yi Chue eventually returned the armor to the spatial ring and took out the magic crystal obtained from the Mage Guild. Entering its consciousness. Previously, in the ancient tomb, he had deleted portions of the magic programs he had compiled for the 12 spells. Now he needed to remove the fabricated elements as well. Having acquired Jarvis, Yi Chue essentially possessed the complete repertoire of a 9th-tier swordsman and the application experience of master-level techniques, rendering his previous programs obsolete. However, after deleting the unnecessary content, Yi Chue felt a twinge of regret as he observed the emptiness within the magic crystal's internal space. Initially, it had contained 32 magical character mental imprints, which occupied the most space, but restoring them was beyond Yi Chue's current capabilities. Leaving it empty seemed a trivial matter. After pondering this issue, Yi Chue suddenly had a bright idea. He rushed to the bed, opened the hefty Encyclopedia of the Argendas continent, casually flipped to a chapter, and began reading. On the surface, it appeared as though he was reading, but in truth, he was inputting mental imprints. By merely gazing at the images in the encyclopedia, he could utilize his mental energy to replicate what he saw into the spatial ring, a process of memory input that consumed space but was convenient. Of course, given that Yi Chue's mental strength was not particularly high at present, this method of memory engraving would result in a rather vague imprint, making it difficult to discern. However, this was not a concern for Yi Chue. As the content within the magic crystal pertained to spatial magic, he specifically turned to the volume dedicated to spatial mages in the encyclopedia, rapidly flipping through the pages and transferring the information into the magic crystal. Within an hour, the internal space of the magic crystal was filled with Yi Chue's memory imprints. Most of the content occupied the majority of the space, leaving only a small portion containing substantive knowledge, while the remainder consisted solely of biographical information about spatial mages. Having completed this task, Yi Chue felt somewhat fatigued. He had expended a considerable amount of energy during the night in the ancient tomb, and he was now quite weary. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days hence, at noon, Aubert stealthily arrived at the backyard of Anthony's magic cottage, his expression tinged with excitement as he presented a box to Yi Chue. "Here lies the premium mana crystal you requested. What about the magic crystal?" Upon receiving the box and opening it, Yi Chue beheld 2 rows of blue crystals, pulsating with arcane energy. He extended his hand to sense them in turn, confirming that each was a priceless premium mana crystal, capable of sustaining the operation of his steel knight armor for an extended duration. With these mana crystals in his possession, Yi Chue need not worry about running out of energy while battling minor beasts. He nodded, taking advantage of Debbie's preoccupation with the business in the front shop to stow the mana crystals in his spatial ring, and then retrieved a magic crystal to hand to Aubert. Aubert's face lit up with joy as he hastily accepted the crystal, having spent considerable time attempting to extract the crystal from within the mirror. He was intimately familiar with it. Indeed, this was the very crystal that resided within the mirror. Of course, with his intelligence, he was not easily deceived. Upon receiving the crystal, he immediately began to probe it, his consciousness delving into its depths. What are these? They appear to be mental imprints. He quickly discerned that the crystal housed a wealth of memory imprints, which upon opening revealed a series of blurred images, biographies of spatial mages as found in encyclopedias. Aubert concentrated fiercely, striving to decipher the text within the images. But his mental strain soon left him feeling inexplicably fatigued, he pondered. How could such content be stored within a magic crystal? I see now. Surely that ninth-tier mage intended to refine his mental prowess in this manner. Truly, it is a stroke of genius. Perhaps these biographies of spatial mages also contain profound knowledge of spatial magic. If I study them thoroughly, I am bound to glean significant insights. Furthermore, beyond these mental imprints, there are also articles regarding spatial theory contained within. While Albert scrutinized the magic crystal, Yichue observed the sudden expression of delight that crossed Albert's face. Realizing that the foolish mage had not perceived the alterations he had made to the crystal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. This is indeed the magic crystal. Soon, Albert withdrew his consciousness from the crystal, his face radiant with satisfaction. Hammerhead, I trust you will safeguard this secret and prevent the revelation of the crystal's true nature. Rest assured, I guarantee I will not disclose this to anyone else, Yichue replied with a smile. Yet, as he beheld Yichue's grin, Albert felt an unsettling discomfort in his heart. Had he possessed this crystal earlier, he surely would have been the one to shine in the ancient tomb. He would have effortlessly unraveled the spatial isolation magic arrays inscribed with Cage of Earth within the inner chamber. Albert was adamant that the secret of the magic crystal should remain his alone, but now that Yichue and Debbie had garnered the favor of Afia, he deemed it unwise to act against Yichue. Humph, let you enjoy your respite a while longer. With this magic crystal, I shall become the disciple of that ninth-tier mage at that time. I shall have ample means to rid myself of this incompetent mage. Albert thought coldly. Bidding farewell to Yichue as he departed the small courtyard, Yichue watched Albert's retreating figure. He couldn't help but muse. If he expends significant mental energy to study the imprints I left within the magic crystal, might he not suffer from severe exhaustion and become a fool? Chapter 76. I can safely eliminate you all. Uncle Doff, is it truly repaired so swiftly? In the narrow alley behind Kara's magic cottage, Yichue marveled at the pristine armor. Once marred, it now appeared entirely new, the left shoulder guard, ravaged by the puppet swordsman, restored to its original glory, as if freshly forged. Yichue was astounded by such craftsmanship. Do you think I, Doff, am akin to ordinary human smiths? The stout dwarf declared proudly, his unruly beard twitching slightly. Several embers still clung to it, leaving Yichue bemused. He had interacted with Doff several times, yet each encounter seemed to reveal more sparks nestled within the dwarf's beard. It was a mystery how it remained so vibrant. Yichue chuckled, placing the repaired armor into his spatial ring. While Doff would not charge him for the armor, any enchantments would still require a substantial fee, even with the goodwill and friendship he had earned from Doff. Fortunately, Yichue's identity as an enchanter allowed him to repair the damaged enchantment matrix himself. After stowing the armor, Yichue produced a folded blueprint from his spatial ring. Uncle Doff, could you assist me in crafting this item? What is this? Doff inquired. Taking the blueprint and examining it closely, his expression shifting to one of earnest concentration as he scrutinized the details. This design is quite intriguing. If I am not mistaken, it operates via a flame magic matrix, yet possesses remarkable lethality. Splendid, truly splendid. Doff raised his gaze to meet Yichue's. Did you conceive this design yourself? Yichue nodded. Uncle Doff, can you forge this item for me? Such a creation would be impossible for an ordinary human smith to replicate, especially given the intricate components involved, which are far beyond their capabilities. However, for us dwarves, it is a trivial task. The dwarf beamed with pride. Give me a week, and I shall bring your design to fruition. He rubbed his hands together, suddenly brightening as he regarded Yichue. Young lad, I see not only your talent for enchantment, but also a remarkable aptitude for smithing design. Would you consider becoming my apprentice? I assure you, in 3 years, you will attain mastery among humans, and in 5, you will earn the respect of our dwarven kin, gaining admittance to our Hall of Spirits for further study. Please, no. Yichue grimaced, realizing that his slight frame was ill-suited for wielding a hammer. It simply did not fit the narrative. Had you ever seen the dashing protagonist swinging a hammer at the forge? I shall remain focused on my path as a mage. Alas, what a pity, Doff sighed, shaking his head as his gaze returned to the blueprint, emitting a series of impressed clicks. How did you ever conceive such a design? It requires merely a simple mana crystal for operation, yet yields immense destructive power. Even an ordinary person could wield it. Should this design circulate, I can only imagine how many mercenaries would clamor to acquire it. Mercenaries are out of the question. This item is crafted exclusively for my dear Debbie, and I have no desire for others to wield such a weapon. Yichue replied with a smile. Of course. I do have other designs that I could produce for mercenaries. You see, I run a magic shop, and those items should sell quite well that I shall send you the blueprints in due time. Uncle Doff. Hee, I eagerly await them. Doff chuckled heartily. After parting ways with Doff, Yichue made his way to Anthony's magic cottage. Earlier, he had departed alongside Debbie, but they had separated at the alley's entrance. With Debbie heading towards the Lord's mansion, claiming she wished to spar with Afia. Recently, she had been preparing for her third-tier swordsman assessment, and each morning before dawn, she could be seen practicing with her great sword in the courtyard, demonstrating her diligence. Yet, Yichue found himself at a loss, having not enjoyed a proper night's sleep for several days. Though Debbie was a petite girl, her spirit was fiercely combative. Soon, she would embark on a patrol mission alongside Afia. While Yichue had resolved to join in as a steel knight, he still harbored concerns for Debbie's safety. Thus, he had carefully designed a formidable weapon for her, certain it would significantly enhance her combat prowess. I wonder what I should have for lunch upon returning. Perhaps I shall simply boil some noodles. Had I known, I would have accompanied Debbie to the Lord's mansion, though Afia relentlessly queries me about the contact details for the Steel Knights. The lunches served at the Lord's mansion are quite delectable. Debbie likely chose to visit Afia at midday in hopes of scoring a free meal at the Lord's mansion, that greedy little wife. Yichue muttered to himself as he returned to the small courtyard of Anthony's magic cottage. Pushing the door open, just as he reached the center of the yard, his brow furrowed, and he turned to glance behind him. Guthrum and Borton stood at the entrance, having closed the door. Their faces twisted with cold smiles as they regarded Yichue. Had been over half a month since their venture into the ancient tomb, and during this time, it appeared Guthrum had fully recovered. His face alight with a sinister grin as he brandished his sword, yet Yichue remained unperturbed, a smile playing on his lips. Debbie is currently at the Lord's mansion. Even if the Lord himself came to your rescue, it would be too late. You see, killing a second-tier mage is a trivial matter, Aubert sneered, stepping closer to Yichue. You misunderstand. What I meant to convey is that with Debbie absent, I can safely eliminate you both, Yichue replied cheerfully. Guthrum was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kill us? With just your scroll? Do you really think I would fall for the same trick a second time? As he spoke, he and his hulking brother, Botan, charged towards Yichue with the intent to launch a surprise attack. Wait! In this tense moment, Yichue hurriedly called out. Do you have any last words? Guthrum licked his lips. Just give me a minute. With that, Yichue swiftly dashed into the room behind him, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Guthrum and Botan exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, Guthrum chuckled mockingly. He can't possibly think that flimsy door will stop us. Can he? What a foolish guy. Botan, go smash it down. All right, brother. Botan grinned cruelly and approached the door. Inside the room, Yichue had just entered when he immediately retrieved the Iron Knight armor from his spatial ring. The transformation time for the Iron Knight has arrived, Yichue reminded himself with a touch of pride. And then, he crouched down, methodically donning the armor piece by piece. The scene bore no resemblance to the grandeur of a transformation sequence. I must research the technology to automatically don armor in the future. I must. Chapter 77. Damn it, let us fight. Boom. The enormous sword crashed against the wall, the immense impact causing half the small room to collapse, dust swirling in the air. Botan, wielding the giant sword, turned to Guthrum with a silly grin. I told you to break down the door, not to demolish the entire house. The veins on Guthrum's forehead bulged, and he cursed himself for having such a dim-witted brother despite his own cleverness. Realizing his mistake, Botan innocently scratched his head, which only fueled Guthrum's anger further. Coldly, he commanded, Hurry up, this collapse will surely attract attention outside. Find that brat. Yes, brother, Botan replied, lifting the giant sword as he approached the fallen structure. However, as he pondered how to extract the second-tier mage from the rubble, a figure clad in armor suddenly rose before him. Dressed in gleaming silver armor adorned with bizarre patterns that emitted a sparkling glow, it radiated an aura of chilling intensity. Both Guthrum and Botan were momentarily stunned. And Guthrum, with a hint of confusion, asked, Hammerhead? I am now called Tony Stark, Yichue's cold voice declared. Damn it. Just as he had finished putting on the armor, the house collapsed. Fortunately, his dressing speed was quick, and the armor was sturdy enough. Otherwise, he would have been crushed. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, pointing the tip at Gyudum and Botan. Damn it, let us fight. Yi Chue intended to keep the identity of the Iron Knight a secret for life. And since he had revealed it to the two before him, he knew he couldn't let them live to see that moment. He had made up his mind to kill. Upon seeing the Iron Knight's appearance and realizing it was the powerless second-tier mage, Gyudum and Botan felt no fear, only a sense of ridicule. How could a mage, instead of diligently studying magic, think himself formidable just because he donned armor? Gyudum sneered and dashed forward, launching an initial strike. His sword was not enchanted, but he wielded it with all his might. Knowing the commotion would soon attract many onlookers in his mind. Even if Yi Chue's armor could mitigate some damage, this strike could still claim his life. However, Yi Chue evaded effortlessly. With a deft maneuver, Yi Chue sidestepped, striking Gyudum's wrist with the sword hilt, causing Gyudum's sword to nearly slip from his grasp. Immediately, Yi Chue swung his sword upward, activating the Windwalk magic matrix, which provided tremendous force. The bright red armor worn by Gyudum ignited in flames, and the impact sent him stumbling backward. This exchange occurred in the blink of an eye, giving the impression that Gyudum's sword had missed its target, only for flames to erupt around him as he fell back. That Yi Chue's reflexes were astonishingly quick. Although Gyudum's armor was enchanted with a defensive magic matrix, he had never anticipated needing to activate it against a mere second-tier mage. He also failed to consider that Yi Chue might possess any ability to retaliate or defend against his lethal strike. Thus he had executed it without any technique or contingency plan, resulting in his downfall. The powerful impact shattered Gyudum's armor, exposing the clothing beneath, rendering the armor useless as the enchantments ceased to function. The blow to his wrist burned painfully, nearly causing him to drop the sword. How could Yi Chue's reflexes and strength be so immense? Of course, Yi Chue's reaction time and strength were not actually that formidable in reality. Until Gyudum was sent flying, Yi Chue had not fully comprehended what had transpired. He simply activated one of the 12 techniques in response to Gyudum's incoming strike. He sidestepped, struck the opponent's wrist with the sword hilt, and swung upward while triggering the Windwalk matrix on his sword. These actions were all executed by the armor's own mechanisms. This encounter was Yi Chue's first official duel using the identity of the Iron Knight. How is this possible? Gyudum stared in disbelief at the damage to his armor, his face a mask of incredulity. Suddenly, he turned to Botan and shouted, "Stop standing there. Kill him, now." Botan immediately roared, charging towards Yi Chue like a rampaging bull. His giant sword swinging horizontally. Yi Chue activated his technique, leaping into the air for an agile backflip, dodging the sweeping strike that resembled leaves falling in autumn, landing deftly. He crushed the rubble beneath his feet and launched himself towards Botan, who was unable to defend himself against the incoming attack. With a resounding crash, Yi Chue's left shoulder collided with Botan's torso, causing the latter to stumble back, landing heavily on the ground. Using the momentum from the impact, Yi Chue leaped again, gripping his sword with both hands. The tip aimed downward and curled his body as he aimed the blade at the fallen Botan. Simultaneously, the Windwalk matrix on his shoulder and back illuminated, granting him immense downward force. With a piercing sound, Botan hadn't even had time to react when the razor-sharp tip of the sword pierced through his thick black iron armor, driving straight into his heart. This was the 7th technique among the 12, executed in a seamless series of movements, leaving Botan no opportunity for defense or counterattack. The sword embedded itself in Botan's chest, eliciting a scream that gradually faded into silence. As he was slain in a single clash, the immense power provided by the Iron Knight armor was one aspect, but the 12 techniques learned from the 9th-tier swordsman were the primary reason. An ordinary swordsman stood no chance against Yi Chue's Iron Knight system. Botan. Gyudum's eyes widened in terror. His brother had just been killed. Although he had always thought Botan was foolish and unworthy of being his sibling, the bond of brotherhood was real. Over the years, Botan had always complied with him, assisting him in many endeavors. Now, his brother had been so easily slain by Yi Chue. "It's you. You are the Iron Knight who appeared in the ancient tomb," Gyudum suddenly realized, shouting at Yi Chue. "It's too late for you to come to that conclusion now." Yi Chue withdrew his sword from Botan's chest, pointing the tip at Gyudum. "Now, it's your turn." Gyudum stared blankly at Yi Chue, and after a moment, a wild and cold smile spread across his face. He gripped his sword tightly, crouching down, his gaze fixed menacingly on Yi Chue. This posture Yi Chue had seen before, when he had forced Carrie, Buska's son, To employ this skill it was a skill only intermediate swordsmen could utilize, the guardian of the war god, which consumed one's realm to exponentially enhance physical combat power. Gyudum was prepared to fight Yi Chue to the death. Both he and Carrie were fourth-tier swordsmen, but unlike Carrie, who faced the disgrace of being a city lord's guard, Gyudum's, guardian of the war god, would be even more formidable. Waves of pale blue flames began to engulf him. Chapter 78. But who told you to show off? Gyudum, enveloped in blue flames, resembled a reaper descending from the depths, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression that he slowly rose, revealing a cruel smile, as blue flames flickered from his mouth and eyes, giving his face a terrifying visage as he reveled in the surging power within him. Though the power granted by God of War's guardian is but temporary, the fleeting moments it bestows engender a sense of invincibility within him. In his eyes, Yi Chue appears as insignificant as an ant, easily crushable beneath his foot. He gazes coldly at Yi Chue, as if observing a lifeless corpse devoid of vitality, with his sword aimed at Yi Chue. He proclaims in a voice that has grown slightly hoarse, "You are doomed. I shall flay you alive for daring to slay my brother. I will ensure you accompany him to hell. And that Debbie as well, rest assured. I shall send her to the depths alongside you. My brother seemed quite fond of that young girl, and after I have dispatched you, I shall personally escort her to join him. This is all you're doing." Ha! He laughs heartily, reveling in the thrill of the moment, for he is certain that in this state, a mere encounter would suffice to bring Yi Chue to his knees. He believes himself to have attained the prowess of a high-level swordsman. And in the entirety of Stan City, few could rival him, let alone a feeble second-level mage. Even though Yi Chue dons armor and has displayed some extraordinary abilities, he remains utterly confident that he is no match for him. Thus, he seizes the opportunity to taunt his opponent relentlessly. Then, unexpectedly, Yi Chue opens his arms wide. A bolt of lightning erupts from his chest. This is the ultimate move of the steel swordsman, Lightning Pillar. In truth, it is not difficult for Yi Chue to eliminate Gehem in his God of War's guardian state. He could still employ those 12 techniques to bring Gehem to his demise. However, the words of Gehem ignite a fury within Yi Chue, prompting him to resolve to end the confrontation in the most straightforward, decisive manner. The brilliant blue pillar, imbued with the essence of death, hurtles toward Gehem. His face still bears the expression of someone who believes himself invincible, as he grips his sword and strikes at the incoming pillar, as expected. The moment his sword makes contact with the pillar, it shatters into fragments. The pillar then crashes heavily against his chest. His body is sent flying like a withered flower, violently colliding with the wall of the adjacent room, which subsequently collapses. Yet Gethem's form does not cease. As long as the pillar remains upon his chest, his body shall never halt, leaving deep furrows in the ground beneath him. Against the backdrop of the glowing blue pillar, the flames enveloping him seem but a flicker amidst an inferno. Debbie's abode has completely crumbled. On the other side of her room lies Anthony's magical shop. Gethem's body crashes into the store, causing shelves laden with various magical artifacts to topple. Those magical items disintegrate into dust beneath the onslaught of Yi Chue's lightning pillar. And Gehem continues to be pushed backward. The magical shop is instantly transformed into a scene of chaos, and ultimately, Gehem collides with the wall on the opposite side of the shop, finally coming to a stop. The mana crystal embedded in the chest of the steel swordsman has turned a grayish-white, its energy entirely depleted. Yet Yi Chue now finds himself lacking for nothing. That he removes the crystal covering the mana stone, extracts the gray-white gem, and inserts a brand new mana crystal in its place. He then strides through the rubble, approaching Gehem, who at this moment is a shadow of his former self, his entire body shrouded in darkness. Unrecognizable, with a gaping hole in his chest, and his once flamboyant red armor now tattered and rusted. The moment the lightning pillar struck him, he had forfeited his right to live. Yi Chue unleashes the lightning pillar upon him for a full half-minute. At this juncture, if Gehem were to survive, it would be the greatest miracle in the world. Nevertheless, he still draws breath, blue flames flickering within his mouth and nostrils. The power of God of War's guardian has yet to dissipate, and he remains in the most formidable moment of his life, albeit also the moment of his most crushing defeat. The moment before his life draws to a close, he emits a series of muffled sounds, unable to articulate a single coherent word, his eyes filled with despair and terror as he gazes at Yi Chue. You could have died more painlessly. Yi Chue looks down upon Gehem, shaking his head lightly. But who asked you to act so arrogantly? With that, Gutham's head tilts, and he succumbs to death. Yechue exhales, a sense of relief washing over him. But soon his gaze falls upon the ruins of the shattered house, and his brow furrows involuntarily behind his armor. Damn it. I've accidentally demolished the whole house. The confrontation between Yechue, Guthem, and Bolton was undeniably fierce, yet it transpired swiftly. Despite the extensive damage wrought within the courtyard and the near-total collapse of Anthony's magical shop. It is midday, and the townsfolk are likely occupied with their meals, leaving the streets devoid of onlookers. Yechue hastily removes his armor and stows it within his spatial ring, then sits amidst the debris, contemplating how to face Debbie's impending wrath. The events at Anthony's magical shop soon reached Debbie, who was enjoying a lavish meal at the Lord's manor. The young girl immediately grew anxious, seizing her great sword and rushing out of the manor, followed by a contingent of the Lord's guards, with Effia, now clad in a long dress, trailing behind them. The group hurried to Anthony's magical shop. Standing in the street, Debbie peered through the collapsed courtyard wall at the devastation within. Momentarily stunned, the courtyard wall lay in ruins, leaving only a single door standing. After a prolonged pause, Debbie, dazed, approached the solitary door and pushed it open, indicating that she was utterly bewildered. Her eyes reddened. And upon spotting Yechue standing in the courtyard, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, her hammer was unharmed. Hammer? What on earth happened here? Debbie's voice trembled slightly. This afternoon, Guthem and Bolton came seeking revenge, intending to kill me and flee, but they unexpectedly ran into the steel swordsman here. Yechue promptly explains, shifting the blame onto the steel swordsman for the chaos. Debbie scrutinizes Yechue from head to toe, confirming he bears no injuries, and her heart finally eases. However, an unnamed fury begins to stir within her. That steel swordsman did this on purpose, didn't he? Was it really necessary to demolish the house while saving someone? This house was painstakingly acquired by my father. The next time I encounter the steel swordsman, I must demand to know what his intentions truly are. Yechue remains silent. It seems he shall have to keep the true identity of the steel swordsman a secret from Debbie forever. Effia and the Lord's guards also enter the courtyard, quickly assessing the situation. Bauman swiftly deduces the nature of the confrontation. Guthem and Bolton were dispatched in a single exchange by the steel swordsman. Even though Guthem activated God of War's Guardian, he had not the chance to retaliate before being obliterated by some unfathomable skill of the steel swordsman, having not witnessed the steel swordsman in action within the ancient tomb. They finally comprehend the true strength of the enigmatic swordsman. Effia's face lights up with excitement, realizing that the steel swordsman, having inherited those 12 techniques from the tomb, has evidently grown even more formidable, igniting a sense of thrill within her. Effia then turns her attention to Yechue and Debbie, noticing Debbie's despondent expression due to the destruction of her home, feeling a pang of sympathy. Effia approaches the two and comforts her. Debbie, do not be disheartened. Guthem and Bolton are renowned mercenaries, and they must have amassed a fair amount of wealth, since they attempted to take your hammer's life. I will ensure you receive their bounty. It should amount to at least several hundred gold coins. What does gold matter when there is no home left? Debbie sniffles, her face downcast. Effia, feeling a bit troubled, quickly thinks of a solution. The shop next door to the Lord's manor is up for sale. Debbie, haven't you always wanted to establish a magical shop on Stardust Avenue? Now is the perfect opportunity. I will assist you in purchasing that shop at a bargain using the funds from Guthem and his brother, and you can reopen Anthony's magical shop there. Huh. Upon hearing Effia's words, Debbie is momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile gradually returns to her face. Opening Anthony's magical shop on Stardust Avenue has been old George's lifelong wish, and it is naturally Debbie's desire as well. Chapter 79. The daily life of Anthony's magical shop upon awakening. Yechue feels remarkably invigorated, especially when he gazes upon his bedroom, a spacious area exceeding 50 square meters, adorned with exquisite furnishings of a luxury that would incite envy in the previous generation, all of which were relocated from the neighboring Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor is indeed opulent, and Debbie possesses a thick skin to match. When Effia politely suggested that she select a few pieces of furniture from the manor upon moving into this new home, Debbie, with a hint of embarrassment, initially hesitated, only to subsequently clear out the manor's storeroom without a second thought. Over half a month ago, after Yechue, as the steel swordsman, had vanquished Guthem and Bolton, the Lord's Manor managed to recover 800 gold coins from the two, a substantial sum indeed. To comprehend the entirety of Buska's wealth, which amounts to no more than 3 or 400 gold coins. It is not surprising to find that both Gudum and Bolton, being rather discerning mercenaries, possess a significant sum of money, especially given the duo's evident potential for nefarious deeds. Consequently, it is hardly unexpected that such a substantial amount was discovered on their persons. With remarkable generosity, Effia bestowed the entirety of this fortune upon Debbie and Yi Chue, utilizing it to procure a grand commercial establishment adjacent to the Lordess mansion. This shop, situated on Stardust Avenue and in close proximity to the Lordess residence, is, by all accounts, valued far beyond 800 gold coins. However, with the Lord's office intervening, the transaction progressed swiftly by the following day. Thus, Anthony's magical abode was promptly relocated to the most prestigious area of Stan City. In front lay the shop, while at the back, a quaint courtyard and a small building stood. Debbie opted for a room on the ground floor of this building. The remaining space comprised a hall and a kitchen, with both rooms on the upper level allocated to Yi Chue, one serving as his bedroom and the other, a research room he specifically requested. Awakening with a sense of opulence, Yi Chue stretched languidly, yawning as he basked in the sunlight, preparing to engage in some light exercises when a buzzing sound, accompanied by the rustling of dry leaves, drew his attention to a rapidly spinning figure that appeared before the balcony window on the second floor. Undoubtedly, it was young Debbie, diligently practicing her colossal sword. As she twirled gracefully into the air, she abruptly halted her momentum and, upon spotting Yi Chue through the window, greeted him with a cheerful call. Time to rise. Hammerhead, hurry and prepare breakfast. With that, she landed deftly on the ground and, glancing down from the window, began to wield her massive sword with an impressive vigor, showcasing her mastery of the unconventional spinning technique she had perfected. Yi Chue couldn't help but smile wryly at her enthusiasm, turning to wash his face before donning his fresh mage's robe and sauntering down to the kitchen. Having been reborn into this fantastical realm, Yi Chue found himself somewhat unfamiliar with Western culinary traditions. Thus, he often prepared dishes more attuned to his palate. For breakfast, he made rice porridge and warmed a few steamed buns he had prepared a couple of days prior. Indeed, Yi Chue had officially designated the cold storage cabinet maintained by a frost magic array as a refrigerator. Accompanying these were some homemade pickles, creating a simple yet delightful breakfast, while the locals favored bread for their morning meal. Debbie was never particular about food and thoroughly enjoyed Yi Chue's unique breakfast offerings. Once breakfast was laid out on the table, Yi Chue called out to Debbie in the courtyard to join him. She promptly ceased her sword practice, washed her face, changed out of her sweat-soaked clothes, and took a seat at the table. Before the meal commenced, Yi Chue had a thought and peered through the hall's door towards the wall bordering the small courtyard, silently counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as he finished, a white figure leapt over the wall with remarkable agility, treating the 2-meter-high barrier as if it were merely a threshold to her home. That it was none other than Effia, the esteemed young lady of Stan City. Clad in a neat morning outfit, her hair slightly damp, she appeared to have just concluded her morning exercises and taken a quick bath before arriving. Ever since Yi Chue and Debbie moved here, this noble lady had made it a daily ritual to join them for breakfast, her persistence rivaling Debbie's nightly visits to the Lord's mansion for lavish feasts. Remarkably, Effia's arrival was always punctual. Mere minutes after Yi Chue called out to Debbie, she would appear, seamlessly walking into the small building's hall, taking a seat, and grabbing a bun to accompany her porridge and pickles with remarkable efficiency. Yi Chue often rolled his eyes at the sight. Yet this morning routine had become an integral part of Anthony's magical abode, and he had grown accustomed to Effia's spontaneous intrusions into his and Debbie's lives. Initially, Hammerhead idolized Effia as a dream figure, while Debbie viewed her as a guiding light on her path to becoming a swordsman. Now, this dream figure and beacon of hope sat beside them, heartily consuming porridge and pickles, gnawing on buns. A stark reminder of life's unpredictable turns. Debbie, do you feel confident about your upcoming third-tier swordsman assessment at the Swordsman Guild? Effia, savoring the delightful Eastern breakfast prepared by Yi Chue, suddenly inquired. Debbie, with her cheeks full, replied, I believe I'll be just fine. I've made significant improvements to my spinning technique lately, and I should pass without issue. I even plan to challenge the 4th-tier assessment directly. You are currently at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. The 4th tier may pose some challenges, Effia remarked in a tone of experience. Then turned to Yi Chue, saying, Hammerhead, You are also preparing for your third-tier mage assessment today, correct? Yes, Yichue affirmed with a nod. I have no doubt you'll succeed in becoming a third-tier mage, Effia encouraged with a smile. Yichue nodded in agreement. Passing the third-tier mage assessment was indeed a certainty. He had diligently studied the requirements, which encompassed three key aspects: spellcasting, magical model construction, and theoretical knowledge of magic. He felt confident in all these areas, though he acknowledged a gap remained before he could aspire to the fourth tier. Effia finished her bowl of porridge. Truth be told, her porridge consumption was rather boisterous, especially for someone hailed as a goddess among the citizens of Stan. Suddenly, in a soft, melodic whisper, she leaned towards Yichue and said, "However, Hammerhead, there are no guarantees in this world. The Mage Guild is ultimately under the jurisdiction of the Lord S office. I can acquire the theoretical questions for the assessment. Just provide me with the contact details of the Iron Swordsman, and I'll share the questions with you." The contact details of the Iron Swordsman. Effie's relentless presence in Yichue and Debbie's lives over the past few days was primarily motivated by this very request. "Apologies," Yichue replied resolutely, placing down his bowl with a manly air of responsibility. "I promised the Iron Swordsman I wouldn't disclose his contact information to anyone. And that includes you. That I'm afraid I cannot comply." With that, he turned coldly and ascended the stairs. "Hammerhead," Debbie quickly called out to him from behind. "You needn't persuade me, Debbie. I will not break my promise," Yichue stated firmly. "That's not it," Debbie explained. "I was calling you to wash the dishes." Yichue: "Fine, coming right up." "Ah, can I not even enjoy my cool demeanor?" Chapter 80. Young lady, don't blame me if you develop split personality later after finishing breakfast. Yichue tidied up, while Debbie, hefting her colossal sword, prepared to head out, exuding an air of fierce determination that might lead one to believe she was off to a duel. In truth, the third-tier swordsman assessment involved one-on-one combat against an examiner from the Swordsman Guild, who would evaluate the swordsman's combat proficiency. Naturally, as one ascended to higher-tier swordsman, the assessment criteria would evolve. In addition to dueling the examiner, they would also need to demonstrate their mastery over sword energy and its properties, similar to the tiers of mages, where the attributes of sword energy would change at different levels. Effia initially intended to accompany Debbie to the Swordsman Guild, but ultimately decided to join Yichue at the Mage Guild instead. "Debbie, the mage assessment might present unexpected challenges. If someone were to bully Hammerhead, it would be unfortunate. I'd rather stay by his side." Upon hearing Effia's words, Debbie nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Hammerhead is too weak. I was just worrying about whether someone would pick on him." Hearing the two girls converse, Yichue sighed inwardly. Weakness, what of it? A man relies on wisdom in a fight. Wisdom is key, a sentiment worth reiterating. Thus, after watching Debbie depart with her enormous sword on her petite shoulder, Yichue set out with Effia towards the Mage Guild. As they walked side by side, Yichue coldly declared, "No matter how much you pester me, I will not divulge the Iron Swordsman's contact information." Effia, slightly vexed, responded, "I've shared hardships with him. Wouldn't it be more fitting for him to contact me instead of you?" "How should I know?" Yichue distanced himself from the matter. "Perhaps he simply doesn't fancy girls." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yichue mentally berated himself. Noticing Effia's eyes widening in shock, he quickly added, "I was merely speculating. I believe the primary reason is that you are the Lord's daughter, and he feels awkward getting too close." Effia pondered for a moment. Accepting this explanation, she sighed softly, lowering her head slightly. "In truth, what does it matter?" Yichue discreetly observed Effia's slightly flushed cheeks and couldn't resist asking, "By the way, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for the Iron Swordsman, would you?" At his words, Effia's body jolted as if struck by lightning, her face turning even redder. She punched Yichue playfully on the arm, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course not." With a sharp gasp, Yichue barely evaded a punch that nearly sent him tumbling. That a searing pain shot through his shoulder, and he thought to himself, "What an arrogant young woman. Does she not realize that this gallant hero has a frail constitution?" Effia immediately recognized her excessive force. As a swordswoman, her strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. And considering Yichue's acknowledged frailty, as he and Debbie both possessed, her punch was undoubtedly quite painful. She quickly apologized, saying, "I am so sorry. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yichue gasped, quickly stepping back half a meter from Effia. Effia puffed her cheeks in exasperation but paid no mind, continuing forward as she asked, "Hammerhead, have you ever seen a steel swordsman? What do they look like?" "Handsome, dashing, exuding an air of elegance, like a jade tree swaying gracefully in the wind, overshadowing the blossoms of the begonia," Yichue exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. He even convinced himself of his own words as for how to express such idioms in the language of this fantastical world. Let us not dwell on that. Ifea stared at Yichue, bewildered. "Hammerhead, are you describing yourself?" Yichue froze. "Ah, I see. So this is how you perceive me." "No," Ifea shook her head. "I meant to ask if you were just spouting nonsense." Yichue fell silent. "Hey, have you really never seen what he looks like? I'm genuinely curious," Ifea inquired. Her cheeks flushed, as if her own feelings had been laid bare, and she felt liberated. "All right, I haven't seen him." He claimed that before becoming a swordsman, he would never allow anyone to see his appearance. Yichue replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Ifea sighed. "I knew it, but I believe he must be incredibly handsome. In fact, even if he weren't, it wouldn't matter. I'm certain he is an exceptional man." Observing Ifea's starry-eyed fascination, Yichue couldn't resist teasing her. "So, Miss Ifea, what do you think of me?" Ifea immediately displayed a disdainful expression. "You can forget it. Only Debbie considers you a treasure. Yuri definitely not my type. I prefer someone like the steel swordsman." Yichue, "Young lady, don't blame me if you suffer from emotional turmoil later." As they bantered and laughed, they arrived at the Mage Guild, only to find 4 individuals clad in mage robes waiting for their assessment. The swordsman assessment occurs every 3 days, whereas the timing for the mage assessment is more unpredictable, as there are only about 100 mages in the entire city of Stan. Thus, the mage assessments are scheduled once a sufficient number of candidates gather. Coincidentally, this mage assessment coincided with that of the Swordsman Guild, and if Yichue missed this opportunity, he had no idea when the next one would occur. This time, there were 5 mages, including Yichue, participating in the 3rd-tier assessment. Among the other 4, 3 appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, 2 women and 1 man. The man was balding, visibly nervous, clutching a small booklet as he studied intently, resembling a student cramming for an exam at the last minute. The remaining individual was a haughty young man, seemingly determined to succeed in this assessment. Upon noticing Yichue, he shot a cold glance in his direction before ignoring him, but he glanced at Ifea several times, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed, as if he wished to approach her. This fellow clearly lacked sophistication. He didn't even recognize Ifea, the most famous girl in Stan, yet he wanted to strike up a conversation. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby as several members of the Mage Guild hurried out, among them the 5th-tier mage, Bagans, who was there to greet a group disembarking from an opulent carriage. Upon seeing the individuals stepping out of the carriage, Yichue exclaimed softly, for he recognized one of them, the son of the Mage Guild leader. Oberth. Unlike a month ago, Oberth now appeared weary, dark circles under his eyes, yet his expression was vibrant, as if something good was about to happen. Beside Oberth stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, also clad in a black mage robe, exuding an imposing presence. However, this man wore a somewhat obsequious smile while conversing with another frail-looking elderly gentleman, who, unlike him, donned a gray mage robe. That middle-aged man is Oberth's father, Op, the leader of the Mage Guild, Ifea noted, observing Yichue's gaze. As for the elderly mage in gray robes, he is remarkable. You should know that only mages who have reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier are permitted to wear gray robes. He is currently at the 9th tier's peak, and it is said he has already stepped into the realm of specialization. His name is Buster, and he is well versed in spatial magic, reportedly. He has been residing in Stan City recently to comprehend the mysteries of natural forces. 9th tier peak spatial mage? Yichue blinked in surprise, nodding slowly as he replied. How impressive, Ifea continued. Furthermore, I heard that Buster has decided to take Oberth as his apprentice. Oh, Yichue responded blandly. Oberth, that fool. Even if he were to be taken under the wing of a specialized mage, would not concern him. Looking at his weary appearance, it was evident that he must have been exhausted by the memory imprint engraved in the magic crystal he possessed. Right? Chapter 81. Finding a teacher of any kind. Even a scholar can self-study well. That Yichue was unaware of the connection between Oberth's apprenticeship and the magic crystal he had obtained, but he was certain that Oberth's current state, resembling someone who had been engaging in improper nocturnal activities for months, was indeed due to that crystal. Meanwhile, Bagans and the others had already met with Oberth, Op, and Buster, exchanging a few words before heading toward the Mage Guild. Coincidentally, at that moment, Oberth glanced over at Yuchue and Ifia. Upon seeing them standing together, he flinched slightly, appearing somewhat flustered, and quickly turned away. Ifia had no intention of greeting him, however, as the daughter of the city lord. Ignoring the leader of the Mage Guild was clearly a breach of etiquette. Therefore, she turned her back to them and began chatting with Yichue, pretending not to notice anything. Why Yichue felt a bit of sweat forming. Yet he understood that Oberth's ostentatious behavior during their previous adventure had transformed Ifia's initially favorable impression of him into an overwhelming sense of disdain. Over half a month ago, Oberth had claimed to Yichue that he had already acquired the magic crystal, but had kept it under wraps to study the profound knowledge within. Leaving behind Buster's special mark on the crystal, Buster could ascertain that it was indeed the magic crystal he had placed within the mirror. He had not examined its now-altered contents and reluctantly agreed to take on a student, instructing Oberth to familiarize himself with the contents of the crystal as soon as possible. Due to this incident, Oberth's reputation as a genius seemed to grow louder, so much so that even he began to believe it. However, upon suddenly spotting Yichue, an inexplicable sense of guilt surged within him, prompting him to quicken his pace and approach his father and the gray-robed Buster. I didn't expect the one who retrieved the magic crystal from the mirror would actually be you. Oberth, if that's the case, why did you make it so difficult for us to find you these past few days? A Mage Guild official teased with a hint of reproach. Oberth quickly explained, I merely wished to take this opportunity to thoroughly study the knowledge within the magic crystal to surprise Master Buster. My son, Op said proudly. He simply cannot help himself. He will never make a public declaration of something unless he is 100% certain, a quality very much like mine. Oberth will surely become a prized student of Master Buster. His potential is limitless, the official flattered. Prompting hearty laughter from Op. Oberth, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head. Even the thickest skin could not withstand such scrutiny at this moment. Standing among them, Buster had little to say. However, when he glanced at Oberth, his prospective student, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. To focus on researching magic, he had never intended to take on students, especially not in a small place like Stan City. To him, Oberth, despite being labeled a genius, was merely a joke. The assessment concerning the mirror magic crystal had initially been set up to deflect inquiries. He was certain that no one in Stan City could retrieve the crystal from the mirror, unless that person possessed an almost instinctual understanding of spatial magic. Able to perceive the doors formed by such magic, such individuals were exceedingly rare, perhaps even non-existent in the entire empire, let alone in a small city like Stan. Yet, astonishingly, someone had retrieved the magic crystal. He had been lingering in Stan City to delve into his specialization and had received considerable support from the Mage Guild. Now that Oberth had produced the crystal, he could not go back on his word. Thus, he begrudgingly accepted a student whom he deemed to possess no talent, feeling a sense of resignation, thinking to himself that he had previously encountered several promising candidates, but had refrained from taking them on, only to find himself forced to accept a dim-witted student now. Well, he could always find some excuse to dismiss him later. Mr. Bagans. Oberth suddenly leaned closer to Bagans and whispered, what are those people gathered over there doing? Oh, those are the individuals preparing for the third-tier mage assessment. With a smile, Bargens explained that as a fifth-tier mage and a precious light mage, he held considerable prestige within the Mage Guild. Normally, Buster was somewhat closer to him than to others. He had once invited Bargens to dinner to discuss the realms of space and light at this moment. Bargens felt a stir of excitement and addressed Buster. Mr. Buster, there will soon be an examination for third-tier mages here. There is a promising candidate worth your attention. Why not stay and observe? Upon hearing Bargens' words, Buster became quite intrigued. Very well, I am indeed curious. I shall remain to watch. What is there to see in this third-tier mage examination? Teacher, you need not exert yourself. Oberth interjected, his heart racing. He mistakenly believed that the promising candidate Bargens spoke of was the arrogant young man, while he thought it was Yichue who had drawn out the magic crystal. Oberth was anxious, fearing that Bargens had discerned it was not he who had revealed the crystal. It's merely a source of amusement. There's no need for concern. The examination for third-tier mages consists of 3 parts. Correct. How about I handle the last segment of the theoretical examination and pose the questions myself? Irritated by Oberth's insistence that he refrain from watching, Buster resolved to attend nonetheless, thinking, "You foolish student. Dare you dictate to your teacher?" Haha, then it's settled. Op did not notice Oberth's distress and joked, perhaps Mr. Buster might be tempted to take on a new apprentice. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yet Oberth's anxiety only deepened. "Hey, should I speak to my father about having Mr. Buster accept you as a disciple? You know he is a mage who has just stepped into the realm of specialization. Having his guidance is a dream for every mage." Once inside the Mage Guild, Aphia nudged Yechue with her shoulder and asked, "So, are you tempted?" "Tempted, you say? I have no interest," Yechue replied bluntly. "Save your breath. Even if you offered yourself to me, I would not disclose the contact information for the Iron Swordsman." Aphia's hair suddenly began to sway as if caught in a breeze, her anger evident as she glared coldly at Yechue. However, Yechue remained unfazed. "What are you doing? Just so you know, the Iron Swordsman is my brother now. If you touch me, do you believe he would sever ties with you?" TCH. Dealing with a girl in the throes of budding romance was a trivial matter. Aphia fell silent for a moment before sighing and retracting her hostility. "You are truly a cunning individual. You must have known that even if your father is renowned, that 9th-tier mage would never take you as a student, right?" Yechue remained noncommittal. In truth, he was not at all tempted. Mr. Buster was merely a space mage, and studying under him would require him to focus entirely on spatial magic. However, there are 7 mysterious elements of magic. How could Yechue forsake the variety of knowledge for the sake of one flavor? Most importantly, he considered magic akin to hacking. Self-study sufficed, and there was no need for a teacher. After all, self-learners are often the most accomplished. He intended to master all 7 schools of magic. Chapter 82. Intermediate Attack Spell, Baptism of the Gale. The examination for 3rd-tier mages officially commenced. Under the guidance of an official from the Mage Guild, Yechue registered, paid the 20 copper coins for the application fee, and received his examination certificate. The 5 candidates for the 3rd-tier mage examination were soon led into the first testing arena, where they would be evaluated on their spellcasting. A 3rd-tier mage must master the release of 5 spells, of which 2 must be offensive spells, while the remaining 3 could be domestic or supportive spells. Before Yechue entered the testing area, Aphia leaned against the corridor wall with her arms crossed, smiling as she addressed him. "Hammerhead, the first 2 rounds of the mage examination are generally straightforward. Most candidates pass with ease. However, the 3rd round, the theoretical examination, is the real challenge, with 90% of candidates failing. Even if you possess talent, you cannot be assured of success in the theoretical portion. With my connections, obtaining the questions for the final round is quite easy. So, are you interested in taking advantage of my insider access?" Yechue looked at Aphia sidelong, pondering whether the phrase "taking advantage of my insider access" was somewhat inappropriate. He then smiled and replied, "As a mage, if one wishes to advance, one must rely on their own abilities. I will not resort to underhanded tactics." "Humph. Suit yourself," Aphia retorted coldly. "However, should you be willing to let me take advantage of your connections for free, I would not mind. I won't reveal the contact information for the Iron Swordsman, but I could certainly speak a few good words on your behalf, such as praising your loyalty." Yechue had reached the entrance to the examination room when he suddenly turned back to Aphia and added, "Scram." The first examination for spellcasting soon began. The 5 mage candidates took turns casting spells, with an official from the Mage Guild standing by to record their performance. Soon, 2 older female candidates and 1 male completed their spellcasting with ease, having undergone numerous examinations and mastered several spells, thus passing the first round without incident. Next came the arrogant young man.by this time. Yechue had learned that the young man's name was AKA's. With an air of pride, he swiftly unleashed 4 offensive spells. Though fatigue was evident on his face due to excessive magic release, he still wore a smug expression, pushing through to cast a supportive spell as well. Finally, it was Yechue's turn. He expertly released 3 domestic spells: Gentle Breeze, Dust Removal, and Fire Starting, followed by 2 basic offensive spells, Lightning and Flame. The spells he selected were among the most fundamental, and upon completing the casting, he felt hardly any depletion of mental or magical energy, easily passing this round of the examination. "It seems your skills are rather lacking. It's clear that I am the only one capable of passing this 3rd-tier mage examination," AKA's remarked mockingly as Yechue approached. Having noted that the other three candidates had similarly cast 3 domestic spells along with 2 basic offensive spells, Buddy, unable to resist taunting the arrogant young man, Yechue asked, "Don't you think the way others are looking at you is a bit strange?" Huh. AKAs blinked, glancing at the other 3 mage candidates and the recording official, and realized their gazes were indeed peculiar. It was a look that certainly did not convey admiration. Confused, AKAs inquired, "What is going on?" "That's the look of someone observing a fool," Yechue replied candidly. "The examination consists of 3 rounds, as long as one isn't completely foolish. They would aim to conserve their magical and mental energy for the subsequent rounds. This examination isn't about scoring. It's simply about passing. Who would expend all their magic and mental energy in the first round?" AKAs. Offensive spells are the most taxing on mental and magical energy, followed by supportive spells, while domestic spells require the least. The previous 3 were seasoned candidates, opting for a combination of 3 domestic spells and 2 offensive spells to conserve energy for the upcoming challenges. However, AKAs clearly had not considered this and assumed the 3 mages were simply lacking in skill. Now, he too felt somewhat foolish, but he could not lose face and quickly retorted, "I'll be back to my original state in a few minutes. Handling the next round of the examination will pose no problem." Yechue turned to exit the examination area. As the second round was about to commence, this round would assess the establishment of magical models. The Mage Guild would present a spell for candidates to construct a magical model on site, effectively testing their comprehension and application of new models. Of course, from Yechue's perspective, this was akin to inputting programming code based on a template, and he had never doubted his capabilities. However, others might not share the same sentiment. "Yeah, I will rely on you this time. I will certainly sing your praises before my father." Oberth had discreetly approached the examiner for this round, a mage named Jia, before the second round commenced. He handed a scroll of parchment to Diameter. "During the magical model establishment examination, you will give this spell to that mage called Hammerhead, instructing him to create a model for it." "Oberth, this isn't quite right, is it?" Jia expressed his discomfort. "That Hammerhead is merely a second-tier mage without any significant background. What are you afraid of?" Oberth replied coldly. "Jia, you should understand. I can easily speak to my father and have him appoint you as an elder of the guild immediately. Or I could have you expelled outright." Jia hesitated, knowing that examinations were a sacred affair. However, having worked within the Mage Guild for over a decade, he was well aware that the so-called sanctity was often merely a facade. With plenty of murky dealings beneath the surface, this matter now directly impacted his future. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and conceded, "Fine, I will comply." "Excellent," Oberth nodded, his eyes glinting coldly. He handed Dia an intermediate attack spell, named Baptism of the Gale, a spell specifically crafted by his father, Op, for his use. He had been attempting to establish a magical model for 6 months, yet had failed to succeed. In truth, this intermediate attack spell could only be mastered by a mid-level mage. Op had entrusted him with this spell merely to familiarize him with the characteristics of intermediate attack spells. Furthermore, Albert was not concerned about Yechue stealing this spell, as it incorporated 10 magical characters that only intermediate mages could utilize. Yechue, a mere second-tier impoverished mage, would be left helpless in the face of this spell. Only someone of his status and talent could access all magical characters at the novice mage level, which was common knowledge. After stepping away from Jia, Albert felt an indescribable sense of pride. He had already completed the apprenticeship ceremony and established a sacred master-apprentice contract with Buster. Now, Buster was conversing with his father, Op, and he was preparing to invite Buster to observe the ongoing assessment in the examination hall. When he sees that Hammerhead can't even pass the second assessment, Buster surely won't consider taking him as a disciple. Right? This Yechue was somewhat uncanny. He had to extinguish any ill fortune. Soon, Yechue and the others arrived at the examination site for the second assessment, commencing the next task. This spell. Upon opening the parchment handed to him by Jia, Yechue was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said that the assessment for establishing a magical model only involves basic spells? How does this spell seem to be intermediate? This spell called Baptism of the Gale appears quite formidable. I've been seeking a few intermediate attack spells to study recently. I never expected the Mage Guild to be so generous as to provide such a precious spell for the assessment. What a windfall. Chapter 83. You must be amazed by my performance. Yechue currently possessed a total of 10 spells, including 4 practical spells: gentle breeze, dust removal, ignition, and rainfall. For basic attack spells, lightning, flame, gale, and windblade, and 2 auxiliary spells, windwalk, and light's descent. Additionally, while imprisoned by Buska, he had developed 3 amplification magical matrices: quadruple lightning, quadruple gale, and quadruple flame. However, these 3 spells could only be used to create magical scrolls and could not be cast with a wand, if attempted. The wand would shatter under the overwhelming magical force. This was likely due to the inherent flaws in these 3 spells, as the magical elements they controlled were far too tumultuous for ordinary casting tools to withstand. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the spells Yichue had developed were exceptionally powerful. While their strength was indeed doubled compared to typical basic attack spells, their single-round power still paled in comparison to intermediate attack spells. Yichue had only recently come to understand this point through a deeper comprehension of magical theory over the past half-month. The quadruple spells he had developed were, at best, inferior upgrades of basic attack spells, hardly qualifying as successes. Ultimately, developing new spells was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Even if Yichue possessed the capability, it was not a simple task to create spells. During this period, Yichue had been searching for magical templates of intermediate attack spells to enhance his arsenal. Originally, he had planned to visit Kair's magical shop to purchase the templates, but now a splendid opportunity had presented itself. The second assessment of the Mage Guild was indeed an intermediate attack spell. The spell known as Baptism of the Gale comprised over 300 lines, densely inscribed on the parchment. After a cursory glance, Yichue confirmed that this spell was remarkably intricate, its power undoubtedly exceeding his expectations, making it the most potent spell he had encountered. Should he master this spell, his combat prowess as a mage would significantly increase. However, this spell seems quite extensive. Establishing a model in my mind may not be easy. Yichue quickly recognized this challenge. For a mage to cast a spell, they must first establish a magical model in their mind, which allows for the instantaneous release of the magical matrix. The foundation of learning a spell lies in creating this magical model in memory, requiring the unique mental power possessed by mages. Ordinary individuals cannot learn spells due to their lack of this modeling ability. Moreover, a mage's mental power has limitations on the number of magical models it can encompass, akin to a memory storage device that can only hold a finite amount of magical templates at any given stage. As Yichue prepared to establish the magical model for Baptism of the Gale, he realized that such an extensive spell could not be fully accommodated in his mind. However, this was of no consequence, as Yichue promptly deleted the 3 quadruple spells that had no practical use beyond inscription on scrolls, clearing sufficient storage space in his memory. Establishing a magical model is not merely about imprinting the lines of the spell in memory. One must also fully comprehend the meaning of the spell to ensure the magical characters function effectively within the memory. Forming a complete magical model. The reason Albert had spent half a year failing to establish the magical model for Baptism of the Gale was that he could not grasp the meaning of each character within the spell, unable to integrate the knowledge seamlessly. Yet for Yichue, this posed no difficulty at all. It was akin to a top-tier hacker reviewing program code, while an ordinary programmer might struggle to understand the purpose of a particular line. The elite hacker would immediately grasp its function. This exemplifies the disparity between ordinary programmers and elite hackers, as well as the difference between average mages and Yichue in this magical realm. The assessment for establishing the magical model would take a total of 2 hours. If one could not succeed within that time frame, it would be deemed a failure. 5 mage candidates sat at their respective positions in the examination hall, their eyes wide as they stared at the parchment in their hands. Jia, serving as the examiner, moved about the room. With over a decade of experience, his keen eye quickly discerned that the candidate Arcas was completing the magical modeling with the best speed. Among the 3 older candidates, the balding middle-aged man was clearly struggling, sweat pouring down his forehead. In contrast, the 2 women appeared relatively composed, likely able to pass this second assessment without issue. However, what puzzled Jia was Yichue. The parchment in Yichue's hands was evidently different from that of the others. While the others' parchments contained at most 30 lines of spells, Yichue's spell comprised a staggering 300 lines. Any ordinary candidate encountering such a daunting task would likely panic, yet Yichue's expression revealed no trace of alarm. Instead, he was deeply focused, diligently working on his modeling. But what good would that do? Jia, a 4th-tier mage, doubted even he could successfully model Baptism of the Gale within 2 hours. Indeed, Even senior mages might struggle to achieve such a speed. Typically, seeing so many magical characters would incite panic and a desire to give up. Yet Yi Chue seemed to be relishing the challenge. 30 minutes into this assessment, Arcus suddenly stood up, brimming with joy. This drew the attention of the three older mages, and Jez's expression turned to one of surprise as he nodded. Arcus, you have done quite well. You may now attempt to cast this spell. If you can successfully release it, you will pass this examination. All right. Arcus approached Dia, drawing his wand from his waist, his face alight with pride. After a brief moment of contemplation, he waved his wand forward. Lightning flash. The basic auxiliary spell, lightning flash, erupted from the tip of Arcus's wand, the sparks not traveling in a straight line but rather dispersing like fireworks. Flickering and spreading through the air, transforming the surrounding space into a dazzling spectacle. After a solid 10 seconds, the effects of the spell faded away. Witnessing his success, Arcus's pride swelled even further. The three older mages displayed expressions of envy, while Jia nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Although the typical release time for this spell exceeds half a minute, your performance has met the passing criteria. Excellent work, Arcus. You have successfully completed this assessment. Thank you, Arcus replied, his eyes gleaming with a hint of arrogance as he cast a glance at Yi Chue, who had previously called him a fool. Causing him much displeasure, he wished to prove to Yi Chue that despite his perceived foolishness, he could still pass the second assessment without issue. Yet, Yi Chue had not looked at him at all. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yi Chue had not spared him a glance, as if utterly disinterested in anything beyond the parchment. This diminished Arcus's joy, and he coldly thought, what are you pretending for? I know you must be astounded by my performance. I shall see how long it takes you to complete your spell. Or perhaps you won't be able to pass this assessment at all. Thus, Arcus, having completed his assessment, chose not to leave the examination hall, but instead lingered nearby to observe in the corridor outside the examination hall. Aphia was languidly awaiting the conclusion of the test. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as she turned to the side, where the gray-robed mage Bustadu was making his way toward her, flanked by the guild president Obert and Bagans. Chapter 85. What absurd joke is this lad trying to pull? For some inexplicable reason, Aphia was not keen on encountering the father-son duo of and Obert, yet in this corridor. Such a chance meeting was unavoidable. They had likely already spotted her. There was no escape, so she had no choice but to endure and adopt the demeanor of a gentle junior. As they approached, she greeted them with a polite, "Good day, Mr. Bustadu, President and Mr. Bagans." Notably, she omitted Obert's name, which caused a slight grimace on his face, though and the others seemed oblivious to the slight. Appearing particularly pleased, remarked, "Aphia, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Surely, you are aware that Mr. Bustadu is here to take Obert as his student, and you came specially for that, right? Haha. Since you are here, why didn't you inform us? Bustadu has already forged a sacred master-student contract with Obert, and you have missed that moment." With that, he turned to introduce Bustadu, saying, "Mr. Bustadu, this lovely young lady is Aphia, the cherished daughter of our Lord Eric of Stan City. She is also a childhood friend of Obert." Hearing the implication of childhood friends, Aphia's expression darkened momentarily, yet she refrained from expressing her displeasure. Instead, elegantly bowing to Bustadu and smiling, "Mr. Bustadu, I have heard of your visit to Stan City. My father has long wished to invite you to the Lord's Manor, but alas, there has been no opportunity. I have indeed heard of Lord Eric's name, should the chance arise. I would be delighted to visit his manor," Bustadu replied courteously. In Stan City, Eric was the only 9th-tier swordsman, and as a 9th-tier mage, Bustadu faced a similar bottleneck in breaking through, making their exchange potentially fruitful. "I shall convey my father's invitation to you," Aphia said with a smile. Bustadu responded with a grin, clearly appreciating Aphia. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Is Miss Aphia here for Obert's sake at the Mage Guild?" "You misunderstand, Mr. Bustadu. I am merely accompanying a friend for the mage assessment," Aphia explained with a smile. Her eyes subtly glancing at Obert as a child, she could not resist giving him a few thrashings. How could that possibly qualify as childhood friends? Such nonsense. She pointed towards the examination hall, saying, "He is still taking the test." Only then did realize his misunderstanding, but as the guild president, he would not show it. Following Aphia's gesture, he looked towards the examination hall and inquired with a smile, "Might I ask who Miss Aphia's friend is?" "To be a friend of Aphia's, he must be quite a talented mage, I presume. I wonder if he is the promising individual Bagan spoke of earlier." "Miss Aphia, are you referring to the one called Hammerhead?" Bagans had already spotted Yu Chue, who was engaged in modeling. Recalling him somewhat, he continued, I am not speaking of Hammerhead but of Arcus. It appears he has successfully passed the review. This lad is a gem I discovered in a nearby village, and he has made remarkable progress in just 3 months since arriving in Stan City. He should have no trouble with this third-tier mage assessment. He paused before adding, Oh, Hammerhead is not without merit. However, it seems that Hammerhead pales in comparison to the Arcus Mr. Bagans mentioned. He has yet to complete his modeling. Obert interjected hastily, realizing that the promising candidate Bagans referred to was not Yi Chue, which alleviated some of his anxiety. A few days ago, both you and Hammerhead participated in the ancient tomb adventure I organized. You should know how Hammerhead's talents stand, Aphia remarked to Obert with a smile, though her tone carried a hint of coldness. That ancient tomb adventure encountered unexpected circumstances, yet Obert has been rather reticent about it. Op frowned and inquired, Miss Aphia, did anything particularly interesting occur during that adventure? Interesting is hardly the word, if not for Hammerhead. I dare say we would have perished in that cursed tomb, Aphia replied, still smiling, her gaze fixed intently on Obert. This scrutiny caused Obert's face to flush slightly. After all, he had not mentioned that embarrassing episode to his father and now felt somewhat sheepish as he stammered. Indeed, Hammerhead was a tremendous help in the tomb. Alas, he certainly has remarkable luck. Luck? Op shot a displeased glance at his son, pondering that he would certainly need to interrogate him about what transpired inside the tomb. Meanwhile, Bastodo's expression reflected distaste. Both he and Op had weathered many storms and were not inclined to believe in mere luck. That Obert refused to acknowledge Yi Chue's talent was one thing, but to attribute Yi Chue's performance in the tomb to luck was utterly unacceptable. This student was becoming increasingly unappealing. Noticing the atmosphere becoming somewhat strained, Bagans quickly shifted the topic and called over Arcus, who was watching the examination from the side. Introducing him to Bustadu and the others, it was evident that Bagans held a fondness for the proud young Arcus, even harboring a vague expectation that Bustadu might take Arcus as a student as well, though Bustadu could only feign ignorance. Wondering if Bagans believed his students were as cheap as bananas and carrot peels, that he felt he was already at a loss for having taken on the foolish Obert as a student. Under Bagans's introduction, Arcus finally realized that the enchanting young woman he had been captivated by outside the Mage Guild was none other than Aphia, the daughter of the Lord and a brilliant swordswoman. This revelation caused his eyes to shine with excitement, envisioning a future where he could be alongside the Lord's daughter, coupled with his own magical talents, a future that seemed exceedingly promising, such as the whimsical thinking of a narcissist. At Bagans's behest, Bustadu patiently began to question Arcus, who understood that this was his significant opportunity and concentrated on his responses. Meanwhile, Aphia and Obert remained fixated on the examination hall, closely monitoring Yi Chue's progress. An hour passed, and suddenly, the balding middle-aged man stood up and announced his withdrawal from the assessment, clearly having encountered significant difficulties with his modeling. Half an hour later, the two women completed their modeling and successfully cast their spells, passing the assessment. Now, only Yi Chue remained. Time was running short, with merely half an hour left. The hourglass beside the examination hall continued to pour its grains of sand, signaling the passage of time. Aphia noticed a cold smirk appear on Obert's face. He had struggled for half a year to successfully model the spell Ritual of the Gale, and the thought of Yi Chue accomplishing it in 2 hours felt utterly absurd. Aphia also exhibited a hint of puzzlement. Based on her understanding of Yi Chue, this assessment should not have been so arduous for him. As Arcus answered Bastodo's queries, he too cast a glance towards Yi Chue. Though he did not know who Yi Chue truly was, seeing Aphia's attention focused on him led Arcus to regard Yi Chue as a hypothetical rival, filling him with unspoken pride. How could a fool who could not even pass the second round of the third-tier mage assessment be worthy of competing with him for Aphia's affection? As time dwindled to the final minutes, the grains of sand in the hourglass were nearly exhausted. Almost as the last grain fell, Yi Chue stood up, somewhat fatigued, and declared, I have completed it. What? Both Obert, who knew the truth behind the parchment, and the examiner, Jia, were taken aback, yet soon found the notion absurd, thinking, what far-fetched joke is this lad trying to pull? Are you certain? Jia inquired, why Yi Chue nodded and proceeded to the spot where the earlier candidates had tested their spells. He drew his wand from his waist, pointing it forward, and intoned, Ritual of the Gale. The mere mention of this spell caused President Op, who had previously been indifferent to Yi Chue, to suddenly turn and gaze toward the examination hall. In an instant, the vast examination hall seemed to darken. The power of an intermediate attack spell was, without a doubt, extraordinary. Chapter 86. You may freely use this spell in the future in terms of both offensive power and sheer presence. The intermediate attack spell far surpassed that of the basic tier. The spectacle produced by unleashing such a spell exceeded Yi-Chue's imagination as the magical matrix flowed into the wand. Accompanied by the release of magical energy into the air, the entire examination hall was instantly shrouded in darkness. A sense of impending storm permeating the atmosphere in this room, where windows were shut tight. Where could the storm be coming from? Yet, Jia, standing closest to the spell's release zone, indeed felt as if he were standing on an endless plain, surrounded by howling winds and the chilling whispers of the air. The storm was rising. The ritual of the gale had commenced. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a rush of wind echoed through the room, the sound growing from a low murmur to a fierce roar, swiftly filling the entire space. The curtains before the windows were unbiddenly blown about, and scattered papers piled upon the desks took flight, swirling through the air. The furniture began to creak as it was shifted by the wind. Yet, that was not enough. As the strength of the gale intensified, with a whoosh, a chair lifted from the ground, not crashing against the walls but instead beginning to roll aimlessly in the air. As if an invisible hand were guiding it. Zhang chairs, 2 chairs, 3 chairs, then, at last, the table could no longer withstand the call of the tempest. It rose from the ground. 1, 2, 3. A profound terror manifested on Dia's face. His body swaying precariously, he was compelled to draw his wand and cast 3 spells beneath his feet to prevent himself from drifting like those unstable tables and chairs. Yet, he was already thoroughly frightened. Gazing at Yi-Chue amidst the raging wind, as if beholding an otherworldly deity, this was the formidable power of mid-level offensive magic. In comparison, basic attack spells were mere child's play. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. The tables and chairs tumbled to the ground with a cacophony of sounds. And the curtains and papers, previously dancing wildly in the wind, gradually fell silent. Standing at the classroom door, Effia had initially been taken aback, but upon seeing something, she swiftly dashed into the examination hall, embracing Yi-Chue just before he collapsed onto the floor. This cessation of the baptism of the gale was due to Yi-Chue's magical and mental energies being entirely expended, forcing him to halt this spell, which had become exceedingly terrifying for him at that moment. With his current status as a novice mage, he was incapable of fully unleashing this spell, even though he had mastered it completely. Others gradually awoke from their stupor, incredulously gazing at Yi-Chue, who lay in Effia's arms at that moment. Yi-Chue's complexion was somewhat pale, marked by fatigue, and if he were to open his eyes, one would see the blood vessels in his sclera. Bargens hurried into the examination hall, drawing his wand and aiming it at Yi-Chue. Radiance of the Holy Light. A mid-level supportive spell, Radiance of the Holy Light. This healing light spell could swiftly restore mental and magical energies. From the tip of Bargens' wand emanated waves of gentle white light, enveloping Yi-Chue and causing his pallor to transform into a vibrant flush at a visible speed. Soon, Yi-Chue opened his eyes, and the blood vessels in his sclera had vanished. "Are you feeling better?" Bargens inquired as he retracted his wand. "Thank you, Mr. Bargens, I feel much improved," Yi-Chue replied, yet he had no desire to leave Effia's side just yet. Being cradled in her embrace was truly comforting. However, Effia, unaware of his thoughts, presumed that Yi-Chue had not fully recovered and, filled with concern, assisted him to sit in a chair. It was only at this moment that she furrowed her brows and asked, "Hammerhead, what on earth were you doing? What was that spell just now? How could you cast such a powerful spell?" "I would like to ask you the same," Bargens replied, his tone tinged with irritation. "Are you trying to throw your life away? At your current level, how could you possibly cast such a potent spell? If I hadn't been here to assist you with Radiance of the Holy Light, you would have had to spend at least half a month bedridden to fully recover." Outside the examination hall, Op, Buster, Oberth, and AKAs all entered, except for Jia and Oberth, who were aware of the truth. The others believed Yi-Chue had intentionally attempted to cast this challenging spell, perhaps to showcase his talents before Buster. Yet, Yi-Chue, puzzled, remarked, "But my examination question was indeed this spell. What nonsense are you spouting?" Bargens retorted angrily. "The second assessment for a third-tier mage tests the establishment of magical models, usually with simpler spells. How could they possibly use a mid-level offensive spell for the candidates? Such a thing has never been done even for 4th or 5th-tier assessments." Listening to Barjan's furious outburst, Yichue was momentarily taken aback. Then it seemed he understood something, turning to Oberth with a sardonic smile and continuing, "But my examination question is a mid-level offensive spell." "Mr. Barjans, the parchment I was assessed on is right there. You can take a look for yourself." Upon meeting Yichue's gaze, Oberth hurriedly averted his eyes. The guild president Op had been frowning since earlier. He had noticed Oberth's reaction when Yichue looked at him, which filled him with understanding and sparked a flicker of anger in his eyes, inwardly cursing his son as a fool. With a flick of his wand, Barjan summoned the parchment that had been blown under the window, opening it to reveal a look of shock spreading across his face. This is indeed a mid-level offensive spell, and it's Baptism of the Gale. Isn't this a spell developed by President Op? Dia, how could Hammerhead's assessment involve this spell? I. Dia's face was already filled with terror, his eyes instinctively darting towards Oberth, who appeared equally flustered. At that moment, Op spoke with a cheerful demeanor, casually stating, "This spell was given to Oberth for Hammerhead's assessment during the Ancient Tomb adventure. Hammerhead saved Oberth, and this is my token of appreciation. Haha. Hammerhead's talent is indeed remarkable. He managed to complete the modeling of this spell in just 2 hours." Truly, Op was as sharp as a fox. He quickly grasped the situation. The Baptism of the Gale was his original spell, and besides himself, only Oberth possessed the incantation. The parchment used for Yichue's assessment was evidently crafted by Oberth, intended to challenge Yichue, yet unexpectedly. Yichue had learned the spell in merely 2 hours. Such an occurrence was certainly not commendable. Typically, it would be overlooked. But could a mere novice mage truly stump the president of the Mage Guild? However, now that Oberth was performing such antics before Buster, a 9th-tier mage, mishandling the situation could potentially incite the ire of this powerful mage. Thus, although Op had mentally berated his son, he had no choice but to resolve the matter smoothly. The expressions of the onlookers varied, and it was evident to all that this was an act of gratitude from Op to Yichue for presenting him with a mid-level offensive spell. However, to deliberately replace the originally simple spell with this mid-level offensive spell during Yichue's assessment, if one were to claim this was not a scheme, few would believe it. Unfortunately, the attempt to ensnare him only resulted in Yichue benefiting from the misfortune. So that's how it is. Yichue swayed as he stood up from the chair, looking at Op with a smile. "I never expected President Op to be so generous as to gift me this mid-level offensive spell. Does this mean I can use it freely from now on?" Spells were undoubtedly the most valuable assets in this magical world. And the Baptism of the Gale, being a creation of Op, a 7th-tier mage, held immeasurable worth. Initially, Yichue learning this spell during the assessment would have allowed Op the authority to destroy the magical model from Yichue's memory afterward. But now, Op's expression grew conflicted. He had to say such things to extricate his son from trouble, yet he had not anticipated Yichue would take advantage of the situation, seeking to claim full ownership of the spell. Naturally, he was reluctant, but upon seeing Buster's intrigued expression directed at Yichue, Op could only endure the sacrifice, smiling in a manner akin to weeping. "Of course, from now on, Hammerhead, you may use this spell at will." Chapter 87. You want to take me as your student? Can I refuse? To express gratitude to Hammerhead, Oberth had truly gone all out at that moment. Arya addressed Oberth with a strange tone. She understood what had transpired. Thinking to herself how Oberth could resort to such underhanded tactics while she was present, it filled her with an indescribable disgust. She could not help but ponder that since the conclusion of the Ancient Tomb adventure, Oberth had increasingly demonstrated his foolishness. Fortunately, Yichue not only avoided the trap, but also, by chance, acquired a mid-level offensive spell. Infuriating this fool, Oberth chuckled awkwardly, feeling the searing anger in his father's gaze, and inwardly lamented that he would likely face consequences upon returning home. That detestable Yichue had achieved in 2 hours what he had failed to master in 6 months. Meanwhile, AKAs, who had previously held various disdainful views towards Yichue, was now utterly dumbfounded, his confidence shattered. Earlier, he had completed the second assessment in half an hour, believing his talent would easily surpass Yichue's. Yet, he soon discovered that it was he who had been outdone. As Yichue completed the mid-level offensive spell's modeling in merely 2 hours, a feat that even his narcissism could not deny was beyond his reach. In comparison to Yichue, he felt utterly ridiculous and pitiable. The unfolding events in the examination hall seemed to shift everyone's mood, but the true focus of the day remained on the 9th-tier mage, Buster. The presence of Bargains and Op here was also due to Buster's agreement to personally conduct the third assessment, which pertained to magical theory. Thus, Bargains temporarily set aside his astonishment at Yi Chue's display and remarked, "I never anticipated such an intriguing incident would occur. However, the mage assessments must proceed as planned. Mr. Buster has agreed to conduct the third assessment. This is a splendid opportunity for you all that I propose we commence the third assessment now. Jia, please summon the 2 candidates." In the preceding second assessment, the 3 elderly candidates voluntarily withdrew, leaving the remaining 2 women to successfully pass the evaluation. They were currently resting in the adjacent lounge. Jia, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing Busi Duo's words, she hurriedly acknowledged and rushed out of the room, returning shortly after with the 2 candidates in tow. Although Opus felt a pang of sympathy, he knew that since the intermediate attack spell had been bestowed upon Yi Chue in front of Busi Duo, he could not go back on his word. Moreover, he could not afford to lose face or neglect etiquette at such a moment. Thus, he took it upon himself to preside over the proceedings, instructing Jia to arrange the tables and chairs properly, and inviting Busi Duo to sit in the central chair, while Yi Chue and the other 3 candidates stood before him to undergo the theoretical assessment of magic. This was the most challenging segment of the evaluation, demanding a profound understanding of the essence of magic. Historically, this stage had the highest failure rate among aspiring wizards. Busi Duo's gentle gaze swept across the 4 candidates, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Throughout my life, I have engaged with spatial magic, and the element I understand most intimately is that of space itself, since I am to conduct this theoretical assessment. Let me pose a question. What do you comprehend the spatial element to be?" The question elicited a subtle stir among the attendees. It is widely acknowledged that magic comprises 7 fundamental elements, 3 of which, darkness, light, and space, are particularly arcane. Typically, only those who have ascended to the rank of intermediate wizard are introduced to the concept of spatial elements. To question novice wizards about the nature of spatial elements seems somewhat deliberately challenging. However, Busi Duo's inquiry focused on the candidates' personal interpretations of the spatial element, rather than requiring them to provide precise definitions, thus remaining within the bounds of the theoretical assessment. Among the 4 candidates, aside from Yi Chue, the others displayed expressions of significant difficulty as they quickly pondered the matter. In contrast, Yi Chue maintained an air of calmness. He had long grasped the essence of the spatial element and was merely organizing his thoughts in his mind. This was crucial for passing the 3rd-tier wizard evaluation. Failing meant a deduction of his monthly allowance, as Debbie had ominously warned. Approximately 3 minutes later, AKA stepped forward first. "Have you come to a conclusion? Please, share your thoughts," Busi Duo inquired with a smile. "I believe the spatial element does not fundamentally differ from the wind, water, earth, electric, and fire elements. It is a mysterious element suspended around us, and when employing spatial magic, one can harness these enigmatic elements to execute such spells." AKAs responded nervously. "In my estimation, these elements represent individual independent spaces. When gathered in substantial numbers, they can form a vast independent space. That, in essence, is the nature of spatial magic." After delivering his explanation, AKAs nervously scrutinized Busi Duo's expression. Quite good. Your explanation is commendable." Busi Duo seemed satisfied with AKA's response. This prompted a sigh of relief from AKAs, who furtively glanced at Yi Chue, thinking his aptitude, while perhaps inferior to Yi Chue's, was not far behind. At least he had redeemed himself in the theoretical assessment of magic. Yi Chue, however, subtly shook his head. Refocusing on his own thoughts, the 2 women subsequently articulated their interpretations of the spatial element, which echoed AKA's sentiments, describing it as a collection of independent spaces floating in the air. Finally, it was Yi Chue's turn. "Hammerhead, what is your perspective?" Busi Duo inquired with a smile, directing his attention to Yi Chue. The others also turned to him. Aliyah looked concerned, while Opus and Bagans exhibited curiosity, and AKAs and Obert bore somewhat malicious expressions, wishing for Yi Chue to fail in providing an answer that would satisfy Busi Duo. "I believe," Yi Chue paused before continuing, "the spatial element is not a collection of independent spaces suspended in air." With this statement, he refuted the previous 3 candidates' responses. "Oh," Busi Duo appeared even more intrigued, pressing on with curiosity. "Then what do you perceive the spatial element to be?" If I must describe it, the spatial element is not merely a collection of independent spaces, but rather a form of energy that facilitates transportation. The essence of spatial magic lies in consolidating this transportive energy, allowing the spellcaster to connect with another independent space. From my observations, that independent space does not belong to this world. It exists as a separate realm that has long been established. The quantity of transportive energy determines the extent of the communication with space. Yi Chue explained calmly. He had his own understanding of the essence of the spatial element, which had been further affirmed by the articles he encountered within that magic crystal, though at this moment he remained unaware that those very writings had been left behind by Busi Duo. Yi Chue's interpretation of the spatial element evidently stirred a commotion among the audience, with the exception of Busi Duo. The other wizards deemed Yi Chue's assertions as nonsensical. Spatial magic, in simple terms, is about creating a distinct independent space, yet Yi Chue claimed that such a space already existed, that the spatial element was merely energy for spatial transportation. Even Opus and Bagans, despite their ranks as a 7th-tier and 5th-tier wizard, respectively, could not grasp the essence of this magical element. As for AKAs and Obert, they found Yi Chue's explanation utterly laughable. Hammerhead, you assert that spatial magic does not create an independent space but communicates with an already existing one. Obert could not resist deriding him. I truly cannot fathom how you arrived at such a ludicrous notion. He turned to Busi Duo. What do you think? Teacher, absolutely correct. Busi Duo's gaze fixated intently on Yi Chue as he exclaimed. You see, the teacher concurs that your reasoning is indeed sound. Obert's smugness swelled. You fool, I meant to say that Hammerhead's assertions are indeed accurate. Busi Duo, in his excitement, leaped from his seat and approached Yi Chue, gripping his shoulders tightly, his gaze akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. Your understanding of the spatial element is remarkably precise. I have never encountered a novice wizard capable of articulating such an accurate explanation regarding spatial elements. Moreover, your earlier performance solidifies my belief that you are an extraordinary talent, rare in a millennium. Should you choose to delve into spatial magic, I am certain you will achieve remarkable feats. Hammerhead, would you be willing to become my student? I shall dedicate myself entirely to nurturing your potential in spatial magic. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. However, what bewildered them even more followed shortly after. May I refuse? Yi Chue replied nonchalantly. Chapter 88. For the sake of apprenticeship, he cast aside his dignity. Yi Chue's words were soft yet reverberated through the room, plunging it into an eerie silence. Everyone questioned whether they had misheard. Refusal? This young man intended to decline. Obert, who had gone to great lengths to win Busi Duo's favor, even enduring humiliation upon discovering that Yi Chue was the one who had taken the magic crystal, had ultimately risked his father's wrath to procure 10 premium magic energy crystals from the Magic Guild to present to Yi Chue, all in hopes of becoming Busi Duo's student. Now, with Busi Duo himself offering to take Yi Chue as a disciple, Yi Chue was refusing. The shock was utterly indescribable. AKA's experienced a similar shock. He understood who Busi Duo was. Becoming his student would ensure a promising future. Hence, he had exerted every effort to impress Busi Duo, hoping to catch his discerning eye. Yet, in the end, Busi Duo chose to take Yi Chue as his apprentice due to a few utterances, while Yi Chue had flatly refused without a moment's hesitation. Good heavens, to spurn such a golden opportunity that countless others would line up for. This was nothing short of wastefulness. Opus and Bagans were both left speechless. Opus had previously overlooked Yi Chue entirely, and while Bagans had a decent impression of him, he did not think Yi Chue possessed much talent. Initially, they were astonished by Yi Chue's ability to establish the ritual of the Tempest spell model in just 2 hours, believing his talent might surpass their expectations. But now, that astonishment had morphed into sheer terror. Did this young man even realize what he was rejecting? Ilea quickly regained her composure and gently tapped Yi Chue's shoulder, lowering her voice to say, Hammerhead, don't jest. How could you possibly turn down such an excellent opportunity? Did I not already tell you that I am not interested? Yi Chue replied, fixing his gaze on Ilea. This. Ilea recalled their encounter at the guild entrance, where she had jokingly suggested her father could persuade Busi Duo to accept Yi Chue as a student at the time. It was merely a jest. And she had asked Yi Chue if he felt tempted. He had bluntly replied, tempted? Not in the slightest, I'm not interested. Now it became evident that he was not jesting at all. He genuinely had no interest in becoming a disciple of someone on the brink of becoming a ninth-tier wizard specializing in a particular field. When it comes to astonishment, the one most taken aback among the crowd was undoubtedly Busidude in his pursuit of mastering magic. He had never taken on a disciple, having traveled the world and encountered countless exceptionally gifted magical apprentices. Even the most mediocre among them surpassed Albert by several arcs. Yet, he remained unmoved until he met Yi Chue. Yi Chue's profound understanding of spatial elements resonated perfectly with his long-held beliefs. Furthermore, the fact that Yi Chue had completed a modeling of an intermediate attack spell in just 2 hours was astonishing. Disregarding his other talents, this modeling speed alone exceeded that of several formidable apprentices he had previously encountered. Such a person must be accepted as a disciple. However, he declined. He turned down the invitation to apprentice from a peak 9th-tier mage. "May I inquire as to why?" Busido stammered, his voice trembling slightly as he gazed at Yi Chue with palpable excitement. It was then that Yi Chue realized his outright refusal had been too abrupt, causing this venerable mage to become so animated. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he countered, "Mr. Busido, if I were to become your disciple and forge the sacred master-apprentice contract, would that mean I would be bound solely to study spatial magic under your tutelage? Indeed, my expertise in spatial magic is unparalleled, not just across the continent of Igendas, but within the Matong Empire. I am undoubtedly the foremost authority. I am also the first mage in the Matong Empire with the potential to enter the realm of specialization through spatial magic. Surely, I possess the capability to guide you." "Do I not?" Busido replied, his excitement evident. "No, Mr. Busido, you have misunderstood my intent," Yi Chue hastily clarified. "I simply do not wish to sacrifice the opportunity to explore other schools of magic for the sake of spatial magic. As I believe each magical element possesses its own unique allure, he would not forsake a multitude of flavors for a single taste." This was a premise he had established from the outset. Wind, earth, electricity, water, fire, space, darkness, and light. All these elements had their captivating aspects, and thus Yi Chue aspired to delve deeply into each type of magic. If he were to enter into a sacred master-apprentice contract with Busido, he would be compelled to focus solely on spatial elements, a choice he was resolutely unwilling to make. He aimed not only to be a spatial mage but a versatile one. However, it was evident that Yi Chue's ambition left those present in a state of renewed astonishment. Apprentices, intermediate mages, and advanced mages all belong to the foundational stages of magical study, during which mages typically endeavor to learn all 7 schools of magic. It is only upon entering the realm of specialization that they focus on a single element. Hence the term specialization. Yet, most mages tend to concentrate on one particular magical element during their foundational stage. For instance, Bagans dedicated himself to light magic, and Opus to wind magic. Few would dare to pursue a comprehensive mastery of all 7 magical elements, for it is an exceedingly arduous task. Thus, when Opus and the others comprehended Yi Chue's aspiration to be an all-encompassing mage, an instinctive sense of mockery arose within them. Did this youth truly believe he could become a master of all 7 schools of magic? Did he fancy himself the magical emperor who had initiated the lineage thousands of years ago? Busido, however, did not share in their derision. Rather, he elevated his assessment of Yi Chue in his mind. This youth possessed such grand ambitions, truly deserving of his regard. With a boldness befitting his age, he proclaimed, "Spatial magic can be regarded as the most powerful among the 7 schools of magic. It is both offensive and defensive. And it can also be lucrative. Magical artifacts such as spatial rings are among the most valuable. Are you truly not reconsidering?" "I'm afraid not." Yi Chue resolutely shook his head, fully aware that further entanglement would only lead to greater disappointment for the venerable mage. He then turned his attention to Opus. "President Opus, the assessment for 3rd-tier mages has concluded, has it not?" "Of course." Opus nodded, glancing at Busido, as the final assessment for magical theory was conducted by him. The fate of the 4 candidates hinged upon Busido's judgment. With a sigh, Busido smiled once more. "Hammerhead, you have undoubtedly passed the assessment. Congratulations on becoming a 3rd-tier mage. As for the other 3 candidates, AKAs and the other 2 candidates displayed expressions of anticipation. Had it not been for Hammerhead, you would have all qualified. However, given Hammerhead's flawless performance, I regretfully must inform you that you have not passed." AKAs and the other 2 candidates simultaneously showed disappointment. Had it not been for Yi Chue, they might have succeeded. Was this the tragedy of competing against a genius? Yet, at this moment, including AKAs. They could harbor no hatred towards Yuchue, only an overwhelming sense of envy. Bagans, as an officer of the Mage Guild, provided Yuchue with essential information regarding being a third-tier mage. His status would be officially registered with the guild, allowing him to declare himself a third-tier mage henceforth. Moreover, third-tier mages could avail themselves of discounts when purchasing wands, magical ink, parchment, and other supplies. Once these matters were settled, Yuchue was ready to depart the Mage Guild. It is already noon. Hammerhead, shall I treat you to lunch? Bizido clearly had not yet given up on Yuchue, seizing his arm and pressing him to join. This left Opus and the others in astonishment. Typically, they treated Bizido to meals, often with him declining. Now he was actively inviting Yuchue to dine, but what astonished them even more was, I'm sorry, but I need to return home to prepare lunch for my family, Debbie. Yuchue said, his expression somewhat awkward. He declined. He had turned down the invitation once more. A sense of helplessness surged in the hearts of Opus, Bagans, Albert, and the others. Yet, Bizido seemed unfazed, even sporting a cunning smile as he quickly retorted, "Then you shall treat me." Goodness, was this old mage truly willing to sacrifice his dignity to recruit Yuchue as his disciple? Yuchue replied, "Very well," but as he watched Bizido eagerly pull him outside. Albert could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Teacher, Father has prepared a sumptuous lunch for you at the Moranhua Grand Hotel, reportedly featuring exquisite delicacies such as the freshly hunted purple celestial bull beast meat. I have no appetite. You all may go ahead and enjoy it," Bizido snapped, then turned to Yuchue. "Hammerhead, what shall we have for lunch?" "Boiled noodles. Noodles sound great. I love noodles, everyone." Chapter 89, 10 copper coins. What a generous gesture. Debbie was in a foul mood, returning to Anthony's magical cottage in a huff, her colossal sword in hand. She was visibly angered, her once pristine attire now somewhat tattered. Clearly having endured a fierce battle, though she bore no serious injuries. When Yuchue poked his head out from the kitchen, Debbie had already stormed off to her room to shower and change. Awaiting her at the door, Ifea recounted the events. She successfully passed the third-tier swordsman assessment, but was beaten up when she mustered the courage to attempt the fourth-tier assessment. I had already told her that her current strength should be at the peak of the third tier. Yet she still fell short of the fourth tier. Seeing Yuchue's worried expression, she continued, "Don't fret, she was harmed. The examiners of the Swordsman Guild were quite lenient, and she sustained no injuries." Only then did Yuchue feel relieved, wiping his damp hands. "Dinner is ready." While assisting Yuchue in the kitchen and simultaneously attempting to persuade him to take her as his disciple, Bizido, along with the leisurely Ifea, immediately made their way to the dining table. Both were accustomed to being served at Yuchue, somewhat sweating, brought 4 bowls of noodles to the table. The noodles were ordinary, but the sauce was a novel delight in this world, a tomato and egg sauce. Ifea was not tasting it for the first time. She quickly began to slurp it up. Bizido, after casting a few glances and sampling a bite, found it quite agreeable and soon joined in the feast. Before long, a freshly changed Debbie stormed into the dining room, her anger unabated, and without a word, began to devour the noodles. After half a bowl, it seemed to quell her ire, and she pounded the table, declaring, "Next time there is a swordsman assessment, I'll go again." What a disgrace. I clearly struck that examiner, yet he directly unleashed a swordsman skill to repel me. It's bullying. Swordsman skills are precisely what intermediate mages need to master. It's a requisite for the fourth-tier assessment that you must face. "You were not unjustly defeated," Ifea remarked cheerfully from the side. "But why didn't he use skills when assessing the others?" Debbie retorted, still a tad indignant. "Perhaps he wasn't pushed to that extent." Ifea chuckled, patting Debbie's shoulder. "Speaking of combat awareness, your synergy with me in the ancient tomb indicates you've certainly reached the standard of an intermediate swordsman. However, the assessment of an intermediate swordsman encompasses more than just combat awareness. It also includes the properties of sword energy. The sword energy of a novice swordsman differs significantly from that of an intermediate swordsman. If one were to delineate the distinction, it would be that the sword energy of an intermediate swordsman has undergone a transformation, enabling them to activate swordsman skills through their sword energy, such as the Guardian of the War God, which enhances combat prowess at the cost of one's standing. Every intermediate swordsman endeavors to master a few skills. However, most fourth-tier swordsmen can only grasp the life-saving technique known as War God's Guardian. It is only upon reaching the 5th tier that they begin to explore other skills. Ifea, for instance, possesses 2 additional swordsman skills aside from War Goddess Guardian, yet during her adventures in the ancient tomb, whether facing the stone statue swordsman or the puppet swordsman, she found no opportunity to employ them. The assessment for 4th-tier swordsman not only evaluates combat awareness, but also places significant emphasis on the transformation of sword energy. Clearly, Debbie's sword energy has yet to undergo this transformation, even if the examiner cannot defeat her in a one-on-one battle. They can resort to activating combat skills to eliminate her. Moreover, Debbie's unique battle style with her giant spinning top cannot be classified as a skill. It can only be described as a technique. You might break through and transform your sword energy at any moment, Ifia remarked with a smile, attempting to cheer Debbie, who remained sullen. In a few days, I will be leading a patrol mission. You should join us. When we encounter magical beasts, it could provide the opportunity you need. That I experienced my own sword energy transformation during a patrol mission. These words evidently lifted Debbie's spirits. And as her mood brightened, she noticed something else. The young girl suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Bustu across the table. Hammerhead, who is this old man? She had finally realized there were others at her table. Ifia's expression changed drastically. Buster was someone even her father treated with utmost respect, and Debbie's tone was utterly disrespectful. She hastily tried to explain, but Buster chuckled amiably. I'm a friend of Hammerhead. It's good to see you today. I came to join you for a meal that I hope you don't mind. Oh, I don't mind, Debbie replied graciously, then quickly added, but you'll have to wash the dishes afterward. Yeshuate. Ifia. Buster was momentarily taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. All right then. Debbie then recalled that Yeshua had participated in the 3rd-tier mage assessment that morning. Hammerhead, did you pass the assessment? Oh, I passed, Yeshua replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. A sweet smile crept onto Debbie's face. Great. I'll increase your allowance by 10 copper coins each month. 10 copper coins. Buster was clearly stunned by Debbie's generosity. Yeshua felt a surge of embarrassment, despite having over 200 gold coins from Buska. He didn't want to reveal his wealth, so, to mask his financial situation, he feigned surprise. 10 gold coins? That's quite a sum. Ifia, Buster. Debbie swiftly finished her noodles and began practicing with her giant sword. Radiating an aura of determination, with nothing else to do, Ifia decided to offer her guidance. Although Anthony's magic shop had relocated to Stardust Street, it had yet to open for business. That it had become routine for Debbie to practice with her giant sword whenever she had free time. As for the leftover dishes, Yeshua certainly would not allow Buster to wash them. However, when Yeshua carried the stack of dishes to the kitchen, Buster followed him inside, eager to lend a hand. Hammerhead, it seems you're living quite modestly. Come learn space magic from me. Just crafting a space ring could earn you dozens of gold coins. Oh, please bring me the boiling water from the stove. The boiling water. Hammerhead, think carefully. Mastering all 7 schools of magic to become a versatile mage is not an easy feat. In the entire history of magic, it is said that only that one magic emperor achieved such a level. Instead of spreading yourself thin, it would be wiser to focus all your energy on space magic. Oh, please bring me those 2 dishes. After washing the dishes, Yeshua stood at the kitchen entrance, watching Debbie practice with her giant sword. Suddenly, he had a thought and prepared to step out. He initially intended to invite Buster to sit upstairs for a while. But Buster, seemingly anxious that his chosen apprentice might slip away, insisted on accompanying him. Their chatter continued as they made their way to Kara's magic bookstore, specifically to a small alley behind it on Stardust Street. More than half a month ago, Yeshua had presented his designed blueprints to the dwarf Daf to forge an item, and now it should be ready, with Debbie about to embark on a patrol mission for the City Lord's Guard alongside Ifia. Possessing such a formidable weapon would undoubtedly turn her into an unstoppable force. Chapter 90. The Great Weapon. The Magical Gatling Gun. In the alley behind Kara's magic bookstore on Stardust Street. When Yeshua and Bustu arrived, they could already hear the dwarf Daf's booming voice from a distance emanating from his makeshift workshop. Hammerhead, you've finally arrived. Come see how the finished product turned out. Yeshua hurriedly quickened his pace. Excitement evident on his face as he entered the workshop. Buster, intrigued by what Yeshua was retrieving, followed him inside. Noticing Daf was a dwarf, he was unperturbed by the shabby surroundings. Upon entering, he spotted a silver-colored object displayed on a cabinet beside the forge. The item was cylindrical in shape, distinct in design, and even at 70 years of age, Buster had never encountered anything like it. It resembled a weapon, with 6 tubular components fused at the front and a thicker rear. Seemingly featuring some intricate design, along with a handle for gripping. The entire apparatus weighed around 50 to 60 pounds and measured about a meter in length. Yejue gritted his teeth to lift the heavy item, aligning the 6 tubes toward the adjacent wall as if testing its feel. "Don't try it here. If you break anything, Kara will definitely charge me for it," Daf cautioned. Yejue grinned as he stored away the great weapon. "Uncle Daf, have you completed the fire enchantment inside?" "Hey, I was initially going to let you handle it, but after crafting this, I got a bit carried away and enchanted it myself. I even installed a mana crystal for you. It should last quite a while," Daf said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "How can I accept such generosity?" Yejue replied, surprised. Given his relationship with Daf, it would have been no trouble to request crafted items, but asking for enchantments usually came at a steep price. However, it seemed Daf intended to do this for free. "It's nothing. I was just feeling a bit restless and wanted to help out. Creating something so remarkable is an honor for us dwarfs," Daf chuckled. "I'll be sure to inform Debbie once she finishes using this. She'll definitely let everyone know it was created by you, Uncle Daf." Yejue understood the pride of dwarves. They were born craftsmen who would exchange their crafted weapons at equal value with other races. Yet, to them, the highest value lay in the honor of the craftsman. If a weapon they forged met their satisfaction, they sometimes preferred not to charge anything at all. Clearly, the formidable weapon in Yejue's hands was one of those prized creations. "By the way, Hammerhead," Daf said, retrieving a bottle of liquor from a nearby cabinet, taking a hearty swig and wiping his mouth. "What do you plan to name this item? A good weapon should have its own name." "Hee, Yejue grinned at Daf's question. "I plan to call it Gatling." Gatling, a name derived from the famous Gatling gun from Yejue's previous world. It was a weapon renowned for its overwhelming firepower, capable of firing 6,000 rounds per minute in its most powerful variants. It was said that an adventuring party could conquer an entire African tribe armed only with a Gatling gun. Countless lives were lost to the wrath of the Gatling gun during the World Wars. It could be considered one of the most nefarious designs in the history of firearms. Of course, the Gatling Yejue had Daf forged was not the same as the historical weapon. While he had a keen interest in firearms, he had no way to replicate the Gatling rifle's design in its entirety. The Gatling in his possession was a simplified version, a magical Gatling gun. This magical Gatling featured a nearly completely enclosed rear compartment filled with fire enchantment matrices. By triggering the mechanism, an immense burst of fire would erupt from the confined space, producing tremendous pressure that would propel steel balls forward. The convenience of magic allowed for significant simplifications in the design of firearms, though this magical Gatling was far less complex than its historical counterpart. Its power would be equally formidable. According to Yejue's design, it could fire 300 steel balls per minute, all stored within a space ring embedded inside, which served as the magazine. Yejue had spent 37 gold coins to acquire this ring, which Daf had installed onto the Gatling. The ring's storage capacity was 2 square meters, densely packed with steel balls the size of grapes, nearly 2 million in total. The steel balls were also Daf's creations, easily crafted in bulk by dwarven smiths, whose forging techniques far surpassed those of humans in Yejue's previous world. After departing from Daf, Yejue laboriously carried the perplexing weapon back to Anthony's magical cottage. Bushido followed closely behind him, silently observing with eyes that sparkled with excitement. He had just gleaned a crucial piece of information from Daf. His student, apprentice, was, in fact, an enchanter, and the bewildering weapon was designed by him personally. What kind of formidable power could a weapon capable of instilling a sense of honor in dwarves possess? He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness it in the courtyard. Debbie was practicing knightly techniques with Effia. Upon spotting Yejue returning with the fantastical Gatling gun, their attention was immediately drawn to him. "Hammerhead, what is this contraption?" Debbie inquired curiously, scrutinizing the weapon, observing Yejue's pained expression as he cradled the gun. She deftly lifted it with her small hands. This weapon seemed rather lightweight compared to her massive sword. "Weren't you supposed to join Effia for a patrol mission? This is the weapon I prepared for you," Yejue said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, slightly breathless. Watching Debbie hold her great sword in one hand and the Gatling in the other, his eyelids twitched involuntarily, pondering how the girl from his previous life who lugged around gas canisters paled in comparison. A weapon. Debbie's curiosity intensified as she planted her great sword into the ground and examined the item in her hands. "How do you use this? Do you throw it to hit someone?" "No," Yejue explained to her, slightly exasperated, and eagerly encouraged her to test its power, cautioning, The recoil is quite substantial, so be careful. Oh, with great enthusiasm, Debbie followed Yi Chue's instructions, grasping the Gatling with both hands and aiming it at a wasabi tree in the corner of the yard. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and amusement, while Effia and Bushido displayed expressions of keen interest, standing beside her. Meanwhile, Yi Chue covered his ears and retreated a few steps, and then, what transpired next would forever be etched in Effia's and Bushido's memories. Bang! 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 A deafening series of sounds erupted from the Gatling gun, as steel balls burst forth from its 6 barrels. Those steel balls, ignited by the flames of the magical matrix, instantly turned a fiery red, resembling streaks of crimson light as they shot forth. With tremendous force, they penetrated the wasabi tree, which was as thick as a person's waist. Moreover, as the young girl had not braced herself adequately, she involuntarily swayed at the moment of discharge, causing the red streaks to sweep across the entire trunk of the tree. In a mere 10 seconds, a resounding boom echoed as the wasabi tree's trunk was utterly obliterated, collapsing against the adjacent wall and causing it to cave in. The gunfire ceased, leaving Effia and Bushido utterly astonished. Debbie stood frozen, slowly turning her head, with the Gatling still smoking in her hands, and her face flushed even deeper as she gazed at Yi Chue with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Hammerhead, I absolutely love this." Chapter 91. Women in this world are all violent maniacs. The petite girl, barely 5 feet tall, wielded a Gatling gun that was nearly her height, with smoke billowing from its muzzle due to recent firing. The wasabi tree, now reduced to a stump, lay fallen, having crushed the wall beside it. On the other side of that wall was the Lord's mansion, where several gardeners tended to a small courtyard filled with dry grass and fallen leaves. They all stared in shock at the scene, witnessing the remnants of the wasabi tree still emitting smoke. The steel balls had been shot out in a fiery red hue, leaving scorch marks in their wake. Anyone who beheld this spectacle understood its impact. With an excited smile on her face, the girl looked at the creator of this dreadful weapon, saying, "Hammerhead, I absolutely love this." In that moment, the image of a great sword-wielding maiden transformed into that of a machine gun-toting girl. Effia and Bushido, who had stood beside Debbie earlier, were now completely dumbfounded, their eardrums ringing, as they stared at the half-burned stump of the tree and then at the lethal weapon clutched in Debbie's hands, before finally turning their gaze to Yi Chue. The terrifying power of this weapon was truly astonishing. Effia, rendered speechless by shock, felt a surge of inexplicable emotion towards Yi Chue, who had crafted this merciless weapon to protect Debbie as she sought to join the patrol. Meanwhile, Bushido's eyes sparkled as if he wanted to devour Yi Chue. The weapon his student, apprentice, had created possessed such incredible destructive capability. The level of devastation was enough to sweep away any intermediate swordsman. With no chance of resisting such firepower, his disdain for that fool, Albert, grew, while his admiration for Yi Chue deepened. "Where can I buy one of these?" Effia finally exclaimed after a moment of dazed silence, her voice nearly a shout, overwhelmed by the recent gunfire. "There's nowhere to purchase it. This is the only one in existence," Yi Chue replied with a grin, brimming with pride. "I made it." Effia's eyes widened in astonishment as her gaze shifted back to the fantastical Gatling gun, her desire igniting as she called out to Debbie, "Debbie, let me try it." Debbie, brimming with generosity, promptly handed over the Gatling gun to Effia. Following Yi Chue's prior instructions, Effia aimed it at the storage shed beside the courtyard and eagerly pressed the switch. Debbie and Bushido, having learned their lesson, quickly covered their ears, while Yi Chue merely smiled, unperturbed. Yet the Gatling gun did not fire. Instead, it emitted a series of pop sounds as tiny flames flickered from the barrels. "Huh, Hammerhead, what's happening?" Effia shouted in confusion, turning to Yi Chue. "This Gatling can only be operated by Debbie." Yi Chue explained with a chuckle that in order to use this weapon, one must activate the space ring that serves as the magazine with sword energy. Yi Chue had procured this space ring, which Dwarf Doff had filled with countless steel balls, after erasing his own mark. According to the ring's configuration, the next user would automatically become its owner. And since Debbie was the first to use the Gatling, she was now its rightful master. Unless Debbie removed her mark from the ring, only someone of Yi Chue's caliber could bypass its restrictions. Thus, the Gatling was destined to be Debbie's exclusive weapon. Effia, feeling a bit miffed, pouted and returned the weapon to Debbie. She approached Yi Chue, nudging him with her shoulder and whispering, though her whisper was loud enough to be heard by all, "Hammerhead, can you make me one too?" "No way," If you want one, go find your iron swordsman. Yichue firmly rejected her request. This magical Gatling was a unique and personal weapon for Debbie. He could not allow anyone else to possess it. If everyone had one, how could he showcase Debbie's unparalleled prowess? Effie's expression turned fiery, yet she understood that such a weapon was unattainable, resigning herself to envy at the sight of Debbie joyfully caressing her newfound treasure. It seems that the women in this magical world are all violent maniacs, Yichue mused inwardly. Just then, he turned to find Bushido gazing at him with sparkling eyes, causing Yichue to jump in surprise. What are you doing? I've made my decision, the old wizard declared loudly. I will make you my student for life. You can't escape me. Yichue. Bushido then looked over at Debbie, who was still reveling in her weapon, and exclaimed, Debbie, can I stay here for a few days? Debbie, feeling unusually cheerful, replied generously, of course, stay as long as you like. After a brief pause, she added, but you have to do the dishes and laundry. Effia, she thought about warning Debbie about the old wizard's true identity, but before she could speak, Bushido cheerfully agreed. All right, I'll take care of all that. Thus, Anthony's magical cottage welcomed an old man, one who could not easily be rid of. Bushido was assigned to stay in Yichue's room, while Yichue himself moved into his research chamber, hastily constructing a bed. Although Debbie and Effia deemed him frail, as a young man, he need not worry about such comforts. The gardeners at the Lord's mansion, with troubled expressions, cleared away the fallen wasabi tree. And instead of repairing the collapsed wall, they created a side entrance for Effia to visit for meals and for Debbie to return. After dinner, Bushido eagerly washed the dishes while Debbie practiced in the yard. With Effia offering pointers nearby, Yichue retreated to his research chamber, pondering matters under the glow of the magical lamp. Debbie is now a peak 3rd-tier swordsman, yet her combat awareness has reached a level akin to that of 5th or even 6th-tier warriors. However, due to her lack of skills, she may not necessarily be a match for mid-tier swordsmen. Nevertheless, the magical Gatling gun can perfectly compensate for her shortcomings in skills. She should now possess the strength equivalent to that of a 4th, 5th, or even 6th-tier swordsman. However, when it comes to participating in patrol missions, Yichue still cannot feel entirely at ease. He must accompany her in the guise of an iron swordsman, perhaps due to his origins not belonging to this world. Yichue finds it impossible to maintain a calm demeanor regarding Debbie's involvement with dangerous individuals. For the safety of his sister, he is willing to face any peril, now that Debbie's combat capabilities are sufficiently prepared. It is time to contemplate how to further enhance the fighting prowess of the iron swordsman. That a slightly fatigued Buster entered the research room, and, noticing Yichue lost in thought, sat beside him. Good student. It seems you are quite worried about Debbie's safety. Rest assured, patrol missions rarely encounter real danger. Please call me by my name. Thank you, but that's not guaranteed. Yichue replied with a furrowed brow. This is Debbie's first time participating in such a mission, and I have my concerns. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he gazed at Buster with intent. I've decided to secretly follow them. Buster was taken aback. That won't do. Patrol missions are meant to combat the beasts that roam the towns. What business does a mage have in such affairs? I cannot rest easy knowing Debbie's safety is at stake, Yichue declared resolutely. For her, I am willing to face any danger. Are you certain? Buster asked, his tone serious, while Yichue nodded firmly. I am certain. Buster sighed. Very well, if that's the case, then I shall provide you with some items to ensure your safety. Upon hearing Buster's words, Yichue's eyes brightened. He knew that the old mage was reluctant to see him in danger and was ready to offer his treasures. His enthusiasm surged as he asked, What do you wish to give me? Mr. Buster, may I borrow your room for a few days? Buster said with a warm smile. I will inscribe some magical scrolls for you. What kind of magical scrolls? Yichue inquired, wondering if they were devastating attack spells. I may not possess other talents, but I have an abundance of spatial teleportation scrolls, Buster chuckled. With these, escaping danger will be a piece of cake. Yichue, great, scrolls meant for escaping. Chapter 92. The 3 treasures given by Buster to Yichue. The routine patrol mission organized by the Lord's Manor was scheduled for 3 days later. During this time, Buster devoted himself to inscribing magical scrolls for his precious student, Yichue. Debbie took this adventure very seriously, engaging in daily discussions with Effia about swordsmanship techniques. The patrol mission was unlike the ancient tomb adventure. This was the first time the young girl would face ferocious beasts. and she was brimming with excitement. Yi Chue sensed that her exhilaration was largely due to the formidable weapon he had gifted her. Once, when he happened upon Debbie in the courtyard, he found her gently caressing the barrel of the Gatling gun. A smile on her face that unmistakably conveyed, "My big gun is eagerly awaiting action." Yi Chue had felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. 3 days swiftly passed, and after breakfast on the day of departure, everyone prepared to set off. Just before leaving the dining table, Effia looked at Yi Chue with anticipation. Yi Chue smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. The Iron Swordsman will wait for you outside the city, and I shall not break my promise." Satisfied, Effia departed. Debbie busied herself packing her things and donning her soft armor. Buster summoned Yi Chue to the research room upstairs, filling his pipe while solemnly handing over a sack of teleportation scrolls. "Good student. These are the magical scrolls I inscribed for you over the past few days. Alas, age has taken its toll. I managed to inscribe about 100 in just 3 days. Take them with you. In case of danger, open the scroll and channel your magical energy into the coordinates. It will teleport you anywhere within a 1,000-meter radius. Please call me by my name. Thank you. I had no idea spatial magical scrolls could use magical energy to input coordinates." Yi Chue picked up a scroll. "How does one input them?" "There are 2 types of coordinates. One is a precise location determined by spatial magic, and the other is a general direction. However, a skilled spatial magician like myself can teleport to any specific location without preset coordinates that I ask for you. You can only identify a rough direction, lacking the ability to locate specifics," Buster said, igniting his tobacco with a flick of his finger, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chue. "If you are willing to learn spatial magic from me, mastering coordinate localization will be a breeze. Otherwise, teleporting will be left to chance." "Chance is just fine, thank you." Yi Chue chuckled, unable to resist the urge to open a spatial magic scroll that he hurriedly infused his magical energy into the scroll. Envisioning a general direction in his mind, in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished into thin air. The next moment, "Chue, how dare you sneak into my room while I am changing?" Debbie's furious roar echoed. "Yi Chue, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding." Bang! As Buster descended the stairs, he happened to witness Yi Chue being kicked out of the room by Debbie's small foot. Of course, although Debbie was quite angry, she did not exert much force, allowing Yi Chue to quickly rise again, wearing a somewhat dazed smile as he looked up at Buster standing at the staircase. "Indeed, it is left to chance." Buster, upon returning to the research room upstairs, Yi Chue solemnly stored the sack of teleportation scrolls in his spatial ring, preparing to express his gratitude to Buster when the old mage extended his hand with a smile. A shimmering object appeared in his palm, a staff, approximately 1/2 meter long, crafted from an unknown wood, adorned with a green crystal at the tip, exuding an air of mystery, though Yi Chue was unsure of its origins. He instinctively felt that this was undoubtedly a remarkable piece of equipment. "After careful consideration, I have decided to give you one more item for your safety. This staff was personally crafted by me in my youth. While it may not be particularly valuable, I have always been reluctant to part with it. Now, I bestow it upon you. It is a magical staff." Yi Chue accepted it eagerly, channeling his magical energy into it. Immediately feeling the surge of power within the staff, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Mr. Buster, what can this magical staff do?" Unlike a wand, which a magician uses to cast spells, a magical staff can only release a single spell. Its release is fixed, and it typically contains a magical crystal. Even an ordinary person can cast spells through a magical staff, though such items are rare luxuries. The staff Buster presented was clearly extraordinary. Yi Chue examined the staff with the same excitement as when Debbie received the Gatling gun, pondering its incredible destructive potential. Surely, it was a top-tier artifact. "It is intended for invisibility," Buster explained with a leisurely smile, the smoke from his pipe enveloping his face. "This is meant for your escape. Remember, once invisible, you must not use any magical energy. The slightest disturbance will break the invisibility. Activate the staff and make a swift retreat." Yi Chue, once again, another escape tool. He couldn't help but comment, "You must have been quite timid in your youth, right?" Buster's face flushed, and he huffed, "I am a scholarly type of magician. I have never enjoyed combat. But just because I dislike fighting does not mean I cannot fight." Setting his pipe aside, Buster's expression turned serious. "Chue, now I shall present you with the third item, which will grant you formidable combat capabilities in a short period. You must use it wisely." Yi Chue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Buster, what is it? Buster brought his hands together, speaking serenely. Chue, please accept my heartfelt blessing. Yi Chue. Could he utter a curse? But soon, his expression changed as realization dawned upon him. This is the legendary blessing that only high-level magicians can bestow, Magician's Blessing. A soft white glow began to emanate from Buster's clasped hands. Swirling like mist before entering Yi Chue's body, he felt something intriguing added to his memory, an entire spell, complete with a magical matrix, magical energy, and mental strength. The completeness of this spell meant that Yi Chue could activate it at any time without expending magical or mental energy. Simply by relying on his feelings, Buster had directly infused a completed spell into his body, granting him access to this powerful incantation, albeit as a one-time use. This is what it meant to receive a magician's blessing. Bizido's face revealed a hint of fatigue as he spoke. This is a high-level attack spell, Rift of the Earth, which stands as the most formidable spatial assault incantation. The spell I have embedded within you possesses at least 90% of my power. In other words, using this spell is tantamount to unleashing the full force of a 9th-tier mage. Chapter 93. It's nothing. It just sounds rather cool. In order to ensure Yi Chue's safety, Bizido presented him with 3 items: a spatial teleportation scroll, an invisibility wand, and an opportunity to cast the advanced attack spell, Rift of the Earth. Upon receiving these 3 gifts, Yi Chue felt a wave of gratitude towards the somewhat weary Bizido. Just 3 days prior, he had approached the old mage with the intention of extracting some defensive items, yet he never anticipated that this venerable sorcerer would be so considerate, bestowing upon him such valuable artifacts. It seemed clear that he truly wished for Yi Chue to become his disciple. Thank you, Yi Chue sincerely expressed. If you genuinely wish to thank me, then become my student. I'm afraid that is non-negotiable. Downstairs, Debbie had already prepared her belongings and was ready to depart. As Yi Chue and Bizido descended, they found Debbie standing robustly in the hall below, her formidable presence accentuated by the towering greatsword strapped to her back and a Gatling gun over a meter long. The combined weight exceeding 150 pounds, surpassing even Debbie's own weight. Yet, it appeared that she bore no burden, even carrying a bag as her makeshift satchel, presenting an undeniably fierce image. I'm leaving. Debbie evidently harbored some resentment towards Yi Chue for his sudden teleportation into her room, glaring at him before turning on her heel to exit. Just as she reached the door, a thought struck her, and she turned back to gaze at Yi Chue. Hammerhead, you must ensure your safety these next few days. Wait for my return. Yes, I will await your return, Yi Chue replied with a smile. Debbie cast one last reluctant glance at Yi Chue before stepping out of the door, but why Yi Chue felt no sense of nostalgia. After all, he had already resolved to follow the young girl as the Iron Swordsman. Once Debbie departed, he hastily gathered his belongings, placing them into his spatial ring, and prepared to leave. Bizido escorted Yi Chue to the entrance of the magic shop. The items I have given you will serve you well in a dire situation. But you must exercise caution. As for this place, you need not worry. I will remain here for the time being, ensuring no one discovers that you have secretly followed. Thank you, Mr. Bizido, Yi Chue nodded. Ready to depart. He intended to reach the outskirts of the town before Debbie and Afia, finding a suitable spot to dramatically transform into the Iron Swordsman. However, just as Yi Chue prepared to leave, an unexpected visitor arrived at Anthony's magic cottage, none other than the somewhat disheveled Albert. Upon seeing Yi Chue and Bizido at the door of the magic shop, Albert's expression darkened slightly, yet he quickly donned a smile. Hastening a few steps to Bizido's side, eagerly exclaiming, Teacher, you have been here for 3 days. I have some questions regarding spatial magic that I wish to consult you about. Would you be willing to return with me? Following the 3rd-tier mage assessment, Bizido had immediately accompanied Yi Chue, leaving Albert to face a harsh reprimand from Opus. The grievances he harbored had no outlet, especially since his hard-won teacher was reluctant to return with him, who, after all, was truly the student. Aware that Debbie would be accompanying Afia on a patrol mission today, Albert sought to seize the opportunity to bring his teacher back while she was absent. Reasoning that he had established a sacred master-student contract with Bizido, and he couldn't possibly dismiss him so easily. Why would I want to return with you when I am quite comfortable here? Bizido retorted, his tone brusque, his demeanor towards Albert starkly contrasting with the respect he displayed towards Yi Chue, embodying the esteemed image of a mage flawlessly. But my studies, Albert lamented. Come back when you have mastered the knowledge contained within that magic crystal. Bizido snapped impatiently. I set that mechanism to allow only those who could extract the magic crystal from the mirror to become my students. You managed to retrieve the crystal, indicating you possess potential in spatial magic. Yet you have left me utterly disappointed. During the mage assessment 3 days ago, Hammerhead's interpretation of spatial elements was impeccable. The articles within my crystal clearly covered that topic. Yet you had the audacity to claim his explanation was ludicrous? You are slacking. Do not approach me again until you have thoroughly comprehended the content of the crystal. Yi Chue, who had been on the verge of leaving, halted abruptly, astonished by Bizido's remarks, and turned to face both Bizido and Albert. The magic crystal had originally served as a means to assess students. He finally understood the lengths Albert had gone to in order to negotiate for the magic crystal. Albert, taken aback by Bizido's revelation, met Yi Chue's gaze and felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, a pleading look in his eyes, silently beseeching Yi Chue not to expose the truth about the crystal. Yi Chue smiled subtly and waved at Bizido. I will take my leave now. Teacher. In the ancient tomb, had it not been for the spatial theory articles contained within Bizido's crystal, Yi Chue would never have been able to unravel the spatial isolation of the inner sanctum. The 32 magical characters that were challenging for low-tier mages to grasp had all been acquired thanks to that magic crystal. It dawned on him that Bizido had already been his genuine teacher all along. He had only just come to realize it. Be careful. Bizido raised his hand, momentarily stunned, before gazing at Yi Chue and inquiring, Did you just call me teacher? Yi Chue chuckled as he turned to leave. A smile of contentment spread across Bizido's aged face. Teacher. Albert observed that Yi Chue had refrained from disclosing the magic crystal's origins. Feeling a slight relief, however, Yi Chue's address as teacher left him feeling conflicted. Had Bizido truly accepted Yi Chue as a formal disciple? He hesitated to ask, Who do you refer to as teacher? Yet Bizido furrowed his brow, disdain evident on his face as he interrupted Albert. Once you have thoroughly grasped the knowledge within that magic crystal, you may call me teacher, fool. With a loud bang, Bizido slammed the door shut. Albert stood there, speechless, his heart brimmed with injustice. The memories within the crystal were exceedingly challenging to decipher. Although he initially believed those insights might enhance his mental acuity, he had found no improvement over the past few days. In fact, he had even experienced a slight regression. He merely wished to consult Bizido regarding these issues, only to be met with a resounding dismissal. How is it that despite being his student, I am treated so differently? At that moment, Albert felt as if he could weep. After leaving Anthony's magic cottage, Yi Chue made his way to the outskirts of Stan City, where he found a secluded thicket, ensuring no one was watching. He triumphantly announced to himself, Iron Swordsman, transform. He then crouched down, meticulously donning his armor piece by piece. As he finally placed the helmet atop his head, his mental energy connected with the magic crystal embedded within the helmet. And Jarvis's voice resonated in his ears, Jarvis online. Although he had not managed a grand entrance to don the armor, it nonetheless felt rather satisfying. By the way, Master, every time you don the armor, you have me announce Jarvis online. What does that mean? Jarvis inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, it just sounds rather cool, Yi Chue awkwardly explained. He glanced at the boundless grasslands beyond Stan City, filled with anticipation. Whether it was dueling against the puppet swordsman in the ancient tomb or swiftly dispatching the Gudimpoton brothers, neither occasion had truly showcased the might of the Iron Swordsman. Now, as he prepared to embark on a patrol mission, he was on the verge of revealing the true power of the Iron Swordsman. Chapter 94. Oh no, what do I do if I can't ride a horse? Yi Chue did not have to wait long outside Stan City before he witnessed a grand procession emerging from the Lord's estate. Alongside Debbie and Afia, there were a total of 17 individuals. Among them, Yi Chue also spotted familiar faces, Azur, Ballman, and Damon. However, the leader of this contingent was not Afia, but rather a middle-aged man in his 40s. Riding at the forefront of the group, clad in light, flexible armor, his amiable countenance projected a sense of friendliness, and upon noticing Yi Chue, his gaze filled with curiosity. Afia, adorned in silver armor and riding a pure white steed, swiftly approached Yi Chue, excitement tinging her beautiful features with a rosy hue. Tony, hello. Oh, hello, Yi Chue greeted flatly. Tony, this is Bedwick, the captain of the Lord's Guard, and he is also the leader of this patrol mission. He is a 7th-tier high-level swordsman. Afia dismounted and walked over to Yi Chue, smiling as she introduced the middle-aged man, before turning to Bedwick. Uncle Bedwick, Tony is quite impressive. during our ancient tomb adventure. We owe our escape to him. Greetings, Tony Stark. During the ancient tomb expedition, you saved Miss Ophelia. The Lord has specifically asked me to extend his gratitude to you, and he hopes you can visit the Lord's estate sometime. Lord Eric would be delighted to host you. Bedwick smiled at Yichue and said, if given the opportunity, I certainly would not refuse. Yichue replied politely. Effia, with a cheerful expression, waved her hand to the side, and immediately a handsome man with long hair, clad in silver armor, rode over on a black horse while leading another. For some reason, Yichue felt an air of hostility in the way this striking man regarded him as he handed the reins of the black horse to Yichue. Effia explained, Tony, the patrol mission requires us to traverse the entire periphery of Stanch, so we must ride. This horse has been specially selected for you from the Lord's estate. Is that so? Yichue examined the black horse. Robust and imposing, with a somewhat untamed demeanor. Its mane was elegantly groomed, and he felt quite satisfied. However, a sudden and serious concern struck him. Oh no, what if I can't ride? Iron Swordsman, hurry up and mount your horse. We need to be on our way. The handsome man called out coldly. We must reach Skull Town before sunset. We need to move quickly, Bedwick urged with a smile. Yichue pondered whether admitting he couldn't ride would lead to ridicule. Yet, evidently, no one, including Debbie, Damon, and Barman, considered that the famed Iron Swordsman might be incapable of riding. Effia flashed a sweet smile at Yichue, gently patted the horse's hindquarters, and nimbly leapt onto her mount. The white horse let out a resounding neigh, and she addressed Yichue. Tony, let us set off. Oh, all right. Observing Effia's actions, Yichue thought to himself that it couldn't be too difficult. He could just mimic her. With a serious expression, he lightly tapped the horse's hindquarters and leapt into the air, only to hear a loud neigh as the white horse took off, disappearing in a flash and kicking up dust. Indeed, it was a fine steed. Yichue stood where the horse had just been, watching the black horse gallop away, unable to suppress his admiration. Just moments ago, he had attempted to emulate Effia's leap onto the horse. But under the influence of the Windwalker array, he had launched himself over 2 meters into the AI, or by the time he descended, the horse had already bolted, leaving him to land firmly on the ground. The surroundings fell silent. Tony, you can't ride? Effia asked incredulously. The long-haired swordsman could not help but chuckle. I never imagined the renowned Iron Swordsman couldn't even ride a horse. Effia shot a furious glare at the handsome swordsman, then looked oddly at Yichue. Thankfully, Yichue wore a helmet, concealing his flushed face from others. Effia then let out a sharp whistle, and the black horse that had just galloped away returned eagerly. She looked at Yichue, somewhat troubled. Tony, we can't afford to delay that if you can't ride. Perhaps we should share a mount. Her voice trailed off, her meaning clear. It would be better to share a horse. Yichue also felt that learning to ride wasn't something one could master on a whim. Even programming the movements of riding into a magical algorithm would be a considerable task. Thus, he agreed with Effia's suggestion and nodded. All right then. Effia's expression brightened instantly, only to be taken aback as she saw Yichue stride directly towards Debbie, the young girl, feeling somewhat glum from being away from Yichue's side. Widened her eyes in alarm as he approached, evidently perceiving his intentions. You dare to try and share a horse with me? Yichue was left speechless. Iron Swordsman, ride with me, called out Damon, one of his companions from the previous tomb adventure. Originally a mercenary, Damon had joined the Lord's Guard on Barman's suggestion after their expedition. Known for his honest demeanor, Yichue had a good impression of him, so he nodded and, with Damon's assistance, mounted the large black horse. Bedwick shouted for the group to set off, and the 18-member patrol marched forward across the grasslands. Damon, who is that long-haired swordsman? Yichue inquired while trying to acclimate to the sensation of riding. He was certain he had never encountered that long-haired swordsman before and wondered what had sparked the man's hostility toward him. His name is Alan, a 5th-tier swordsman, quite esteemed among the Lord's Guard, Damon explained. He paused briefly before continuing. I've heard he has feelings for Miss Effia, but even though he is a 5th-tier swordsman with considerable talent, he is already 20 years old, which places him at a significant disadvantage compared to Miss Effia. Thus, he has been harboring a secret crush on her. Recently, Miss Effia has mentioned your name quite often, which is likely why he feels animosity towards you. What the hell? Yichue couldn't help but exclaim. Why should I care if he has a crush on Effia? The more pressing matter is, what about Effia's feelings for me? Subsequently, Yichue pondered aloud to Damon, Impressive that you've learned so much insider information after just a few days with the Lord's Guard. Hee hee. The guards often chat about these matters while on duty, Damon chuckled. I just happened to listen in. Yichue was left speechless. The Lord's Guard had a knack for gossip. Leading the patrol at the forefront were Bedwick, Effia, and the long-haired swordsman Alan. Effia appeared somewhat perturbed by Yichue's choice to seek Debbie rather than herself, but soon shifted her focus back to the task at hand, addressing Bedwick. Has something occurred that requires you to personally lead the team? My father just advised me to be cautious before we set out. What is going on? Lately, there has been an increasing number of beasts emerging from the dark forest. Yesterday, the Lord sent a message to Skull Town via the Red Hawk. But we have yet to receive a response. He is concerned something may have gone awry, Bedwick explained cheerfully. But Miss Effia, rest assured, I have served in the Lord's estate for over a decade. I have witnessed many significant events. There should be no cause for alarm. Chapter 95, Developing New Skills, Tomb Sealing Technique. Bedwick maintained a positive outlook regarding the patrol mission, despite the potential for a large-scale beast incident. He did not believe it was an insurmountable problem. Beasts in the dark forest possessed territorial instincts, and only a small number would venture out into the grasslands. Historical records indicated that the most substantial emergence from the dark forest involved no more than 30 beasts. A group of third-tier rhinoceroses expelled from their territory after a conflict with another group. Although there were some casualties, they had ultimately been eradicated by the Lord's Guard and hired mercenaries. An event that had occurred over a century ago, this time. It should merely be an incident in Skull Town, Bedwick continued. Skull Town was a small settlement on the edge of the dark forest, a resting place for mercenaries and bounty hunters entering the forest. Traders dealing in monster meat, bones, and magical crystals would linger there, making it a strategic point. The Lord's Guard was stationed there, maintaining communication with Stange through the Red Hawk at regular intervals. Mr. Bedwick is correct. Even in the event of a large-scale beast emergence. Our Lord's Guard consists of 16 members this time, so we should be able to handle any situation. Miss Effia, you need not worry, Alan said with a self-satisfied grin. I have recently mastered a new skill that will be perfect for honing during this patrol mission. However, Effia felt an ominous premonition, knowing that communication between Skull Town and the Lord's estate was crucial. There had been no incidents in decades, and the failure of the Red Hawk to return meant something significant must have transpired in Skull Town. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to dismiss her fears, thinking that it couldn't possibly be more challenging than the previous tomb adventure. For some reason, whenever she was near the Iron Swordsman, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. With this thought in mind, she turned to look at the Iron Swordsman, realizing this was a perfect opportunity to strengthen their bond. Suddenly, sparks of anger ignited in her eyes as she noticed the Iron Swordsman and Damon sharing a horse. Attempting to flirt with Debbie. Naturally, Debbie was not pleased, appearing quite irritated, yet the Iron Swordsman persisted in his advances. Miss Effia, I happened to acquire a key to the Dorian Tomb adventure recently. Once this mission concludes, let us team up for an adventure, Alan said, drawing closer to Effia, smiling as he struck up a conversation. Effia withdrew her gaze from Yichue, coldly regarding Alan. Get lost, and stop bothering me. With that, she cracked her whip against the horse's hindquarters, and the white horse accelerated significantly, moving to the front of the group. Alan was left speechless. Debbie cradled the enchanted Gatling gun against her chest. The barrel aimed squarely at Yichue. If you bother me again, I shall not be merciful, she warned out while Yichue, drenched in cold sweat, stammered. All right, I won't say anything more. In this world, the identity of the Iron Swordsman was one that Yichue had no desire to conceal. And Debbie was the only one who knew of it. However, she held a strong prejudice against the Iron Swordsman. While Yichue had hoped to cultivate a bond with her, to mitigate her anger when he eventually revealed his identity. But this endeavor had proven quite unsuccessful. The notion that the Iron Swordsman is a lecherous wolf had taken deep root in her mind, leaving him no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. With an unhappy huff, Debbie stowed her magical Gatling gun and urged the horses to quicken their pace. But Yichue noticed that when Debbie had drawn the Gatling gun, the other city lord guards around them displayed expressions of curiosity. Clearly unaware of what that peculiar item was, their eyes filled with intrigue. Damon even voiced his confusion, saying, I wonder what Debbie's device is used for. She claims it was crafted by Hammerhead. It looks like something one would wield to smash, but why is it shaped like that? Smash, Yichue rolled his eyes. It seemed that the swordsmen in this world instinctively reacted the same way upon encountering such advanced contraptions. As the group hastily advanced towards Skull Town, Yichue began to ponder the matter of horseback riding. He could not simply continue to share a horse with Damon, yet neither Hammerhead nor his previous self had ever had any experience with horses. And learning to ride from scratch would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Yichue thought of his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, and initiated a conversation with him through the magic crystal. Do you have any memories related to horseback riding? No. Master My original owner certainly knew how to ride, but he must have omitted those memories from the magic crystal, Jarvis replied. However, based on my understanding, riding shouldn't be too difficult as long as one firmly sits on the horse's back. Easier said than done. I already embarrassed myself getting onto a horse. I can't continue like this. While converting the motions of riding into a program is feasible, it requires constant practice. Yichue felt somewhat disheartened. But soon a spark of inspiration ignited within him. I've come up with a brilliant idea. What is it? Jarvis inquired, seemingly intrigued. As long as I ensure I sit firmly on the horse's back. It becomes a simple matter. We have the space teleportation scrolls, right? If I set a coordinate on the horse's back, then the moment I'm thrown off, I can activate the scroll for instant teleportation back to the saddle. Jarvis paused for a moment before exclaiming, so many scrolls. Such a responsibility. Yichue wasted no time and immediately began his research. Of course, he wasn't truly so reckless as to rely on this method for learning to ride. His genuine interest lay in setting coordinates for the scrolls. The spatial teleportation direction was largely random, only allowing for a general direction to be determined, while the specific teleportation distance remained beyond his control. Last time, he had fortuitously teleported right in front of a disrobing Debbie. But who knew if luck would smile upon him again? Perhaps he could end up in front of the disrobing orc woman, Kara. Nevertheless, he could establish coordinates for positioning. However, mastering coordinate positioning wasn't straightforward. It required constructing a complex spatial magic matrix. Bizido had not expected Yichue to easily grasp the intricacies of coordinate positioning, but Yichue had entered a state of scholarly enthusiasm and began eagerly researching the magical matrix for positioning coordinates. Initially, the magic crystal that Bizido had placed in the Mages Guild contained not only explanations of magical characters and various texts, but also some spells, including spatial spells. Among them was teleportation. The spatial teleportation scroll was inscribed with this spell on parchment. Therefore, studying the teleportation spell would allow Yichue to unravel the mystery of coordinates. Teleportation was a mid-level auxiliary spell, a foundational application of spatial magic. The spatial element was essentially a form of energy capable of teleportation. The teleportation spell gathered this energy to transport people or objects. Simply put, it opened two doors in the air, one for entry and the other for exit. The exit door representing the coordinates. Most mages found it challenging to master spatial magic because they could not perceive the intended spatial door. But for Yichue, this posed no difficulty. Coordinates are merely the door for exiting the space. Yichue exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Soon, the preliminary form of a magical matrix took shape within the magic crystal. He could no longer construct the magical model from memory, but he could inscribe the matrix within the crystal, which, while not capable of being cast as a spell, sufficed for the teleportation scroll's coordinates. Just as Yichue was preparing to modify the completed matrix, Jarvis's voice suddenly rang out. Master, I believe I've seen the type of matrix you've constructed before. Seen it before? Yichue inquired. Taken aback. Where? In the ancient tomb, Jarvis replied. I was the control hub of that ancient tomb, and even though I left with you, I can still maintain a certain connection with it. The coordinates you've constructed bear some resemblance to the matrix used to connect with the ancient tomb. Yichue was aware that even after leaving the ancient tomb, Jarvis could still maintain a degree of connection with it. However, he lamented that he could not persuade Jarvis to take him back to the tomb. There were still many treasures within, and the tomb itself was worth a fortune. A 1 cubic meter spatial ring would fetch 30 or 40 gold coins. While the total volume of that ancient tomb was several dozen cubic kilometers, abandoning such a treasure felt like a tremendous loss. Now, hearing Jarvis's words, he suddenly had an idea. So, does that mean you possess the coordinates of that ancient tomb? If the coordinates are indeed the magical matrix you constructed, then yes, I possess the coordinates to enter the ancient tomb. Jarvis affirmed. Master, what do you intend to do? If I connect the spatial teleportation magic scroll to the coordinates of the ancient tomb, can I not enter it? Yi Chue's spirit sword. That should be feasible, Jarvis contemplated. But once inside, there's no guarantee you can come back out. No matter. For now, all I need is to get in. Yi Chue's excitement surged. Your original owner constructed the ancient tomb to be several times larger than an ordinary tomb. It would be a tremendous waste not to utilize such a vast space if we could freely use the spatial teleportation scrolls to send items into the tomb. Jarvis, do you understand what that implies? Master, what exactly do you mean? Jarvis asked, confused. Think about it. If we encounter enemies or beasts, I can simply open a teleportation scroll right beside them, setting the coordinates within the ancient tomb. Wouldn't that allow us to directly send them into the tomb? You can control the tomb, with all its traps and puppet swordsmen. There's no doubt we could trap them there. Moreover, the magic crystals and bones of the beasts we defeat would all belong to us. Yi Chue's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such a scheme, they would be sitting ducks, easily overwhelmed. Jarvis paused for a moment before responding. Master, your idea is rather unconventional, yet it seems plausible. I shall name this strategy the ancient tomb sealing technique. Yi Chue exclaimed eagerly. Jarvis, please show me the coordinates of the ancient tomb so I can reference them and figure out how the coordinates are constructed. Chapter 96. The Unconventional Iron Swordsman. The teleportation scrolls given to Yi Chue by Bizido had a maximum range of 1,000 meters. But this distance applied to the real world. The ancient tomb existed in a separate dimensional space, a realm that coexisted with the real world, making it seem only a stone's throw away or infinitely distant. The essence of the teleportation scroll was the gathering of teleportation energy, which required transitioning through the alternate space to take effect. Activating the teleportation scroll effectively transported a person into the alternate space and then back out again. Thus, using a teleportation scroll to enter the ancient tomb located in the alternate space was entirely feasible as long as the coordinates were known. The only difference lay in where the exit door, or the coordinates, was placed. While the patrol team of 18 took a brief rest at noon, Yi Chue had already discerned the general principles of spatial teleportation coordinates by comparing them with the coordinates Jarvis provided for the ancient tomb. Geographical coordinates could be determined using latitude and longitude, while spatial coordinates had similar concepts, albeit with greater complexity. Among the 32 magical characters, one was related to distance and orientation, serving as the foundation for establishing a magical matrix with coordinate functionality. Master, are you sure this is wise? I feel like it's a bit precarious. Jarvis voiced his concerns. Theoretically, it should work perfectly fine. Yi Chue engaged in a mental exchange with Xiaowei, and by this time, noon had arrived. The patrol team took a brief respite amidst the vast grassland, while several city lord guards gathered around, consuming their rations. Just then, Azur, the orc warrior, had managed to catch a mountain goat and was kindling a fire to roast the meat. The rich aroma wafting through the air. However, Yi Chue chose not to sit with the city lord's guards. Instead, he positioned himself at a distance. With his back turned to the group, he retrieved some parchment and magical ink from the spatial ring he possessed and began inscribing a coordinate magic matrix. This matrix was simple, comprising only a few lines, and Yi Chue could inscribe it onto the parchment without even needing to model it in his mind. He swiftly completed the coordinates. By releasing the magic scroll while using my mana to communicate these coordinates, I can teleport to the designated location. Yi Chue put away the magical ink and quill, gazing at his creation with satisfaction. The parchment inscribed with the coordinates was no larger than the palm of his hand. Faint traces of magical energy emanating from it. Excitedly, he began to prepare for an experiment, walking over to the horse that had been provided for him, securely tucking the coordinates into the saddle. Just as he was about to recklessly test the outcome, Ifia suddenly approached him, asking, "Tony, what are you doing?" "Nothing, nothing," Yi Chue replied, patting the saddle as he turned to face Ifia. Ifia wore a gentle smile, extending a roasted leg of lamb from her hands. "Tony, you must be hungry. This is something I just roasted for you. Please, try it, and let me know how it tastes." I added a lot of spices to it. The leg of lamb indeed looked appetizing, its meat a vibrant red, exuding the rich fragrance of goat meat. Yi Chue, having grown quite famished throughout the day, did not hesitate to accept it, smiling as he expressed his gratitude before taking a bite. Ifia eagerly inquired, "How does it taste?" "I specifically brought some salt made by the forest elves, which is quite precious. Just earlier, Ballman wanted to use my salt, but I refused him." "Then you poured all the salt onto this leg of lamb, didn't you?" Yi Chue interrupted Ifia. finding the meat excessively salty, so much so that it made his teeth ache. He quickly glanced around and noticed Debbie sitting nearby, sipping from her water flask, while holding 2 large flatbreads he had made for her. Ichue swiftly returned the leg of lamb to Ifea and dashed over to the little girl, snatching the water flask and gulping down several mouthfuls, then helping himself to one of the flatbreads from her bag. The taste of his homemade flatbread was truly delightful. If only he could escape the furious glare Debbie was giving him, as if she were ready to confront him. This big lecher was once again taking advantage of her. Tony. Ifea approached him with a hint of grievance, thinking to herself that as the daughter of a city lord, it was her first time roasting something specifically for Ichue, and his reaction was truly disheartening. This scene did not sit well with someone nearby. A handsome man with long hair named Alan stepped forward, indignantly pointing at Ichue. Do you have any idea how much effort Miss Ifea exerted to roast that leg of lamb? Not only do you fail to express gratitude for her kindness, but you also reject it. To enjoy the culinary skills of Miss Ifea is surely one of life's greatest joys. Haha. Ichue took the leg of lamb from Ifea and handed it to Alan. This abundant happiness is yours. Go ahead and enjoy it. Alan glared coldly at Ichue, inwardly mocking him for failing to understand Ifea's feelings, thinking that even if the roasted leg of lamb was poorly prepared, he should feign enjoyment to please the girl. With this in mind, Alan proudly took a hearty bite, chewing vigorously, only for his expression to gradually shift, his face contorting with discomfort. Go on, keep eating. If you have the guts, finish it. Ichue observed coldly, slowly munching on his flatbread. Alan. Clearly, his infatuation was not enough to compel him to endure such a repulsive meal. That's enough. Ifea, irate, knocked the leg of lamb away and shot Ichue an angry glare before storming off. Ichue sighed inwardly as he watched her retreating figure, pondering how he, with 2 lifetimes of experience, still required Alan to teach him how to win a girl's affection. His intention in displaying such contempt was merely to dissuade Ifea from harboring any fondness for the Iron Swordsman. Alas, being a popular man was indeed exhausting. At that moment, he only had eyes for Debbie. With this thought, Ichue smiled at her, only to be met with a fierce glare from Debbie, who quickly stood up to chase after Ifea, not forgetting to take her belongings with her. Ichue. The midday break swiftly came to an end. Bedwick signal. The team resumed their journey. This time, Ichue naturally refrained from requesting to ride a horse alongside Damon, and everyone expressed their curiosity, wondering how a novice who could not even mount a horse intended to ride. Then, they were left astonished. Ichue approached the group of black horses, gave one a swift pat on the rear, and it immediately let out a neigh before galloping forward. Just as the others were puzzled about Ichue's intentions, he leisurely retrieved a scroll, tore it open, activated it, and vanished in a flash of white light. In the next moment, a beam of white light illuminated the back of the galloping horse, and a figure materialized out of thin AS. This process lasted about a second, by the time Ichue's form fully emerged. The black horse had already sped past him, and he found himself landing behind the horse rather than on its back. That why Ichue had initially envisioned teleporting directly onto the horse's back. But he soon realized that such an approach was unfeasible. As teleportation required time, he needed to pinpoint the coordinates at the moment the scroll activated, which could not be accomplished instantaneously. If he fell from the horse and attempted to teleport afterward, he would likely hit the ground before the teleportation began. Additionally, there was a delay of several seconds between opening the coordinates and Ichue being teleported, and at the speed of the black horse, it was impossible for him to land back on its back. Thus, Ichue opted for an alternative method, allowing the black horse to run ahead while he followed at a leisurely pace. Planning to teleport to the group once a sufficient distance was established, upon realizing Ichue's intentions, everyone was left in AW. As time progressed, the patrol team continued their march toward Skull Town. With one distinction, the Iron Swordsman did not accompany them. Every time they covered a certain distance, the unmounted black horse would emit a beam of light, and the Iron Swordsman would appear out of nowhere, only to be left trailing far behind. This fellow was employing the spatial teleportation scroll to travel. The Iron Swordsman truly took an unconventional route. Did his teleportation scroll come without a cost? Well, in reality, Ichue's spatial teleportation scroll indeed came at no expense. Of course, Ichue was not truly so naive as to use this peculiar method for the sake of drawing attention. He was genuinely aiming to become familiar with the usage of the spatial teleportation scroll, thereby shortening the time required to input coordinates into the scroll, which served as practice. Furthermore, Yichue needed time to maintain distance from the others to complete his new skill, Ancient Tomb Sealing Technique. Chapter 97. The most remarkable aspect of the Iron Swordsman, Wealth, Ancient Tomb Sealing Technique. Yichue shouted dramatically, opening the teleportation scroll beside a rabbit he had caught. With a whoosh, he leaped away to a distance. And a moment later, a white light shone from the rabbit, which then vanished into thin air. He urgently inquired with Jarvis inside the magic crystal. Quickly check if the rabbit was transported to the ancient tomb. It seems not. Jarvis replied after a moment, sounding somewhat disappointed. Master, you have failed again. The coordinates for direct teleportation to another world differ from those for long-distance teleportation. It appears something is missing from the magic matrix. Yichue furrowed his brow in thought. But where did that rabbit end up? Heaven knows, Jarvis sighed. When Yichue first acquired Jarvis, the latter's personality resembled that of a child, or rather, he lacked any excess personality traits, possessing only a human-like dedication. However, after accompanying Yichue, Jarvis seemed to learn about individuality from him. Gradually developing his own character, he continued, By the way, Master, why do you shout the name of the skill when opening the scroll? Because it is a mental exchange, so let's not dwell on the Tianjin dialect in this magical world. It's just cooler that way. Yichue explained while pondering the question. Although he still could not seal a mere rabbit, the thought of using the scroll to seal ferocious magical beasts thrilled him, though this skill was not yet complete. It already held significant potential for destruction. After all, upon releasing the teleportation scroll, even if the rabbit was not sent to the ancient tomb, it was undoubtedly dispatched to another dimension, a place where no creature could possibly survive. It seems the patrol team has already moved on. Yichue looked up to see the distant figures of the patrol team shrinking into mere specks, and he took out another teleportation scroll. Tearing it open and vanishing in a flash of white light as the shadow of Yichue fell upon the patrol, he landed behind the galloping black steed, observing the thundering horseman pass by. He smiled and waved at Debbie, only to receive an exasperated eye roll in return. His figure was swiftly distanced from the group. Is this steel swordsman out of his mind? Alan turned to Bedwick. Glancing at the receding silhouette of the steel swordsman, unable to contain his curiosity. Out of his mind? Bedwick's expression was notably grave. Alan, you are mistaken. This steel swordsman is truly remarkable. Remarkable? In what way? Alan replied. Puzzled. Upon overhearing their discussion about the steel swordsman, despite her lingering resentment towards him, Afia rode closer to attentively listen. Have you not noticed? The time he takes to appear behind that horse after releasing the scroll is diminishing. Initially, he lagged 5 paces behind the horse after emerging from his teleportation state. Yet with each subsequent teleportation, the time he consumes decreases and the distance to the horse narrows. Just moments ago, he was but a step away from it. Bedwick's tone held a hint of admiration. According to Miss Afia, the steel swordsman is a magical swordsman adept in both martial and magical arts. That I believe his urgency in traveling stems from his desire to master the use of teleportation scrolls. He is honing his skills. But what use is that? Alan scoffed. Do not allow your jealousy to cloud your judgment. Bedwick admonished seriously. If he can teleport to his target location in an instant upon releasing the scroll and apply this technique in combat, consider how formidable that would be. Alan's expression shifted, for indeed, it was a terrifying prospect. It nearly signified that the steel swordsman had acquired a skill akin to blink, which could be unleashed indefinitely as long as he possessed scrolls. However, Alan soon contemplated another issue. I recall that a teleportation scroll is worth nearly a gold coin, right? Wouldn't that mean the steel swordsman would expend several gold coins in a fight? Bedwick fell silent for a moment. That is his most impressive attribute. All the city lord's guards, having overheard Bedwick's words, fell into a contemplative silence, arriving at a grim conclusion. The steel swordsman's greatest asset was his wealth. Common lightning and fire scrolls were valued at 50 copper coins. But teleportation scrolls, due to their connection to spatial elements, commanded a much higher price, often worth dozens of silver coins. Since their arrival, Yichue had likely consumed around 10 teleportation scrolls. Indeed, he was quite affluent. The patrol continued galloping across the prairie, drawing ever closer to Skull Town, with the dimly lit forest now visible in the distance. This forest spanned the continent of Stanigendas, with their current position merely marking the periphery of its depths. Although Bedwick was not overly concerned about what might have transpired in Skull Town, He nevertheless displayed a demeanor of vigilance. Yichu reappeared beside the group via another teleportation scroll. The patrol had halted for some reason. The black steed had come to a standstill, causing Yichu to materialize directly atop its back. Startled, the horse reared and neighed, prompting Yichu to execute a backflip and land gracefully on the ground, an action facilitated by the enchanted matrix within the steel swordsman's armor. Had it been the ordinary Yichu, he would have undoubtedly tumbled headlong. The startled black steed was restrained by Azur, allowing Yichu to survey the situation. A motionless figure lay upon the grassy path. Bedwick, Ballman, and others were gathered around the individual. Not dead, but unconscious, appears to have sustained significant injuries. His left leg is broken, and several ribs are fractured, Ballman assessed after a cursory examination. Ah, I recognize this man. He is a mercenary. I encountered him during my last mission in the dim forest. Damon exclaimed upon recognizing the man's features. His name is Atod. What are his skills like? Bedwick inquired. A fourth-tier swordsman. But his prowess exceeds mine. He is a highly competent mercenary. Damon, recalling his past experiences as a mercenary, frowned. He is adept at evasion and possesses the swordsman's skill, swift charge, when he reaches his peak speed. Even a third-tier magical beast, the Thunderbird, cannot catch him. As he spoke, Damon glanced at Atod's deformed left leg. How did he end up in this state? It seems he collapsed from exhaustion after traveling from Skull Town, Ballman conjectured, glancing worriedly at Bedwick. What should we do? It appears something indeed occurred in Skull Town. Bedwick gazed towards the town's direction. Let us take him with us and proceed to Skull Town. The discovery of the gravely injured and unconscious Atod cast a shadow of dread over the patrol. In truth, they had already sensed something amiss. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no magical beasts, while reports of beasts prowling outside Stent City had been increasingly frequent, indicating something unusual was afoot. However, their mission was to uncover the truth behind these events, and thus none were inclined to abandon their course to avoid becoming isolated and encountering a magical beast. Yichu refrained from further utilizing teleportation scrolls and instead rode alongside Damon. The unconscious Atod was placed atop the black steed, and the group continued their journey towards Skull Town. As dusk approached, the patrol finally reached the outskirts of Skull Town. This was a diminutive settlement, featuring a single street flanked by disorderly and oddly constructed buildings. Encircled by a stone wall and a makeshift barricade of wooden stakes, a large gate stood ajar, its position askew as though forcefully swung open by some external force. The town lay silent, devoid of any sounds or flickering lights. Most chillingly, a thick stench of blood wafted from within. Skull Town should be bustling at this hour. Damon, riding alongside Yichu, spoke with a tremor in his voice. But now, could it be that the townsfolk have been slaughtered by magical beasts? First, regarding the issue of sword energy, it was previously mentioned that sword energy is a form of energy. It is referred to as sword energy in swordsmen and mana and mages, essentially being the same essence. In other professions, knights call this energy the power of oaths, while followers refer to it as the power of faith. This energy can be augmented through training and can also enhance certain attributes. For instance, when utilized by a swordsman, it fortifies the swordsman's physique, as evidenced by Debbie's strength, which stems from his training in sword energy to develop the attributes of a greatsword warrior. As for the protagonist, being a mage, the energy within him is mana. Mages do not require physical training, rendering mana ineffective in enhancing their bodies. Should they engage in physical training, mana would transform into sword energy, albeit at the cost of affecting the mage's proficiency. Since the protagonist bears the steel armor, it is natural that his primary focus is on enhancing his magical abilities, while his identity as a swordsman merely requires the accumulation of armor technology. Especially since this book is titled The All-Powerful Mage. Regarding whether the protagonist tires while donning armor, have we ever seen Iron Man panting for breath after shedding his suit in films? The principle is the same. The protagonist's armor is imbued with numerous wind matrices, allowing him to walk with minimal exertion, relying largely on the support provided by these matrices. Much like in the movies, the magic crystals control the matrices within the armor, enabling the protagonist's movements to be driven by programming. Strictly speaking, the protagonist expends minimal energy while operating in armor, thus naturally avoiding fatigue, and since the armor is a cohesive unit, the protagonist merely occupies its interior, bearing little additional weight. Chapter 98. The silent and desolate Skull Town. It was already late autumn. and Skull Town appeared forlorn, with withered leaves swirling about in the evening breeze, producing a mournful whoosh as they whispered untold sorrows. The surrounding buildings lay in ruin, their walls, windows, and doors marred by terrifying claw marks and bloodstains. Bearing witness to the horrific events that had recently transpired, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the deserted town, evoking a sense of eerie solitude. The patrol walked cautiously along the quiet street, every member acutely alert, their nerves stretched to the breaking point, as the pervasive scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Ye Chue gripped his longsword, positioned in the midst of the group, his mind troubled. This town, which should have hosted at least 10,000 inhabitants, was inexplicably deserted, resembling a ghost town. Prior to entering Skull Town, Bedwick had dispatched Ballman and another guard to infiltrate the town for reconnaissance. Having confirmed that no signs of life remained, Ballman had further verified that this situation must have arisen within the last 2 or 3 days, as savage magical beasts had stormed the town, swiftly overwhelming and slaughtering its populace. This is clearly a large-scale magical beast attack. Bedwick's earlier composure had dissipated, and as he surveyed the horrifying scene around him, he remarked to those nearby, "Bernard, quickly use the Red Hawk to contact the Lord's Manor. We require reinforcements." He paused momentarily before continuing. Skulltown serves as a refuge for mercenaries, among the tens of thousands here. Half possess extraordinary combat prowess, yet now, they have been slaughtered to near extinction. This is not an event we can manage with merely a dozen individuals. Yes, my Lord Bedouic. The swordsman named Bernard hastily produced some banknotes, quickly scribbling a message, before retrieving a small creature with a vivid red hue from a cage tied to his horse. It was no larger than a pigeon from the realm of Yechue, yet bore sharp beak and talons, resembling a falcon. This was the Red Hawk, utilized as a communication tool on the continent of Igendas. Bernard placed the written note within the bamboo segment on the Red Hawk's leg, and the bird unfurled its wings, soaring like an arrow towards the direction of Stan City, vanishing in an instant. Even if Stan City dispatches reinforcements, they won't arrive until tomorrow morning. In the meantime, we must prepare for any potential dangers. Bedouic commanded the others, surveying the group. Damon, you are well acquainted with this area. Excellent. Choose the most suitable location for our encampment. Ballman, take some men to conduct a thorough search of the town. Ascertain if there are any survivors, and if necessary, identify the types of beasts that have attacked. The rest shall remain here and sound the alarm at the first sign of danger. Understood, my Lord Bedouic. Affirmative. Damon and Ballman responded in unison, immediately setting about their tasks. Skull Town was but a small settlement, its buildings haphazardly constructed and rudimentary, with only one sizable structure at the center of the main street, a church constructed from resilient magic steel, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated houses surrounding it. Damon designated this as their encampment. This church is the most defensible location in the entire town. I recall the church being built here 20 years ago by the clergy, who were rather presumptuous in their endeavors. However, it seems the existence of this church may now serve our interests, Bedouic remarked, drawing a short sword from his waist, gripping it in reverse, and pushing open the church doors. The night had fallen into darkness, with the church illuminated by no light, and a wave of bloody dampness and a foul stench greeted him. Bedouic furrowed his brow and stepped inside. Torches were lit. As the patrol team, accustomed to the wild, could not avoid such necessities, suddenly, a flurry of fluttering sounds filled the air, as if something were flitting about within the church. It's blood bats, a low-tier magical beast, inherently weak in combat, but they tend to swarm and are bloodthirsty. Their presence in numbers could be problematic, someone exclaimed in alarm. Almost as soon as he spoke, Bedouic had already charged into the church, unleashing a flurry of glimmering strikes from his form, accompanied by a cacophony of chilling shrieks piercing the air, followed by the sound of bodies thudding to the ground. This was the advanced attack skill, Waltz of the Stars, capable of unleashing a multitude of star-like assaults, ideally suited for dealing with swarming bloodbats. Moreover, as a 7th-tier advanced swordsman, Bedouic's mastery of this skill amplified its potency, decimating the paralyzing bloodbats within the church. Come in, the danger has passed. Bedouic's voice resonated from the shadows of the church. The others entered, torches and illumination devices in hand. The church's interior was vast, adorned with exquisite images depicting the 7 deities worshipped by the church. The pews, where faithful congregants once listened to divine teachings, lay scattered and in disarray, while in the center of the room sat a skeletal figure, cross-legged on the ground. From its attire, It appeared to be a cleric, drained of all blood by the bloodbaths. Beduic stood solemnly beside it, the sight of the first human corpse encountered in Skull Town presenting itself in such a horrifying manner. Afia, were your previous patrol missions always this thrilling? Debbie, who had entered the church, quietly approached Afia, her voice trembling with inquiry. Of course not. Previous patrols merely involved surveying the surrounding plains. I rarely came to Skull Town, let alone encountered a large-scale beast attack. Afia replied, her tone betraying her evident anxiety. Fear not, Yi Chue's voice interjected. As he positioned himself between the two girls, his voice shaking. I shall protect you. Afia's anxious expression softened slightly. Then she heard Yi Chue continue. Debbie. His words were directed at Debbie. Do you not wish to protect me? Afia questioned, a hint of irritation in her voice. Oh, and you too, Yi Chue said somewhat dismissively. What kind of nonchalant attitude was that? Afia huffed. I don't need your help. I can protect myself. Perfectly fine, Yi Chue replied, inching closer to Debbie. Rest assured, no matter the danger you face, I will safeguard you. Debbie retorted, try not to shake while speaking. Yi Chue fell silent. Undeniably, the atmosphere, akin to intruding upon a ghost town in the silent night, had rendered Yi Chue somewhat unsettled, his senses heightened to an extreme degree. Simply put, he was a bit frightened. However, the playful banter with Debbie and Afia lightened his mood, and they seemed to be in better spirits, albeit somewhat exasperated by Yi Chue. The reinforcements from Stan City should arrive by tomorrow morning. Until then, we must remain vigilant for any threats. As the group finalized their preparations, the unconscious individual they had encountered on the way, a toad, was also safely settled while Yi Chue peered through the church door at the desolate and eerie town. Tightening his grip on the longsword, he was sincerely grateful for Buster's foresight in providing him with essential escape supplies, which now seemed potentially invaluable. Under a sky adorned with countless stars, a layer of starlight blanketed the night prairie. As a red shadow zipped across the heavens like an arrow, suddenly, another dark figure lunged forth, engulfing the red shadow like a cloud of black mist. The silhouette unfurled in midair, revealing itself to be a massive, flying magical beast. Emitting a resounding cry as it descended upon the prairie, its claws extended, this was the small red creature dispatched from Skull Town. The red hawk, the flying beast, let out a few cooing sounds towards its rear, spread its wings, and soared back into the starry sky. Behind it, in the starlit prairie, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered, fixating upon the direction of Skull Town. Chapter 99. Stinky Flowing, Dare You Speak Again? Nightfall is a haven for magical beasts, so although the patrol team understood they were facing a precarious situation, they could only temporarily establish camp within Skull Town, awaiting the morrow to depart this terrifying locale. Everyone was acutely aware that night was the most perilous time, and the very beast that had ravaged Skull Town might return to launch another onslaught. Ballman led a search party through Skull Town, uncovering several corpses in concealed locations and encountering a few magical beasts, all of which were swiftly dispatched. Being of lower tiers, it appeared these beasts were remnants left behind by the marauding horde that had previously attacked Skull Town. Under Beduic's direction, the 18-member patrol team divided into 4 groups to take turns on watch, while the remaining members seized the opportunity to rest in preparation for an imminent beast assault. Among the magical beasts encountered by Ballman, there were even snow shadow cats and earthback rats, 2 natural enemies, yet they seemed to have formed an alliance. The only reason for beasts to unite like this is the presence of a far more formidable force directing them, mused Yi Chue, who was on watch. Through the Agenda's Continent Encyclopedia, Yi Chue had gained considerable knowledge about magical beasts. They were termed magical due to the formation of magic crystals within them, granting them a degree of intelligence. While only 7th-tier magical beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans, lower-tier beasts exhibited numerous humanoid behaviors. For instance, under extreme duress, even natural enemies could coordinate their efforts in battle. The dark forest within Stan City's territory, merely the fringes of the vast expanse, was said to be ruled by a 6th-tier magical beast, which had coexisted harmoniously with human settlements for countless years. Was this the very beast that had led the horde to suddenly attack humans? Debbie, seated beside Yi Chue, suddenly stood up, startling him from his reverie. He turned to her. What is it? Nothing. Debbie adjusted the strap of her magical Gatling gun and hefted her enormous sword, at Yi Chue's strong insistence. She had chosen to keep watch with him, while Afia, for reasons everyone understood but did not voice, opted to accompany Yichue as well. Consequently, the watch team comprised Yichue, Debbie, Afia, and the handsome, long-haired man, Alan. Upon seeing Debbie rise, seemingly intent on undertaking some task, Yichue hurriedly stood up as well and approached her side. "What are you going to do?" he inquired. "I'm going over there too." Debbie replied somewhat awkwardly. "To do what?" Yichue expressed genuine concern. Debbie shot him a glare. "To relieve myself." Yichue was genuinely uneasy about allowing Debbie to stray from his sight. "Shall I accompany you?" Debbie leveled the barrel of her Gatling gun at Yichue, retorting, "You scoundrel, dare to say that again." Ifia, her expression stern, stood up and interjected. "Debbie, let me accompany you instead." "No need. I'll be fine." Debbie quickly shook her head. Although the town was perilous, Debbie was not so fragile as to require companionship even for such a task. She patted the imposing Gatling gun resting on her slender shoulder, asserting, "With this magnificent weapon crafted by Hammerhead, I fear nothing." Yichue was left speechless. Should he feel elated or despondent at this moment? Debbie cast him another wary glance before making her way toward the corner, her silhouette gradually fading into the shadows that Yichue's gaze remained fixed on the spot. But he soon considered whether such an intense focus might be deemed somewhat unsettling and subtly shifted his gaze. However, in that fleeting moment, a figure stealthily emerged from the church behind him, circumventing the line of sight of Yichue and the others, heading in the direction Debbie had taken. Meanwhile, within the confines of Stant City, no one was aware of the calamity unfolding several dozen miles away in Skull Town, nor could they fathom that the terrifying horde of monstrous beasts might soon set its sights on the city with a populace of 200,000. The residence of the Magic Guild's president, Op, was the most prominent structure in Stan, second only to the Lord's Manor and the Mercenary Guild. Having returned home late at night from the Linchun courtyard, where he had spent the evening, Aubert stealthily entered his home, reflecting with a tinge of regret that his father had likely long since retired for the night. For the past few days, Op had been treating him with cold disdain following an incident at the Magic Guild 3 days prior, making Aubert's life quite arduous. Today, Op had sent him to fetch Buster from Yichue, only to be met with a shut door. Not daring to return home, he had spent the day aimlessly outside, intentionally choosing the cover of night to avoid encountering his father. Just as he crossed the threshold, a sudden voice startled him. "Young Master Aubert, you have returned." The speaker was the family steward, Mathis, a gaunt old man who had served the Aubert family for over 20 years and had watched Aubert grow up. His sudden words from the shadows behind the door caused Aubert to jump. "Mathis, you nearly gave me a heart attack," Aubert complained, clutching his chest. "Young Master," Mathis continued, clearly unperturbed by Aubert's fright, "your father is awaiting you in the study." A few minutes later, Aubert steeled himself and entered the study. Op was engrossed in a book titled The Mysteries of Wind Elements, illuminated by a bright magical lamp. Upon noticing Aubert, he closed the book and scrutinized his son with a frosty gaze. "Father," Aubert stammered, "where have you been gallivanting? Useless. I instructed you to bring Mr. Buster back, and what have you accomplished?" Op's voice was devoid of warmth. "Father, I went to Hammerhead's place today, hoping to invite Teacher Buster back. But he seemed enchanted by Hammerhead and refused to return, even sending me away." Aubert's voice was thick with grievance. "Father, it seems Teacher Buster has formally accepted that good-for-nothing Hammerhead as a student. What should I do?" "Fool, you are even inferior to a bastard magician." Op's voice turned cold and sharp. "The lineage of magicians is a matter of great importance. Families like Op and Aubert, with generations of magical heritage, possess a purer bloodline. In contrast, Yichue and Old George, who adopted him, became magicians by sheer serendipity. Such magicians were derogatorily referred to as bastard magicians by those who pride themselves on their noble lineage." Aubert hung his head, unwilling to meet his father's gaze. Observing his son's demeanor, Op's expression softened with a sigh. "Sigh, it appears I must assist you in winning Mr. Buster's favor." Aubert's eyes brightened, lifting his head. "Father, you mean Hammerhead must die? I will make the necessary arrangements." Op declared coldly. He was furious that Yichue had received his mid-level attack spell, the Baptism of the Gale, for free, and he intended to settle the score. Moreover, with Hammerhead around, how could Buster properly instruct his son? Aubert was elated, but then a thought struck him. "What about that Debbie?" "Rest assured," Op replied with a chilling smirk. "I am well aware that one must eradicate weeds by the roots. I have already infiltrated the patrol team. That little girl is as good as dead." In the murky depths of Skull Town, Debbie was struggling to adjust her soft armor, hefting the weighty magical Gatling gun onto her shoulder. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the shadows beside her. Instinctively, she aimed her gun at the intruder. "Who goes there?" "Debbie, don't be alarmed," a female voice replied. This was Antano, a member of the patrol team. Aside from Debbie and Ifia, a fourth-tier swordswoman, she stepped out from the shadows with her hands raised, smiling at Debbie. "I mean you no harm. I simply noticed you coming alone and wanted to check on you." Chapter 100. The magical Gatling gun unleashes its might. The patrol team comprised 5 female members, including Debbie and Ifia, along with 3 others, of which Antano was one. In her mid-20s, clad in red armor. She wielded a long sword in her left hand and a diamond-shaped shield in her right, showcasing her prowess as a fourth-tier swordswoman. Today, she had been quite friendly with Debbie, engaging her in conversation. Now, as she emerged from the shadows, she continued, "I mean you no harm. I noticed you walking alone, so I wanted to ensure your safety in this town, which is rather unsafe." "You're concerned for my safety?" Debbie was taken aback. Though she sometimes appeared a bit dull to Yichue, she was, in truth, quite perceptive. Her grip on the Gatling gun remained firm, and she regarded Antano with scrutiny. "Why are you being so kind to me? I have a younger sister about your age, who constantly clamors to accompany me as a city guard, but she is not nearly as formidable as you." Antano replied with a smile, stepping closer to Debbie. Under the cold moonlight, her expression was notably gentle. "When we return, I can introduce you to her." Debbie's expression softened slightly. "That sounds great." At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from within the church. "Not good." Antano's body tensed, and she beckoned to Debbie, already sprinting toward the church. Debbie hastily seized her large sword and followed closely behind. "What is happening?" she inquired as they reached the church entrance, peering inside at Ifia. "Atad has awakened," Ifia explained. "But it seems he has been startled." In a corner of the church, Atad was thrashing about, his visage twisted in terror as he cried out, "Get out of here! Leave this place! Hurry and leave!" Several city guards surrounded him, struggling to restrain him, while Bedwick stood to the side, attempting to calm him down. Yet Atad was engulfed in sheer panic, oblivious to the voices around him, his body writhing in distress. Even the strongest guards found it increasingly difficult to hold him down. "What is wrong with him?" Debbie asked, astonished. "He must have fought tooth and nail to escape from Skull Town, only to awaken and find himself back with us. What reaction would you expect?" Yichue replied from nearby, standing at the entrance of the church. Debbie, Ifia, Ellen, and Antano exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with Yichue's assessment. Suddenly, Yichue realized something amiss. "Wait, it seems he is trying to warn us." "Warn us?" Debbie and Ifia echoed simultaneously. Just then, Atad abruptly ceased his cries. His body began to convulse violently, emitting retching sounds, as if something within him writhed beneath his skin, his appearance becoming even more grotesque and terrifying than before. Bedwick, the patrol leader, well versed in the ways of danger, paled and shouted, "Get away from him!" In an instant, black, wasp-like insects erupted from Atad's mouth, buzzing ominously as they swarmed around. Among the onlookers, only the dual-wielding swordsman Barman reacted swiftly, performing a backflip to evade the swarm, while the remaining 3 were ensnared by the swarm of black insects, shrieking in agony as they flailed helplessly, collapsing to the ground. "That is a black hornet," Bedwick exclaimed in alarm. "Everyone, retreat from the church. Do not let them sting you." As he spoke, Bedwick's short sword danced in the air, deftly slicing through some of the black hornets that fell to the ground. However, a massive cloud of them continued to pour forth from Atad's mouth. Unlike the bloodbats, Bedwick's sword could hardly fend them off, and it was evident he could not hold out for long. That a number of city lord guards obeyed Bedwick's command and rushed out of the church with great haste. During this chaos, some unfortunate souls were pursued by the black wasps, their agonized screams echoing as they swiftly fell to the ground. Bedwick was the last to emerge from the church, while Yichue hurriedly dashed forward to secure the church doors. But swarms of black wasps began to encircle him. "Tony!" Afia exclaimed in alarm. Yet, her concern proved unwarranted. A crackling sound erupted as layers of brilliant blue lightning flickered around Yichue's armor. The swarming black wasps were struck by the electric onslaught, dropping to the ground like flies doused in insecticide, the air filled with a pungent, burnt odor. This was a minor function of Yi Chue's steel swordsman armor. Equipped with a quadruple lightning matrix on the left arm, once activated, the armor would envelop him in a continuous high-intensity electric charge, since the armor was designed with materials that insulated against electrical attacks. Yi Chue remained unharmed. Though this technique had long been a feature of the armor, it was only now that Yi Chue employed it for the first time, and he was thoroughly pleased with the result. With a resounding clang, he secured the church doors, brushing off the charred carcasses of the electrocuted wasps from his body. Upon turning around, he noticed the astonished gazes of the others fixed upon him. He hastily shouted, "Don't just stand there. Quickly find a way to block the church windows." The group, startled, sprang into action. Black wasps are a type of insect-like magical beast, classified as low tier, barely qualifying as a rank. However, their collective presence can be devastatingly powerful. The most terrifying aspect is their ability to lay eggs within other magical beasts or humans, rapidly hatching by siphoning their magical energy. Such a menacing and troublesome existence is rarely encountered even in the dark forest. Therefore, after their encounter with the toad, no one anticipated that black wasp eggs could be parasitizing within him. A toad's frantic shout of "Get away from here" was a warning for others to keep their distance. But unfortunately, for members of the patrol team fell victim to the ambush. Yet, this was evidently not the end. Just as the group managed to block the church windows, a series of horrifying wolf howls suddenly echoed from all directions. The horses bound nearby began to neigh in terror, glancing around, as crimson eyes flickered to life in the dark corners surrounding the skull town. "Third tier, magical beast, wind wolf," Damon shouted. "And this is a pack of wind wolves. So many of them." The multitude of red eyes advanced steadily toward them, their howls resembling the trumpets of hell, the numbers easily exceeding 100. The first-tier windwolves were already formidable, and with such a massive horde, the situation grew dire. What was most alarming was their evident discipline as they encroached upon the group from all sides, and the church, which had served as their refuge, was now overrun with terrifying black wasps. A toad lay discarded on the ground, injected with the eggs of the wasps, raising suspicions of a premeditated trap. Bedwick, the strongest among them, looked pale with dread. "We can't escape." "No," Yi Chue interjected suddenly, swiftly approaching Debbie's side. "Debbie, it's up to you now." Although the others were tense, a hint of mockery crept into their expressions, thinking what could a mere girl accomplish when even the mightiest Bedwick had resigned to despair. Alan scoffed, "Steel swordsman, have you lost your mind? We're doomed. What can this little girl possibly do?" Just as he finished speaking, a wind wolf lunged forward. Although the wind wolf was not much larger than an ordinary wolf, its speed was astonishing. Its red eyes glimmered with a chilling light. And in an instant, it was mere 10 meters away from the group, its cunning form leaping forward to pounce. Everyone hurriedly grasped their weapons, preparing for battle. But before they could react, boom, 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 boom. Debbie, clutching her magical Gatling gun, was the first to fire. Beams of red light erupted from the gun's barrel, striking vividly against the dark night. Before the wind wolf could land, it was directly hit by the barrage of red light. Its body propelled backward with a violent force, blood and flesh splattering in the moonlight, ultimately reduced to a mangled heap several meters away. "Cool," Debbie exclaimed, her face alight with an enigmatic excitement as she held the Gatling gun. Chapter 101. Breaking through the siege with little sister Debbie, the first wind wolf was obliterated before everyone's eyes, and though they knew they shouldn't, many felt a pang of sympathy for the creature that had met such a gruesome fate. Now nothing but skin remained. As they looked at Debbie, who cradled the Gatling gun, their expressions transformed. It was the first time they had seen little sister Debbie in action, and all eyes were drawn to the peculiar weapon she wielded. They were intrigued by how such an odd contraption functioned. While magical artifacts were not uncommon in this world, they were quite rare in the small town of Stan. After some discussion, they concluded that it must be a weapon meant for bludgeoning. But the reality left them astonished. It was not for bashing. It was for blasting. The once formidable wind wolf was reduced to mere remnants before their very eyes. Gazing at Debbie, who held the Gatling gun with an expression of mysterious exhilaration, the previously hopeless group began to feel a glimmer of hope. With such a powerful weapon leading the charge, they might indeed carve a bloody path to freedom. The sound of the Gatling gun was deafening, creating a terrifying presence in the stillness of the night, even overshadowing the howls of the wind wolves. The impending assault from the wolves was momentarily halted. Forgetting the weapon's lethality, the sheer noise was enough to intimidate the pack. However, The wind wolves would not relent so easily, and soon their furious howls resumed, signaling the next wave of their attack. Debbie, take the lead. Everyone, protect her. Yi Chue shouted, positioning himself beside Debbie. He pointed toward the horses tethered beside the church. Bring those horses over and encircle them. Once we break through, we will need them. Though Bedwick was the group's leader, Yi Chue's earlier display had earned him enough respect for his words to carry weight. The group hastily complied, preparing to break through the encirclement under Debbie's overwhelming firepower. Is this a magical creation? Bedwick approached Debbie, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at the magical Gatling gun. How long can it sustain its fire? Debbie wore a puzzled expression at this question, as though she had been informed by Hammerhead but had since forgotten. Regardless, she knew it lasted a long time. 100 hours. After continuous firing for a while, the gun will heat up. But that won't affect its firing capability. Yi Chue interjected, explaining that the magical Gatling gun was loaded with 2 million iron balls, capable of firing 300 rounds per minute, with its magical energy source fully capable of sustaining its operation for 100 hours. As for the heating issue, Yi Chue planned to enchant it with a cooling matrix once he mastered the ice magic matrix. 100 hours. Bedwick's eyes sparkled even brighter. Such a weapon, capable of instantly obliterating wind wolves, could operate continuously for 100 hours. If he could wield it, combined with his speed, he would be virtually invincible. Debbie glanced at Yi Chue with a curious expression. How do you know all this? Hammerhead mentioned it to me, Yi Chue quickly explained. Pausing to assess the encroaching wolf pack before continuing, I will ensure your safety, Debbie. Hammerhead entrusted me with your protection, and I will not let you come to harm. Hammerhead. Debbie paused, realization dawning. So your earlier behavior was because of Hammerhead's request? Yes, Yi Chue nodded, feeling the weight of his dual identity. I see. Afia, having overheard Yi Chue's words, gazed at him with a tender expression. Tony, your closeness to Debbie was all because of Hammerhead's request. I understand now. I misjudged you earlier. Yi Chue, could the young lady not check the time while daydreaming? While Yi Chue exchanged words, the others had already finalized their plan for the breakout, with Debbie leading the charge. Yi Chue, Afia, Allen, and Bedwick flanked her sides for protection, while the remaining 9 followed closely. Surrounding the horses in the center, S-mounted swordsmen could not exert their full combat potential. The optimal strategy was to dismount and break through on foot before fleeing on horseback. Let's move, Bedwick shouted. Meanwhile, the wolf pack seemed to sense their intentions and prepared to attack once more, closing in densely around them. The deafening gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. A crimson blaze tore through the darkness, shattering all that it encountered. The pack of wolves charging forward unleashed a cacophony of growls, and in the moonlight, the wolves surging down the streets of Skulltown resembled a colossal wave sweeping through. Yet, this wave was violently ruptured by the fiery onslaught of the Gatling gun, leaving a gaping maw in its wake, aptly described as a scene of blood and flesh flying in all directions. The immense firepower of the Gatling gun posed no challenge for Debbie. Her petite figure seemed like an invincible deity of the battlefield, slaying any who dared to stand in her way. Under the relentless barrage, even the buildings lining the street crumbled, ushering in a storm of blood and carnage. With the Gatling gun in hand, Debbie might not have been able to best a renowned swordsman in a one-on-one duel. But in this scenario where the wolf pack sought to break through, even Mayor Eric would likely falter against her formidable firepower. Some wolves breached Debbie's fiery blockade and closed in. They were swiftly dispatched by Yi Chue and his companions, while civilians hurriedly fled towards the outskirts of the town. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Under the moonlight, a man was lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky as a massive avian creature gripped his shoulder, pulling him aloft. Several other monstrous birds swiftly circled in, gruesomely tearing the man apart mid-air. These creatures were the same flying beasts that had previously intercepted the Red Eagle. There were at least a dozen of them, flitting through the night sky. It's a third-tier beast, Wolf Eagle, Damon shouted. Beware of their aerial assault. Faced with the wind wolves attacking from all directions, the swordsmen managed to hold their ground, but the surprise strikes from the Wolf Eagles proved nearly impossible to defend against. Soon after, yet another individual and their 3 horses were snatched away by the relentless Wolf Eagles, as a nauseating rain of blood began to fall from the sky. Yi Chue, having just felled a wind wolf, gazed up at the Wolf Eagles circling ominously above, silently resolving himself. The Wolf Eagles were attacking incessantly, leaving no one with a chance to escape. That it seemed that he had no choice but to take a risk. Just then, as a wolf eagle swooped down, deftly evading the strikes of several swordsmen, its fierce talons grasped the back of a black horse, lifting it high into the air. Now's the moment, Yichue thought to himself. A spatial scroll appearing in his hand, as he activated it, his body transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. In an instant, he materialized in midair, right beside the black horse that had been seized, the very steed prepared for him by Ifia. Equipped with a saddle containing Yichue's coordinates. What is he planning? Those who noticed Yichue's actions exclaimed in astonishment. Other wolf eagles, swift as lightning, darted towards Yichue in the sky. The onlookers could almost envision the gruesome scene about to unfold. And indeed, the scene was horrific. Yet it was not Yichue who was torn apart, but the wolf eagles themselves. The moment the creatures closed in around him, Yichue, already prepared, gripped his longsword tightly. The intricate patterns on his body illuminated suddenly, revealing the wind walk, magic matrix in operation, causing him to spin rapidly. Simultaneously, the wind blade spell he had enchanted onto his sword was activated. Unleashing a razor-sharp wave of wind in all directions with his rotation, this entire maneuver was executed not by Yichue's conscious effort, but entirely controlled by the magical program he had devised after emerging from the ancient tomb. Yichue became akin to a helicopter blade, and the flock of avian beasts collided with him. Among the dozen or so wolf eagles, at least 7 or 8 were struck by Yichue's spiraling wind blades, emitting shrill cries of agony, with several being cleaved in half, feathers scattering and blood splattering. The few wolf eagles fortunate enough to escape displayed little of the fierce battle spirit of the wind wolves. Scattering in panic, with his strike successful, Yichue descended rapidly, and beneath him lay a dense throng of wolves. Chapter 102. A handsome escape in 3 seconds. The group in tow behind Debbie, having just fought their way through, beheld Yichue's aerial teleportation, his body rapidly spinning as he unleashed Windblade, annihilating several wolf eagles in the process. The remaining few fled in disarray, and astonishment was etched on their faces. Debbie, while busy clearing a bloody path with her Gatling gun, stole a glance at the sky and noted Yichue's method, puffing out her cheeks in playful annoyance. He copied my signature move. Her remark bore no trace of grievance, merely a spontaneous observation, yet unbeknownst to her, this technique was indeed inspired by Yichue's observation of her own spinning maneuver. The patrol team was enveloped in an unspoken awe, since Yichue had joined their ranks. Most were ignorant of his true abilities. Even those acquainted with him, Ballman, Asal, and Damon, had never witnessed him in action. Ifia had insisted on branding this steel swordsman as a super expert, prompting his inclusion in the patrol. Yet many privately dismissed his prowess. For instance, Alan viewed Yichue as someone who had used underhanded means to win Ifia's favor, treating him with palpable disdain and even seeking to provoke him on several occasions. While Bedwick praised Yichue's remarkable skills during his practice with the spatial scroll, the consensus, including Alan's, was that merely achieving teleportation with the spatial scroll was not particularly impressive. Wealth alone could not define greatness. It was only now, witnessing Yichue adeptly utilize the scroll to ascend into the air and execute an astonishing maneuver to decimate the flock of wolf eagles, that they realized both Debbie and the steel swordsman possessed powers far beyond their expectations, powers that could very well determine their fates in this perilous moment. Alan's longsword shimmered with a brilliant light as he repelled an oncoming wind wolf, and seizing the opportunity, he glanced up at the sky, where amidst the fluttering feathers and gore, a figure slowly descended. Exuding an aura of martial prowess, reflecting on his earlier feelings towards Yichue, he was overwhelmed by a sense of shame and frustration, a gnawing helplessness creeping in. How could someone so formidable compete with him for Ifia's affections? This is bad. He.S. landing right in the midst of the wolf pack. Ifia suddenly exclaimed. Others quickly took note of the impending danger. Yichue, having struck successfully, was plummeting downwards, and below him, a throng of wolves lay in wait. At least a dozen wind wolves had gathered, ready to surge forth the moment he touched down. The patrol team was too late to offer assistance. Debbie scanned the area with her Gatling gun but could still not prevent the wolves from converging. A few among them began to feel a pang of guilt. They had been so indifferent towards the steel swordsman today, yet he had selflessly risked himself to save them. Yichue, however, was not driven by any lofty desire to sacrifice himself for the greater good. His willingness to take risks stemmed from the complete preparations he had made as he descended the wind walk. Matrices beneath his feet and behind his back glimmered to life, providing a buoyant force that, while insufficient to keep him entirely aloft, significantly mitigated his descent. Otherwise, leaping from such a height would likely result in a broken leg for an ordinary swordsman, but he had already devised a plan for the waiting wolves below. He aimed for a dilapidated building, its roof completely torn away, and Yi Chue's figure plunged into the structure. A dozen wind wolves surged into the room, and the patrol team wore expressions of despair, their hearts swelling with praise for the steel swordsman's gallant sacrifice. Then, a brilliant blue beam of light shot skyward from the crumbling building, swirling and radiating with such force that it seemed capable of obliterating everything it touched. The walls of the structure trembled and collapsed as the light pillar erupted, sending the wind wolves flying in all directions. At the center of this chaos, where the light originated, stood Yi Chue, who had infused the crystal on his chest with the lightning beam spell. This enchantment matrix was relatively simple, a modification of the lightning matrix, allowing the lightning to be projected as a beam. The power of the beam was directly proportional to the magical energy supplied. The more magic he channeled, the stronger the lightning beam unleashed. When Yi Chue activated this spell, all his magical energy converged in his chest, rendering the power of the lightning beam truly terrifying. This technique was the trump card of Yi Chue's armor, and also the most energy-consuming. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about running out of magic. After blasting away the encroaching wind wolves, he seized the lightning beam and leaped upward, the 4 wind walk matrices on his back igniting to provide him with a tremendous thrust. 2 wind wolves, taking advantage of a blind spot, clung to his back, but the force of the wind walk matrices sent them hurtling away. In this manner, with the aid of his armor, Yi Chue leaped from 20 meters away, landing squarely in the midst of the patrol team with a resounding thud, shattering the cobblestones beneath him. The surrounding onlookers were once again astounded. They had believed Yi Chue to be doomed. Yet he emerged from the fray with such a fierce and charismatic demeanor. How could he be so remarkably impressive? "Tony, are you hurt?" Ifia, while fending off the wind wolves, noticed Yi Chue still crouched on the ground and couldn't help but ask in concern, her voice loud above the cacophony of the Gatling Gun. Yi Chue waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unharmed. He then lifted the mask of his face and, with a gasp, expelled the contents of his stomach. According to the typical narrative, the protagonist should have vomited blood at this moment. Unfortunately, Yi Chue instead expelled the flatbread he had consumed earlier that evening. The disorientation from the spinning motion in midair, coupled with the sensation of falling, was unbearable for anyone. Even Debbie's grand spinning top had left her feeling quite queasy, hadn't it? The crowd was left speechless. 3 seconds of coolness, and then this. "Tony, are you all right?" Ifia inquired loudly, her voice tinged with concern. "I'm fine. I've grown accustomed to vomiting," Yi Chue shouted as he stood up, ready to rejoin the fray. Hearing Yi Chue's words, Debbie puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "Not only did you steal my move, but you also borrowed my lines." Chapter 103. I guard behind Debbie. The tranquil night was shattered by the deafening sounds of gunfire as the crimson lines of fire spread through Skulltown. The magical Gatling gun unleashed its fury as the patrol led by young Debbie carved a bloody path out of Skulltown. Originally a team of 18, 6 had perished, and half of their horses were lost, with 2 individuals severely injured and ordered by Bedwick to be placed on horseback. The pack of over 100 wind wolves had been reduced by at least half, with a significant portion of that due to Debbie's relentless gunning. Ifia, Ballman, Azur, and Damon were all exceedingly weary. Unlike the tomb adventures, where battling against various puppets was troublesome yet manageable, the stakes here were life and death, demanding their utmost efforts. Sword skills were unleashed continuously, draining their magical reserves significantly. The sole orc warrior among them, Azur showcased his martial prowess magnificently, roaring defiantly as wounds marred his green skin, yet he remained undaunted, embodying the spirit of a warrior growing stronger with each battle. Ballman, agile and unscathed, bore an expression of exhaustion. Damon, though seriously injured, demonstrated remarkable resilience honed from his mercenary days, emerging as one of the strongest in terms of output. Yet, the true powerhouse was still Debbie. With Bedwick trailing closely behind her as the only high-ranking swordsman present, he may not have matched Debbie's devastating firepower, but he had still slain nearly 20 wind wolves, following him was Yi Chue, who, after dispatching a wolf hawk, seemed to enter a frenzied state of slaughter. With the agility afforded by his steel swordsman armor and a seemingly inexhaustible supply of magic, Yi Chue staunchly defended Debbie's rear, dispatching any wind wolf that dared approach her with ruthless efficiency. Next in line were Ifea, Alan, and others in the third tier, who played an equally crucial role. Amidst blood and gunfire, the patrol team fought their way through the encirclement and into the wilds outside. "Mount up," Bedwick shouted. "Debbie and I will hold the rear." The speed of the wind wolves far surpassed that of ordinary horses, necessitating a rear guard. Bedwick, being the strongest among them, volunteered for this task, while Debbie's firepower was indispensable. Now in a state of excitement, Debbie paused her advance to scan the surroundings, creating an opportunity for her comrades to escape. Naturally, Yi Chue remained by her side, prepared to protect her. He noticed Ifea also intended to stay behind, a wave of emotion swelling within him. However, with danger still looming, he had no justification to let Ifea face it alongside him. With determination, he pushed Ifea away and shouted to Alan, "Take her away." Alan, decisive in action, promptly seized Ifea's arm, dragging her onto a horse despite her struggles, and they galloped away. The cries of the horses echoed as they fled deeper into the wilderness. Some wind wolves pursued them, but the majority redirected their focus towards those remaining: Debbie, Yi Chue, Bedwick, and another female swordsman who had volunteered to stay behind. Antano, this fourth-tier female swordsman, who had once shown a certain fondness for Debbie, wielded a shield in one hand and a flaming long sword in the other, the blade ablaze with magical fire. Despite her disheveled appearance and bloodied state, she chose to remain steadfastly by Debbie's side. Yi Chue nodded in her direction and continued to fend off the relentless wind wolves. Here, unlike Skull Town, the surrounding buildings had provided ample cover, making it easier for Debbie's Gatling gun to strike. However, in the open wilderness, the sweeping fire of the Gatling gun found it more challenging to hit its targets, as the wind wolves began to encircle the four of them. Bedwick, gripping his short sword with the blade facing downward, glanced at the now absent patrol team and confirmed that his rear guard mission had been fulfilled. The blade in his hand glimmered ominously as he unleashed a wave of cold wind, creating a gap in the encirclement, an intermediate attack skill known as Cold Wind of the Night. "Break through," Bedwick bellowed. Understanding his intent, Debbie maneuvered the Gatling gun towards the opening. Yi Chue followed closely behind. Just then, he suddenly noticed Antano charging towards Debbie from behind, brandishing her flaming long sword. Yi Chue's heart raced. Then, Antano swung her long sword, but rather than striking at Debbie, she aimed it at her own side. The sound, though muffled by the gunfire of the Gatling gun, was unmistakable to Yi Chue, and Antano's flaming sword was swept into the air, her body jolted backward, collapsing to the ground with a look of shock on her face. And she succumbed to her wounds. Yi Chue quickly grasped the situation and turned to Bedwick. Previously, Bedwick had unleashed a sword energy towards Debbie, a specialized intermediate attack skill intended for a surprise strike. But Antano had intercepted it in an attempt to shield Debbie. However, as a fourth-tier swordsman, she was no match for Bedwick, a seventh-tier swordsman. Her flaming sword was easily deflected, allowing the sword energy to pierce through her heart, delivering a fatal blow. Debbie remained blissfully unaware, completely unharmed. Bedwick sneered, seemingly displeased with Antano's meddling. As he continued to fend off the attacking wind wolves with a short sword, he prepared to strike again at the unsuspecting Debbie. The head of the Mage Guild, Op, had bribed someone within the patrol team to eliminate Debbie, and that person was none other than Bedwick. Antano had chosen to protect Debbie, just as she had claimed. Because she had a younger sister the same size as Debbie. In the wilderness, the Wind Wolf pack had suffered heavy losses. Earlier, when surrounded in Skull Town, Bedwick had felt despair, but now, in the wilderness facing a severely weakened pack, he was confident in his ability to escape with his skills. Thus, he unleashed his malevolent intent. By killing Debbie, he would gain a substantial reward from Op. Initially, he should have been grateful to Debbie for leading them to safety. But the allure of the Gatling gun had ensnared him. If he possessed that weapon, he believed he could wield it far more effectively. Killing Debbie for the reward and acquiring a powerful magical artifact was an opportunity too good to pass up. As for any pangs of conscience, he had long since abandoned them in his career as a swordsman. His request for Debbie to hold the rear had been a premeditated plan for murder and theft. Yi Chue and Antano's decision to stay behind was their misfortune. After dispatching Debbie, he could utilize his escape skills to abandon the two of them and flee to join the remaining patrol team. merely claiming that the other three had perished in the onslaught of wolves, all while putting on a cheap performance to deflect any blame. The plan was foolproof, however, just as he prepared to strike at Debbie once more. Another figure had already positioned themselves behind her, the steel swordsman. Damn it! Yi Chue glanced at Antano, who had fallen to protect Debbie, and uttered a phrase that seemed out of place in this world. Gripping his long sword and striking at Bedwick. Chapter 104. He has 100 ways to make your lives miserable. Amidst the curses, a wave of windblade surged from Yi Chue's long sword, aimed directly at Bedwick. Bedwick let out a cold huff, deftly leaping aside to evade the attack. His feet landed on the dry grass, leaving 2 deep impressions in the ground, as he charged toward Yi Chue like an arrow. As a 7th-tier swordsman, he deemed Yi Chue's previously displayed prowess to be at most 5th or 6th tier. The distinction between 5th and 6th tier was a significant divide. One belonged to the realm of intermediate swordsmen, while the other represented advanced swordsmen. To him, swiftly eliminating Yi Chue posed little challenge. However, as he approached, Yi Chue suddenly gripped his sword with both hands, the blade pointed downward, and executed a powerful downward slash. Following that, he swiftly reversed the blade and executed 3 diagonal slashes in front of him. Though they appeared unremarkable, those 3 strikes possessed an indescribable elegance. Yi Chue's long sword, imbued with magic, gleamed silvery bright. As the 4 strikes unfolded before him like a fishing net, completely sealing off Bedwick's attack, leaving him unable to find any angle for a counterstrike with his short sword. Even Bedwick harbored an unsettling sensation that any further advancement might lead him to be struck by Yi Chue's long sword. A bizarre feeling he had never encountered in previous battles, much like how a swordsman from a fantastical realm would feel when facing a chivalrous hero from a martial arts world. Yi Chue wielded the 12 techniques inherited from the ancient tomb, yet his reflexes could not keep pace with Bedwick's swiftness. Fortunately, he only needed to initiate the technique when Bedwick charged towards him, allowing for a seamless sequence of blocking maneuvers. The moment Bedwick approached Yi Chue, the sound of a thud resonated as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, propelling himself skyward, followed by a cascade of chilling light descending from above. This was the advanced attack skill, Waltz of the Stars. Previously, Bedwick had employed this very technique to swiftly eliminate countless bloodbaths lurking within the church. His dagger erupted with a blinding white light, resembling a rain of sharp, unparalleled strikes, each capable of slicing through flesh and bone. With this skill unleashed, Yi Chue's peculiar defense would surely falter. However, he overlooked the presence of Debbie standing beside Yi Chue just as he activated the skill. A flurry of gunfire erupted after a brief pause, this time aimed at the airborne figure. Debbie, clutching the Gatling gun, wore an expression of intense focus, although she had yet to grasp the entirety of the situation. She was certain that Bedwick's impending attack would encompass her as well. Thus, unleashing a barrage at the sky seemed to be a prudent choice. The falling cold stars ultimately did not descend, as crimson fire clashed against the horizon. Bedwick let out a disdainful grunt that a sound akin to shattering glass emanated from his body. This was Crystal Guardian, a magical item capable of withstanding a certain degree of assault. Yi Chue had witnessed a similar magical artifact on Busca. Yet it was evident that Bedwick's Crystal Guardian surpassed Busca's in resilience, successfully deflecting the Gatling's fire. Utilizing the force of this impact, Bedwick evaded the firing range of the Gatling and landed safely on the ground. Surrounding them were the Wind Wolves, yet curiously, accompanied by several piercing howls, the once ferocious beasts ceased their onslaught, confining the 3 within a tight circle, baring their teeth and growling. These Wind Wolves were not mere animals. They were magical beasts endowed with a certain intelligence. Upon realizing that the 3 were beginning to squabble amongst themselves, they halted their attack, seemingly waiting to take advantage of the chaos. Damn it, these creatures are quite clever. Yi Chue comprehended the Wind Wolves' intentions, cursing under his breath that if the Wind Wolves had continued their relentless assault, Yi Chue might have seized the opportunity to escape with Debbie amidst the turmoil, especially since he possessed the Gatling gun that the Wind Wolves feared. However, now that the pack had ceased their aggression, generously allowing them a space to fight, the situation had grown increasingly precarious. What is happening? Debbie still could not fathom the unfolding events. She clutched the Gatling gun, breathing heavily, glancing at the fallen Antano, then at Yi Chue, and finally fixating her gaze on Bedwick. Antano, was he the one who killed him? Is your target Debbie? Yi Chue first nodded at Debbie, then coldly directed his gaze at Bedwick. Who instructed you to do this? The first time he had encountered Bedwick, he had appeared to be a genial middle-aged man, yet now, revealing his fangs, he exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. Holding his dagger in a reverse grip, he surveyed the surrounding windwolves, then let out a contemptuous snort before presenting a sinister smile towards Yi Chue. Indeed, someone ordered me to find an opportunity to eliminate that little girl during my patrol mission. Initially, I had abandoned the idea upon encountering this rare magical beast swarm, but his eyes gleamed as he glanced at the Gatling gun cradled in Debbie's arms. Debbie tightened her grip on the Gatling, her expression icy as she glared at Bedwick. "You'll get nothing from me, even in death." "Ha, then perish," Bedwick replied coldly. "Iron swordsman, your skills seem quite formidable, but it would be effortless for me to kill you. My only target is the young girl beside you. Step aside, and I promise to spare your life." Debbie cast a worried glance at Yi Chue. "Rest assured, I will not yield even in death," Yi Chue reassured her with a smile. Debbie was taken aback. Yi Chue paused before continuing. "This is a commission from Hammerhead." Hammerhead. A look of gratitude surfaced on Debbie's face. "He has been so kind to me. Hey, now it seems the one by your side is the real deal." "Never mind, no need to get worked up over it. Oh, Hammerhead," Bedwick sneered. "He is doomed as well. To dare to snatch from the son of a mage guild master. He deserves his fate. Heh. Angering President Opter, he has 100 ways to ensure your demise." Upon hearing Bedwick's words, Yi Chue could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Did you think he is Yi Liangchen?" Immediately, Yi Chue's expression turned icy. So it was indeed the Obert's doing. Fury ignited within Debbie. "Dare to lay a finger on Hammerhead, and you'll pay. You are both finished today. Do you still have the leisure to concern yourselves with others?" Bedwick inhaled deeply, his body bending into an attack stance as he lectured. "You two should understand that the disparity between swordsman levels lies in the nature of their sword energy. That a low-level swordsman merely harnesses ordinary human energy, while a mid-level swordsman can project their sword energy outward to form skills. An advanced swordsman can further progress, infusing their sword energy into every cell of their body, manifesting unique status skills. You are about to witness my status skill, Shadow Mouse State." As he spoke, a veil of black mist enveloped Bedwick, rendering his figure indistinct. Chapter 105. What the heck? Drilling into the ground. Status skills are abilities that only advanced swordsmen can acquire. As the name suggests, a status skill enables a swordsman to enter a particular state, enhancing both reaction speed and attack power, and bestowing some peculiar special abilities. In reality, mid-level swordsmen can learn God of War Descends, which is essentially a mimicry of a status skill known as God of War State, but it requires a downgrade to execute. Although the user's power increases, it pales in comparison to the authentic God of War State. Being a poor and incomplete imitation, the God of War State can be regarded as the most formidable among status skills, while Bedwick's Shadow Mouse State is considerably inferior. However, in this state, Bedwick was not a foe that Yi Chue and Debbie could confront head-on. In the Iron Swordsman state, Yi Chue possessed a combat level comparable to a 6th-tier swordsman. Though he lacked skills, his steel technology surpassed mere skills, likely even exceeding that of ordinary 5th or 6th-tier swordsmen. Meanwhile, Debbie, although a 3rd-tier swordsman, had achieved a combat awareness equivalent to that of a 5th or 6th tier, and with the support of the Gatling's firepower, she had effectively attained the battle prowess of a 6th-tier swordsman. Nonetheless, against the 7th-tier swordsman Bedwick, their chances of victory were slim, especially with the windwolves lurking menacingly. Be careful. Afia mentioned that Bedwick rarely uses this skill in front of others due to its overwhelming strength. Anyone who encounters it meets their demise. Debbie's face grew serious, her Gatling gun aimed at Bedwick's shadow concealed within the darkness. Status skills. The effects appear quite formidable, Yi Chue pondered rapidly. Within his spatial ring lay a substantial number of teleportation scrolls, with a range of 1,000 meters, though the distance was randomized. Earlier, he refrained from using a teleportation scroll to escape in Skull Town, as he could not control the teleportation distance. If he inadvertently landed amidst the windwolves, it would spell disaster. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to break through the encirclement. However, the situation was different now. They were in the wilderness, and the encircling wind wolves numbered only 30 or 40. Coupled with Debbie's firepower suppression, even if he accidentally teleported into the maw of a wolf, it should not be too difficult for both Yi Chue and Debbie to make a clean getaway. Yet, despite Yi Chue's swift release of the scroll, there remained a risk of being attacked by Bedwick at the moment of activation. Interference during teleportation was a known hazard, akin to gaming scenarios. though this was far from a mere game. Thus, he dismissed the idea of using the teleportation scroll. Most importantly, Yichue had no desire to flee. His heart brimmed with indignation, and he was determined to eliminate Bedwick. As for the so-called dividing line between realms, Yichue had never regarded such notions with any seriousness. He recalled the invisibility wand Buska had given him, a potential trump card, but given the wind wolves encircling them, the wand's effects would cease at the slightest magical interference, rendering it temporarily ineffective in the current predicament. Lastly, there was the spell Buska had bestowed upon Yichue, the mage's blessing, Rift of the Earth. Yichue was confident that this advanced attack spell, once unleashed, would not only threaten Bedwick, but likely ensnare the surrounding wind wolves as well. However, this was truly his last resort, a life-saving technique he preferred to avoid using unless absolutely necessary. Who knew what other dangers might lurk in this wilderness? It was common sense not to employ one's ultimate life-saving move until the very last moment. What should we do? Debbie whispered, temporarily setting aside her inexplicable bias against Yichue's identity as the Iron Swordsman. His speed was already formidable. In this current state, it must be even swifter. You need to find a way to restrain him and buy me time as long as I can activate the teleportation scroll when he gets close. We should be fine. Yichue spoke in a low voice, stating that activating the teleportation scroll was not for the purpose of fleeing, but rather to employ the unfinished ancient tomb sealing technique that he had devised. Although it would not genuinely transport him to the tomb, sending someone to a different space could ensure their demise. For now, let us refer to this technique as the ancient tomb seal of death. Debbie glanced at him, inquiring, fleeing? Yichue chuckled softly. Of course not. It's about playing for keeps with him. At that moment, Debbie flashed a sweet smile. Antano lay at their feet, although they had only known each other for a day, and she had previously harbored doubts about him. She was determined to avenge the older sister who had died for her. While Yichue contemplated the limited time he had left to converse with Debbie. In fact, it was quite short, as Bedwick had fully entered his shadow mouse state, enveloped in layers of terrifying black mist, and coldly declared, I have never allowed anyone to witness my state skill. Now that you have, today marks your demise. With that, he prepared to launch an attack. Both Debbie and Yichue were on high alert. Then, with a hissing sound, Bedwick, shrouded in black mist, swiftly burrowed into the ground before Yichue and Debbie's astonished eyes, causing mounds of earth to rise up and move about, creating a distinctly perilous atmosphere as they rapidly approached the feet of Yichue and Debbie. Yichue exclaimed, What the Antano has met his demise. The relentless fire of Gatling's gun is more than sufficient to obliterate Antano's body, subsequently reducing Bedwick, who is hiding beneath him, to mere fragments. Unfortunately, Yichue and Debbie are not of such cruel disposition. Antano had sacrificed himself to protect Debbie, and both Yichue and Debbie feel a profound sense of indebtedness to the female swordsman. They are not so cold-blooded as to proceed with their formidable combined technique, and thus they descend to the ground. She was once your subordinate. Not only did you kill her, but you would also use her body as a shield. Yichue's voice, icy and unyielding, directed at Bedwick, resonates with contempt. How can you be so heartless? Heartless, Bedwick retorted, positioning Antano's lifeless form before him as if it were a shield. How can one survive without being heartless? Heh. Now that you have witnessed this side of me, I assure you, I will not allow you to live any longer. Release her, Debbie cried, clutching the Gatling gun tightly. Very well, Bedwick replied, feigning compliance, but in exchange for the magical artifact you wield. He grasped Antano by the collar, lifting her limp form and positioning the inverted dagger at her throat. Antano was already deceased. His actions were not to kill her again, but to humiliate her corpse, should the dagger's skill activate. Antano's body would be severed into pieces. He was willing to do whatever it took. However, Debbie, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired of Yichue, expressing her disbelief that Bedwick had managed to escape despite the dire situation. With at least 40 wind wolves surrounding them, it seemed a formidable challenge for Debbie to break through the encirclement. The earlier escape from Skulltown had been possible not only due to Debbie's path clearing, but also because of the presence of others guarding them. Relying solely on Yichue's individual prowess might prove insufficient against the onslaught of the wind wolves. With our combined technique, Yichue began, only to gaze skyward in exasperation as he noticed several wolf eagles that had previously fled now circling above them. Damn, it appears we're out of options that will have to rely on the teleportation scroll. He swiftly retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring. The wind wolf leader seemed to understand the scroll's intent. immediately letting out a howl and launching an attack. "Buy me some time," Yi Chue shouted as he tore open the scroll, directing its teleportation towards the direction from which Afia and the others had retreated. Although the distance of the teleportation was beyond his control, it would at least allow them to escape the wolves' encirclement. Debbie responded with an affirmative sound, wielding her Gatling gun to unleash a barrage upon the first few approaching windwolves. The scroll fully unfurled, its magical matrix activating, casting a bright light from above. A woo! 2 windwolves lunged at Yi Chue, their speed so rapid that they were upon him in an instant, and he could almost smell the foul odor emanating from their jaws. "Hey!" Debbie shouted, her hand manipulating the Gatling gun in a relentless assault, while her other hand wielded a great sword, which she hurled towards the 2 wind wolves. Positioned back-to-back with Yi Chue, she struggled to fend off the wind wolves charging at her, and it seemed unlikely that her sword would find its mark. However, at that moment, something extraordinary occurred. Upon the swing of Debbie's sword, a violent gust of wind erupted from the ground, sending dried grass swirling and creating a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The windwolves, their claws almost grazing Yi Chue's throat, were unexpectedly swept away by the force, along with several others that had been charging at him. "What is this?" Both Yi Chue and Debbie were astonished at the display of Debbie's swordsmanship. Even a novice swordsman could not conjure such an effect, as the essential characteristic of a beginner swordsman was their inability to manifest sword energy as a means of attack. Typically, sword skills involved utilizing detached sword energy. But in this desperate moment, Debbie had unleashed a form of sword energy that broke through the confines of her body, a clear sign that she had transcended the threshold of novice sword energy and officially stepped into the realm of an intermediate swordsman. With her current combat awareness, should she continue to evolve in tandem with the power of the Gatling gun, she could potentially possess the combat prowess of a 5th or 6th tier swordsman. The brilliant light emanating from the teleportation scroll quickly enveloped Yi Chue and Debbie, even wrapping around the body of Antano beneath them as the white light flickered. The 3 bodies rapidly became indistinct. A woo! The wind wolf leader suddenly emitted a deafening howl, its voice piercing and resonant as though it could shatter the very fabric of space if it were daytime. Yi Chue would have witnessed the ripples emanating from the wolf's mouth, spreading like waves to envelop him and Debbie. In the next moment, Yi Chue, Debbie, and Antano vanished without a trace. The pack of wind wolves stirred restlessly. The leader howled a few more times, and gradually, the pack fell silent, surveying its kin. It lacked human intellect, but exhibited a far greater cunning than other wind wolves. Once numbering in the hundreds, only around 40 remained, which elicited a glimmer of sorrow in its gaze as it turned towards the dark forest. Letting out a series of guttural sounds, it led its remaining pack in pursuit of the direction where Bedwick had previously burrowed away. The bright light flickered, and Yi Chue, Debbie, and Antano emerged from the teleportation. Yet, to Yi Chue's immediate alarm, he realized they were no longer in the wilderness, but rather within a dense forest. Could this possibly be the infamous Dark Forest? Chapter 109. Debbie's new skill. Super Sword Tornado. What? Where are we? Debbie nervously surveyed the forest surrounding them, her voice quavering as she addressed Yi Chue. The absence of moonlight above was due to the dense canopy of branches obscuring the sky. Yi Chue recalled Damont's descriptions of the dark forest, its thick foliage blocking out all light, earning it the name Dark Forest. Given their current surroundings, it was unmistakably the Dark Forest. However, the critical question remained. He had directed the scroll towards Afia's route of retreat. So how had they ended up in this cursed locale? Yi Chue felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. This must be the Dark Forest, but I have no idea how we ended up here. My scroll should have functioned without issue. Wait, when we teleported, there was a wind wolf that seemed to howl at us. I felt a strong tremor in the space around us. Could that wolf have used some sort of skill? Aren't wind wolves 3rd-tier beasts? How could they possibly possess skills? Debbie questioned, perplexed. The tier classification of magical beasts is somewhat akin to that of human swordsmen. 3rd-tier beasts generate magic crystals and possess a certain degree of intelligence. Yet their combat capabilities are merely superior to those of ordinary wildlife. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, it is only upon breaking into the 4th tier that beasts can acquire certain abilities, commonly referred to as skills. Windwolves, however, could not reach beyond the 3rd tier, and no instances of 4th-tier wind wolves had ever been documented. Could it be that one of the wind wolves has ascended to the 4th tier? Yi Chue pondered aloud. Considering the possibility, Its skill must possess some spatial aspect that interfered with our teleportation and brought us here. What should we do now? Debbie asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. We need to leave this place, Yuchue declared decisively. The wind wolves have departed the dark forest to attack Skull Town, which is highly unusual. The dark forest must have undergone significant changes, and it is decidedly unsafe here. We should vacate immediately. But how do we leave? Debbie surveyed their surroundings. Is that direction east? Yuchue furrowed his brow. Having lost his sense of direction when they first teleported, the dense canopy obscured the sky, and the surroundings looked indistinguishable from one another, making it impossible to discern north from south or east from west. While climbing a tall tree to gaze at the stars might provide some guidance, exploring the dark forest posed inherent dangers, as the trees were home to numerous venomous insects, snakes, and beasts exhibiting potent territorial instincts. Even seasoned bounty hunters and mercenaries would avoid climbing trees. After deliberating for a while, he resignedly said, Debbie, just pick a direction. Our fate now rests on chance. In this world, there were no poles, and compasses did not exist. The practical tools for determining direction were conspicuously absent. Upon hearing Yuchue's words, Debbie frowned and pointed in a random direction. My intuition tells me we should head this way. All right, I trust your instincts. Yuchue nodded in agreement. But before we proceed, we should bury Antano. The two hurriedly dug a grave to lay Antano's body to rest. In such circumstances, bringing the body back was out of the question. They could only choose to bury her where she fell. Compared to the fate of those who had perished at the hands of the wind wolves, having Antano interred peacefully was a fortunate outcome. A city lord's guard. She must have been prepared for such an eventuality. Debbie mournfully uttered a few words over the grave, vowing to care for Antano's sister in the future, while Yuchue stood silently by the grave, paying his respects for a moment. After Bedwick's earlier escape, he silently vowed that should he encounter that foe again, he would make him experience the formidable prowess of an iron swordsman. With that, the two set off in the direction Debbie had chosen. Thus, guided by her intuition, they ventured deeper into the dense forest. As dawn began to break, the sun remained elusive while Yuchue stood beneath a large tree, laboriously unfastening his trousers to relieve himself against the roots of the tree. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him and turned cautiously, only to find an innocuous little rabbit peering curiously at him from the underbrush before it scurried away, after trekking through the night. Yuchue encountered both good and bad news. The bad news was that he and Debbie were certainly not heading towards the exit of the dark forest. Otherwise, they would not still be trapped in this place after hours of travel. His teleportation scroll had a limited range of only a kilometer, and considering their distance from the dark forest during the teleportation, they should have only reached the outskirts. Yet, after walking for several hours, they had seen no signs of an exit. Retracing their steps proved futile, as the dense underbrush offered no clear path, and they found themselves utterly lost. In short, they had become disoriented in this wilderness. The good news, however, was that they had not encountered any ferocious magical beasts along the way. In fact, they had not encountered a single magical beast, only a few wild animals, which Yuchue and Debbie could easily handle given their current skills. Securing his trousers, Yuchue cautiously made his way back to where Debbie had been by the side of a small lake. Debbie crouched there, clutching a massive sword and a Gatling gun, gazing blankly at the water. Lost in her thoughts, as Yuchue approached, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps and heavy breathing nearby. A wild boar was stealthily drawing near to Debbie. The boar appeared ferocious. Yet in the shadowy forest, it was but a mere low-tier creature in the food chain. Upon spotting the petite girl in its line of sight, its eyes gleamed with mischief as it approached, intent on bullying her. Just as Yuchue was about to call out a warning, Debbie had already noticed the boar's approach. Calmly, the young girl aimed her Gatling gun at the advancing beast without moving an inch, and a series of thunderous bangs erupted, startling the birds from the trees. In an instant, the boar was reduced to a pile of wild boar meat, but Yuchue could only stare in silence. Debbie stowed her Gatling gun. She caught sight of Yuchue and, maintaining her composure, pointed at the heap of meat, exclaiming, "We have something to eat now." Yuchue remained speechless. After starting a fire, he selected some intact pieces of boar meat and grilled them simply. Thus, under the dim morning light, Yuchue and Debbie enjoyed a feast of roasted meat. It was at this moment that Yuchue recalled the transformation of Debbie's sword aura during their earlier escape and inquired, "It seems your sword aura has indeed evolved. Have you become an intermediate swordsman?" Debbie nodded, swallowing a mouthful of meat. "I was just pondering my skills. Oh, Yi Chue was intrigued. What skill? Superhero, Debbie replied hesitantly. It's a skill that combines sword aura with a spinning top. Do you think I should call it superhero or sword aura hero? Yi Chue broke into a sweat. Do you have some inexplicable connection with spinning tops? He blurted out. He quickly added, how about combining the two and calling it Super Sword Hero instead? The name Super Sword Hero was merely a spontaneous suggestion, a product of Yi Chue's playful banter, and since the language of this world was not Chinese. The subtle pun of super cheap was lost. Debbie echoed the name and nodded enthusiastically. I think that's a great name. From now on, my skill will be called Super Sword Hero. As she spoke, the young girl stood up, eager to demonstrate her new move, waving at Yi Chue. Stand back. I'm a bit scared of using this move myself. Yi Chue, feeling a bit anxious, stepped back a few paces, but Debbie was not satisfied and insisted. Further. So, Yi Chue complied and moved back a little more. Despite having fought fiercely through the night and traversed a long distance, Debbie felt revitalized after their hearty meal. She raised her sword in front of her chest. Silent for a moment as if searching for the right feeling. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and with a shout, she leapt into the air, her body spinning rapidly. Yi Chue had witnessed her practice the Hero numerous times and was quite familiar with the scene. However, previously, the Hero had only produced a swirling shadow of the sword, but this time, a layer of blurred energy surrounded Debbie, rendering her form indistinct. She appeared even more like a spinning top now. Abruptly, with a fierce shout, she halted mid-air, her massive sword pointing towards the small lake beside them. The energy swirling around her transformed into a rotating whirlwind, sweeping outward. The whirlwind was not particularly large, but possessed tremendous force. Yi Chue sensed that even an ordinary magical beast would be reduced to mere pulp upon colliding with it. This whirlwind, born from the sword aura, was not to be underestimated. With a thunderous roar, the whirlwind crashed into the lake, instantly transforming the once calm waters into a violent maelstrom. Water surged skyward, forming a towering column that shot up to 10 meters high. Akin to a dragon drinking from the depths, a truly spectacular sight. Debbie's move is impressive. Yi Chue couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that even his steel swordsman would find it challenging to contend with such a technique. Should he hasten to upgrade the steel swordsman? Last night, after battling a pack of wolves, Debbie had inadvertently unlocked the evolution of her sword aura, leading her to conceive this combination of sword aura and spinning top. This was her first demonstration, and having witnessed its extraordinary power, her face radiated an indescribable pride. She flashed a grin at Yi Chue, who returned the smile. However, both were suddenly drenched by the cascading waters from the lake. Moments later, they relocated, kindled another fire, and Yi Chue retrieved a magical robe from his spatial ring to shield themselves from the dampness. As he considered Debbie's now refreshed state, he figured she wouldn't sneak a glance at him. Thus, he removed his steel swordsman armor, feeling stifled after wearing it all night, and sat by the fire to dry his clothes. Hey, Debbie's delicate arm reached through the gap in the robe, holding out a pouch. Take this. Wait. Yi Chue was taken aback. Debbie was notoriously frugal, and yet she suddenly offered him a pouch of coins. It's not for you, Debbie replied tersely. Your abilities surpass mine. If either of us is to escape, it will likely be you. This is all the money I have. If I perish in the dark forest, please ensure this pouch reaches our family hammerhead. Her tone was dismissive, yet when she mentioned our family hammerhead, a softness crept into her voice. Yi Chue paused, refusing the pouch. We will escape together. If we do escape, then you can return it to me, Debbie insisted, tossing the pouch at him. Stop being so wishy-washy. Yi Chue, silent, picked up the pouch, which contained about 70 or 80 gold coins. This sum was still a remnant of their earlier dealings with Busker, or rather, the profits they had acquired. Looking at the pouch, a smile crept across Yi Chue's face. I heard Hammerhead say you give him very little pocket money. Of course, Debbie muttered, he's a mage. While swordsmen can advance through diligent practice, mages must study magical theory, which is quite expensive. Previously, I thought his talent was on par with my father's, but now I realize he possesses considerable aptitude. I must save up for his tuition. Wait, was the notoriously stingy girl saving up for her own family's tuition? Yi Chue couldn't help but feel a gentle warmth in his heart. Debbie, there's something I must tell you. Actually, shut up. Debbie suddenly interjected, a hint of nervousness and shyness coloring her voice. Hey, I finally developed some feelings for you. so don't ruin it. Yichue. After a moment of reflection, he realized Debbie thought he was about to confess his feelings. Yesterday, he had been quite attentive to her, and although he later explained that Hammerhead had asked him to look after her, the warmth of his demeanor had left a strong impression. Debbie was convinced that the steel swordsman genuinely liked her. And upon hearing Yichue speak in such a gentle tone, it was evident she interpreted it as a confession. Hence, she hurriedly interrupted him. All right, I won't say anything further. In truth, Yichue had merely intended to reveal his true identity. But he decided it was best to keep it under wraps for now. Once their clothes were dried and they were dressed properly, they conferred briefly before Yichue suggested that Debbie rest for a while. As a mage, he had a deep well of mental energy and could go without sleep, but Debbie needed to recuperate. Once she felt refreshed, they would resume their journey. Debbie agreed with Yichue's proposal and leaned against a large tree, quickly falling into a deep sleep while Yichue sat nearby, keeping watch. Simultaneously, he began to refine his ancient tomb sealing technique. Feeling the mage's blessing that Bizido had left in his mind, Yichue became even more intrigued and started studying the spell, Rift of the Earth. This was an advanced offensive spell, one of the most challenging spatial attack spells that novice mages typically wouldn't dare to approach. Yet, Yichue was an exception. He aimed to understand how this spell functioned. Perhaps this spell could provide him with insights to further refine his ancient tomb sealing technique. He soon became engrossed in his studies. Suddenly, Yichue raised his head warily, gazing toward a certain direction within the dense forest. There appeared to be nothing there, yet he felt an inexplicable sensation. It was as if a colossal presence was observing him from afar, and a vague silhouette began to materialize in his consciousness, sending shivers down his spine. Is that a dragon? Bauman sighed and mounted his horse, exchanging a resigned glance with his companions, Aelin, Asal, and Damon, as they hastened after Effia towards the shadowy depths of the forest. Under the cover of Yichue, Debbie, Bedwick, and Antano, the remaining 8 had narrowly escaped the encirclement of the wind wolves the previous night, although a few more wind wolves had since pursued them. The situation was now manageable. However, Yichue and the others who had provided rearguard had not rejoined them, and as they approached within mere miles of Stan City, Effia resolutely decided to return and rescue Yichue. Despite Bauman and the others' attempts to dissuade her, they ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. Bauman, Damon, and Asal had ventured on numerous adventures alongside Effia, while Aelin, who had long admired her, followed suit. Among the remaining 3, 2 were gravely injured, and the third was tasked with escorting them back to Stan City. With the town now within close range, they anticipated no further peril on their journey. Effia led the 5 back toward the shadowy forest, and along the way, they encountered several windwolves and other magical beasts, all of which they dispatched with ease. At this juncture, it was clear to everyone that Yichue and the others were likely beyond salvation. Yet, Effia refused to accept this grim reality. Even Bauman, typically composed and level-headed, found it hard to reconcile with such a harsh truth. Wait! Bauman suddenly cried out, having spotted something. The group halted their horses in unison. Over there. Effia squinted. It seems someone is there. It's Bedwick. Aelin shouted, spurring his horse forward, followed closely by the others. Bedwick appeared disheveled and gravely wounded. His left arm was severed, and his body bore the marks of wind wolf attacks. Although he was on the brink of death, as a 7th-tier swordsman, his vitality was tenacious. As Bauman anxiously administered healing ointments and offered him water, Bedwick slowly opened his eyes. It's you all. Seeing Effia and the others filled Bedwick with indescribable joy, for he knew he had finally glimpsed the hope of survival. Uncle Bedwick, Effia said, concern etched on her face as she knelt beside him. What about Tony and Debbie? At the mention of these names, a surge of fury erupted within Bedwick, though his expression remained mournful as he replied, They are both dead, torn apart by the wolf pack. It is my fault. I was unable to lead them away from the wind wolf's assault. Damn it, Tony, Debbie, and Antano. I shall never forget their names. They were true heroes. I will petition Lord Eric to erect a memorial for them. Despite the guilt and regret in his eyes, even Bauman could discern no deceit within him. Effia was struck dumb. The Iron Swordsman and Debbie had perished. Such a formidable Iron Swordsman had actually met his end. Mr. Bedwick, your arm? Damon inquired nearby. In the final moments, I was pursued by the wind wolves and had no choice but to sever my own arm, Bedwick said somberly. While it was true he had cut off his arm, The blame lay squarely on Yichue and Debbie. I refused to believe it. I must confirm. Effia insisted defiantly. Bedwick was immediately taken aback. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Effia was determined to return. He would rather die than go back there. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "No, we cannot go back. I have uncovered a grave secret that must be reported to Lord Eric immediately." "What secret?" Bauman inquired. "The periphery of the shadowy forest is teeming with countless magical beasts." Bedwick's face turned pale as he spoke. This was no mere fabrication. After escaping in the Shadow Mouse state yesterday, he had encountered several other packs of magical beasts during his frantic flight. However, due to his cautious nature, he had managed to remain undetected. Though the wind wolves had chased him once, he ultimately evaded them using his burrowing ability. That in a state of panic, he continued. In addition to the wind wolves, there are several other beast clans lurking at the edges of the shadowy forest. Their numbers have swelled to at least 1,000. What? The group paled, and Bauman asked, "How? How is that possible? The wind wolves that attacked us last night numbered only in the hundreds, though formidable, if they were to assault Skull Town. With its 5,000 swordsmen and mercenaries, they could not possibly be overcome by just 100 wind wolves. The force that attacked Skull Town was certainly more than just the wind wolves." Bedwick reasoned, his voice tinged with alarm. "Moreover, we encountered no magical beasts while heading to Skull Town yesterday because they were all congregated at the shadowy forest's edge, plotting something. I also discovered that these beasts seem to be of the 3rd tier or lower. Why would these beasts behave this way? Such occurrences have never happened in Stan City." Damon exclaimed in agitation. "I suspect that a more powerful magical beast has appeared within the shadowy forest," Bedwick said, fear evident as he glanced toward the forest. "Only a beast that has mastered that skill could drive other magical beasts into submission." "Are you suggesting?" Alan asked, his voice trembling as he began to piece together the answer. "Indeed. It must be the legendary dragon's might." Bedwick's voice quivered as he looked at Effia. "Miss Effia, we must hasten back to inform the Lord. A terrifying magical beast has unleashed dragon's might in the shadowy forest, and the lower tier beasts cannot withstand its intimidation, causing them to flee. In the coming time, a beast tide is highly likely to form and sweep through Stan City. We must urgently notify the Lord to activate the city's defensive array." Effia's face drained of color as she glanced toward the shadowy forest. Ultimately resolving, we return to Stan City. Chapter 112. In critical times, Trust in Debbie's character Yichue beheld a dragon's silhouette. Technically, he did not see it in the conventional sense. His vision was obscured by the dense forest. Yet the image of the dragon materialized in his mind, suddenly surfacing in his consciousness. Before this dragon, he felt an overwhelming insignificance, as if a mere breath from it could obliterate him. It did not resemble the eastern dragons, but rather a western dragon, though indistinct. He could discern its massive form, with wings sprouting from its back, a fearsome visage, and scales glistening. In that moment, Yichue was paralyzed, a cold sweat breaking out on him. What is happening? Wasn't it said that dragons had long since gone extinct? Yichue's heart trembled, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of dread. "Humans," the dragon's great maw suddenly opened, and an ethereal voice resonated, or rather, it was not a voice but a thought that directly invaded Yichue's consciousness. The dragon's orange-yellow eyes fixed intently on him. "You are a magician. Become my child's servant, and I shall grant you unimaginable wealth." A servant to a child? A dragon child? Yichue's mind struggled against an immense sense of coercion that felt capable of tearing him apart in an instant. That colossal consciousness awaited his response, and he fought to maintain consciousness, addressing the overwhelming presence. "I refuse." The oppressive force vanished abruptly. The dragon's image in Yichue's mind also dissipated as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet Yichue understood that it was far from mere fantasy. Something had indeed influenced his psyche. He could not help but curse, having intended to say, "Is it acceptable for me to refuse?" But before he could finish, that imposing mental force had retreated. Couldn't he wait for him to complete his sentence? Yichue realized that regardless of whether what he had encountered was indeed the fabled dragon, he had undoubtedly provoked its wrath. "Debbie." He cautiously glanced in the direction of the dragon and gently shook Debbie awake. "Hammerhead, I want noodles," Debbie murmured sleepily to Yichue. Is her vigilance somewhat lacking at this moment? Debbie quickly regained her composure and jumped up. "Tony, what's wrong? Did you feel anything just now?" Yichue asked, his voice steady. Debbie paused, contemplating earnestly before nodding. "What did you sense?" Yichue pressed, noticing that Debbie had also felt the dragon's oppressive presence. Then, I just felt really hungry, particularly wanting to eat the noodles that Hammerhead made for us. Debbie replied earnestly. Why, Yichue? Wasn't the few kilograms of roasted pork earlier enough for you? What's wrong? Debbie inquired, puzzled by Yichue's reaction. Nothing. Yichue, with a complicated expression, continued to question Debbie. Did you feel anything else besides hunger? Nothing at all. Debbie began to sense something amiss. Tony, what is going on? Did I alone sense that dragon's silhouette? Right, that giant dragon seemed to only want a magician to serve her child. Yichue pondered quietly, glancing toward the direction where he had seen the dragon. Let us move quickly. I sense something is off. But where are we supposed to go? Debbie asked. Confused. Why, Yichue pointed in the direction opposite to where he had seen the dragon. We'll head this way. Your instincts are too unreliable. Let us trust my intuition instead. Debbie, now that we are lost, it is merely a matter of chance which direction we take. Since Yichue has pointed in this direction, Debbie thought no further. Then let us set off. The two hastily gathered their belongings and hurried towards that path. Just as Yichue sensed the presence of the dragon, deeper within the dense forest, there was a small, unremarkable hill. However, beneath it lay a cave, and at this moment, a multitude of magical beasts congregated outside, all prostrating themselves in a display of submission. Among these beasts, none were below the 4th rank. The 4th rank forest bear, the 4th rank goatus black panther, the 5th rank double-tailed serpent, and the 5th rank black scorpion. At the forefront of this assembly was a small, unassuming black beast exuding an intense aura of danger. This was a shadow cat, originally a 5th rank magical beast, yet this particular one had reached the 6th rank. Reigning as the king of the shadowy forest, yet it too remained submissive to the entity within the cave. There were at least 100 mid-tier magical beasts, each one exceedingly perilous, and their formidable combat prowess was further amplified by their cunning intelligence. Though their wits were not on par with humans, their ferocious instincts and predatory nature made them significantly more dangerous than human swordsmen of the same rank. They all lay prostrate before the cave. As if something terrifying lurked within, magical beasts, by nature vicious, often resisted submission to other species, typically choosing to fight to the death. Yet now they willingly bowed to this dreadful presence. Roar. A unique and melodious roar emanated from within the cave, carrying an unmatched authority. With this roar, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. The hundreds of magical beasts trembled, receiving a message from the cave. The shadow cat at the forefront let out a sharp cry in response, then surged forward with dozens of beasts in pursuit of a certain direction, exactly where Yichue and Debbie were hastily fleeing. What's behind us? A lot. Debbie, fleeing rapidly through the forest, glanced back at Yichue and exclaimed. The ground beneath them quaked slightly, as if 1,000 troops were in hot pursuit. Yichue nodded, already retrieving a teleportation scroll, tearing it open casually. That a blinding light enveloped them, and in the next moment, they vanished. Moments later, they reappeared several meters ahead. Debbie, it seems your teleportation distance is rather short. Yichue, it's all about luck. Hand it over. As she ran, Debbie extended her palm towards Yichue. Let me try. I have better luck. All right then. Just open the scroll and focus on where you want to go. Yichue felt it was indeed time to trust Debbie's luck, so he handed her the scroll. Without hesitation, Debbie tore it open. And once more, the blinding light enveloped them, causing them to disappear into thin air. When they reappeared, they had indeed moved over 700 meters forward. Unfortunately, before they could celebrate, they fell with a splash into the lake. They had teleported directly above the small lake they had encountered earlier. Amidst the splashing sounds, Yichue and Debbie struggled to swim to the shore, barely managing to crawl onto the bank when a horde of magical beasts appeared before them, their eyes gleaming as they scrutinized the two drenched figures. Chapter 113. Advanced Attack Spell Unleashed. Magical Beasts Annihilated. As the ferocious magical beasts closed in on them, Yichue shook off the water trapped in his armor and glanced at Debbie with a hint of exasperation. Could her luck be any worse? Debbie, feeling a bit embarrassed, gently pushed Yichue aside. Let me take the lead. I'll unleash my super sword gyroscope first. With that, the young girl swiftly raised her massive sword. Yichue, realizing the urgency of the situation, stepped back, watching as Debbie spun rapidly, generating a terrifying whirlwind. The magical beast sensed the danger and involuntarily took a few steps back, their bodies coiling in preparation. As the super sword gyroscope unleashed its whirlwind, It swept up a storm of fallen leaves, forming a towering tornado 10 meters high. Yet, rather than charging at the magical beasts, it veered towards a nearby tree of considerable girth. The powerful gust collided with the tree, cleaving it in two, the trunk spinning through the air and hurtling towards the magical beasts. Although Debbie's sword appeared intended to strike the beasts, her true target was the tree, as the whirlwind severed it. She skillfully directed the force to launch the fallen trunk at the surrounding beasts, successfully creating a breach in their encirclement. "Run," she called to Yi Chue, dashing through the opening. Despite the tension, Debbie maintained her composure. Yi Chue hurriedly followed. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged at them, agilely bouncing off the ground before leaping towards Yi Chue. It was a pitch-black leopard, the fourth-rank goddess Black Panther. Not only was its speed remarkable, but its tearing strength was extraordinary. Even the armor of an ordinary swordsman could not withstand its claws. But it faced a steel swordsman. In mid-leap, Yi Chue turned to confront it, enthusiastically opening his arms. And then a bolt of lightning shot forth from his chest. This was the lightning beam. The electric blue beam struck the goddess Black Panther, sending it crashing back to the ground. It let out a howl as it fell, quickly rising again, smoke wafting from its body, its demeanor even more ferocious than before. Usually, a fourth-rank swordsman would be finished after taking Yi Chue's lightning beam, yet this beast was unharmed and even more aggressive, evidencing the ferocity of magical beasts. Yi Chue followed closely behind Debbie as they escaped through the breach, their speed rapid. But no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the magical beasts. The dense forest was their domain, and within it, their speed far surpassed that of humans. At this moment, the two were perilously close to disaster. Debbie switched to gun mode, slinging her massive sword across her back and cradling a Gatling gun in her arms. After a few paces, she turned and fired at the beasts behind them, using the recoil to propel herself forward even faster, the steel projectiles wreaking havoc and stunning the magical beasts. Yet, it was still insufficient. She glanced at Yi Chue, despair evident in her eyes. Suddenly, Yi Chue stopped. Debbie was taken aback, but halted as well. She assumed Yi Chue had given up on fleeing, believing that only a peak swordsman like Lord Eric could handle such a situation. The young girl resolutely approached Yi Chue, holding her Gatling gun, and calmly remarked, "While it's a pity I won't see my hammerhead before I die, this isn't so bad." The magical beasts, noticing their halt, also came to a standstill, encircling them. Yet, Yi Chue turned to Debbie and smiled. Although Debbie could not see his smile, she could sense the calmness in his voice. "Are we really going to die?" "You." Debbie was taken aback. "It seems I have no choice but to unleash my life-saving move now," Yi Chue said with a grin, thinking to himself how incredibly cool that sounded, then extended his left hand. A faint white glow began to radiate from his arm, the advanced spatial attack spell, Rift of the Earth. This was a blessing from Buster, intended for mages, a method of transferring an entire spell into the recipient's body. The packaging referred to the magical matrix, mana, and mental control required to release the spell, allowing even non-mages to act as vessels for a one-time attack. The mage expending their energy to cast the spell would require nearly twice the mental and magical effort compared to the blessed recipient. Yet the efficacy would still amount to 90% of the direct casting, but 90% was more than sufficient. The white light on Yi Chue's arm intensified, becoming brilliantly radiant, as a terrifying power began to brew within it. The magical beast sensed the impending danger, roaring as they turned to flee. However, having invoked his life-saving ability, could they escape? The Rift of the Earth had a limited range. Previously, in Skull Town, Yi Chue had refrained from using it due to the overwhelming number of wind wolves scattered around, and while it had been dangerous then, it was not a life-or-death situation. However, the circumstances were now dire, with the magical beasts densely surrounding them. Thus, die. The terrifying power of the spell was unleashed through Yi Chue's arm. Cracks appeared in the ground, their edges remarkably smooth, as if hewn by a blade. Transparent blades of spatial energy erupted from each fissure. Trees were sliced into dozens of segments in an instant. Even the toughest fifth-rank iron-armored lizard among the attacking beasts was swiftly cleaved into numerous pieces by the chaotic spatial blades. The blade of space is an ethereal edge, sharper than any physical blade in existence. While tangible blades are designed to sever objects within space, the blade of space fundamentally disrupts the very space that allows an object to exist, rendering any defense futile. It is entirely imperceptible. Even the common wind blade, though transparent, creates ripples in space that can be detected with sufficient scrutiny. In stark contrast, the blade of space is completely invisible. making it impossible to anticipate. Within mere seconds, the monstrous beasts were reduced to ashes that a multitude of creatures, specifically 27, were mercilessly cleaved into dismembered remnants. The scene before Yichue and Debbie was a gruesome spectacle of carnage. Yet within their hearts stirred an indescribable exhilaration. The terrifying horde they had deemed insurmountable had been utterly annihilated. Chapter 114. The Master is unconscious. The armor moves on its own just moments ago. Debbie had resigned herself to the prospect of death, preparing for a valiant last stand, perhaps to be immortalized as a hero in future tales. Yet, in the blink of an eye, over 20 beasts had been reduced to mere fragments. The suddenness of it all left her in disbelief. That it was important to note that these were no ordinary creatures. They were formidable fifth-tier beasts, and the disparity in outcome had momentarily rendered her mind inoperative. Even Yichue found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at his own arm in astonishment. What the hell was that? The effort of a ninth-tier mage, truly extraordinary beyond belief, in contrast to the previous night. When they had been besieged by a pack of wolves, the presence of a ninth-tier mage could effortlessly carve a path to safety. The status of a ninth-tier mage is a testament to their unparalleled prowess. It is said that in the entire Matan Empire, the number of peak ninth-tier mages does not exceed 50, and those who have mastered specialized magic are even fewer, totaling a mere 8. This is why Op and his son sought to have Albert recognized as a student of Bizido, for being a pupil of a peak ninth-tier mage is an unparalleled boon, an assertion Yichue's own experiences corroborate. What on earth did you do? What kind of skill is this, so incredibly powerful? Debbie finally regained her composure. It's not a skill, it's a blessing from a mage, and can only be used once, Yichue explained succinctly. They ought not to linger here any longer, but after some consideration, Yichue decided to ensure that all beasts in sight were indeed dead to prevent any future threats. Debbie, understanding Yichue's intentions, clutched her Gatling gun and ventured into the heap of dismembered monsters, exclaiming, "The magic crystals on these beasts must be quite valuable. Should we not collect them?" Yichue glanced at the mangled remains beneath Debbie's feet, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he shook his head. "It's possible that other monsters may soon catch up with us. We should leave this place post-haste." "All right, fine," Debbie conceded reluctantly. Understanding that her frugality stemmed from a desire to save for her tuition, Yichue found himself less irritated by his money-minded partner. Confirming that all the beasts were beyond revival, he approached Debbie. "Let us depart." Debbie nodded in agreement. In that instant, a figure lunged toward them with startling speed. The creature, only slightly larger than an Orden, it should be fine. The poison from the nerve toxin is not lethal. That moment, I was surrounded by over 30 magical beasts, and they seemed to have no intention of harming us. They merely intended to capture us and bring us here, Jarvis explained. "That doesn't make sense," Yichue said, massaging his shoulder, where the armor had been torn by the shadow cat's bite, feeling a tingling sensation. "Debbie's physical condition is far superior to mine. There's no reason for me to awaken before her." As he spoke, Yichue hurriedly crawled to Debbie's side to check on her condition. Simultaneously, he noticed that his armor was damaged in many places, with the Windwalker array on his left leg severely compromised. Making movement cumbersome. It seemed that Jarvis had indeed endured a fierce battle, while Debbie was breathing evenly, as if she were merely asleep, showing no serious harm. "Master, the reason you awakened first is that she assisted in treating the poison afflicting you," Jarvis replied. "She?" Yichue was taken aback. "Master." "She has arrived." Following Jarvis's words, Yichue abruptly turned around, instinctively reaching for the long sword at his waist, only to find it missing. He then grasped Debbie's enormous sword, and the Windwalker array on his arm flickered to life. Under normal circumstances, he would have lacked the strength to wield such a massive sword, but now he was entirely reliant on the power provided by his armor. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes illuminated the surroundings. A powerful sensation enveloped Yichue's consciousness, and he vaguely glimpsed the colossal dragon from his visions. It dawned upon him that the luminous eyes belonged to the formidable being he had previously encountered in the woods. "Wizard, you have finally awakened," he heard it say, communicating through thought. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Yichue asked, his voice trembling. The former sovereign of this dense forest had been the Shadow Cat. Yet it was clear that even the Shadow Cat had now bowed to the terrifying presence before him. He couldn't help but speculate on its true intentions, especially since he and Debbie had been brought here by the magical beasts, likely at the behest of this being. I wish for you to become a servant to my offspring, the terrifying entity declared. I am not accustomed to the pretentiousness of humans, so I shall be direct. I have sustained grave injuries and my life hangs by a thread. Yet my offspring is about to be born. I want you to ensure its survival in the human realm, devoting your life to its care for all eternity. Is that all? Yi Chue asked solemnly. The fearsome being was gravely injured, but this information was of little use to Yi Chue. Even in its weakened state, it could likely eliminate him in an instant. That is indeed all, the voice replied within his mind. I sense your fear and trepidation, rest assured. I guarantee the safety of both you and that young girl. I will forge a servant contract between you and the offspring, binding you to serve it for all your lifetimes, teaching it the ways of human survival. Yi Chue swallowed hard. He had heard of the servant contract, a form of enslaving magic, a soul-binding spell. Once linked by such a contract, one would become the eternal slave of another, as if a heavy shackle had been fastened around their neck. With the other party holding the key, these contracts were typically established between humans and magical beasts, a highly advanced form of magic that only high-level mages of the 7th tier and above could master. It was a luxurious endeavor reserved for mages or nobles. In the entire city of Stan, no magical beast had ever entered into a servant contract. Yet now, this terrifying being was offering him the chance to become its offspring's servant. Without a doubt, neither it nor its offspring were human. May I inquire as to what manner of magical beast you are? Yi Chue pondered. Having been reborn for some time, he had come to understand that magic could be viewed as a kind of programming. There is no perfect magic, and every powerful spell has its vulnerabilities. Thus, the academically inclined Yi Chue, as he fancifully dubbed himself, felt no fear of the servant contract, but he wished to ascertain the true nature of the being before him. I am a dragon, the formidable entity conveyed. The brilliant eyes in the cave slowly approached Yi Chue, revealing their full form unexpectedly before him. Upon seeing the fearsome creature, Yi Chue instinctively widened his eyes. No way. Is this a dragon? This must be a joke. To accurately describe the being before him, it resembled a peculiar creature with 4 legs, its rotund body evoking thoughts of a domesticated pig. In truth, its size was not far removed from that of a hefty pig, yet its visage bore a certain ferocity. However, due to its excessive girth, the ferocity was tempered by an unexpected sense of humor and an inexplicable cuteness. Scales were faintly visible on its skin, and 2 long, pointed horns adorned its head. Most astonishingly, it possessed folded wings on its back. Given its size, the wings appeared almost superfluous. I am a magical beast possessing the bloodline of the great dragon, the extraordinary creature heaved, standing at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Once I cross that threshold, I shall transform into a true dragon. Chapter 116. Dragon Language Magic. Upon hearing the words of this marvelous beast, Yi Chue was momentarily at a loss for words. One would surely feel similarly if they heard a pig claiming it was on the verge of becoming a dragon. The creature, or rather the snow dragon beast, seemed to sense Yi Chue's incredulity and huffed slightly, its breath growing heavier as it coldly asserted within his mind, I am an 8th tier snow dragon beast, imbued with the blood of many great dragons. Due to certain fortuitous circumstances, I have advanced to the 9th tier. In all my former glory, I was most resplendent, but due to my offspring, I now appear in this manner. Yi Chue scrutinized the snow dragon beast, mentally trimming its size down by half through the lens of imagination, yet he could hardly envision how it could be described as resplendent. The snow dragon beast huffed disdainfully. If not for the fact that you are the only mage nearby, I would have avenged your insolence with a taste of dragon breath. Yi Chue paused for a moment, unable to resist asking, you and your offspring are magical beasts, correct? Why do you wish for it to survive in the human realm? Because, while I can use dragon's might to intimidate those magical beasts, they lack wisdom and are inherently savage. Even if a servant contract is established, they will ultimately succumb to the allure of my offspring. The snow dragon beast whispered within Yi Chue's consciousness. The allure of your offspring? Yi Chue inquired, growing increasingly curious. My offspring shall possess the purest dragon bloodline, though I stand on the brink of true transformation. It has been 5,000 years since the last dragon vanished from this world, and countless magical beasts have been trapped at the final step, unable to enter the realm of true dragons. However, my offspring shall be born with the most pristine dragon bloodline, destined to transform into a majestic dragon that roams the heavens and earth in its lifetime. The snow dragon beast spoke, its voice imbued with a gentle warmth, one that radiated maternal affection. That Yi Chue seemed to grasp the essence of her words and glanced towards the cave's entrance. As I understand it, Magical beasts are simply creatures that contain dragon blood. However, after countless generations of breeding, the dragon blood within most magical beasts has become negligible, with only a select few retaining the potential to truly awaken their inner dragon blood. Undoubtedly, dragon blood is the most precious substance for magical beasts. Are you concerned that others will harm your offspring? Indeed, the snow dragon beast nodded gently, conveying, "You are quite astute. In my previous domain, there were many magical beasts at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, poised to transform into dragons, and I was among the stronger ones. However, when the other 9th tier beasts learned of my impending offspring, they conspired to slay me. I sustained severe injuries while fleeing here. Initially, I intended to entrust my offspring to the magical beasts of this region, but I found them utterly disappointing. After utilizing dragon's might, the magical beasts below the 3rd tier fled the dark forest in terror. The remaining 4th, 5th, and 6th tier beasts may have chosen to submit to me, but their submission stemmed from instinctual fear, which would inevitably dissipate after my departure. At that point, my offspring would become their prey. Thus, I had no choice but to seek a human to nurture it. Upon hearing the snow dragon beast's explanation, Yichue finally understood why nearly all magical beasts below the 3rd tier had congregated outside the dark forest. While the 4th and 5th tier beasts huddled together, it was all due to the magical skill known as dragon's might. Now that I've shared so much, it is time to forge the servant contract between you and my offspring, the snow dragon beast suddenly declared. Wait. Yichue began to speak, but the snow dragon beast raised a paw, similar to that of a lion or tiger, and a golden light flickered from its paw pads. Without further ado, it swiftly penetrated Yichue's body, and he felt his will being overwhelmed by an irresistible, powerful consciousness. It was as though layers of shackles were being firmly affixed to him, rendering him immobile and unable to resist, under the weight of that formidable power. Yichue could only await his fate. That sensation soon faded. Yichue crouched on the ground, drenched in sweat, his gaze fixated on the rotund belly of the snow dragon beast. He could vaguely sense a golden chain extending from his consciousness. Connecting to that very spot, his awareness was tightly entwined with the golden chain, and he struggled to comprehend its true nature, only to realize that his acquired knowledge of magic was utterly insufficient for such an understanding. What is this? He exclaimed in astonishment, feeling that the golden chain belonged to the realm of magic. However, magic is composed of 32 magical characters, and this chain could also be regarded as a magical program. Yet Yichue found himself entirely unable to decipher its composition. This is the language of dragons. The snow dragon beast, bound by the servant contract, seemed to emit a faintly weakened voice in his mind. The language of dragons. Are you unaware? Humanity learned magic from the mighty dragons. The innate gift of dragons lies in their mastery of natural forces, and this ability is encapsulated in the dragon language. There are 32 elements to it. 30,000 years ago, the magical emperor of humanity uncovered the mysteries of dragon language from the dragons, thus initiating the birth of magic. Then, why are the magical characters I have learned not the dragon language? Yichue inquired. His curiosity piqued. Only dragons can master the dragon language. They can imprint it upon the memories of humans, but it is impossible for humans to learn it independently. Thus, your human magical emperor condensed the dragon language into 32 magical characters. Since the extinction of dragons, only a select few can wield dragon language magic, the snow dragon beast replied. I see. Yichue understood that the magical characters he had learned were merely a reduced version of the dragon language. If he could learn the dragon language, how powerful might he become? Moreover, to break the servant contract binding him, he would need to rely on dragon language magic, making it imperative for him to master it. Mage, you are too weak. For the sake of my offspring's safety, I have decided to grant you something. At that moment, the snow dragon beast continued speaking to Yichue. His eyes lit up instantly. Could it be that this snow dragon beast intended to teach him the dragon language? This was an opportunity of a millennium. Even those peak mages in the 9 realms might never encounter such a chance. Yichue, filled with excitement, asked, You want to teach me the dragon language? The snow dragon beast's yellow eyes met his, and it responded languidly in thought. You wish for too much. Yichue, Chapter 117. No longer weak of body, don't be so stingy. If you teach me the dragon language, I can better support your offspring, right? Yichue proposed with a smile, negotiating with the snow dragon beast. Humans' greed is not inferior to that of magical beasts. If others were to discover that your offspring harbors pure dragon blood, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. If I learn dragon language magic, I will be better equipped to protect it. The snow dragon beast remained indifferent. Its golden eyes fixed on Yi Chui. Yi Chui cleared his throat gently. Are you afraid that I might learn dragon language magic and find a way to break the servant contract? That's impossible. He silently commended his own performance, though it was somewhat exaggerated. That is indeed impossible. The snow dragon beast agreed. Dai gradually lowered its body, resting on the ground, and continued. However, dragon language magic is profound and unfathomable. Teaching it to you might lead you astray and hinder your original development, which would be counterproductive. After all, you are not the magical emperor of humanity who can master all aspects of the dragon language and even surpass the dragons. When referencing the magical emperor who initiated the magical era for humanity, a hint of respect tinged the snow dragon beast's voice. You need not worry. My talent is quite remarkable, Yi Chui attempted to persuade. Assuring by the name of a scholar that he would surely master the dragon language if taught, and breaking the servant contract would be a matter of mere moments. The snow dragon beast shook its head. No, I will offer you something else. What could possibly be more valuable than the dragon language? Yi Chui replied, somewhat exasperated. Dragon blood. The snow dragon beast communicated in thought. Dragon blood. Yi Chui was momentarily taken aback. Recalling vague references to dragon blood in encyclopedic texts, dragons are the essence of all beasts, embodying the strongest beings born from the convergence of heaven and earth. Each part of their being is the finest medicinal essence. And among these, dragon blood is the quintessence of all. This dragon blood is not the blood of all dragons, but rather the rare essence contained within them that a single drop of dragon blood can thoroughly cleanse a human body, bestowing an almost limitless reservoir of magical power. Only a select few have ever experienced the cleansing of dragon blood, with the most notable being the aforementioned magical emperor, who was once blessed by the dragon blood of 3 dragons. It is said that during his confrontation with northern invaders, he unleashed a devastating spell for 3 consecutive days and nights, exterminating millions of foes with his sheer power. The magical energy within him astonished all races. While dragon blood cannot alter a mage's innate aptitude, it can significantly strengthen the body, amplifying the energy contained within every cell. A swordsman receiving the blessing of dragon blood will find their sword energy flowing endlessly, while a mage will experience an inexhaustible supply of magical energy. Yi Chui's eyes brightened once more. Though my dragon blood may not possess the purity of that from a true dragon, it retains at least 70% of its potency, which is sufficient to enhance your physique. The snow dragon beast gazed at Yi Chui with a sense of solemnity. Mage, your body is far too weak. Yi Chui. He was already aware of this without needing to be told. Debbie and Ifia had mentioned it to him on numerous occasions. So what if he was weak of body? The snow dragon beast had already forged a servant contract between Yi Chui and its unborn offspring. A bond established through the dragon language, which could only be unraveled by dragon language magic. Thus, she had resolved to assist Yi Chui in improving his physique. She slowly extended a claw, raising it gently as a droplet of luminescent blood began to coalesce within its palm. Looking at Yi Chui, she silently sighed, hoping this human mage would not let her down. Subsequently, the droplet of blood swiftly flew toward Yi Chui. Just a small droplet, but as it approached him, he felt as if he were enveloped by a sea of blood. The liquid seemed to bubble, inducing a sensation of indescribable pain that he felt as though his body were being gnawed by countless insects, something burrowing into every vein, every organ, every cell. Amidst this agony, his body instinctively responded in the most effective manner. He fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, Yi Chui promptly contacted Jarvis, discovering that he had been unconscious for nearly 5 hours. By the time he calculated the elapsed time, it was already deep into the night. He rose from the ground. Expecting to struggle due to the damage to Yi Chui once again spoke with an air of righteous indignation, asserting that all his actions were intended for Debbie's benefit. He retrieved several of his own garments from the spatial ring and, feeling a twinge of nervousness, extended his hand toward Debbie. In films and novels, the male protagonist in such situations often feigns blindness, only to inadvertently touch something inappropriate. How shameless. He was certainly not a man of such disgrace. Thus, to avoid any untoward contact, he resolved to keep his eyes wide open while assisting Debbie in changing her attire. Chapter 118. With guns drawn, no beast shall pass. After Yi Chui assisted Debbie in donning a clean set of clothes in a manner devoid of shame, he felt a gnawing hunger in his stomach. He took some dry bread from the spatial ring and consumed it with the stored clear water. Debbie remained in a state of unconsciousness, rendering her incapable of eating. So Yichue gently fed her some water. As time passed, Yichue leaned against the stone wall, cradling Debbie in his arms, lost in thought, occasionally glancing at the snow dragon beast nestled nearby. Ever since awakening from the baptism of dragon-s blood, the snow dragon beast had remained silent, as if in a deep slumber. The cave entrance lay adjacent, allowing Yichue a means of escape. Yet, he was acutely aware of the terrifying magical beasts outside, numbering in the dozens and of levels 4 and 5, making any escape utterly impossible. The most prudent choice was to remain where he was. Moreover, since the snow dragon beast had established a servant contract between itself and its offspring, it would undoubtedly ensure his safety. That it had its own plans and would not allow him to come to harm. He would simply wait in quiet anticipation. Simultaneously, Yichue began to delve into the study of the spatial teleportation scrolls, positioning that a magician relies not solely on the cultivation of magical power and meditation of mental strength. The essence of a magician lies in the pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge is the most pivotal element for any magician. It had only been 2 days since he first encountered spatial teleportation. Yet Yichue's profound understanding of magical runes allowed him to swiftly grasp the principles of teleportation, an advantage that set him apart from other magicians and the greatest boon he had received since his rebirth in this world. Were this a tale of fiction, his unparalleled comprehension of the logical relationships among magical runes would serve as his golden finger, a unique talent. The other advantages, whether the steel swordsman's armor or enchanting abilities, were merely gifts accompanying this primary talent. Time slipped away quietly. Jarvis, equipped with a timing feature, informed Yichue that dawn had arrived. Perhaps due to the dragon-s blood baptism, Yichue, who had not slept for 2 days, felt remarkably invigorated. At that moment, the snow dragon beast suddenly trembled. Yichue furrowed his brow, casting a casual glance in its direction, but soon noticed the beast trembled once more, its shaking growing increasingly frequent. "What is wrong?" Yichue inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "The baby is about to be born," the snow dragon beast communicated in Yichue's mind. Is it happening so soon? Yichue expressed surprise. Having anticipated a longer wait, the snow dragon beast's body continued to quiver, and with its golden eyes cast toward the cave entrance, it warned, "Be cautious, they are beginning to stir. What is happening?" Yichue gazed incredulously outside the cave. "At the moment of my delivery, I am at my weakest. The magical beasts I have subdued will lose control and will undoubtedly charge." In the voice of the snow dragon beast in his mind sounded labored, as if it were gasping for breath. "That I should have given birth long ago, but upon sensing their unusual movements, I had to delay the arrival of my offspring. Waiting for your presence, magician. I need you to help fend them off? Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier?" Yichue exclaimed, feeling a mix of exasperation and urgency. He promptly seized Debbie's Gatling gun, positioning it at the cave entrance. Outside loomed dozens of agitated 4th and 5th level magical beasts. Without the snow dragon beast's assistance, both he and Debbie would be doomed. Thus, he could only buy time for the snow dragon beast. Knowing it possessed human-like intelligence and must have devised an escape plan for its offspring to the cave entrance. Under the morning light, the magical beasts began to converge toward the cave, their eyes betraying a savage hunger. Dragon's might was potent enough to instill fear, yet their primal greed and desire overcame the terror of dragon's might. To them, the snow dragon beast within the cave undoubtedly represented a delicacy, a source of transformative essence. Leading this horde of beasts was a 6-tiered shadow. It's still alive. Yichue marveled at the diminutive figure that contrasted sharply with the other beasts. "Master," at that moment, "it was pierced by my sword and lay motionless. That I assumed it had perished, only for it to escape swiftly after I withdrew the blade. Truly cunning," Jarvis remarked innocently. "Why didn't you mention your own foolishness?" Yichue retorted, rolling his eyes, locking eyes with the shadow cat's crimson gaze. He felt an unmistakable bloodthirst emanating from it. Turning to Debbie beside him, he muttered a curse, still harboring resentment toward the creature. Now that it had survived, he resolved to finish what he started. The magical beast surged into the cave, filling it to capacity. Yichue inhaled deeply, lifting the Gatling gun. The magazine was, in fact, the spatial ring bound to Debbie. Others would need to decipher the spatial ring to use the Gatling gun. A feat far from simple. However, for Yichue, It was merely a matter of understanding its composition, which he could accomplish in no time. The physical prowess bestowed upon him by the dragon's blood baptism allowed him to wield the Gatling gun without any burden. In the confined cave, with nowhere to hide, the gunfire from the Gatling would provide them with a baptism of blood. Soon, the ammunition was in place while Ichue exhaled slowly, and the deafening roar of gunfire erupted within the cave. Bang, 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 bang. The entire cavern seemed on the verge of collapse under the thunderous noise, loose stones and dust raining down. The snow dragon beast was in a state of production, having reached its most vulnerable moment. Its golden yellow eyes gazed at Ichue, and a feeble voice echoed in Ichue's mind. What should we do? Ichue turned to the snow dragon beast and said, "Teach me the dragon language." The swarm of black wasps that had just entered the cave was indeed perilous. But Ichue did not necessarily need to use the spell Baptism of the Gale, which would drain his mental energy. To fend them off, he could employ more effective spells such as Flame or Lightning. In this confined space, repelling the swarm of wasps was not a daunting task. Yet, he chose to cast Baptism of the Gale for this very moment if he exhausted his energy without his intervention. The snow dragon beast would be besieged by the horde of beasts. If the snow dragon beast wished to safeguard itself and its offspring, it needed to regain its strength. Thus, it had to impart the dragon language to Ichue. Even if I teach you the dragon language, you won't be able to master it in a short time, and it may even lead to the complete collapse of your mental energy. The snow dragon beast understood Ichue's intentions immediately. But it felt powerless at this moment. How can we know without trying? Ichue replied, "My mental energy is merely of a low grade, but the dragon language is a high-level magical tongue. If I can acquire it, perhaps I can enhance the quality of my mental energy and ascend into the realm of intermediate mages. If I become an intermediate mage, I am confident I can withstand these beasts for a while longer." Ichue was not familiar with the dragon language, but he knew his mental state better than anyone. If magical characters were akin to programming languages, then his mental energy resembled outdated computer hardware, specifically the Central Processing Unit, CPU. Due to his limited aptitude, his journey as a mage would be fraught with difficulties. Even if he compiled formidable programs using programming languages, the hardware could not support them. His current magical theories had already reached the level of an advanced mage. Yet his mental energy remained stagnant, confining him to the realm of a low-grade mage. However, with the assistance of the dragon language, this potent programming language might catalyze a transformation in his mental energy, allowing it to evolve in quality, albeit with the risk that his mental energy might ultimately fail to withstand the strain of the dragon language, leading to complete mental collapse. Yet, fortune favors the bold. Ichue was willing to take this gamble. "Are you certain?" The snow dragon beast, aware of the dangers, confirmed one last time. "Certain." Ichue responded, "I in his consciousness." The snow dragon beast seemed to sigh, and then a vast surge of thought entered Ichue's mind that it was a concept far deeper and more profound than magical characters, encompassing all things and wielding immense power. This was the dragon language, the innate ability mastered by the mightiest beings of this continent, the dragons. A torrent of thought began to coalesce in Ichue's mind. And moments later, the first character emerged. Then came the second, the third. This exchange of thoughts was exceedingly swift. The imprinting of dragon language characters in Ichue's consciousness occurred in an instant. Yet, during this fleeting moment, it felt as if his brain had split numerous times. The comparison of human mental energy to a computer's CPU was apt yet flawed. Machines can break under overload. But humans are alive, possessing will and consciousness, which grants the potential for rebirth from the brink of despair. Only through calamity can one temper the spirit, as each dragon language character was imprinted in Ichue's consciousness. He repeatedly teetered on the edge of collapse, but he gritted his teeth and reconsolidated his mental energy. It was as if he experienced life and death repeatedly in an instant, each trial refining his spirit, leading to a transformation. Finally, within Ichue's consciousness, he sensed a complete metamorphosis in his mental energy. If his mental energy had previously resembled a meager pond, it now resembled a vast lake. He had mastered the dragon language. The dragon's blood had enhanced his physical attributes, granting him formidable strength and abundant magical power. The dragon language had transformed the quality of his mental energy, elevating him from the status of a mere novice mage to one of commendable aptitude. Previously, despite his strong magical theories, he could not manifest them due to limitations in his magical and mental energies. Now, all these issues were resolved. Yi Chue opened his eyes. His complexion was pale, yet it bore a hint of a smile. In his mind, the lake formed by his mental energy was enveloped in swirling white mist. A novice mage's mental energy could only act upon oneself, while that of an intermediate mage could extend beyond the physical body. Now, Yi Chue could effortlessly project his mental energy. With this transformation in his mental aptitude, he had entered the realm of intermediate mages. In this moment, if Yi Chue were to close his eyes, he could clearly see everything within a 3-meter radius. Debbie lying in a corner, the snow dragon beast in agony as it gave birth. The cracks on the cave walls, the withered grass, the vines, and the beasts that were inching toward the cave, their savage auras palpable. This was the hallmark of entering the realm of intermediate mages. Mental energy was no longer confined to the body, but could be projected outward, allowing him to perceive everything around him. The advancement of a mage was far more challenging than that of a swordsman. With Yi Chue's former inadequate aptitude, it would have been impossible for most inept mages to ascend to the intermediate level. However, having undergone the trials of the dragon language, he had successfully transformed his mental energy in this life-and-death scenario. Of course, this did not imply that he had fully mastered the dragon language spells. The characters had been imprinted into his memory, becoming part of him, yet he had not completely comprehended them. It was akin to having installed a high-level programming language on a computer without knowing how to use it. Nevertheless, this was not an immediate concern. Now that Yi Chue had entered the realm of intermediate mages, he was more than capable of fending off the beasts that threatened to invade the cave. With a roar, the iron-armored lizard charged forward. Having noticed that Yi Chue appeared to have lost his ability to move, Yi Chue's eyes abruptly widened as he wielded his wand. The novice attack spell, lightning, shot forth from his wand, illuminating the entire cave with a brilliant blue glow. The bolt of lightning seemed thicker and more powerful than ever before. With his entry into the realm of intermediate mages, the power of Yi Chue's novice attack spell had naturally multiplied. Most importantly, while he could previously cast lightning only 3 times at most, he now had no immediate concerns about depleting his mental or magical energy. The lightning swiftly struck the iron-armored lizard. And astonishingly, the trajectory of the lightning was not a straight line but rather serpentine, as if it were a true snake. This was a feat only possible for intermediate mages. Novice mages could not control their spells once cast, but intermediate mages could manipulate their release spells due to their ability to project mental energy. The iron-armored lizard, despite its sturdy and heavy body, was quite agile, preparing to evade when the electric serpent approached. Yet, it never anticipated that Yi Chue's lightning could change direction at will. Taken by surprise, it was struck in the head, letting out a piercing scream as its head became charred, collapsing to the ground in silence. Its iron armor, impervious even to bullets from a Gatling gun, was now incapacitated by the electric shock. Without pausing, Yi Chue unleashed more spells such as Flame, Gale, and Windblade, driving back several other beasts, even cleaving a 2-tailed snake in half with a single Windblade. In a matter of moments, the multitude of beasts was forced back, unable to breach the cave. Suddenly, a sound akin to a cat's meow echoed, and a swift, small shadow darted toward him. It was the elusive shadow cat, finally unable to resist making another move. Its form was upon him in an instant, as quick as a wraith. Yi Chue raised his wand once more. Baptism of a gale. The fierce wind surged again. This intermediate attack spell was now the most potent spell Yi Chue could wield. The shadow cat, now in close proximity, was repelled by the rushing winds, its form bouncing back. As it landed on the ground, it attempted to charge again, only to realize something was amiss. Letting out a shrill cry, it tried to flee, but an invisible force of wind had already enveloped it. The wind was invisible, yet the swirling dust and debris revealed its complete form. Under Yi Chue's control, the gale compressed the shadow cat, squeezing it tighter. This is the true power of Baptism of the Gale. The spell's original intent is to summon a tempest and then compress it with mental energy, releasing it at a critical moment. The explosive force of the wind will create a tremendous detonation. Yi Chue thought to himself. When he first learned this spell, he had sensed there were nuances he had yet to grasp, but only now did he fully comprehend its true might. Under his command, the wind swirling around the shadow cat was gradually compressed into a rapidly spinning sphere. The shadow cat let out furious cries within, yet it was futile. Yi Chue had previously expressed that since Jarvis had spared its life, he still harbored some resentment toward it. clenching his wand tightly. He silently imparted a thought. Release. Compressed into a spherical form, the wind suddenly lost its binding force, and the immense wind pressure surged forth, violently crashing in all directions. Under such an impact, the once agile and vibrant snow dragon beast was utterly torn to shreds. And the force of the wind's collision brought about a tremor akin to a cataclysmic explosion. Yi Chue, now possessing a robust physique, involuntarily stumbled backward a few paces as the resounding noise echoed through the cave, causing its entrance to collapse and seal shut. With stones cascading down from above, darkness enveloped the cave. The mid-level auxiliary spell, Light Descends, erupted from Yi Chue's wand, illuminating the cave's walls with a brilliant white glow, rendering it as bright as day. Yi Chue confirmed that Debbie had escaped the explosion's wrath and sighed in relief, then turned to observe the snow dragon beast, only to feel a pang of guilt as he noticed a stone had just struck the creature squarely on the forehead. The snow dragon beast shook its head, dislodging the rock, its golden eyes glaring at Yi Chue with a hint of irritation, before once more contorting into a pained expression. The delivery is underway. Those magical beasts should be unable to breach our defenses for now. You must expedite your efforts, Yi Chue remarked as he settled beside Debbie. Feeling utterly helpless in this predicament, assisting a mother dragon in childbirth was undoubtedly a skillful endeavor, far more challenging than aiding a sow. Perhaps he could mimic the cries of the beautiful Lin from the movies, shouting hold on, or push, to see if it would make any difference. Lost in such chaotic thoughts, golden halos suddenly began to emanate from the snow dragon beast, accompanied by piercing dragon roars echoing through the air. As a mid-level mage, Yi Chue could now sense an overwhelming surge of energy rampaging within the snow dragon beast. It was about to give birth. Chapter 121. The most terrifying beast tide in history approaches. Yi Chue held Debbie close, anxiously watching the unfolding scene before him. The sight of a mother dragon giving birth was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, one that most would never witness. Observing the golden halo that enveloped the snow dragon beast, Yi Chue felt a profound sense of awe. If only the snow dragon beast did not possess such a swine-like physique, the spectacle would have been even more magnificent. Eventually, the golden halos began to dim, and the snow dragon beast's roars gradually subsided. Yi Chue gasped, noticing that the once plump body of the snow dragon beast was visibly dissolving at an alarming rate, becoming gaunt and emaciated. As the golden light finally faded, a miraculous object appeared at the side of the snow dragon beast's body. Holy cow! An egg! This was Yi Chue's first encounter with a creature resembling a mammal that reproduced by laying eggs. Far more astonishing than witnessing a being claiming to be a dragon that resembled a pig. It seemed the snow dragon beast heard Yi Chue's exclamation, glaring at him with its eyes and conveying through thought, what is so surprising? Whether a snow dragon beast or a true dragon, all continue their lineage through eggs. Well, I stand corrected, Yi Chue replied, nodding in acknowledgement. In this magical world, nothing was truly extraordinary. He scrutinized the dragon egg, which was not particularly large, about the size of an ostrich egg, its white surface smooth as marble. Yi Chue felt a powerful instinctual urge rise within him to protect this dragon egg, even to the extent of sacrificing his own life for its safety. This must be the reason behind the so-called servant contract. Before this dragon egg hatches, I must find a way to dissolve the servant contract. Yi Chue pondered silently. The now thin snow dragon beast gently nuzzled the egg with its head, eyes reflecting a deep reluctance. Having expended much strength to give birth to the dragon baby, it was already gravely injured. And the moment it birthed the dragon baby would also mark its end. The scene was imbued with a melancholic air. Moments later, the snow dragon beast delicately grasped the dragon egg and approached Yi Chue, its golden eyes fixed intently on him. I entrust my baby to you. It will hatch on its own. Mage, you can withstand the imprint of the dragon language runes and have successfully advanced. I knew I chose correctly. I hope my baby thrives in your care, and I believe it will grow into a true dragon. I will take good care of it. Yi Chue understood that the snow dragon beast was imparting its final wishes and replied solemnly, extending his hand to accept the dragon egg. The snow dragon beast gazed at the egg once more and said, Now, let me take you away. How will you transport us? Yi Chue inquired urgently. The snow dragon beast did not respond. Instead, it threw back its head and roared, its ornamental wings unfurling majestically. The tremendous force emanated from its body, soaring into the sky, and with a deafening sound, The mountain housing the cave was uprooted, as the snow dragon beast took flight in the morning light. From the moment Yi Chue first laid eyes on this magical beast, he struggled to associate it with the legendary dragons. But only now did he truly perceive the essence of a dragon within it. Though its form remained small, as it soared and emitted a vibrant dragon roar, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble at its call. Following the cave's collapse, countless magical beasts that had been clamoring to enter now found themselves paralyzed with fear, instinctively fleeing in every direction. Yi Chue stored the dragon egg in his spatial ring, cradled Debbie in his arms, and was left utterly astonished by the spectacle stirred by the snow dragon beast. Its fierce form and formidable presence affirmed that dragons were indeed the mightiest beings in this world. How magnificent it would be to have such a companion in the future. Go. The snow dragon beast landed gracefully before Yi Chue, its claws gesturing toward him. A white halo enveloped both Yi Chue and Debbie entirely. This was a teleportation. As Yi Chue vanished from sight, he received the snow dragon beast's final thought. Take good care of my baby, and tell it that it will one day soar across the skies as a great dragon. The white light dissipated, and Yi Chue and Debbie's figures had vanished. The snow dragon beast trembled slightly, its heart heavy with sorrow. Its strength was rapidly waning, and the flame of its life was about to extinguish. Yet, in its final moments, it had one last task to fulfill. It let out a resounding dragon roar, ascending once more into the air. To those beasts who covet my dragon blood, I shall make you understand that the dignity of dragons is inviolable. You shall pay the price for your greed. Today, none of you shall escape the fate of destruction. The wrath of the dragon will scorch you to ashes. In the midst of the white light, Yi Chue found himself standing upon an expansive grassland. The snow dragon beast possessed the ability to teleport, and the distance was considerable, having already departed from the confines of the dark forest. Yi Chue cast a glance at the rising sun overhead, orienting himself before turning back to the direction of the dark forest, silently embracing Debbie and mourning for the great dragon for a moment. Just as he prepared to rise and head toward Stand City, his body suddenly shuddered, and he looked in disbelief toward the dark forest. There appeared a dark line, a horde of magical beasts. The ground trembled slightly, as if something formidable were sweeping toward them. Yi Chue's complexion turned pale. Holy cow, that's a beast tide. The last burst of the snow dragon beast's life force had unleashed a terrifying aura. Dragon might, which intimidated the magical beasts that had been driven from the dark forest, compelling them to march towards Stand City. There were thousands of magical beasts that had once dwelled in the dark forest. This was the most horrifying beast tide in the history of Stand City. Chapter 122. Do they really think mages won't fight? Observing the line of magical beasts in the distance, Yi Chue realized the gravity of the situation. A multitude of magical beasts was surging towards Stand City, a catastrophic threat. I never anticipated that the dragon might, unleashed by the snow dragon beast at the last moment, would have such a profound impact. I must hurry to warn Stand City and ensure they are prepared. Yi Chue tightened his grip on Debbie with one arm, while reaching for a teleportation scroll with the other. He tore open the scroll, and with a flash of white light, he vanished from his spot, reappearing 200 meters away. He shook his head, although he still had over 70 teleportation scrolls in his spatial ring. If each teleportation only covered 200 to 300 meters, he would never reach Stand City. Time was of the essence. He needed to convey the message swiftly. So he had to master the positioning of the spatial teleportation scrolls to achieve the maximum distance of 1 kilometer with each use. He retrieved another scroll, tore it open, and as the white light flickered, he focused intently on the operation of the magical matrix, covering over 100 meters this time. Without hesitation, he produced yet another scroll, tore it open, and with another flash of teleportation, he moved 300 meters forward. The transportation via teleportation scrolls is inherently random. One can only ascertain a general direction, but cannot pinpoint an exact location. Only a mage with unparalleled mastery of spatial magic can achieve precise positioning. This has remained an undeniable truth since the inception of teleportation scrolls. Yet Yi Chue is undeterred by such superstitions. Previously, he had conducted extensive research on magical scrolls, and now, as a mid-level mage, he possesses the ability to project his mental energy externally, which has afforded him a deeper comprehension of the usage of teleportation scrolls. Once more, this time, Yi Chue advanced 500 meters. At the instant of the teleportation scroll's activation, if I manipulate a specific segment of the magical matrix with my mental energy, it seems I can control the distance of the teleportation this time. Yi Chue felt a flicker of insight, prompting him to attempt teleportation once again. With each attempt, he gleaned a little more about the principles of teleportation positioning: 500 meters, 600 meters, 800 meters, 850 meters, 950 meters. Finally, upon his 13th attempt, Yi Chue reached the ultimate limit of 1 kilometer. Indeed, achieving precise positioning remains a challenge, but I can directly maximize the teleportation distance. This is considerably easier. Yi Chue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continuously activated the teleportation scrolls. His white figure flickered across the vast expanse, traversing distances of 1 kilometer in the blink of an eye. Before long, he could see the walls of Stan's city from afar, in under 5 minutes. He had covered a distance of over 100 miles at this moment. His teleportation scrolls were entirely depleted. Fortunately, he encountered a mercenary who was preparing to head to Skull Town. This mercenary was evidently oblivious to the events transpiring in Skull Town. Yi Chue spent a gold coin to procure his steed and advised him to return to the city promptly, before racing back to Stan City at breakneck speed at the city walls of Stan City. Several guards were on watch, but considering the urgency of time, Yi Chue refrained from engaging them in conversation and prepared to meet Lord Eric directly to apprise him of the pressing situation. The magical cottage of Anthony was adjacent to the Lord's residence, so Yi Chue first returned to Anthony's magical cottage, cradling Debbie in his arms. After hastily exiting the room and considering that the Iron Swordsman had not yet met with Eric, he stored away the Iron Swordsman armor and donned the garb of a mage. He was just about to enter the Lord's residence through the small door connecting to the courtyard when voices suddenly descended from the second-floor staircase. Someone was coming down. That brat has no idea where he wandered off to, leaving us to wait here all night for nothing. Bizidor has been residing here. The president finally found a reason to send him away, allowing us the opportunity to come here, yet we're left empty-handed. I wonder how we'll explain this to the president. Yi Chue did not recognize either of the voices. The two, drowsy and yawning as they descended the stairs, suddenly froze upon making eye contact with Yi Chue, who stood at the doorway of Debbie's room. That kid is back. The two mercenaries, one tall and one short, the taller one with a face full of bulk, broke into smiles upon spotting Yi Chue. With a swift motion, the taller one drew his long sword from his waist. Hammerhead, we waited for you all night. You finally decided to return. Who knows where you were gallivanting off to at night? Now, you're in for it. The shorter one, agile in stature, leaped down the stairs and stood at the hall's entrance, drawing a dagger to block Yi Chue's escape route. While Yi Chue coldly scrutinized the two, discerning much information from their dialogue. Bedwick had attempted to assassinate Debbie, and he had previously stated that the mastermind was up. Clearly, these two were lying in wait for his return to enact their murderous intent. To outsiders, he had seemingly never left the magical cottage. Bizidor had promised to keep his secret safe, but it seemed he had been summoned away by Op for some reason. Thus, these two were lying in wait, fortuitously encountering Yi Chue's return. Op, Yi Chue gritted his teeth. This scoundrel dared to conspire against Debbie. He had not forgotten this debt, and now that he had encountered Op as henchman, he had no qualms about settling the score. As a mage, often perceived as frail and weak, Yi Chue rolled up his sleeves, revealing a readiness to engage in combat. The two men broke into laughter. Hey, I heard from the president that you excel in using magical scrolls. I've been on guard against your spells. But what are you planning to do now? The shorter one sneered. What? Ready to fight us directly? He patted his chest mockingly. Come on, throw a few punches at me. I promise I won't retaliate. They had spent the night waiting and were brimming with pent-up frustration, eager to vent. Mages often give off an impression of physical frailty. Without a wand in hand, they are nearly inferior to an ordinary person. Thus, as long as they were wary of Yi Chue producing a wand or other magical artifacts, they felt invulnerable. This was their line of thought. Seeing Yi Chue actually advancing with his fists raised, the taller one even displayed a mocking, expectant expression, while the shorter one scoffed dismissively, revealing yellowed teeth. Thinking to himself that a punch from this mage wouldn't even hurt. Then Yi Chue's fist swung down. When Yi Chue's fist connected, it struck the shorter man as if he had been slammed by a charging bull. With a resounding crash, he was hurled out of the courtyard. Fool, did you really think a mage wouldn't fight back? Chapter 123. The hero emerges having been blessed by dragon's blood. Yi Chue's physical qualities may not rival the formidable physique of a great swordsman, but he had certainly transcended the category of weak constitution. He had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a typical swordsman wielding sword energy. the shorter man might have initially been formidable. But he had underestimated Yi Chue, thinking to provoke him into striking his own chest. Completely unprepared, he thought to himself, what harm could this mage's punch possibly inflict on me? And then tragedy struck. When Yi Chue's fist descended, the shorter man sensed something was amiss, yet it was far too late for him to prepare any defense. He was struck and sent flying. It was a direct blow, propelling him 3 to 4 meters into the air, and upon landing, he skidded several meters across the ground. The punch broke 2 of his ribs, and he coughed up blood. The taller swordsman, who had been anticipating an entertaining spectacle, suddenly froze in shock. His reflexes kicked in, and he quickly grasped his longsword, preparing to attack Yi Chue. But Yi Chue merely glanced at him before vanishing into thin air. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. The swordsman, tense, scanned his surroundings. He knew that certain magical artifacts could obscure one's form, but such items typically only serve to confuse. He had never encountered a situation where someone could completely vanish from sight. As Bizidor's invisibility wand was indeed extraordinary to that moment. Yi Chue held the wand in one hand, while carrying a Gatling gun in the other, stealthily approaching the taller man's back. He was pressed for time, although he could inform the man that he had countless methods to ensure his demise. He opted for the most expedient approach, to obliterate him with Debbie's firearm. To prevent excessive bloodshed from splattering the room, Yi Chue aimed the Gatling gun toward the door and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening noise reverberated throughout the world. The Crimson SD, the novice attack spell, Lightning, was unleashed by the short-statured swordsman, who, despite his modest height, was a man accustomed to living on the edge. Realizing that his words could not sway Yi Chue, he swiftly activated his own skill, the intermediate defense skill, Swordsman's Shield. The short sword danced rapidly through the air, its blade aura coalescing into a semi-transparent shield. Yi Chue's lightning spell struck this ethereal barrier with a resounding impact. One was a novice attack spell, the other an intermediate defense skill. The short swordsman felt a surge of delight within, understanding that this had granted him a precious moment to escape. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to flee towards the side door of the courtyard, the sudden sound of shattering glass echoed ominously. Crack! The sound resonated not audibly, but within the depths of his consciousness. The swordsman's shield, which he had conjured, was effortlessly shattered by Yi Chue's novice attack spell. In an instant, the lightning transformed into an electric serpent, crashing into his chest. A tingling sensation coursed through him, obliterating his awareness. The force of the electric serpent's assault hurled him sideways, and in the blink of an eye, his body was scorched. The might of this novice attack spell had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of its potential. Bang! The short swordsman landed on the ground, enveloped in smoke. No sooner had he touched the earth than several figures swiftly leapt over from the adjacent lord's mansion. Led by Lord Eric, followed closely by Ifia, Ballman, Bedwick, Allen, and Damon, the latter 2 still wrapped in white bandages. Upon witnessing the devastation in the courtyard and the sight of Yi Chue, clad in a robe with disheveled hair and wielding a wand, all were rendered speechless. Yi Chue silently struck a cool pose, his gaze coldly fixed on Bedwick. He was not surprised that Ifia and Ballman were still alive, but he did not expect Bedwick to have survived, igniting a fire of fury within him. Master. A curious voice chimed in Yi Chue's mind. It was Jarvis, who had now become a mid-level mage. Yi Chue's mental prowess allowed him to project his consciousness outward, enabling him to communicate with Jarvis within the spatial ring without physical contact. Jarvis continued, "Why did you secretly use the gentle breeze spell to make your hair and robe billow? Don't you think it looks more impressive with flowing hair and a fluttering robe?" Yi Chue replied nonchalantly, "It's how heroes make their entrance." Jarvis, Hammerhead, what transpired here? Ifia rushed to Yi Chue, her concern evident. "I just heard the sound of Gatling gunfire. Who were those 2 individuals?" Yi Chue had previously used the Gatling to eliminate the tall man, intending to draw the attention of the Lord's mansion next door, thus saving time to meet with Eric. "Those 2 were preparing to ambush me, and I dealt with them," Yi Chue coldly stated, thinking to himself that he had finally donned the guise of a dashing mage. "Don't joke around." Ifia did not believe him at all, her eyes darting toward Debbie's room. "With your physique, how could you wield a Gatling? It must have been Debbie who returned, right?" Chapter 124. As long as the defensive formation remains, there will be no calamity. Debbie. Ifia peered through the window and spotted Debbie lying on the bed. She rushed inside to check, and upon confirming Debbie's survival, she sighed in relief and returned to the courtyard, asking Yi Chue, "Hammerhead, how did Debbie come back? She seems to be poisoned." Is she all right? And what about Tony? Is he safe? While Ifea inquired, Bedwick's complexion had grown pale. Yesterday, upon returning to Stand City, he claimed to have witnessed Tony and Debbie being slaughtered by a pack of windwolves. Yet now, Debbie was alive and well, and it was highly likely that the Iron Swordsman had also survived if they disclosed their attempt to assassinate Debbie and their involvement in Antano's death. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chue cast a cold glance at Bedwick and replied, Debbie is temporarily all right. She has merely been afflicted with a paralysis toxin and should awaken shortly. As for the Iron Swordsman, he is unharmed. He was the one who brought Debbie back. He's safe. Ifea's face lit up with joy, her eyes brimming with tears of relief. Where is he now? He sustained some injuries and is currently recuperating, Yi Chue answered. Recuperating? The Lord's Mansion has the finest healing salves and physicians. Mr. Bagan's light healing magic can treat any external wounds. Can you ask him to come to the Lord's Mansion? Ifea said, her voice tinged with urgency. Yi Chue was taken aback by Ifea's concern for his other identity, but he truly did not require healing and could only decline. It's unnecessary. The Iron Swordsman has only suffered some superficial injuries. He can manage on his own. Thank you for caring about him. I care about him. What business is it of yours? Ifea was somewhat displeased with Hammerhead's response. She glanced at the remains of the tall swordsman, reduced to a bloody pulp by the Gatling, and the other short swordsman, charred by electricity, pondering that both had undoubtedly been slain by the Iron Swordsman. When they had arrived, they had only seen Yi Chue posing dramatically, without witnessing any of his actions. The Iron Swordsman might very well be nearby, and she immediately began scanning the surroundings with heightened anxiety. However, Yi Chue did not wish to squander time on the Iron Swordsman's identity. He temporarily set aside his grievances against Bedwick and hurried towards Eric. Lord, the Iron Swordsman has entrusted me with an important message. What information? Eric was also surveying the surroundings, likely searching for the Iron Swordsman, and casually inquired upon hearing Yi Chue's words. Bedwick tensed up, fearing that Yi Chue would expose him. Yet, the information Yi Chue divulged was far more terrifying than any accusation. A horde of magical beasts is advancing towards Stand City. They are expected to arrive within 3 hours, Yi Chue stated solemnly. A horde? Eric was momentarily taken aback. Frowning, how many are there? All the low-level magical beasts below Tier 3 from the Dark Forest. What? Eric's expression turned to one of horror. From Bedwick, he had already learned that numerous Tier 3 and below magical beasts were gathering near the Dark Forest, potentially triggering a horde. Recently, Stand City had begun preparations for defense, but according to Bedwick, the number of beasts was no less than 1,000, yet Yi Chue now claimed it encompassed all Tier 3 and below magical beasts from the Dark Forest. How many could that be? Thousands, even tens of thousands. This is impossible, Bedwick stammered. How could there be so many? What could have caused such a horde? You're talking nonsense. That Iron Swordsman is spouting nonsense. How could he possibly know about this? Historically, the emergence of a horde was typically triggered by certain treasures surfacing, which held a fatal allure for magical beasts, inciting a horde. Alternatively, a conflict with the Beast King within a defined territory could provoke the Beast King to unleash the beasts in vengeance against humans. Moreover, the most frequent cause of a horde was the accidental release of Dragon's Might by a high-level magical beast. This innate skill was devastatingly intimidating to lower-level magical beasts, sufficient to incite mass panic among them. A peak Tier 9 beast has inexplicably appeared in the Dark Forest, seemingly possessing dragon blood. It is its Dragon's Might that has instigated the horde, Yi Chue explained succinctly, deliberately withholding the full details about the snow dragon beast's offspring that he added. All of this was relayed to me by the Iron Swordsman. I am unaware of the specifics, but you may investigate. You should already be able to sense the movements of the horde. Hurry and investigate if it's true. Eric urgently instructed Ballman. Take Bedwick with you. He excels in earth magic. If a horde is indeed approaching, he will certainly sense the earth signs. Understood, Ballman promptly acknowledged. Just as he was about to turn away, Eric remembered something and quickly added. Also, inform Op to prepare the defensive formation of Stand City. I was initially hesitant, but if a horde truly approaches, activating the formation is imperative. Yes, Ballman hastily departed. Yi Chue, however, was taken aback. Defensive formation? Ifea nearby explained. Hammerhead, how could you not know? The defensive formation is a large-scale protective array that encompasses Stand City. It is akin to an impregnable fortress. Historically, Stan City has endured numerous assaults from hordes, yet has successfully repelled them thanks to the defensive formation. As long as the defensive formation remains intact, there will be no calamity. Her final words sounded almost like a self-reassurance, and after speaking, she glanced at her father, Eric. The defensive formation of Stan City was designed by several peak Tier 9 mages, as long as the magical beasts do not exceed Tier 7. They pose no threat to this formation. Eric, well-versed in the defensive formation, reassured the others. The incoming magical beasts are all Tier 3 or below. No matter how numerous they may be, they cannot breach the defensive formation. Oh, I see. Yichue let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The only 6th tier magical beast in the dark forest had already perished at his hands. The other 4th and 5th tier beasts would likely struggle to escape the clutches of the snow dragon beast. The remaining creatures were merely low-tier magical beasts that had fled the dark forest, unable to withstand the dragon's might. It appeared that this terrifying beast tide would not pose any issues. With that in mind, Yichue could proceed to attend to other matters. Eric had just issued several decrees to a few city lords' guards, while Ifia was preparing to return to her room to care for Debbie. Damon and Alan were getting ready to remove the corpses of the 2 slain swordsmen from the courtyard and were attempting to uncover the identities of those 2 and the reasons behind their ambush on Yichue. Meanwhile, Bedwick felt a sense of relief upon realizing that Yichue was not deliberately targeting him, and he was contemplating how to manage the aftermath of the situation when, at that moment, Yichue suddenly approached him. I invoke the challenge oath of the church and present a life and death challenge to the Shadow Rat Swordsman, Bedwick. Chapter 125. I absolutely cannot tolerate this insult. The church challenge oath is a solemn declaration made when 2 individuals wish to engage in a challenge. Within the sacred illumination of the church, any renowned swordsman or magician may propose a challenge oath to another swordsman or magician. The oath can be established simply through verbal agreement, should the other party respond. The oath is immediately binding, and the challenge will be graced by the church's radiance. Under the constraints of the oath, neither party can break its binding force unless they possess abilities exceeding that of a specialized field. Should either party breach the agreement, they would suffer the backlash of the oath. With no exceptions to the continent of agendas, challenges are a common occurrence. After all, this is a world of swords and sorcery, where unresolved matters can be settled through challenges. Even individuals facing capital punishment may propose a challenge to secure clemency. Routine disputes that cannot be fairly adjudicated can also be resolved through challenges. When Buska had schemed against Anthony in his magical abode, causing Debbie to be unable to repay her debts on time, she chose to confront him directly rather than seeking assistance from the Lord's office. This was due to the customs surrounding challenges in this world. Even if the matter reached the Lord's office, it would likely conclude with a challenge, regardless of whether the office intervened. However, no one anticipated that Yichue would suddenly propose a challenge oath to the 7th tier swordsman Bedwick at this moment. Everyone stared in astonishment at Yichue, who held 3 fingers aloft towards the sky. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Bedwick. "Chue, have you lost your senses?" to challenge Bedwick. Ifia exclaimed, exasperated, wondering what had possessed him to target Bedwick without cause. Azur, Damon, Alan, and others looked at Yichue with a mixture of surprise and confusion. Unable to comprehend his motives, Eric furrowed his brow and asked Yichue, "Are you aware of what the challenge oath entails?" "Of course I am," Yichue replied, nodding as his eyes remained fixed on Bedwick. "Thus, I present the challenge oath to swordsman Bedwick, and it is indeed a life and death challenge." "What?" Eric inquired further. Why Yichue let out a cold laugh, glancing at Eric before continuing. "I am uncertain of what Bedwick recounted upon his return to Stan City yesterday. However, the truth is that while others were departing, Bedwick suddenly ambushed Debbie while he, the Iron Swordsman, and Antano were preparing to hold the rear. Antano sacrificed his life to save her, and subsequently, Bedwick attempted to kill both the Iron Swordsman and Debbie, ultimately allowing them to escape through a fortunate use of a teleportation scroll. Bedwick believes they perished beneath the onslaught of the Wind Wolves, fleeing using his rat-like burrowing abilities. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bedwick shouted in anger. "You claim these words were told to you by the Iron Swordsman. But what proof do you have that his account is the truth?" "I trust the Iron Swordsman as I trust myself," Yichue replied with a cold smirk. "I know I may not be as skilled in deception as you, and my words alone may not suffice as proof. Therefore, let the church's radiance judge this matter. That I challenge you, Swordsman Bedwick. Will you accept or decline?" From the outset, Yi Chue understood that directly proving Bedwick's wrongdoing was futile. There was no evidence. Even if Debbie and the Iron Swordsman were to testify, Bedwick, a well-respected high-ranking swordsman in Stand City, would likely escape justice. Moreover, Bedwick was backed by the president of the Magic Association, Opus. Regardless of how formidable Yi Chue or the Iron Swordsman might be, they were no match for the presence of a renowned Magic Association president. Thus, Yi Chue resolved to employ the most straightforward and forceful method to reclaim his dignity. He would challenge Bedwick to a life-and-death duel and seek to eliminate him within that challenge. With the baptism of dragon blood, dragon language magic, and the capabilities of a fourth-tier magician, Yi Chue was confident in facing this seventh-tier swordsman, even one with a severed arm. Bedwick's eyes darted as he quickly pondered Yi Chue's motivations for such actions. Others, like Damon, Azur, and Alan, firmly believed Bedwick to be a reputable high-ranking swordsman and were skeptical of the notion that he would engage in an assassination attempt on Debbie, their expressions betraying their rising anger. Yet Ifea suddenly recalled something and approached Bedwick, inquiring, "Uncle Bedwick, I remember you stating that you witnessed Debbie and Tony being torn to shreds by a pack of wolves. You also said your arm was bitten by a windwolf, forcing you to sever it to escape. Yet now, Debbie lies unharmed in her room. Can you explain this discrepancy?" Bedwick's body trembled, and he stammered an explanation. "How could I possibly know? Perhaps I simply misjudged the situation at the time." His demeanor clearly revealed a sense of guilt. Eric furrowed his brow, now believing a portion of Yi Chue's words. As for Bedwick, while Ifea and the younger generation might be unaware, he, as the Lord, had heard whispers of the high-ranking swordsman's dubious deeds. Yi Chue, a mere third-tier magician, challenging him seemed utterly futile, and Eric, knowing his daughter held a good relationship with both Debbie and Yi Chue, wished to prevent Yi Chue from throwing away his life. Thus, he stated, "Chue, I will investigate the truth behind this matter. I believe it would be best to abandon the challenge." "Lord Eric, I initially did not intend to propose a challenge so hastily. But given that Stand City is now prepared for the Beast Tide, I can no longer suppress my indignation. I must seek justice for Debbie and Tony," he declared with unwavering resolve, turning his gaze back to Bedwick. "Bedwick, do you accept my life-and-death challenge?" Bedwick's face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Chue was the pupil of the pinnacle 9th-tier magician, Bizido, while he had no fear of secretly killing Yi Chue if he were to slay him within the challenge. Bizido would undoubtedly not let him off easily, and his own future would be bleak. This was a life-and-death challenge, necessitating a clear resolution. However, should he decline, his reputation would be at stake. If Yi Chue allied with his master, Bizido, against him, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, it might be better to eliminate Yi Chue during the challenge to prevent future complications. After all, Stand City would soon face the Beast Tide and likely would not have the luxury to pursue him. With these thoughts, a sinister smile crept across Bedwick's face as he raised 3 fingers, looking at Yi Chue. "I am innocent, however, since you have chosen to challenge me through the oath of the church." "Very well, I accept. I, Bedwick, hereby swear the challenge oath of the church, accepting your challenge, Chue." As his words echoed through the air, 2 beams of yellow light descended, enveloping both Yi Chue and Bedwick. The challenge oath was established. The two were bound to engage in a life-or-death duel, with no possibility of retreat. Chapter 126. I shall assume you are concerned for me. The life-and-death challenge between Yi Chue and Bedwick was now irrevocable. They must determine a victor and confront the reality of mortality. Eric felt a pang of regret for Yi Chue, yet simultaneously admired his courage. Knowing that his opponent was a 7th-tier swordsman, Yi Chue's audacity inspired respect, truly a worthy disciple of Bizido. Most onlookers, while skeptical of Bedwick's integrity, could not help but feel a degree of respect for Yi Chue's audacity. The venue for the duel was established in front of the Swordsman Guild. Eric had dispatched individuals to notify the higher-ups within Stand City, including the bishop of the church, the president of the Swordsman Guild, and the president of the Magic Guild. Their presence was required not only to witness the challenge, but also to discuss the impending threat of the Beast Tide. "Chue, how could you be so reckless? While I understand your desire to defend Debbie, you must realize that Bedwick is a 7th-tier swordsman. Even if I, Debbie, and Tony were to join forces, we might still not stand a chance against him." As they approached the Swordsman Guild, Ifea implored Yi Chue, her face laden with worry. "What if something were to happen to you? Rest assured, I possess ample confidence in my ability to challenge him." Yi Chue replied with a smile. Grateful for her concern, Ifea stomped her foot and exclaimed, "How can I not care? Only you have the means to contact Tony." Yi Chue replied, I'll take that as concern for my well-being. The path led them to the front of the Swordsman Guild, which also served as a mercenary and bounty hunter guild, making it the most magnificent structure aside from the Lord's mansion. Beduic wore a cold smirk as he strode into the open space in front of the guild. After standing still, he regarded Yichue with an indifferent expression, having chosen a patch of ordinary soil beneath his feet. Should any mishap occur, he could swiftly burrow into the ground. He smiled at Yichue and said, "Hammerhead, how about we duel right here? The ground is soft enough that if I throw you down, you won't feel much pain. Stop pretending. I know your state skill is Shadow Mouse. You chose this place for the duel so you could escape underground at the first sign of trouble, didn't you?" Yichue mocked. Beduic's expression darkened. His Shadow Mouse skill was a closely guarded secret. Even Eric was unaware of it. The realization that Yichue had discovered it ignited a flicker of malice in his eyes, solidifying his intent to eliminate Yichue. Enough with the chatter. Let us begin this straightforwardly. Yichue was already prepared. Just then, a feeble voice called out urgently, "Wait." Turning towards the source of the voice, they saw Bustadu hurrying over, still several dozen meters away, as if fearing he would be too late to intervene. He brandished his wand and pointed it at the ground, where a white halo appeared. Stepping into the halo, his figure vanished, only to reappear before Yichue. He had even resorted to teleportation to prevent this evidently unfair challenge. "Hammerhead, what are you doing? Stop this nonsense," Bustadu said anxiously. Having learned of Beduic's return and Debbie's tragic demise at the hands of wolves, he was overwhelmed with worry, especially since Yichue had secretly followed along without knowing what had transpired. Today, upon hearing that Yichue had returned safely from Op's mansion, his heart swelled with relief, only to be immediately troubled upon learning of the challenge against Beduic. What was his student thinking? "Teacher," Yichue said appreciatively, "I'm not being reckless. He dares to bully my Debbie, so I must stand my ground. Please don't stop me." "What nonsense are you spouting? He is a 7th-tier swordsman. How can you?" Bustadu began, his voice trailing off as he suddenly widened his eyes at Yichue. Yichue was speaking without moving his lips. He was communicating with him through mental projection. This was a method only possible when one projected their mental power outside their body. You've already become a 4th-tier magician," Bustadu exclaimed in shock. The others nearby, upon hearing Bustado's words, displayed expressions of astonishment. Yichue had leveled up. When had this occurred? In the direction from which Bustadu had come, Op and his son Albert were also approaching, having overheard Bustado's statement. Both widened their eyes in disbelief. Yichue, the so-called useless magician. The bastard magician had undergone a transformation in his mental power. Albert, who had struggled for years as a 3rd-tier magician without achieving such a transformation, now found himself surpassed by Yichue, a half-blood magician. Op's eyes flashed with concern. Having invited Bustadu to his mansion to plot against Yichue, he now worried that the two he had summoned might have already perished. "Hammerhead, you truly haven't let me down." Bustadu thought to himself with a sense of pride that he believed that Yichue had awakened his potential due to the danger he faced alongside Debbie, and he had long recognized Yichue's high aptitude for magical theory. With his mental power evolved, Yichue's magical strength could be considered at the 5th or 6th tier. Yet, Bustadu remained worried. Knowing this was still insufficient to confront Beduic, his tone softened slightly as he continued. "However, Hammerhead, your chances in this challenge are still not promising. I will find a way to dissolve the challenge vow binding you. Let us call off this duel. The challenge vow can only be approached within specialized fields. I fear even you." "Teacher cannot intervene," Yichue confidently replied. "Please believe in me, teacher. I can defeat him." Bustadu hesitated, reluctant to relent. "Mr. Bustadu," Beduic interjected, "the challenge vow is sacred. Do you intend to interfere with this holy contest? I doubt the esteemed bishop would approve." He glanced toward the group standing with Eric in front of the Swordsman Guild. Among them was a bald man clad in peculiar attire, his face adorned with a disconcerting smile. "The bishop of the church in Stan City, Faria." "Humph." Bustadu disregarded Beduic's failed warning and coldly declared, "If anything happens to Hammerhead, I won't spare you." After saying this, he patted Yichue on the shoulder and walked directly to stand beside Eric. Op and Beduic exchanged glances, silently conveying that Beduic need not hold back, as he would bear the consequences, before also joining Eric's side. Albert, pale-faced, followed closely behind his father. The life and death challenge was about to commence. Chapter 127. Who says this spell is ineffective? The intermediate attack skill, Cold Wind of the Night, was Beduic's lethal strike, though his left arm was severed and he bore some injuries. A swordsman's physique was inherently robust, and after a night of rest, he had nearly fully recovered. His right hand unleashed an intermediate skill, still packed with formidable power. Chilling rays erupted from the reverse-held short sword. Capable of slicing Yi Chue's body into pieces, the onlookers, witnessing Beduic's ruthless attack, felt a wave of apprehension for Yi Chue, though some, like Op and Albert, secretly reveled in the spectacle. While Yi Chue suddenly crouched and rolled on the ground, albeit somewhat awkwardly. He narrowly evaded Beduic's deadly blow. With a series of slicing sounds, a large tree trunk behind him was cleaved into several segments, crashing to the ground. While Yi Chue swiftly regained his footing, his wand already channeling his spell, the beginner attack skill, Wind Blade. Humph. How embarrassing for a noble magician to be so flustered. Op couldn't he help but jeer. A beginner attack spell like Wind Blade? He can even cast such a rudimentary spell. Does Beduic really think he cannot dodge it? A scythe of wind coalesced around Yi Chue's wand and shot towards Beduic. With a cold chuckle and minimal movement, Beduic merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the wind blade to whiz past him, as if to demonstrate that such a trivial skill posed no challenge at all. He was about to launch a scornful retort when his expression abruptly shifted. His body executed a deft somersault as he hurriedly dodged to the side, only to find a wound appearing on his left leg. Yi Chue's Wind Blade had unexpectedly returned, catching him off guard. The most notable enhancement of a fourth-tier magician was the ability to control spells after they had been cast, which Yi Chue demonstrated by making the spell spiral back. Unfortunately, as this was his first attempt, what he had originally aimed at Beduic's neck had missed the mark, though it still managed to inflict injury upon him. Haha. Bustadu laughed heartily, turning to Op and saying, "Who says Wind Blade is an ineffective spell? It all depends on who wields it." Op remained silent, gritting his teeth as he internally cursed Yi Chue to be ruthlessly cut to pieces by Beduic. Beduic's fury had now reached a boiling point, neglecting the wound on his leg. He leapt into the air, ready to unleash his most powerful skill, the advanced attack skill, Waltz of the Stars. He had once decimated all the bloodbaths in the Bone Town Church with this very skill. It was an immensely powerful area of effect attack for swordsmen. Hammerhead. Be careful. Aliyah couldn't help but shout, while Asal, Ballman, Damon, and other guards who had shared perilous experiences with Yi Chue displayed anxious expressions. Watching Beduic suspended in midair, Yi Chue's demeanor remained utterly calm. When he had issued the challenge to Beduic, he had already devised strategies to counter all of Beduic's skills. Thanks to the breakout battle at Bone Town, Yi Chue was well acquainted with Beduic's abilities. He raised his wand, aiming it at Beduic floating above. What spell would Yi Chue employ to counter the domineering Waltz of the Stars? He revealed the answer, the intermediate support skill, Light's Descent. The tip of Yi Chue's wand suddenly erupted with blinding white light, coalescing into what appeared to be a miniature sun. It was early morning, and the sun had yet to fully rise. Casting a somewhat dim glow, the brilliance emanating from Yi Chue's wand stood out starkly, even causing those who had widened their eyes in anticipation to involuntarily shut them, dazzled by the intense radiance. Albert's emotions were particularly intricate at this moment. During the adventure in the ancient tomb with Yi Chue, he had been the one responsible for unleashing the spell, Light's Descent. However, due to a quarrel with Yi Chue that led to a missed opportunity, it was Yi Chue who ultimately invoked Light's Descent at a critical juncture. This was the first time Albert felt overshadowed by Yi Chue, and now, witnessing Yi Chue conjure Light's Descent again, the humiliation of inadequacy seemed to deepen within him. This was clearly not the conventional manifestation of Light's Descent. Rather, Yi Chue had summoned the light element through his mental prowess, coalescing it into a dazzling effect akin to that of the sun. Intended to dazzle Bedwick's vision. In Bedwick's perspective, the area beneath him was entirely engulfed in blinding white light, rendering Yi Chue's figure invisible. The release of Waltz of the Stars was imminent, and Bedwick could only unleash the short blades of wind generated by this skill towards the source of the intense light. Although this skill was formidable, capable of knocking down hundreds of bloodbaths simultaneously, the number of wind blades he could release was limited. The blades, akin to rain, were unleashed haphazardly, resulting in them striking nothing but empty space. As Yi Chue had already taken refuge elsewhere under the cover of the white light, that a multitude of holes, large and small, suddenly appeared on the ground, while Yi Chue remained unscathed. This exchange highlighted the brilliance and adaptability of Yi Chue in wielding spells. Much to the astonishment of Bustadu, who had initially harbored concerns, now finding himself relieved, thinking he had indeed taken on an extraordinary student. Lord Eric, Bishop Phalia, and others displayed expressions of admiration. Naturally, the Op family was left speechless with disappointment. However, the expression of Aubert soon morphed into one of astonishment and fury, as Yi Chue, in the very moment of evading, Waltz of the Stars, unleashed another spell with his wand, a mid-level attack spell. Baptism of the Night Wind. A fierce gale surged forth, rapidly coalescing under Yi Chue's control into a sphere of wind, a fusion of countless tempestuous gusts that if released without restraint, it would generate immense pressure in an instant. Yi Chue quietly maneuvered the wind sphere towards Bedwick. This spell, named for the night wind, was capable of erupting unexpectedly with tremendous force that Yi Chue had evidently grasped the essence of this spell. Aubert cast a discreet glance at his son, feeling an impulse to slap Aubert twice. Bedwick, now on the ground, still found his vision somewhat obscured by the blinding light, yet his movements were swift. As he quickly sensed the approaching wind sphere, consequently, he deftly maneuvered his short sword through the surrounding space. Then, boom, something exploded. From the onset of the challenge, Yi Chue had been maintaining the upper hand against him. Amid the explosion caused by Baptism of the Night Wind, Bedwick's body was hurled violently against a large tree. His once immaculate swordsman's attire was now tattered, and his hair, once neatly arranged, now fell disheveled. Presenting a pitiful sight with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a 7th-tier swordsman, even a disarmed one should theoretically match up against a mid-tier mage, especially since this mid-tier mage had only recently advanced and was merely at the 4th tier. Yet now, Bedwick was being thoroughly outclassed by Yi Cheng. It was not that Bedwick was incapable. In fact, among the few high-level swordsmen in Stan City, he was quite formidable. This merely attested to Yi Chue's exceptional prowess, which lay not just in his attacks, but in his technique. As Yi Chue often stated, a mage's battle relies on wisdom, and he epitomized the essence of this statement perfectly. The explosion sent a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring Yi Chue's figure, yet at that moment, he appeared to rise in stature in the eyes of the onlookers. Indeed, my student lives up to his reputation. He must have just undergone a transformation in his mental prowess. And to wield it so adeptly, altering the release of spells, such talent is unparalleled, even in the capital. Bustadu exclaimed with delight, unable to suppress his laughter, which felt like mockery directed at the Aubert father and son, causing their expressions to sour. Ifea and others were left in shock. They were acutely aware of Bedwick's formidable capabilities as the city lord's guards, yet now they witnessed him being so thoroughly humiliated by Yi Chue. They began to question their own perceptions. Even Ifea, who had initially held confidence in Yi Chue, was now utterly astonished. Indeed, this young man possesses both courage and strategy. Although he is a mage, he exhibits the valor of a swordsman. Unlike other mages who often hesitate, he is truly remarkable. Lord Eric praised with satisfaction. However, this challenge may not guarantee his victory. Aubert interjected coldly, his tone somewhat malicious. Let us not forget, the hammerhead's potential is limited, his magical energy is scant, and those spells he just cast have likely drained most of his power. Yet Bedwick still has his trump card, yet to be revealed. His words left Bustadu and Ifea dumbfounded, as they understood that Aubert was referring to Bedwick's state skill, Shadow Moused. Bedwick had never demonstrated this skill in front of outsiders, but now, consumed by rage, he cared little for appearances. Having been so thoroughly bested by a 4th-tier mage, he had nothing left to lose. Thus, shadows of black mist began to envelop him, and in a chilling voice, he declared, "Very well, Hammerhead, you have forced me to reveal my state skill before everyone. I shall not allow you to die easily, in this state. I will shred you to pieces." While Eric and Bustadu remained relatively unaffected, those of lesser rank, like Ifea, felt an icy dread. Unable to contain herself, Ifea turned to Eric and asked, "Father, what is Bedwick's Shadow Mouse skill? How formidable is it?" "I have never witnessed it," Bedwick replied solemnly, shaking his head. "This is the first time he has used his state skill in front of others." Ifea grew increasingly worried, unable to refrain from calling out to Yi Chue, "Hammerhead, be careful." Understood. As the dust settled, revealing Yi Chue's figure, he wore a confident smile and directed his wand at Bedwick. "I have already devised a method to counter his Shadow Mouse skill." "Humph, such grandiose claims." Aubert sneered coldly. He was well aware of what a state skill entailed, an advanced swordsman's state skill or a high-level mage's signature spell. both of which were formidable trump cards that Yi Chue was undoubtedly facing certain doom. As he spoke, Bedwick was entirely enveloped in black mist, his form becoming indistinct. Anticipation rippled through the crowd as they speculated about the nature of Bedwick's state skill. Could it be a power akin to that of a berserker? Bustadu expressed concern. This could prove troublesome. His state skill, named Shadow Mouse, likely enhances his speed, Eric mused, stroking his chin. This could be problematic. Regardless of the type, there is no doubt that his Shadow Mouse state is beyond Yuchue's ability to counter, Albert proclaimed arrogantly. Then, Bedwick swiftly burrowed underground. Everyone was left speechless. He can dig, Ifia exclaimed, dumbfounded. Just as she spoke, a small mound of earth began to rise, rapidly advancing towards Yuchue. The crowd tensed. While this digging skill might appear rudimentary, attacking others from beneath was undoubtedly a tactic that could catch anyone off guard. Even masters like Eric and Bustadu would find it challenging to counter, leaving Yuchue in a precarious position. Soon, they discovered the answer. An explosion erupted from the ground, seemingly from nowhere, precisely at the mound's forefront. Whether it struck Bedwick was uncertain, but the mound quickly shifted direction. Again, there was a resounding boom, accompanied by Bedwick's anguished cry. Indicating he had indeed been caught in the blast, he attempted to change direction once more, but another tremendous explosion followed, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. What is happening? Everyone was astonished. Why is the ground exploding? Now I see. Eric's eyes brightened with understanding as he marveled. Remarkable. Just after Yuchue sent Bedwick flying with Baptism of the Night Wind, he seized the opportunity amidst the swirling dust to swiftly insert magic scrolls into the small holes created earlier by Bedwick's Waltz of the Stars. Now, by directing the scroll's release through his wand in the confined space, he can trigger a series of explosions to ensnare Bedwick. The ground was riddled with dozens of small mounds, taking advantage of the dust storm. Yuchue had executed this clever maneuver. He had anticipated this method to counter Bedwick's state skill, a veritable upgraded version of whack-a-mole.